Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, good morning it is. Unless you're Brandon Crawford pulling on a red socks this morning, or if you're a Giants fan, coming to grips with that. But happy Tuesday morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Warriors in Washington tonight. We got more spring baseball today, and we got Waterboy day 2 in the city. You haven't moved out yet?
Murph, I finally moved in yesterday. See, it's one thing moving all your stuff from house to house on the weekend, but yesterday I was able to unpack. But like you just said, it sounds like Brandon Crawford's now packing up his stuff and moving to St. Louis, joining the Cardinals this morning.
Oh, man. We'll have to get into that. That's obviously a big story. It affected the Bay Area more than I thought it would, actually, yesterday, because we said goodbye to him last October. It's not like this was like a shock, you know. I mean, there's the whole run up to September, and October was, well, they're moving on from Crawford. He's dinged up. He only played 94 games. He's hitting $194. They're moving on, and then there was that final day. Mm-hmm. The Niners were playing that day, so I don't know how many people paid attention. I looked it up. There were 38,000 at the game. At least they said there were 38,000.
Oh, so they say, Murph. They
used to list numbers that weren't necessarily tickets sold, they say.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the whole day. Like, they batted him lead off. They ran highlights of him. And I was reading up on the whole day. It was an emotional day. His kids threw out the first pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the one daughter did the gymnastics, somersaults, and all that?
That's right. He took the microphone and addressed the entire crowd on the PA, kind of gave his final goodbye to San Francisco. And so that's why I don't think it's too surprising. But I think the bigger surprise is that he's still playing and that he won't be in a Giants uniform.
Yeah, I think what the reaction yesterday was like, first of all, people they love their Giants, no matter, number one. We just have to get that, like, anything that has to do with an emotional Giant, they're going to react to it, right? But I think the biggest thing is most people thought, well, he's done playing.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's done playing, at least he left as a Giant. But as the winter went on, it was like, well, he might not be done. He might not be done. But then the key was the Giants signing a backup shortstop. That's the whole key. And that's where we need to dive in a little deeper here. That Nick Ahmed got signed. This happened during our show yesterday.
It did.
Like sometime in the 9 o'clock hour or something like that. We noticed. And we looked him up and we're thinking, well, he seems like a classic backup. He's a guy in his mid-30s who coming off a couple Gold Gloves, coming off a bad year. The Diamondbacks had released him last September.
A couple Gold Gloves that he won over Brandon Crawford.
Right, exactly. I remember having an argument with Vegas Joe. Shout out Vegas Joe Hughes, by the way. You guys remember Joe Hughes? Everybody remember Joe?
Mm-hmm, I remember.
Come on. Did you work with him?
I never worked with him, but I've heard the name Vegas
name?
Joe Hughes a bunch.
Well, it's funny because Joe's a very mild-mannered guy, but he adopted the handle Vegas Joe to like sizzle up his radio personality.
Is he from Vegas? Does he live in Vegas?
Not at all. He's from the East Bay.
He's got nothing to do with Vegas.
No, he
just wanted to be Vegas Joe Hughes.
It'd be like if young Tony came in and said, start calling me Vegas Tony.
That's it.
You know what I mean? So just to kind of spice up his sizzle, you know?
How about Vegas John Curley back there?
Vegas Curly. All right. He dresses more like old Vegas than new Vegas.
Yeah.
But
that's Fremont Street Curly.
He'd be wearing the slacks out at those pool parties at, what do you guys call those? Rehab or whatever? What's the name of that pool party?
There's Rehab, there's XS. There's a bunch of them, Murph.
How would the slacks play at XS?
I think they'd probably sink to the bottom, Murph.
No, either that or the girls would be like, damn, that guy's got flavor.
Yeah, right?
I like that.
This guy's going full suit in the back of the pool.
Anyway, I remember having a big argument with Vegas Joe Hughes on the air about Nick Ahmed. Because when he won the Gold Glove over Crawford, I was pissed. I was like, Nick Ahmed. And Vegas Joe, being the foil, was like, well, you're sleeping on Nick Ahmed, man. He's really good, dude. He was like poking me. I was like, what the heck with Nick Ahmed? So it's always been a running joke between me and Vegas Joe Hughes. Speaking of Vegas Joe Hughes, before we get back to Crawford, he's a lifelong A's fan. See the other news yesterday? See the A's took down their rooted in Oakland sign off the Coliseum.
Oh, Murph, you're saying they finally got uprooted in Oakland.
Oh, man. The roots are no more, my friend. And it was a long process, too. They said it took it was like a sticker. They had to kind of take it off piece by piece. So just another blow to the solar plexus there from A's fans who probably didn't want to see the sign. See, A's fans are getting so revolutionary and hostile. We're damn near looking at like a Boston Tea Party type situation here.
I mean, Murph, we saw footage from their fan fest this past weekend. It looked like a protest out there.
Yeah. And so I bet they're glad that rooted in Oakland's down because they're pissed. Yeah. But anyway, back to Crawford.
They should be.
Back to Crawford. Once they signed Nick Ahmed yesterday, it ratcheted up. Wait a minute. If you're looking for a backup infielder, if you're looking for a backup shortstop, why not? And then like 30 minutes later, the news comes that Crawford agrees with the St. Louis. People don't know. We should probably tell them. Brandon Crawford has agreed to a deal with the St. Louis Cardinals. The St. Louis Cardinals.
And it's interesting because we actually brought that up real quick as a topic yesterday when we talked about Nick Ahmed signing, and I told you that there were stories about Crawford being
you had seen the rumor
linked
well
to the
before
St.
I
Louis
had.
Cardinals.
Where had you seen that?
I think it might have been Katie Wu. Shout out from The Athletic, who broke the news yesterday, but I just kind of saw it trending around Twitter for a little bit. But it's weird when you look at the St. Louis Cardinals roster and how they're going to have a rookie shortstop this year, Mason Wynn, and they're bringing in Brandon Crawford. It's almost an identical situation that we're seeing here in San Francisco with Marco Luciano.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the argument, I guess, and it's easy to be outraged. We all are, right? We love Brandon Crawford. He's the ultimate giant. I mean, how about that KNBR Instagram post yesterday? I ain't going to lie, it got me. The picture we've seen a million times of him as a 4-year-old at what was thought to be the last Giants game in San Francisco before they got saved by Peter McGowan and Larry Baer and Walter Shorenstein and that whole crew, Harmon Burns and all those guys who saved the Giants. That little cute 4-year-old Brandon Crawford hanging over the rail with a sign says, "Please stay." KNBR put it up yesterday on the Instagram with no caption at all. And I was like, all right, you got me. You got me, man. I was like, damn. That's our guy,
And that's why I think this one feels a little different. Because we saw Brandon Belt leave last year to the Toronto Blue Jays. We saw Madison Bumgarner go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We saw Tim Lincecum go to the Anaheim Angels.
Oh, my gosh.
But it's the fact that Brandon Crawford not only is a 2-time World Series champion, we can go through all of his accolades, but he's a Bay Area kid. Going back to his days at Candlestick. This is a guy that's been connected to the Bay Area outside of his baseball career. And that's, to me, why it feels a little different that he's not retiring as a San Francisco Giant.
Yeah, 3-time All-Star. You say the accolades. 3-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove, 2-time World Series champ, as you mentioned. And, yeah, this one is, and he's been the ultimate Giant. And, there was a guy named Travis Jackson in the 30s who they say is, either the other candidate. But I think you can make a pretty strong factual argument that Brandon Crawford is the greatest shortstop in the history of the franchise. That goes back to 1883, by the way. So, we're talking 141 years or something?
And you're the Mr. This Date in Giants history. Yeah. So, of course, you could throw Travis Jackson in the conversation. I think Rich Rillia deserves to be in the conversation also. But I think Brandon Crawford, with the World Series titles, I think you put him number one.
Can I get the Alameda Rifle Chris Spire?
Oh, there you go.
Can I get him out there, too? Can I get Royce Clayton out there in 93, manning the 6th spot? But yeah, it really is definitely on Mount shortstop more for the Giants. In fact, Immaculate Grid, which I still do, by the way. I know it got really hot there for the first few weeks. Everybody's like, oh, he's on the grid. I found it to be a really, like at an airport, you got nothing going on, call up the grid.
Murph was doing the grid waiting for an Uber from Lolo's Chicken and Waffles out in Scottsdale.
And and you heard me exclaiming my swear words when I would get because you always try to get, it's easy to go with the obvious ones, 3,000 hits in a Giant. Well, Willie Mays. No, you're like, no, go with somebody more obscure, like that or whatever. So I'm always trying to get cute, and when I get wrong, I get pissed. But anyway, one of the ones the other day was 200 hits and a Giant. And do you know there's only three San Francisco Giants that have had 200 hits in a season?
I did not know
only
that.
3, and one of them is Rich Aurelia.
Nice.
Dude. That's a stat. You got to be a hardo to know that stat.
That's a great nugget. Do you know the other two players?
Yeah, Bobby Bonds in 1970, who, by the way, people don't talk nearly enough about Bobby Bonds. We could do a whole nother deep dive. It'd be like a documentary on Bobby Bonds. And I believe it was Willie. I believe the third one was.
Yeah, Barry never got 200.
No, because he was too busy walking.
Too often. Yeah, good point.
Walked 600 times a year.
Will Clark never got 200.
No. That 200 hits is, dude.
That's a lot.
Low key 200 hits is a lot. You know what I mean? So, anyway, Rich Aurelia. Yeah. And it's funny, we were talking about 30 homer guys with Pat Burrell down in Scottsdale. Remember that? And I left Richie off the list.
Yeah.
I said Jeff Kent. He's like, well, or Richie. Richie had 37 one year.
Yeah, especially as a right-handed bat in that ballpark.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about right-handed guys. Yeah. He said he's going to be the first, because we were talking about Soler.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, that's what's going on. And just to get it out here in the first segment here, the argument as to why they wouldn't do this, and I'm just putting this out there. Believe me, I want him back, is that he would be maybe a threat to Marco Luciano. Like if Luciano, because he's a rookie and he's going to go through a stretch. What if he goes 0 for 20? What if he has a stretch where he goes 0 for 20? Wouldn't we be putting on the mic saying, hey, you got to play Crawford? You got to play Crawford.
But now are people going to be saying the same thing about Nick Ahmed?
It's different.
Yeah.
I don't think we would.
Because of the legacy of Brandon Crawford.
The legacy. He'd be seen. So that would be, if Farhan was here, he'd say, we need to eliminate the threat and the specter and the ghost. But we would say, no, don't eliminate it. Keep the guy around who loves the Giants, feels the Giants, and would mentor him. Also, he could play third, second. I'd throw him a first baseman's mitt.
Hell, Murph, I'll put him behind the plate. I'll put him on the bump like he did last year. Had a flawless innings pitching. Like, Brandon could play everywhere, and that was confusing to me when we talked all offseason long about Giants need a veteran backup. They need a veteran backup. They need a veteran backup. All right, you had a veteran backup who was a great mentor to a guy like Casey Schmidt last year, so you would think keep him in the organization, especially when you're bringing back guys like Pablo Sandoval. Why not keep some of these vets and some of these players that fans are actually excited to go to the ballpark and see?
And he was willing to do it, too, by the way. Yeah. He was willing to take the low pay and do the utility role. That's what really sticks in the craw. So no pun intended. All right, guys. Well, listen, obviously that's a huge story today. We'll take all your reactions on that. The other big one is the Warriors are in Washington facing Jordan Poole, who's coming off his best game of the year.
Off the bench.
He scored 31 on Sunday. So we'll get into that, obviously, as the Warriors go at 4 o'clock today early. Crawford is a Cardinal. And the biggest one of all, maybe, John Lynch is going to speak in Indianapolis today. That could happen during our show. So stay tuned. We got the guest list on the other side. More Crawford, more Warriors, more John Lynch and the Niners. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Sound right, boy.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NBC Sports Bay Area's 49er insider Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about his latest conversation with Kyle Shanahan and how he expects the defensive coordinator hire to be announced sometime this week. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie, in his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam. The Giants lead 5-3. And what a moment for the kid.
You're getting me in my feels now, buddy. I have a very specific memory of that. And by the way, look at you. Look at Marcus on the stream making the devil horns.
Oh, I forgot I'm dancing on camera now.
Before we get to that specific memory of that, the reason why we're playing this little Doja Cat, do you guys see the ultimate DJ BC Raw? Brandon Crawford himself posted last night. No caption, no nothing. It was a shot from an airplane. Looks like he's descending on St. Louis, but he'd be going to Florida for the Grapefruit League. It's a shot from an airplane, and it simply has a link, or it's simply playing this song. Paint the Town Red. Damn, it's going to be weird seeing Crawford in a Cardinals uniform, man. Damn, that's going to be weird. So, a very clever Brandon Crawford, as always, the musical savant that he is, finds the perfect song to announce that he's a Cardinal.
But I need Jungle by Andre Nicotina to make its way to St. Louis.
Okay, why is that?
Well, Brandon Crawford, it's in his mix. Now, Crawford does like 3 or 4 different walk-up songs, but Jungle by Andre Nicotina has always been in the mix. I'm going to need that later today for the young Tony.
He always used Drake, didn't he?
No, so he's got like a 3-4 song rotation, but usually by that second or third at bat, you'll hear Andre Nicotina Jungle.
So he was, of course, the house DJ, and on the final day of the season, he always did funny songs for every single person, and the Giants would put him out as a press release. He did it all the way up through last October. But that was how he announced last night that he's a Cardinal. Paint the Town Red. By the way, just for fun, just to kind of representing the different generations, any shot young Tony knows the very recognizable sample in that song. I want to play it again here for the crowd out there. This would be, so if you know, you know. Tony, I knew he didn't know. Your own legendary American songwriter, composer Burt Bacharach and Dionne Warwick's Walk On By. Dig it up, buddy. Dig it up, kid. You'll like it.
Damn, I got to say, I'm with Tony. I would have known that either, Murph.
So, we watch the Kennedy Center Honors every Christmas. It's like a family tradition. The kids are just rolling their eyes. They hate it. But Dionne Warwick just was inducted in the Kennedy Center Honors as one of the greatest American artists of all time. And this song was, of course, part of the whole deal. So, there you go. Brandon Crawford, Paint the Town Red. Boy, oh, boy. But that Grand Slam in Milwaukee, do you remember it? Were you somewhere?
I don't remember
2011. Were you in high school?
I had just graduated high school, so that would have been my first year of junior college.
You would have still. Oh, okay. You were 2010?
2011. Yeah, I graduated 2010.
Okay, all right. I was and this kind of gets me in my feels because it brings back my mom and dad who are no longer with us. And young Declan Murphy was 3.5, and we didn't have Rory yet. We went up to Sea Ranch. You ever go to Sea Ranch, brother?
No, never been to Sea Ranch.
Sea Ranch. It'd be a good place for Curly to go hiking in the slacks up at Sea Ranch. Yeah. But it's gorgeous. It's up on the Mendocino coast, and you rent houses up there, and you hear the ocean crash into the rocks.
Oh, I like going up to the Mendocino coast.
Yeah, and it's kind of foggy, and you do there's nothing going on, so all you do is do puzzles and play Boggle.
And smoke some pot. Well, that's what I think of.
That was not part of our plan with Grandpa and Nana.
Come on, you're in Mendocino County. You got to.
Grandpa and Nana weren't rolling one up.
Why the hell not?
Maybe deep down they wanted to, and I just didn't. I didn't have the courage to ask them. I mean,
Maybe they had some gummies.
I mean, they're
Murph.
human beings, right?
Yeah, live a little.
It's a human thing, right?
When in Rome, when in Mendocino.
Well, they would enjoy a cocktail.
There you go.
What's the difference,
Yeah,
right?
come on. We're all adults here.
Anyway, we went up for a Sea Ranch weekend, and is one of the really only times shortly before my dad passed away. And we went to a restaurant, and we were waiting to be seated in Gualala. Shout out Gualala. You guys, anybody Gualala? We got listeners up there.
Where you see?
And that TV show, I mean, the game was on the TV right when Crawford hit the granny. We were sitting there waiting to be seated, and I had my mom, my dad, pregnant Candace, and 3.5-year-old Declan. I was like, who is this kid? He's the shortstop from UCLA. Oh, man. And they're like, he's only from Pleasanton, too. And, well, he was a big draft pick, 4th-round draft pick. And I tell you, I got beef with Keith Law forever because Keith Law, one of those baseball analyst guys, he wrote a long screed ripping Brandon Crawford when he came up. This guy's going to be a flop. He can't hit. And I was like, you and me, Keith Law, we're out of business. All right, number one. Number two, who does this guy think he is? Creative Tony? Yeah, there you go.
Got to bring it back for today.
That was for the hardcore crowd out there. Once more, with feeling. There it is. So anyway, guys, getting back to this whole story and Brandon Crawford signing with the Cardinals, obviously it's going to lead us to a segment at some point today where we're going to have to do great Bay Area athletes in other uniforms, and they'll come pouring in. You know what I mean? Bumgarner, a Diamondback. You mentioned Lincecum, an Angel.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the things Buster Posey was able to escape, right?
I mean, that's why it's hard. I mean, especially in this day and age of player movement, for anybody to retire with one team. That's why when you look at guys like Buster Posey, Derek Jeter with the Yankees, guys who are lifers, that's what we're hoping to see with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson with the Warriors.
Yes.
But there's no guarantee that those guys are going to finish in the Bay.
Yeah. I mean, Nate Thurman went on to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Rick Barry was a Houston Rocket. I mean, the ultimate is Willie Mays. They traded Willie Mays to the Mets. You know what I mean? And so when I did that 50-year Giants book, and I got to talk to Lon Simmons before he died, Lon and Willie were thick as thieves, man. They were buddies. And Lon got emotional saying that the day the Giants traded him when they were in Montreal, and the Giants' next road trip was to New York, Shea Stadium. And Lon said he was in the visitors' dugout during BP, and Mays trotted up the steps in the Mets uniform. And Lon just said, he just waved his hand like, I can't.
Yeah.
Like, I can't. Like, he was emotional.
Yeah.
He's choked up. And so this is what happens. And then, of course, the other would be Joe Montana, Kansas City Chief. Right?
Yeah.
Come
And
on,
it's
man.
funny because I was talking to our guys down the hallway, and even overnight Dave, we were talking about Marcus Allen to the Chiefs. I was talking to Paul Tonelli about Willie McCovey in a Padres uniform. Like, we can go down a whole thread of all these guys who didn't have the honor of finishing their career in the Bay Area, even though they're Bay Area icons.
Some came back, though. McCovey came back and retired as a Giant. But, yeah, some never came back. You said Rice, Lott, all those guys. But just to remember everybody what it was like last October, because the question is, we thought he was sort of going to be gone in October. And, in fact, the Giants gave him sort of a day, for lack of a better word. They didn't make it official because Crawford said, well, I'm not sure. I might play next year. But he did get the mic at Oracle last year on the season finale. By the way, I looked up the game just to make sure. Yeah, they lost to the Dodgers that day. They lost to the Dodgers.
Yeah, it wasn't a good end of the season.
Casey Schmidt hit 2 solo jacks.
And that was with Kai Correa as manager of the Giants.
In fact, Kai Correa is the one who, when Crawford comes out in the 9th inning, Correa goes out to the mound for a visit, and it's a chance for him to bring Crawford in and then have Crawford trot off. That's how they did it.
Wow.
So that he could get the ovation.
That's going to be one hell of a trivia question. Who was Brandon Crawford's final manager with the Giants? The answer is Kai Correa.
Immaculate Grid. Here's Crawford after the game. He grabbed the mic. He's a man of few words, but this is what he said.
On behalf of the team, I just want to thank you guys for this season, for showing up through the ups and the downs. You guys continue to show support and show up, and we just really appreciate it. And then personally, from the Grand Slam in Milwaukee to the World Series wins to today, you guys always showed me love. My family and I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. You guys are going to get this Irish Italian in the fields here, man. So he sounds like he's saying goodbye there, right?
He is.
Yeah.
And Murph, how weird is this that was obviously the last game of the year at Oracle Park, Fan Appreciation Day, and the way that the Giants set up their schedule, they usually start the year on the road so that they have that final weekend at home.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Murph?
What?
The end of the season, 2024 calendar, you know who's the final team to come to Oracle this year?
It's usually the Dodgers.
It's the St. Louis Cardinals.
What?
The final 3 games of the season at Oracle Park. Brandon Crawford's going to have a chance to retire again in San Francisco.
Well, that's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
That's great. It'd be weird in the uni, but that's really funny. I didn't. 808 KNBR, the last time the Giants finished in the non-National League West team. Bro, you have to go back maybe since before the divisions. I don't know. Wow. That's a great stat. One more from Crawford after the game. He said that the October 2nd outpouring, he's a very stoic guy. When did you ever see him snap or anything?
Never.
Ultimate next pitch guy.
Yeah, I don't think I ever see him show any emotion, really.
So here he says.
A little overwhelming. I still probably take some time to process all of it. It's just a lot of love, and I appreciate all of it.
What was the feeling, especially when you're coming off the field there in the night?
That was the time where I almost got a little emotional, held it back. I don't know. I was just trying to kind of take it in, and like I said, just appreciate all the fans and cheers and all that.
Damn, these quotes are they're getting me all going again. Yeah. I got to play in his golf tournament last summer. He's just great people. The full family, the 3 sisters. You know, his mom's a school teacher. Dad's awesome. Mike's one of the biggest Giants fans in the history of the Bay Area. So, anyway, guys, we're going to have to come to grips with this and get your guys' reaction as we move on. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. All right, guest list on a Tuesday, 2/27/24. By the way, Sea Ranch crowd on me. It's in Sonoma County, technically. I see you. It's getting close to Mendocino, though. All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to check in with Chase Hughes, who covers the Washington Wizards, and obviously Jordan Poole for Monumental Sports Network. We'll get the Washington Wizard perspective on why the pool party has not been successful for the Wizards.
Yeah, let's get into that on the other side, too, about this big road trip and this return to see Jordan Poole. Yeah.
And it's going to be the first time that Draymond Green and Jordan Poole will be squaring off. We'll break down that matchup with Chase Hughes, and coming up next, then at 7:35, we'll get Mike Krukow's breakdown on Brandon Crawford going to the St. Louis Cardinals.
And, you know, a little bit on the baseball. Soler debuted yesterday, got a couple knocks. Tyler Fitzgerald hit a grand slam. This is a guy, by the way, they keep talking about. Keep your eye on this guy. He was a relatively high draft pick out of Louisville, 4th round, I think.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to get some playing time as a backup shortstop until they bring in Nick Ahmed. So we'll discuss that with Mike Krukow at 7:35. Get into our big hit this morning, our cooler of content, then wrap it up at 9:15 with Marcus Thompson, talking Warriors, talking Niners, talking anything with MT2.
All right, the Warriors go see an old friend tonight. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Let's talk about Amici's bright and early pizza. Are you kidding me? I love it. Listen, pizza for breakfast, anybody will do it. But we're planning dinner for the week. It's Tuesday, right? Total grinded out day. You're going to have a lot of stuff going on. So why not have an Amici's East Coast Pizzeria half-baked pizza at your household tonight? Taking care of the busy schedule and giving you fresh, hot pizza right out of the oven. Half-baked pizza, I love them. I've made the switch pretty much, man. We get delivery. I get the half-baked. Because you slide it into your oven and you take it out in less than 5 minutes and it's hot and it's crisp and it's fresh. You can slide it back in the box. You won't even have to have dishes. And of course, here's the special deal. If you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at amicis.com, a half-baked pizza, 20% off. Any size. Once again, pickup or delivery from the promotions menu, you get 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size. I would highly recommend it. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivered.
Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There you go, youngster. There it is, buddy. The original. You do well to dig into the Burt Bacharach songbook. The guy wrote many a banger, many a banger. He was a hit machine. Featured in Austin Powers 2, I want to say, on the double-decker bus going through Vegas. He goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Burt Bacharach."
Dude, great
He was playing
call.
piano on the bus.
Great call,
There
Murph.
you
Good
go.
knowledge.
So, that's for your generation.
I'm an Austin Powers guy.
Yeah, Bacharach is like the sound of the 60s.
Oh, the spy who shagged
like
me.
shag rug and like kind of like you got a cocktail. Yeah, there it is, buddy. Dionne Warwick's own, or San Jose. Do you know the way to San Jose's own Dionne Warwick there? So, all right, well, walk on by is Jordan Poole. He walked on by the Warriors organization and out to Washington. That's my transition. There it is.
Nice.
It's a fun game tonight for the Warriors. First of all, it's a game they should win, right? As they try to get back on the horse after, the Nuggets kind of slapped them around a little bit last night, or Sunday night, I should say, and put them back into that 10 seed. I don't know. Is it realistic for them to get to the 6 seed? I would not rule it out. They do have that road-heavy finish to their schedule, 16 of the last 26 on the road, but we talked about it. They're better on the road now. Again, I go by the loss column. They have 27 losses, and Phoenix in the 5 seed only has 24 losses. So the 5 seed's only 3 losses ahead of them.
And that's the thing about the Warriors right now. Pre-All-Star break, really since the return of Draymond Green, they're 11-4 in their last 15 games. And if you look at their stats across the board as a team, they're top of the league in assists per game, rebounds per game. Like, they're playing a different brand of basketball with Draymond Green back in the lineup. And that's why it's going to be so interesting tonight to see Draymond Green square off for the first time against Jordan Poole.
Yeah, so when he came through on December 22nd, the Draymond Green suspension was in effect. So there was never mind. They played the whole year last year together after the incident, right? Mm-hmm. But it's different when you get traded and then it becomes official. Now you can talk about how awkward it was and how he needed to go. By the way, I'm looking at, Jordan Poole and I'm thinking, because we're talking about the Niners maybe trading like a Brandon Ayuk, totally different deal than trading Jordan Poole. Although at the time when Jordan Poole was traded, I believe most people's reaction was outrage, right? They wanted to keep him, and it was for Chris Paul. So people thought Dunleavy had lost his mind.
So my breakdown of the trade is I understood why they were moving on from Jordan Poole from a contract situation standpoint, but also a team chemistry standpoint between him and Draymond Green. Mm-hmm. I just thought Mike Dunleavy could have got more for Jordan Poole than a 36, 37, 38-year-old Chris Paul at this point in his career.
But he got the beautiful thing, which is an expiring contract.
And he got rid of Jordan Poole's contract.
Yeah, and so, which leads to what we've talked about, Ken, the Warriors, next. We talked about yesterday, the window, the 3-spring window, 24, 25, 26. And then if they can pick up a big piece next year, it'd be because of that expiring contract from Chris Paul. By the way, Curly does our little run sheet. He writes, do you expect anything to happen between Draymond and Jordan Poole tonight?
Is Draymond Green going to relapse tonight?
Oh, man, come on.
Right back at it like an addict, Murph.
Isn't that one of your Vegas pool parties, relapse?
Shout out Rehab, Murph.
Okay, Rehab. All right, not relapse. That'd be a hell of a one, relapse.
To be honest with you, Murph, I'm walking out of those pool parties. I don't remember a damn thing anyways.
Okay, good,
Let alone the name of the spot.
I will say this about Jordan Poole. In terms of the Warriors, quote-unquote, winning the trade, they're winning the trade because obviously Podziemski has a chance to flourish right now, and he's turning out to be great and doing all the things that Jordan Poole didn't, which is be a team player, pass, take charges. Jordan Poole could score the basketball. That was great. And at times he scored it in critical moments and in big moments. Other times he took shots that you didn't want to see him take.
Other times he was dribbling balls off his feet that were going out of bounds.
Or taking that 3 against the Lakers late.
Trying to play some hero ball when you got Steph Curry on the team. And then next thing you know, he's trying to take free throws ahead of Steph Curry for technical fouls and stuff and kind of taunting him about how he's the best free throw shooter on the team.
Steph has treated Jordan Poole with tremendous respect.
Yes.
Well, that's Steph. He's just, should be running for Emperor of the Universe. He's he's an example to all of us on how to behave.
And that's why it's kind of a weird dynamic because Steph praised the hell out of Jordan Poole while he was there and even after he left. And Klay had a good relationship with Jordan Poole also. So it's weird when you have like that friends group where like 2 of the friends don't get along, but you're all mutual friends. So you have to pretend like you're all cool. And then next thing you know, one of your friends gets kicked out of the friends group and you never see him again.
It's true. By the way, do you think Warriors fans respect what he did for the Warriors? Do you think they acknowledge it, or do they treat him now like something on the bottom of their shoe that's gone? I mean, he should be respected and acknowledged.
I think he could be respected because Jordan Poole was huge for the regular season with the Warriors. And he had some good postseason moments also.
It's a pool party in the postseason.
I mean, it was a pool party.
It's a pool party!
But especially when Steph went down with that hand injury, he was able to kind of fill the gap, fill the void, and carry the team through the regular season and put them in a decent spot going into that postseason.
Yeah, for sure. Well, people are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. And one guy says, most of the people I know, 510 says the public hated Poole after the NBA Finals. I don't remember that at all. But 415 says most people I know wanted Poole gone, and we understood why it was done. He needed to go. Okay, if that was the feeling, too. I mean, I remember liking it. I remember it's the second time, where you were when something happened. We had the Brandon Crawford granny in Milwaukee. I remember was taking my Little League All-Star team to the Giants day game. We were getting off the ferry, literally coming down the gangway when somebody whipped out their phone and said, Jordan Poole just got traded and Chris Paul's a Warrior. And we were getting off the ferry right by Seals Plaza going, what? And I remember thinking, I like it. It's intriguing and bold. I remember that was my first take. Now, I like it even more when I look at this, Marcus. Dude, Jordan Poole across the board, all his numbers are down. And by numbers, I mean the most important ones. Field goal percentage, 39.9. With the Warriors, he went 43.2, 44.8, and 43.0. So dropping by 4 to 5 points on field goal percentage. 3-point percentage, he's shooting 30.9. With the Warriors, he was as high as 36 as a three-point shooter. So his numbers are down from the field, from the three-point line. I mean, obviously, and then points per game, he's at, which is, he's taking higher volume shots. Points per game right now, he's averaging 16 points per game. But as a Warrior, he actually averaged 20 one year. So,
well, that's why I think Jordan Poole has had a little bit of a reality check out in Washington. And seeing the difference of what it's like playing on a court with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and all the attention that they get versus being on the court with guys like, I don't know, Kyle Kuzma out in Washington. Like, people are now coming after Jordan Poole as the number one option. He was never the number one option with the Warriors. And that's why defensively now, he has to be the guy, and I think that's why those numbers have dropped off a lot.
It's got to be so tough for him to see, the Warriors coming to town. There's Steph, there's Kerr, everything like that. But, dude, they are 9-48.
Oof.
The Washington Wizards.
Gross.
9-48, which is almost as bad as Monty Williams' Detroit Pistons, who are 8-49, who were in the news last night. Did you see that?
No, I missed that.
Oh, the Knicks Pistons?
Oh, no, dude, I was unpacking all day.
Oh, we got to turn him on to the Knicks Pistons story. Oh, Knicks Pistons game last night. Your Knicks.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, the Pistons were going to beat them. They were up 1 in the final 10 seconds. Knicks missed a shot. And Asar Thompson, kid out of the Bay Area, rookie Piston, gets the ball's kicked around, and he grabs it out by half court. Dante DiVincenzo does a running rugby tackle of Asar Thompson. Just obliterates him. No call. No call. The ball springs loose. The Knicks pick it up, score, and win the game.
Oh, DiVincenzo.
Monty Williams went off after the game. Well, he didn't scream. He stayed nice and calm. But this is what happened in the NBA last night. It's tough to be 8-49 and one of, I've read and talked to, there's not a single person in America who doesn't take Monty Williams' side on this. It was the biggest no call. In fact, the refs themselves said we completely blew it. But here's Monty Williams after the game last night.
Where's the New York media now?
The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
What could you say? He's 100,000% correct. And I think we've come to this situation. We've been on the show long enough where we have situations like this where we're presented with it, and we resort to our philosophy in life, Marcus. Sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Sometimes in life, Dante DiVincenzo is going to come and take out your legs.
I mean, you just get boned. Sometimes there's nothing you do. Wilmer Flores check swing. I think that's when that was the original when we said it, right?
It might have been, yeah.
Sometimes in Lang. You guys
the
had
original
that
or the cut.
I thought you had that on your board.
No, I have it in the system. By the way, Dante DiVincenzo was making a play on the ball. I stand with Dante DiVincenzo.
You're the first guy in America.
Well, he hit the ball first before he took out his legs.
Bro.
Okay. It was a foul, definitely. But to say that he straight up tackled him, he was trying to make a play on the ball.
We just found we found the first guy to defend the no call. Even the ref himself said he blew it.
I stand with DiVincenzo.
All right. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So it should be fun today, 4 o'clock, Warriors and Jordan Poole, and just the sadness of a Jordan Poole coming off the bench. Warriors should take care of business tonight, and we'll see what happens with him and Draymond doing their thing. A little fist bump, perhaps, a little tap up, or just ice cold nothingness.
Or maybe some fisticuffs, Murph. You never know.
Come on, Draymond. No relapse, baby. No relapse. There was a game recently where he got it. It was the Clippers game when he was making those weird gestures with his mouth. Yeah, what was that?
Yeah.
And I was yelling at the TV, "Go away, Draymond! Go away! Go away!"
Was that on Valentine's Day?
Was it?
Might have been.
And hand gestures too that were very odd. It was Paul George, right?
It was very suggestive.
Yeah, Anyway, all right. Well, listen. Hey, by the way, Niners fans, John Lynch speaks at 11 a.m. this morning in Indy. I would imagine KNBR will be all over that. Okay, there's some big questions, including D coordinator, which we got to get into later in the show. But right now, we're going to go out to Washington and check in on Jordan Poole. A reporter from their version of NBC Sports Bay Area, Monumental Sports Network, Chase Hughes, will give us an update. How is the sadness of Jordan Poole in the nation's capital? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
He'll ride into the front court on the right wing. 9:15 to go. Over to Poole. Thought about a three. Tatum covered. They go into the deep left corner. Wiggins, who sends it up high to Draymond. Now Poole on the right. Dribbles to the end line with 8. Drives Tatum under the basket. Tries the reverse layup, and it goes down. Jordan Poole with a huge bucket with 9 minutes to go. Warriors by 14.
Oh, happier days, man. NBA Finals. Jordan Poole scoring in Boston. It's a pool party. It's a pool party. 2 years later, here he is, benched by the 9-win Washington Wizards. Wow, let's check in as the Warriors go out to the nation's capital tonight, 4 o'clock, to see their old friend. And we're going to get an update with Chase Hughes, a reporter who covers the Wizards for the Monumental Sports Network. And Chase, we've never had you on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus out here in Warriors territory. How you doing this morning, Chase?
Hey, morning, Chase.
Doing great. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, happy to have you, man. And obviously we're intrigued by your second leading scorer, the Wizards' second leading scorer, Jordan Poole. Many questions to ask. Let's start with the most recent. He was benched, we understand. Can you tell us about that news story in Wizards land? How did that play out?
Yeah, so it happened at the All-Star break. Coming out of the All-Star break, I'd kind of heard that they were considering putting him from the starting lineup to the bench in the second half of the year. I didn't think it would happen so soon, but that's the move they made coming out of it. And the reasoning is obviously a change of scenery is something that could help him. He hasn't had the best season offensively, but also the way they explained it is that they want him to play more point guard. They want him to play more on the ball. And I didn't realize how much point guard he played in Golden State. I knew he was a combo guard there, but you know, Basketball Reference has this position estimate where they have a percentage of a player's minutes at each position, and he's played by far the largest percentage of minutes at the 2-guard spot this year than he has his entire career. Usually it's been like 40% point guard, 60% 2-guard. This year it's been like up close to 85% at shooting guard. So he's talked about how that could help, so we'll see how it plays out over a large period of time.
And Chase, obviously, that's a pretty big contract to have coming off the bench. I'm curious of what the kind of feel and the reaction is to Jordan Poole in Washington right now, in D.C., I should say. Like, what is the fans' reaction? Have they embraced Jordan Poole as a Wizard, or has it kind of not lived up to the expectations?
Well, certainly, yeah, it hasn't lived up to the expectation, but I saw something really interesting just on social media after his last game, because it was the first time that he kind of experienced a breakthrough playing off the bench. He had 11 points in 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. They ended up losing to the Cavaliers, but there was a timeout where, you know, he was interacting with the fans. The place was going nuts. They took the lead after he made a big shot. And after the game, you know, he spoke kind of honestly about how he really wants to play well in front of the fans. And there was a lot of support coming out on Twitter from Wizards fans towards him. And obviously, you know, he takes a lot of heat after losses sometimes. He's a very memeable guy, as you guys know very well. But I think Wizards fans, at least there's a good portion of them that have his back and know that it would be really fun if he was playing well, because he's got a great personality that has always been able to connect with fans.
You know, where are we at with Wizards culture right now? 9 wins. You know, it's been a while. You know, when he arrived, was he supposed to be the savior? Where is the Wizards culture right now?
I think it's in the very beginning of a rebuild that, you know, these things can take time. And one thing that they have said about Jordan is that, you know, the results maybe haven't been there, but they do like the tone that he sets in practice because, as you guys know, he's always been known for his work ethic, and we've heard that a lot recently. When he did get moved to the bench, it's like it's not because he's not trying hard. Like, he shows up early to practice, he stays late, he gets up extra shots, and they like the example that sets for the young guys. So maybe if he can get his game going like, he had in the Bay, that he can start setting a better example on the court for the players, because we know he's capable of being a very good scorer. It just hasn't been the case so far this season.
And just to kind of piggyback off of Murph's question about culture, because obviously that was the disconnect here in the Bay Area, the Draymond Green incident that everybody saw. Now, tonight's going to be the first time that Draymond Green and Jordan Poole are actually matching up tonight. How do you think that interaction is going to go, and do you think there will be kind of a big reaction between Draymond and Jordan Poole?
It's hard to say because there hasn't really been anything new, like at least on Jordan Poole's end. Like, the last time I heard him asked about it was probably in Vegas when he had his introductory press conference. So I think that's something he's probably, probably enjoyed the fact that he's gotten a fresh start in that sense. Whenever he has been asked about it, he hasn't really offered anything new. So I would just kind of say there hasn't really been an update. Maybe he'll be asked tonight by Golden State Warriors media, but it's been kind of out of sight, out of mind. I think he's tried to move on and kind of embrace being one of the leaders of this team, and is certainly trying to look for better results for himself.
Chase Hughes, the voice you hear, a couple more minutes here with the Monumental Sports Network reporter who covers the Wizards. Warriors at Washington tonight, 4 o'clock. It's the Jordan Poole game. They did it once in December back here in San Francisco, but Draymond Green was not in that game because he was suspended, so a little extra juice going in. Just a little bit on the X's and O's of Poole and his shooting. The one thing I'd say Warriors fans, they loved him when they won the NBA Finals, and he was kind of the cute little cuddly toy, young kid that everybody loved, and then it went awry when they get knocked out of the playoffs in the second round the next year. He was seen as a guy who took too many shots and was a gunner. And I'm looking at his stats, and his field goal percentage is down both 2-point and 3-point. Would there be any negative talk about him being a gunner who shoots and misses too much?
Well, certainly there's been some negative talk about, just the way he's played in general and at times the shot selection. But, they are really encouraged by the potential of him playing off the bench. Not only is he going to have the ball in his hands more often, but, going up against second units of bench players, that could help. I've kind of noticed this year that there's been limitations to the Jordan Poole-Tyus Jones combination just because they're an undersized backcourt. So when you move him from the 2 to the 1, he might be a little bit undersized as a shooting guard, but he can find some physical mismatches as a point guard at 6'4". He's pretty fast. Obviously, he's got a good handle, so we'll have to see how it plays out. When they made the move, they've gone up against 3 really good teams, the Nuggets, the Thunder, and the Cavaliers. They've been in a really tough stretch of their schedule, especially going up against top defenses. So I'll have a better idea in about a month from now, but that's kind of the reasoning behind the move.
And Chase, the last thing I wanted to ask you about is going back to the trade, Chris Paul for Jordan Poole, and it's kind of viewed here in the Bay Area as the Warriors acquiring an expiring contract with Chris Paul, but I also wanted to ask you about the contract of Jordan Poole. I heard Bobby Marks say the other week that it might be one of the worst contracts in NBA history. Is that kind of the feeling in Washington, and do you think Jordan Poole is the kind of player that you can build around for the upcoming future?
Well, I think the context of that trade from the D.C. perspective is that, it involved getting out of Bradley Beal's contract and kind of turning the page from that era. And it seemed like it was time for them to split and go their separate ways. And, of course, Bradley Beal has an even larger contract than Jordan Poole and had the no trade clause and is older. So I think it's always going to be compared to that deal. Obviously Bradley Beal is in Phoenix. We'll see how that goes. But the potential's still there for the Wizards to come out on the right end of that trade. And maybe you could argue they already have because they got out from under a supermax deal with a no trade clause. So we'll see how Jordan Poole can play moving forward, but I think they like the upside given his youth and given that he doesn't make as much as Bradley Beal.
All right, Chase, we appreciate the updates, man. I just got to say, on a personal note, so my wife's brother and my nieces and nephews are all in Arlington, Virginia. They're all DC sports fans. And I'm like, bro, between the Nats, who are like charitably called a rebuild, the Commanders, who've been flailing for decades, and now this 9-win Wizards team. I haven't boned up on the Caps. Maybe they're having a decent season, but is it a little bit of a tough time right now in the Capital Corridor?
Well, it was a tough time for a really long time until we won the Stanley Cup in 2018 and the World Series in 2019.
That's right.
I always said that sports towns can't complain for a certain number of years after they win a title. So I'm trying to remind myself of that because it's only been 4 or 5 years since we won a couple titles. So I think we need to wait a few more years before we really start getting loud.
That's a great point. The 19 Nats thing was really cool, and the 18 Caps thing was cool. But since the 20s, since COVID, it's been a little rough. Chase,
no question.
We appreciate the update, man. Enjoy the coverage tonight, and we appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Chase.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Chase Hughes from the Monumental Sports Network covering the Wizards. 916 says you guys are really starving for a negative take on Jordan Poole. Well, I mean,
I'm not starving that much. You can go on Twitter and see thousands of negative takes on Jordan Poole. I mean, Chase even brought it up. He's one of the most memeable guys in the NBA.
Yeah, it's a tough deal. Plus, he doesn't do really good post-game interviews. He's pretty quiet.
Yeah, and the optics, there was a lot of viral videos earlier this year of him looking disconnected in the middle of team meetings during timeouts.
That's right.
Just Google or go on Twitter or X and type in Jordan Poole's name, and you'll see plenty of evidence of fans not being happy.
Yeah,
with
he's
him.
had a couple of those what they call shacked in a fool moments. Where didn't he cast a shot and try to call it like Steph Curry and it was an air ball or something like that?
I saw him fumble an inbound pass the other day. There's just those little things that Jordan just does weirdly.
Those things hit Twitter and then they get traction and then you look at their record and then you look at his thing and it's man, it's funny how reputations can change, narratives can change, man. You can turn on a guy in a hurry.
Yeah.
And then we in the media can kind of fuel it and bury him. And next thing you know, the guy's in a 9-win Washington team. He's been benched, but he scored 31 on Sunday.
And those are the positives that he's coming off his best game of the season. Had a season high 31 points, like you just said. But also, when you're paying a guy 27, 29, 30, upwards of $34 million, that is a pretty pricey sixth man to have coming off the bench.
I mean, I'm going back to his playoff log in the 2022 playoff run. And in the NBA Finals, which was a 6-game affair, by the way, Warriors took care of the Celtics in 6. He scored double digits in 5 of the 6 games, 9 in the other one. In the clincher in Boston, he scored 15. In Game 4, the legendary Steph game, he scored 14 points in that game, was a plus 10. I mean, he really was a gigantic part. I mean, the Memphis series was a big series, too. He had, they went 6 with Memphis. He scored 31 and 27 in 2 of those games, scored 20 in another game. 3 times he was 20 or higher than that. And then the Dallas series, which wasn't much, it was a 5-game series. He was double digits in all those games, too.
And he was supposed to be the future of the Warriors. When we talked all the time about the 2 timeline, now I know that included James Wiseman, but Jordan Poole was the guy that they paid, that they believed was going to be the next face of the franchise, the guy to kind of take the torch from Steph Curry. But obviously, after the whole Draymond Green situation, they went in a different direction.
831 says, best move the Warriors made was getting rid of Jordan Poole. Again, Mike Dunleavy, guys, so far, I'm listen, it's not perfect, right? He didn't do anything at the trade deadline, which some people thought he should, but they knew they were going to re-up Kerr. They're probably planning to re-up Clay. They're going with this Joe Lacob mandated, 3-spring timeline. I heard Kawakami on yesterday with Johnny and Greg talking about how Joe Lacob himself pressed Kerr to play Kuminga more, and he is starting him now. Kuminga and Wiggins have come together. Guys, the other thing we haven't even mentioned is Chris Paul's coming back, likely tonight.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden we get a look at what do we got now? What are they at? 26 more games?
Well, yeah, and this is probably going to be the healthiest that this Warriors rotation has been the entire season.
I mean, this is kind of I've been saying this forever, ever since the Warriors got good. When the Warriors stunk and we just basically ignored them from 1995 to 2013, with the exception of the We Believe year. I mean, you lose track. When you get good in the NBA, all that matters is the spring. We try to say the season starts at Christmas. It really doesn't start at Christmas. It might not even start till St. Patrick's Day, really.
Honestly, I don't think it starts until the All-Star game.
It might not start until the playoffs, brother.
It doesn't start until football season ends.
Yeah, there's 26 games left. But right now, literally, the first 56 games, other than putting them in the 10 seed, which is obviously a big deal, but putting them in a position, now the season starts. We get to see Chris Paul healthy, Steph Curry's healthy, Kuminga's come on, Podziemski's come on.
GP2's back.
Not totally all the way back yet, but in terms of his performance, right?
I'm talking health-wise, at least he's on the court.
Yeah, he's not, he hasn't been sort of the GP2 we've known and loved, right? He's been kind of dogged dogged by health issues.
Yeah, but I'm just glad to see him available and back in the rotation.
For sure. But the point is that like right now is like the time to start paying attention to the Warriors. Really, I mean, the other 56 games are just kind of entertainment. You know what I mean?
Just kind of playing with your food a little bit.
Well, there it is. Yeah. For some reason, that phrase is always. Marcus Thompson used that like a year ago for it's the first time I ever heard it.
Really?
And for some reason, it hits my ear wrong.
Oh.
I don't know why.
I used to get yelled at as a kid for playing with my food all the time.
I know. It's
like I would just be like moving vegetables across my plate, trying to make it look like I actually ate them, but I was just sitting there playing with my food.
Shout out Rory Murphy. My God. Kid, we can't get this kid to eat a crumb.
Oh, dude.
How do you not like eating? I mean, come on. Does the kid want to go with me to the break room? I'll get him some sun chips.
Now, let's clarify. He just doesn't eat in general?
Tony.
Like, because I hated eating vegetables as a kid.
No, the only thing he likes is like dessert.
Oh.
Cake, ice cream, you name it.
Who doesn't like dessert?
All right, so some people don't.
What?
Yeah, some people
No
don't.
way.
Yeah, so, anyway, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Jordan Poole situation here. 415 sends a very amusing shot of Bill Murray in Caddyshack saying, hey, we cleaned the pool out. You know the deal, right?
Yeah, that was the reference I was making last year when they traded Jordan Poole, is that somebody threw a Baby Ruth in the pool, Murph.
Yes, correct.
Pool's closed for the summer.
Very good. Great knowledge there, buddy.
I got you.
408 says, you guys are mentioning Poole's bad last-minute fumbles. Are you talking about him as a wizard on meme or his fourth quarter days as a Warrior?
Oh!
Yes. I mean, he really did. He had some tough times.
He tried to play hero ball when he was on the team with Steph Curry.
650 says, Draymond and Jordan Poole, don't ever underestimate the Michigan State angle.
That is, yeah.
Right?
That's a rivalry.
Can you imagine if that led you to pop a guy?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We never really got confirmation of what was said, but there's been plenty of stories on NBA podcasts about certain things that maybe involved Michigan State, and maybe some things outside of the court, but also...
It's never been confirmed. There's been rumors.
Exactly.
There's been rumors. 408 asks, will my 12-year-old who doesn't like to eat, will he eat a Pop-Tart? The answer is yes.
Ooh.
He will eat. And ready for this? Hot Fudge Sundae. Hot Fudge Sundae Pop-Tarts.
Did you take him any of the cinnamon ones?
No, but by the way, whoever left that, was that Jacob Leisboy who left that?
No, that was Karen Ann who bring those in.
The strawberries?
Yeah, the strawberry and the cinnamon.
I got to say, remember, you stood up for the strawberry, I stood up for the cinnamon.
Strawberry's classic.
I went into the strawberry yesterday. Fabulous.
Oh, it's a good Pop-Tart.
Absolutely fabulous. And I did have a cinnamon toasted last Saturday morning. Toasted cinnamon. 11 out of 10, brother.
That's one of my go-to hangover breakfasts, a cinnamon Pop-Tart and a glass of horchata. Ooh, that'll get you right, Murph.
Yeah, 8-3 and also adds, Poole played zero defense, and that did not fit with the Warriors' culture.
Nada.
That is correct.
Well, that's why the Washington Wizards are one of the worst teams, actually the worst defensive team in the NBA.
So by points allowed, they're 30th out of 30. By defensive rating, which is another measure, they're 28th out of 30. So either way you look at it, they're at the bottom of the barrel.
It's a pool party!
All right, guys. Okay, well, listen, that's a little bit on Jordan Poole. Hey, on the other side, we got to get into the Niners. Listen, Krukow's coming up to talk Crawford at 7:35, and we talked about that for the first half hour of the show. Heck, we even played Doja Cat's Paint the Town Red, which Brandon Crawford so artfully put on his Instagram story. Classic Crawford, always knowing the right tune. He was the DJ of DJs in that clubhouse, and that's how he announced he was a Cardinal with a little Instagram post of, can you tell what the shot is of? It looks like an area. Is it an aerial shot of Busch Stadium? Or?
Oh, he's flying somewhere.
He's flying somewhere.
And it's a nice sunset.
It's a shot from an airplane with the layered-in Doja Cat Paint the Town Red.
Flying over the heartland.
He'll be a Cardinal Red. I heard from Mikey Verdew, whose brother sent me a very profane social media message, by the way. An insulting and personal profane message.
Hey, now.
What do you do when a guy you're friends with, his brother, sends you like a seriously personal insulting message? What do you do?
See, these are the same questions.
Sort of baffled.
These are the same questions that Steph and Clay were asking about Draymond and Jordan Poole's relationship.
I was like, I don't know how to do this because I'm friends with your brother, but you've just come at me hard. What am I supposed to do?
I'll block his ass, Murph.
I told him to F off.
Yeah, there you go. That works too.
But anyway, the point of the story is that Brandon Crawford is going to the Cardinals, and Mikey V checked in and said the one saving grace is that he's going to a classic franchise. It would be tough to see him as a Ray, a Marlin, a Rocky. Do you buy that, or do you find the giant Cardinal rivalry to be a thing?
Ding, ding, ding. I think that's something that we can explore with Mike Krukow today, but right after the Dodgers, I think Cardinals are number 2 on that rivalry list.
This is all true, too. And I would say this. I always go to the great Alan Malamud, who was a great sports writer at the L.A. Herald Examiner. He had a column called Notes on a Scorecard. It was the original, and he would just write 3-dot thoughts, and I'd read it every morning in West L.A. in the late 80s. And he wrote one day, I'll never forget it. He wrote, today is opening day in baseball, and for the 100, so this would have been 1990 or whatever, he'd say for the 110th straight year, the St. Louis Cardinals win for the best uniforms in baseball. This was in L.A. He was a Dodger guy. And I thought to myself, damn, have I been sleeping on the Cardinal uni? And ever since I read that, even though we hate the Cardinals, and we do, that is a sweet uni.
It's a classic look.
That's a sweet uni.
With the bat underneath.
You got the Cardinal on either end, on the barrel and on the handle.
Little birdie.
And the cursive. It's pretty solid.
What can you say?
I think Crawford will look good in it. I hate to say that. I mean, just aesthetically. I hate the Cardinals, but he'll look good. And he'll wear the high red socks with they kind of have a navy blue wraparound on them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The only problem is, Murph, his Cardinal uniform is going to be see-through this year with Fanatics.
By the way, I want to say that one too. And we're going to get out. We've teased the Niners and John Lynch, and we'll get into it. But, dude, I watched some of the Dodgers-Rockies last night just because I wanted to catch some. Mm-hmm. And it's in my head now. Those letters are too small on the back.
They're tiny.
It's a thing, and it looks like S.
Yeah.
It looks like S. Mm-hmm. And it's like in my head now. When I was like, I'm pissed. I'm like pissed watching the game. I'm like, come on, this is Major League freaking baseball, man.
Murph, you got better jerseys up in Mill Valley.
No joke.
For your Little League squad.
No joke, man. So anyway, okay. John Lynch will address the media today. There are big questions, starting with D coordinator and moving on from there. Let's get into John Lynch's list of questions today. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Do I look like a football player to you, bro?
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
All right, we always like talking to our guy, Steve Moskowitz, bright and early because it is tax season. And, Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns.
That's right. There's a lot of people that haven't filed the tax return for years. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and more. Why? The biggest reason is people didn't have the money to pay the first year, so they didn't file. They made a mistake. Then the second year rolled around, and they said, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? They still don't have the money. That becomes a lifestyle. Or they don't have the records. Or somebody left their life, like their bookkeeper, their spouse that did the return. They don't know what to do. Right now, it's traditional tax season. This is when the IRS makes their most examples, kind of like the Highway Patrol on New Year's Eve with drunk driving. The bottom line is this: you don't have to live like this. We can file all your old back returns, no matter how far back you have to go. And then we'll go to the government for you. We'll make a deal. We want to make a sweet deal for you. So you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, anything to do with them. And then you can have a normal life and avoid all the bad things that the IRS can do to you. Just call us.
All right, Steve, for sure we will. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 49ers. Yeah, on a day where we're talking about Brandon Crawford and St. Louis Cardinal Red, and Warriors going to face old Jordan Poole tonight. The 49ers remain first and foremost in our heads because today is the day John Lynch speaks at the Combine in Indianapolis. Should be at 11 a.m. our time. So I would imagine Papa and Lund will be all over that. Obviously, the first question will be, do you have a defensive coordinator? Yeah. I mean, because here they are at the Combine looking for defensive players. You know, obviously, you're talking about a booklet. We're still looking for a D lineman. Drake Jackson, not necessarily going to be that guy. Still looking for anything. Linebacker depth. Safety depth, cornerback depth,
nickel corner, yeah.
Nickel corner for sure. So all these things we're going to ask John Lynch is you need a D coordinator. Yeah. And Matt Mayoko came on yesterday on KNBR with Tolbert and Copes and did say that he thought that there was a little bit of news in terms of names interviewed and timeline. This was Mayoko yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan told me that he figures to have the process wrapped up by the end of the week. So I don't know if that just means concluding all the interviews and having someone hired. That's kind of the way I took it. He and the staff are not in Indianapolis. It's General Manager John Lynch and the personnel department's here.
Okay, so there you go. There's a little bit of news. And so far, so the names they confirmed are Brandon Staley, the former head coach of the LA Chargers, who was, embattled to say the least, and Nick Sorensen, who we talked about last week. We went through his whole bio, and he has a history with the Seattle system. You know what Kawakami said yesterday with Tolbert and Copes was Jeff Ulbrich. He continues to hear Jeff Ulbrich.
I heard Papa bring up that name yesterday.
Yeah, well, Papa's bringing it up now. Red flag now.
But also Matt Mayoko kind of shut it down when he brought it up.
Well, okay. I mean, listen, I don't want to pit Maddie's bona fides against Papa's bona fides.
I was going to say, we're going sources versus sources.
Quien es más macho?
Hey,
Mayoko or Papa. But, G-Pop, sometimes when he says stuff, you got to remember he's inside the building.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Greg Papa was a guy talking about how good Brock Purdy was playing a couple years ago down at training camp.
He's on the plane. You know what I mean? He's so, and Greg will always protect his sources, and I don't know anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just guessing.
I'm just saying, John. I'm just saying.
But if he's saying it, I'm just saying I'm putting it down on the grease board as a possibility.
You should definitely put him on the list of candidates then.
That's, of course, former 49er Jeff Ulbrich. You guys all remember him from the early 00s.
A Bay Area kid, I believe.
Yes, I'd be from your turf, buddy. Although not your new turf, your old turf.
That's right.
He's from San Jose. And then he's been, and then he went to play college ball in Hawaii. He made news this past summer on Hard Knocks as being the most swearing guy in town. Remember the amount of F-bombs he got into?
And that's pretty impressive, too, because Robert Saleh was dropping F-bombs left and right.
I want to say, if you look in the system, Young Tone, you can find from the summer a Jeff Ulbrich cooler of content. That might be worth playing just for laughs.
Yeah.
Because the guy was, look for Jeff Ulbrich summer of 2023 cooler of content, because he went on a rampage in his meetings.
And it seems like that would be a different direction, at least personality-wise, than what we saw with Steve Wilkes. But Kyle has said before that he doesn't need the raw defensive coordinator hyping guys up on the sideline, but that's what they had success with Saleh and D'Amico Ryans.
Well, they always say, like, when the U.S. elects presidents, usually the person gets elected is the opposite temperamentally and politically from the previous guy. That's just a human nature thing. Like if you change program directors, the person who comes in will be opposite of the other guy. If one guy's older, the next guy's younger. If one guy's loud, the next guy's quiet or whatever. And so Ulbrich would be a counter to the Steve Wilks. Like you throw out the stately calm of a Steve Wilks and bring in the profane F-bombs and violence of a Jeff Ulbrich, right?
And
it's more like Robert Saleh that way.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then X's and O's wise, obviously he's working out in New York with Robert Saleh. That would be the defense that Kyle Shanahan would want to bring back.
Okay, this is pretty good. Young Tony found him. What a stud. First of all, give Tony some applause there. After some pre-show sensitivities, he has to take care of him. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. We're having a laugh, as Ricky Gervais said in Extras. Jeff Ulbrich this summer, this is a crazy one. When he was talking about what you need to do to the other team, he talked about going to their house and defacing. This is unbelievable. Take a listen here.
Hey, Q. Hey, sometimes you just gotta lift your leg and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're in their backyard, going on the corner, on the tree, on the porch, on the kids' toys.
No, not the kids.
Not the kids' toys.
Not the kids.
I know, you can on their toys.
Not the kids, Murph. Not the kids.
That's better than I remembered, man.
Yes, it is.
First of all, the audio quality is incredible. Second of all, just his statement, because they were doing joint practices with, who was it?
I can't remember.
Was it the Packers or something? Anyway, they were doing joint practices. So he was saying they needed to mark their territory.
No, not the kids.
Yeah, who was it? Is that Quinnen Williams, I think?
Yeah, I think it is.
Because he comes off as a really nice, funny guy.
It's like, yeah, the kids, the toys in the corner. No, not the kids, Coach, not the kids.
And I love the way Ulbrich's like, no, man, I'm talking about the toys. Yeah, the toys. You gotta pee.
Not the kids' toys.
Not the kids.
I know, you can on their toys.
What about the whole concept of urinating on kids' toys? Oh my God.
I think I'm in on Ulbrich after hearing that sound.
We have a big 6th grade basketball game today against the other, like their first place, we're second place. Do you think I should go with that in the pregame today?
You should. Mark your territory, kids.
We're going to pee on their toys.
Yeah,
you have another cut here from Ulbrich from Hard Knocks. This is Jeff. Again, we're playing this if you just get in your car. Talking about John Lynch is going to talk today at 11 a.m. in Indianapolis, and we're looking for all sorts of information. Among the highest information is D coordinator, and we heard about Nick Sorensen, who has a lot of history with the Seattle Seahawks, who's been in the Niner building. We've heard about Brandon Staley, the former head coach of the LA Chargers.
That one kind of
comes with baggage because he's got a negative Q rating right now. Doesn't mean he's not a good defensive coach.
Well, that's the thing. When we're talking about Ulbrich and his ties to Robert Saleh, when we talk about Nick Sorensen, his tie to Pete Carroll's and that Seattle defense, and even his ties to DeMeco Ryans, his first year with the 49ers organization, Brandon Staley does have some connection to Sean McVay when he was DC for the Rams. But to me, when we talk so much about Steve Wilks coming to San Francisco, a man that ran more of the 3-4 style defense with his time with the Cardinals and with the Carolina Panthers, you would think that the 49ers would go back to that 4-3 type system.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon Staley ran a 3-4 last year with the LA Chargers, and that's why I'm curious if he's going to have another kind of square peg trying to fit into a round hole by trying to change Brandon Staley.
Interesting. All right. Well, it's something to watch for sure.
And it's
why
something.
would he interview him then? I mean, he knows.
Well, that's the thing. And that's why I wonder how much Kyle is talking to someone like Nick Bosa, because obviously with the big bear Joey Bosa playing down in LA, playing underneath Brandon Staley, I wonder if they've had conversations about whether or not he can adapt his scheme and maybe change back towards a 4-3 defense.
Obviously. I think you would obviously talk to Nick and Joey and all that stuff going on. So,
because like as someone who just watched a lot of AFC West games, he had so much talent on that Chargers defense, and especially with Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, but he had them more as outside linebackers instead of their hand in the dirt in a traditional 4-3 defense.
That is interesting. That is interesting. All right. Well, let's get into that. But more important is more Jeff Ulbrich sound.
Yeah, sorry. I went 2 X's and O's.
Forget
We need
this
more
Grease
Ulbrich.
Board stuff here. Let's talk about the fact that Jeff Ulbrich could bring this kind of personality to the Niners.
It's the mantra of our defense. Make a motherfucker earn every yard. Do my job. Is that good enough? No. That's the rest of the NFL, isn't it? Do your job. Do your job. That. Do your job. Then now what? If we all do our job and a little bit more, that's 22 playing. Do you guys feel it? Guys, think about this. That's 22 on the field. So then the question goes to the offense. Now what?
Okay, all right. So, by the way, I was looking at the defensive stats for last year. If you want to go by just yards allowed right now, 2023, total passing yards, or they have. I'm trying to find the stats.
You going 49er stats or Jets?
No,
stats?
Joe wanted to see where the Jets and the Chargers finished. The Jets and the Chargers. All I have is rushing defense right now in terms of rushing. And what do you go by anymore? I mean, there's a lot of different metrics to use. That's why people use DVOA.
I was going to say, because that's the interesting thing when we talked about the 49ers rush defense all year long and how they were one of the best teams, yards allowed per game. But when you look at yards allowed per carry, it was a different story. And, of course, that's because the 49ers were up by double digits most of the time in the fourth quarter, and teams weren't trying to run the ball.
True story. Stats can be very deceiving in the NFL. Very deceiving.
That's why a lot of people are down with the EPA stats these days. Shout out East Palo Alto.
Yeah, that's what it is. The David Lombardi stats, for sure. All right, well, listen, of those three, and he says he's going to, apparently, Dan Bullock's linebacker candidate is going to be interviewed, he's a secondary coach. And then 2 more external candidates, according to one of the reports.
Ooh, can I get a Mike Vrabel interview?
Well, I would say Ulbrich might be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ulbrich and Vrabel, very similar. First of all, they look alike, talk alike, built alike. But I'd say Ulbrich would be the guy just for personality and fun.
I was going to say,
bringing us back to sort of the solid D'Amico Ryans vibe.
I want more Ulbrich mic'd up with Wu-Tang in the background.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
Oh, my God. Absolutely incredible. And let's finish the segment by going out to circling back to our Jordan Poole thread from earlier today. Chris in Richmond says he has a funny story on Jordan Poole. Hey, Chris in Richmond, you're on KNBR. Good morning to you, man.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
We're doing good, man. How are you?
Man.
Oh, no.
Okay. That's all we think.
Oh, no, Chris.
I can do it.
Chris, hang on. You dropped out, buddy. You there, bud? Yeah, we're going to have to cut that off. Call back, Chris.
I was trying to give him like the 8 count for like a backcourt violation, but once we get to 10, Murph, we're off air.
Yeah, 10 is the count. By the way, I recently had a CYO game where the ref blatantly called a 10-second on us, so it was not a 10-second. I was like, dude, that was not 10 seconds. And he was like, you got more? He's like, you want to say anything again?
Ooh.
I was like, oh, man. I was like, but that wasn't 10 seconds. Wasn't even close to 10 seconds. One of my big things with the kids is 10 seconds is longer than you think. So we do drills where we count them.
2.
So I'm like 3.
You got to throw the arm out, Murph.
Yeah, I do. But it's longer than they think because they all usually start panicking around 5 or 6. I'm like, you still got 4. You still got time. You still got time. You even got time at 8. All right. You even got time at 9. Now you got to get across at 10.
Got to get across.
So there you go. Chris tried to call back. It didn't work out. All right, guys. So there you go. A little John Lynch. There's other things to talk about with John Lynch, too. David Lombardi and Matt Barrows wrote a good piece in The Athletic saying, how injured were the 49ers? The latest is Charvarius Ward just cropped up on social media in a hospital bed after having what they assumed was core muscle surgery.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And that's on top of guys like Eric Armstead playing with a torn meniscus.
Yes. And what's his face? It's just Eric Armstead. Come on, the other D lineman.
Randy Gregory?
Darn it.
Or Chase Young had a broken thumb. Somebody on that defensive line was beat up also.
Sorry about that, buddy. I flailed live on the air for you right now.
Hargrave, I think it was.
Javon Hargrave.
He had the thumb injury.
Sorry about the flail there, guys. Yeah.
You're all right.
Hargrave had the torn thumb ligament, and Armstead had the torn meniscus. And now Ward had one, too. Possible core surgery.
And George Kittle told us he had a hockey lower body and a hockey upper body injury.
And Drake Jackson had knee surgery, and Hufanga's coming back from an ACL, and Dre Greenlaw's Achilles. So they got a lot. They got a medical report we got to go through, too.
Debo was playing with the shoulder post-injury. Yeah.
He's got to talk to us about Brandon Ayuk. And as Lombardi and Barrows point out, listen to his language closely. Because when Bosa was out there, he was like, he shut it down. He's like, he's not going anywhere. That's off the table. Will he say that use the same language with Brandon Ayuk today?
Interesting.
So 11 a.m. today. That'll be very interesting. All right, Mike Krukow. We have so much to talk about Mike. We haven't talked to Mike since last Thursday when we were just starting our Scottsdale trip. Since then, they've played 3 games. Soler debuted. Harrison struck out 4. And the big news, Nick Ahmed comes in and Brandon Crawford becomes a Cardinal. So much to get to with Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, sometimes you just got to lift your leg and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Pick, the #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million members. It's the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike any other app, Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. No sharks, no competitive leagues. All you got to do is place your picks, and you've got a chance to win 10 times or 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. It's as simple as that. I've been using Prize Picks throughout the NFL season. Now I'm doing it in the NBA season. So why not sprinkle a couple shekels on Steph Curry tonight to go for more than 29 points against Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards? After that, all you got to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. It's that simple, folks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. It's Prize Picks.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we always love, listen, I mean, Mike has been such a soldier through all the winter and no activity from the Giants. Well, there's a lot of activity now. We have games. Marcus and I did 2 days of interviews down in Scottsdale. We have thoughts on that. And, of course, the huge news yesterday that Brandon Crawford agreed to a deal with the St. Louis Cardinals. Oh, my God, so many reactions. So, first and foremost, I want to tell everybody that Mike Krukow is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And second of all, as we say good morning to Mike, we just got to throw it out there. Brandon Crawford agrees to a deal with the St. Louis Cardinals. Mike, the floor is yours. Your thoughts?
Well, it's going to be hard to see him in that uni. Although he's going to look really good in it. I mean, that is a good uni. But, you know, we've had this discussion so many times about a guy who plays professional baseball. He really needs to get traded one time, at least, because it makes it different for you. And, you know, he's got a lot of pride. He's had a great career. He's the best Giant shortstop, you know, certainly the San Francisco Giants shortstop. And there's been some great shortstops, don't get me wrong. But I would argue that he's the best that the Giants have ever seen in their entire history. That's how much I think of this guy. He's just been the face of this franchise for so long in a very quiet, humble way. And how do you be flashy and spectacular and yet humble at the same time and look good doing it? Well, that's Brandon Crawford. But he's going to walk into that clubhouse, and he's going to look around. He's going to put that uniform on the first time, and it's going to blow his mind. And it is a cultural shock when you walk in there, especially when there's so many great players on that club. I mean, you know, Goldschmidt, Arenado. I mean, we could talk about that team. They got superstars over there. Well, he can look him in the eye. Remember, he was on the WBC team that won the whole thing. And guess who was the star of that whole show? He was. He was the best player on that team for that tournament. So I think he's going to elevate. I really do. I don't think money means a damn thing to him when he comes over there. I think it's all about proving that he is not done, and I think he assumes a role that is going to be able to accommodate his effectiveness. He doesn't have to worry about playing every day. You know, they can use him, they can save him, and I think at this point in his career, I think that's the best thing for him. But I expect him to have a great year for him. And as hard as it is for all of us to see him in a different uniform, and it is, because of what he's meant to us, I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Oh, it's all love for sure. So obviously the big question is, and just I know it's a delicate one because, you know the Giants and Farhan and the way they're building their team, but the question everybody's asking is, if you're looking for a backup veteran shortstop to mentor Luciano like Nick Ahmed, why wouldn't they just do that with Crawford and keep him for another year?
Well, I think it got down to economics. I mean, I think he made something like $17-18 million last year. And if you were going to have him stay in that uniform, I mean, you'd have to pay him probably twice what the Cardinals are paying him. I have no idea what the Cardinals have. Did you see the terms of the agreement?
No. It was my understanding, though, that Brandon would take a low-rent deal here in San Francisco.
Well, he wasn't going to take $5 million from the Giants, but he would from the Cardinals. And I also do believe in the back of his mind, he wants to know if anything really is greener on the other side. He's been a Giant for so long. He's defined the team and the region because of where, come on, who's got a better history than the Crawford family, being season ticket holders. And we all know the picture of Brandon when he was about 4 or 5 years old and the team was threatening to move to Tampa, and that picture of him. I mean, I held that kid up over my shoulders when he was, 4 or 5 years old, right? I mean, everything about the guy has just been all about the Bay. But I don't think that they could have given him an offer that he would have taken. I don't think he would have taken $5 million from the Giants, and I don't think that they're prepared to give him $10 million to assume that role.
And Mike, we've seen a lot of players from those Giants World Series teams move on in their career, whether we're talking Madison Bumgarner to the Diamondbacks, Brandon Belt to the Blue Jays, Tim Lincecum to the Anaheim Angels. But I wanted to ask if this feels different based on what you were just saying about Brandon Crawford being born and raised here in the Bay Area and his Bay Area ties. Does this one feel differently seeing him in a different uniform?
No, I think it's the same. And, it really hurt for all of us to see Bum in a D-backs uniform, and then we felt the same way with Lincecum in an Angel uniform. It just didn't seem right. But in talking to those guys, when they went to other teams, and it increased their appreciation for the Giants. It wasn't what they were raised with. It wasn't what they created. It wasn't what they were part of. And but I think it's an education that you have to have. I really do. And it is inevitable because it does remind you that this is a business, and at times it can be quite painful when we see these guys that we love walk out and go in a different direction. But I think it's just all part of the game.
It's wild, man. And, it's funny because, Mike, you were there October 2nd, the final game of the season. They lost to the Dodgers. His kids threw out the first pitch. He grabbed the microphone and spoke to the crowd. So it did feel like a farewell then. But he did say in all his comments, well, I haven't decided. So it was, can you imagine what he went through? I don't even know if you've talked to him because you guys are close about how he decided, yeah, I do want to play one more year.
Yeah, it was never a doubt. And I think this is the other thing, too, that, you can't fake a love for the game. You can say you love the game, but you can't fake it because there'll come a point when you'll give up yourself, you'll expose yourself, that you don't really love it. After a while, for a lot of guys, it's a nice paycheck. They're tired of the life. It's a stressful thing, especially with families. But then you see your Jim Rats. Then you see your Pablo Sandovals. Then you see your Brandon Crawfords. He's a Jim Rat. Guy loves it. He loves baseball. And, he loves to brag about all of the accomplishments he had on the gridiron when he was a high school quarterback, and we've all had fun with that over the years. But bottom line is, he is a baseball player. He was born to play that position in San Francisco. Shortstop, 3-time All-Star, 2-time world champion. I mean, he's just you get me going on the guy. I mean, I can go forever and ever. I really can. But he's been special in so damn many ways. And it's emotional.
Yeah, and I remember fans getting emotional last year on the last day of the season when Brandon Crawford took the mic and addressed the fan base. Now, the interesting thing this season is, Mike, I was looking up the Giants' schedule to see when Brandon Crawford and the Cardinals would come to town, and it actually turns out that the last series of the season, the Cardinals are going to be in town, which means Brandon Crawford could be on the field for the Willie Mack Award ceremony. He could be there for Fan Appreciation Day. How much of a response do you think that Brandon Crawford's going to get potentially in that last series of the season?
Standing ovation. Long, teary-eyed, emotional. And there's going to be two old broadcasters up there doing the same thing. And it's just, I had no idea when the Cardinals were going to be in San Francisco, and it just seems like it's so fitting. And it'll be another opportunity for the Giants fans to let them know how much they love them. Really, how many of these guys on these teams, the 2010, 12, and 14, how many of these guys are just completely etched into our brains, and we just love them to the core because of what they did for us and what they gave us. And Crawford, he's been a centerpiece. It's going to be great. I mean, I had no idea they were coming back that late, but it's just fitting.
It is. It's funny. You talk about different guys in different uniforms. Look at a guy like Sergio Romo and how many different uniforms he wore. My gosh, but he did wind up wearing a Giants uniform at the end. So, well, we'll see how this plays out. And obviously, it's going to be unpopular for Farhan to deal with the perception that he chose Nick Ahmed over Brandon Crawford. I guess last one on Crawford, then we'll ask you other guys, is do you think maybe there's one of the reasons Farhan in the front office said no is that he would be looming over a Luciano, like having a guy like him in the clubhouse, and say Luciano has a cold streak and goes 0 for 20, that we would turn on the mics at KNBR and say, you got to play Crawford, and that would maybe create a pressure on Luciano?
No, I don't think of that at all. I do. I just think it was just economical, and it just cut down to money. I don't know what Ahmed's signed for, but
it's a minor league deal compared to Crawford's major league deal.
Well, but he's still going to make some bucks. But I don't know if it's going to be anything close to what they would have had to pay. Again, Crawford would take the deal for $5 million. Let's assume it's $5 million. I don't have any idea what it is, but he'd take it in St. Louis, but he wouldn't take that in San Francisco. To me, if he'd have stayed here, it'd cost him $8 to $10 million, and I just think that it became an economical decision. The Ahmed thing, I bet he's making, or the offer for him is 1/5 of what they're paying. Maybe not that. Maybe 1/4 of what the Cardinals are paying Crawford.
Now, Mike, moving forward with the shortstop position, how do you think that playing time is going to break down for guys like Marco Luciano, Nick Ahmed, Tyler Fitzgerald, who we saw down in Scottsdale, and even Casey Schmidt?
Well, Ahmed's a safety net, no doubt about it, and he can play. He can pick. I mean, he's a good defensive player. You have to have defense at that position, and that's going to be the thing. And I'm as athletic as Luciano is, and I have no doubt he can hit the big leagues. None. He hit the ball from a right-handed hitter. He hit the ball to right field last year harder than anybody, harder than most guys I saw in the league. Now that's saying something. But it gives you an idea of the type of talent. I mean, you can see why this guy's, the organization and all of baseball has been in love with this guy. But can he play shortstop? I don't know. I haven't seen him enough. I don't know if he has the instinct for the position. And I want to see him prove me wrong. But what I've seen a couple of times is just, he made a couple of wrong decisions where, you can't do that at that level. So, he's going to be a big leaguer. Whether he's a shortstop or not, that remains to be seen. So if that's the case going into the season, you have to have a backup plan. And Ahmed's that player, or Casey Schmidt. I mean, look, I don't believe that they're done getting people. I'm going to take that to the first game of the season. I still think that they're going to add to this club by way of free agency. That's what I think. And so things could always change that way. I do know you have a talented young player. I don't know if he's ready to play shortstop at the big leagues yet. So these are going to be stories we're going to watch all through spring.
Yeah, and sadly he hasn't had a chance to get on the field yet because of hamstring tightness, nor has Jung-Hoo Lee. So two of the most intriguing names in camp haven't had a chance to get on the field yet. But, Mike, we'll end it on this. You've now had 3 box scores to look at. You can go any number of ways. Logan Webb got a start. Kyle Harrison had a heck of a start on Sunday. A guy named Ethan Small threw a couple of shutout yesterday. Jorge Soler debuted. Marcus mentioned Tyler Fitzgerald. He had a grand slam. There's a outfielder named, I got to make sure I get his name right, Munguia, who's kind of come through the ranks as a farmhand who hit a bomb yesterday. He's got a little flavor. Which of which names of the box scores grabbed you from the first 3 days?
Pitchers. I mean, right now you have your starting pitchers going 30 pitches. Although we saw Nestor Cortez yesterday with the Yankees get up there, I think around 50. So, but for the most part, they're going to throw an inning, maybe two. Well, that means you're going to see a lot of guys in the back end of the game. This is the time of the spring where you see these young arms that are going to get an opportunity to pitch. And I think it's all about these young arms. So, I mean, prior to, these last 3 games, you ever heard of Tommy Romero? We heard of Hayden Birdsong because he's got such a great name. Cody Stashik, you heard of him. Let's see, Juan Sanchez. You ever heard of those guys? No. But they threw the snot out of the ball in their debuts. They just put themselves on the map. They opened up the eyes of coaches, the manager, the general manager, the president. And then, as you mentioned, Ethan Small. He's no baby, but he's a first-round pick from the Brewers. I think he's 28 years old. He struck out 4 guys in 2 innings yesterday. That's telling everybody that I want to be in the big leagues and I can do this. And he threw the snot out of the ball. I don't know if you did you watch the game? You were there, right?
No, he pitched yesterday, so we weren't there. No.
Okay, but he threw the ball great.
Yeah, he did.
So I think this part of spring is really about the young arms as they they go out there. Well, who was one guy who just had a disaster yesterday? Oh God, I don't think he got it out.
Ben Joyce of the Angels had a really rough run. Is that what you're talking about?
For the Giants, there's some guy named McDonald who he actually had pretty good credentials. He didn't walk anybody. I think he had 11 walks all last year, and he walked 4 yesterday. So he was a little rattled. But I think it's all about the young arms right now. And this is your chance to put yourself on the map. There's some guys that have done it.
Well, it's great. And by the way, as we talk to you, the Giants just released their lineup for today, and Jung-Hoo Lee will make his debut in the Cactus League today, leading off. So that's some excitement. And Jordan Hicks is going to pitch. So pretty cool stuff, Mike. Good stuff for you to watch and listen to on sfgiants.com. Can't wait for you to digest a couple more games, and we will talk to you Thursday. Mike Krukow, ready for baseball today. How about that? Jung-Hoo Lee today, brother. There you go.
I'm looking forward to seeing him in a Giants uniform.
Go 6 for 6. You're only going to get 2 at bats, but go 6 for 6. All right?
They paid him a lot this offseason, Murph.
Yeah.
He's got to be the guy.
I was on that athletic preseason survey, and that was listed as one of the worst free agent
it's funny because I read that same article about worst free agent contracts, and 2 guys that are making their Giants debut today were both on that list.
We're gonna tell them to take that article and stick it where the sun don't shine, baby, because we got baseball today. You can hear that at sfgiants.com. We got John Lynch talking at 11 a.m., but of course we just talked to Mike about Brandon Crawford, and that's today's big hit. 808 KNBR, seeing Crawford in a Cardinal uniform. 808 KNBR. What do you think? And the easy question we want to ask all y'all is, where will this rank in terms of great Bay Area icons in other uniforms? I got my list going. You got your list going, brother?
Oh, I've got a couple names
What do you got? Kenny Stabler as a Houston Oiler? Is that what you got?
Dude, you stole that from me and Overnight Dave. Took it right underneath my plate.
I was joking. I didn't know you had that on your plate.
I asked Overnight Dave some of his old Raider classics.
He was a saint, too, actually.
He said that. Obviously, I go Marcus Allen with the Kansas City Chiefs. You know, one that sticks out with the Raiders, Namdi Osman to the Jets. But we're not talking Raiders. We'll talk Niners, Giants, Warriors on the other side.
Mike, of course, is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. 808 KNBR, the big hit. Crawford is a Cardinal. Where does it rank in Bay Area icons wearing other uniforms? Text line is 415-808-5627 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
ESPN's NFL insider Dan Graziano stopped by the morning show with Murph and myself yesterday to talk about the NFL's increase in salary cap and how it's going to affect the 49ers' decision on what they do with Brandon Ayuk moving forward. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie. In his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam. 1-2. Volquez set. He pitches, and Crawford hits a high fly ball right field. Snyder going back. He's looking up. It's gone! Brandon Crawford has launched a grand slam over that 21-foot-high wall, and the Giants have taken a 4-0 lead and totally silenced this crowd in Pittsburgh.
0-1. Kane does not go. The pitch is a bouncy ball up the middle. Danik dives. It's got a glove hand flip to Crawford. The first, not in time.
Oh, I don't know about that play at first. But that was an absolutely spectacular play from Joe Panik.
Here's the 1-0. And that is lined into center field, base hit, a 7th hit for Crawford. Belled around third, Ozuna up with the ball. Here comes his throw, the slide. He's safe at home plate. But Brandon Crawford has matched a modern-day big league record with his 7th hit, and it puts the Giants ahead.
Crawford swings, and he drives one deep to right field. Blackman back. It is gone. Brandon Crawford does it again. And the Giants have gone back-to-back here in the fourth. The third home run of the day for Crawford.
Oh, man. Young Tony puts together quite the package of number 35, Brandon Crawford, who we all thought last October had played his last game as a Giant. His kids threw out the first pitch. He grabbed the microphone. He did leave a crack in the door, though, and that crack has now been kicked wide open with the news that he agreed to a deal with the St. Louis Cardinals. And yes, of course, our reaction is the political reaction of, why would they sign Nick Ahmed instead of Brandon Crawford? But right now for the big hit, we want to go on more of the emotional reaction. And you brought us all the way back to 2011. His first big league hit, a grand slam in Milwaukee. He had no hair, but his hair was short back then, and no facial hair either.
I got to say, I want to give a shout out to the San Jose Giants who, I love going down to those games at old San Jose Muni. They did a great post yesterday of a bunch of pictures of Brandon Crawford as a San Jose Giant. I mean, Murph, I go down to the stadium and there's a mural of Brandon Crawford on the side of the wall.
Really?
Next to Bumgarner, next to Tim Lincecum, next to all these guys that obviously played a huge part in the Giants World Series run. And I know Pablo Sandoval is back in camp right now, but Brandon Crawford was kind of the last of the Mohicans. He was the last tied to those World Series titles.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Pablo, of course, being the other one. But yeah, for sure. And so it leads us to these great moments. And every region has to deal with this. But when your icon wears another uniform, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Now, there's some very obvious low-hanging fruit. Joe Montana as a Kansas City Chief. Still odd. And by the way, he played well there. Got him to the AFC Championship, too. Beat Steve Young and the Niners for sure. Mm-hmm. But you can really just go with those 80s Niners, and I can give you a Mount uniform more of 4 legends who wore different uniforms. Joe Montana, Kansas City Chief. Jerry Rice, Oakland Raider. Seattle Seahawk, brother. He was a Seahawk. And he made Ronnie Lott, Oakland Raider. New York Jet. And then the fourth would be Tom Rathman, Oakland Raider. Fifth one, Roger Craig, Oakland Raider. Wait a minute. One man's trash is another man's treasure. One man gathers what another man spills.
Give me your castaways. I'll take them all
Give me the wretched refuse of your losing shores.
Which is a funny perspective because, that might be weird to you, but Murph, as a kid growing up, I had a Jerry Rice Raider jersey. My brother had a Ronnie Lott Raider jersey.
That's incredible.
So, we have all these Raider jerseys. Once a Raider, always a Raider, Murph.
Your answer is, wait, he played for the Niners?
Who are you talking about? I'm talking hilarious. Forever Raiders here, Murph.
They're pouring in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. As I tell you, of course, we are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Guys, this doesn't limit it to the Niners. We can go bigger. Now, the idea of Crawford in a Cardinal uniform, and we're talking about those World Series heroes, you can go to that group. Madison Bumgarner as a Diamondback. That was a tough one.
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum as an Angel.
Awkward.
Brian Wilson went to the Dodgers.
Sergio Romo went to the Dodgers.
Sergio Romo also went to the Rays, Marlins, Twins, A's. Help me out. There's a few more, too.
All over the world.
Dude, he's
Sergio
a great
Romo.
immaculate gritter, by the way. Just don't sleep on Sergio as an immaculate grid guy. And the guys who are the stories are the guys who escaped that. Buster Posey stayed in a Giants uniform his whole life. We just inducted Patrick Willis into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He and Bryant Young are two of only 6 Niners to spend their entire career with the Niners of going to the Hall of Fame, joining old names like Dave Wilcox and Jimmy Johnson, the great Jimmy Johnson. But yeah, man, it's going to be tough watching this happen. Tim Lincecum. I'll give you another one. Will Clark to the Texas Rangers. And that was a tough one because he was here from 86 to 93 and it was going good, but he and Barry Bonds did not see eye to eye. Now they're buddies. Now they sit together at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner, but they did not see eye to eye, and Will left and went to Texas.
You know who else I had to get used to seeing in a Rangers jersey? Bruce Bochy.
Oh, dude.
The man that was raising up the World Series trophy last year.
Yeah, boy. Now, there's a difference between guys who were born and raised here. Bochy came from San Diego, right?
Yeah.
So, but guys who were born and raised here, like a Brandon Crawford, like a Ronnie Lott, like a Joe Montana, like a Jerry Rice. So some of these guys come through. Here's one, we don't talk about the east side of the Bay enough. Jason Giambi in a Yankee uniform. Now, you like that.
See, me as a kid, I had a split poster of Jason Giambi and Derek Jeter on my wall, so that wasn't too weird to me. What was even weirder was seeing Jason Giambi in a Rockies jersey.
Yeah, but that was it. Yeah, boy. I just used him in Immaculate Grid as a Rocky the other day, by the way. Nice. Yeah. 650 says it hurt to see Matt Williams as a Cleveland Indian. He was very political about that when we talked to him about that. He said, it worked out for everyone. He said it worked out for everyone. He said, same 650 says Chris Mullen in an Indiana Pacers uni.
Wow, that's a good one.
That was very, very tough. 530 says the Buffalo Bills would tell you O.J. Simpson as a 49er.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson as a 49er is a weird one for sure.
Shout out to my neighbor, O.J.
209 says, how about just out of market, Peyton Manning going from the Colts to the Broncos?
That pissed me off so badly, Murph. I hated seeing Peyton Manning in that dumb orange color.
Yeah, I never accepted him.
Home Depot orange.
I kind of don't accept his Super Bowl as a Bronco. Is it okay that I reject that?
I mean, he's got to go into the Hall of Fame as a Colt, right?
Well, I would think it's no question, right?
Well, the Broncos retired Peyton Manning's number. They have it up in the stadium.
I mean, that's like, bro, come on.
You would think.
Tom Brady as a Buccaneer.
Yeah.
How did New England deal with that?
That's weird.
John in San Rafael is checking in with a couple of Giants. John, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, guys, this is a generational thing, I guess, because there is nothing that ripped the hearts out of the fans of San Francisco more than Willie Mays in a Mets uniform.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know if you were listening.
Follow that up.
Yeah.
You follow that up with McCovey.
Oh, boy.
Going to San Diego.
Oof. Don't forget McCovey stopped at the A's for like 2 weeks. He was there with the Oakland A's for 2 weeks.
Those two.
Hey, Hey, John, while I have
give you an honorable mention?
Just real quick, though, doesn't McCovey get soothed out by the fact that he came back and got an unbelievable final run as a Giant?
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. But still, when he went, there were tears. And I would say this. There are 2 honorable mentions of never were's that were local boys.
Yeah.
And that would be Aaron Rodgers and the GOAT, Tom Brady.
Yeah. Who never got to wear a Niner uniform, you mean?
Yep. And they could have drafted both of them.
Yeah. Good stuff, John. Appreciate it. So earlier I told the story. In 2007, I got to write the 50-year history of the Giants, and I got to talk to so many different people, and one of them was Lon Simmons, who was just, could barely get the words out. I mean, Lon Simmons, he might be a bigger deal to me than Willie McCovey, right? I mean, it's Lon Simmons, man. I was like, But anyway, I was talking to him about, his tenure and starting with Russ Hodges and Seal Stadium and everything. And then he became really close with Willie Mays through the years. And then he told me the story, and I think the facts check out here. The Giants were in Montreal. They're at the end of their run. They had their run through the 60s, and they made their run with Mays and McCovey and Cepeda, who got traded to St. Louis, by the way. Shout out Brandon Crawford. Orlando Cepeda paved the path for the Ray Sadecki trade. But anyway, they had reached the end of the run, and Horace Stoneham was losing money, and nobody was coming to the park because the Giants were getting old. Juan Marichal had to leave, and they traded Willie Mays to the Mets. And Lon Simmons said they were in Montreal when it happened. Their next stop was New York, and they had to go see Mays. And Lon said he was in the visiting dugout, BP, Shea Stadium, and Mays trotted up the steps in the blue and the orange and the gray, or the white, blue, and orange. And Simmons said he was overcome with emotion, and he just shook his head, and he took his hand, and he just said he just waved it, and he said, I can't. And then he just went down the tunnel. How about that? Yeah. Delon Simmons seeing his good buddy Mays in a Mets uniform after all those years.
That's got to be tough.
Now, the only thing is that he was going back home to where he had started his career as a New York Giant. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it was tough. It was very tough for, you heard John and San Rafael, that generation, seeing it for sure. Mm-hmm. And I think for the new generation, this is Brandon Crawford becoming a St. Louis Cardinal.
Yeah.
And the big, if we get away from the emotion for a minute, guys, did this have to happen? I think the answer is no. I think it didn't have to happen. I think once he expressed a desire to come back and told the Giants he was willing to be a backup utility guy, they could make it happen. But I think Farhan didn't want him looming around in the clubhouse as a threat to Luciano.
Yeah, but he was so good as a mentor last year to a guy like Casey Schmidt. So that's why I thought he could work with Tyler Fitzgerald, with Marco Luciano, and all these guys. And listen, you can look at the baseball reference page. Brandon Crawford obviously did not have a great season last year. But if he's coming in on a vet minimum contract, and you just look at the overall experience, whether it's the World Series titles, whether it's the Gold Gloves, whether it's the 2021 season where they won 107 games and he finished top 5 in the MVP voting. Like, that kind of experience is like unmeasurable, and like it's so important to have in a clubhouse. Yeah. And that's why it's confusing when you look at the Cardinals, who are almost in the same exact situation. Mason Winters, their starting shortstop, he's a rookie. They wanted a veteran behind him. It's the same thing that's playing out here in San Francisco, but the Giants went with Nick Ahmed instead.
Yeah, 415 says, Jordan Poole as a Wizards uniform gets me in my feelings. Right.
Shout out Michael Jordan in a Wizards uniform.
The hockey crowd has come out and said, we're totally sleeping on Patrick Marleau as a Toronto Maple Leaf. Yeah. That was no good. Or Joe Pavelski as a Dallas Star. Yeah. Or Joe Thornton as a Carolina Panther or a Carolina Hurricane. Is that right?
Who was it? I went to go see Brian Burns, I think you're thinking of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, where did Thornton wind up? Come on, help me out.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm foggy on my hockey news
Mr.
right now.
San Jose?
I'm Mr. San Francisco, Murph. What are you talking about?
Yes, for sure. You were just telling us about the murals down at San Jose Muni, which are no more for you, buddy. Well, again, Thornton didn't start here. He started with the Bruins, but then he played here, obviously, forever. And he wound up with Toronto and Florida.
Murph, I'm just surprised that we've gone 7 minutes into the segment and we haven't mentioned the number one option for me.
Yeah?
Jimmy Garoppolo in a Raider jersey.
Oh, hey now.
But he came good enough for us to win.
He came from the Patriots. Mitch is calling us from New Jersey. New Jersey, checking in, Mitch. Mitch, good morning. How are you?
Oh, how you guys doing? How about Schmidt? He wound up being a Dodger, but the most that gets my goat, Marcus Allen not finished his career with the Oakland Raiders.
Yeah.
And now the Raiders. He should have been a Raider his whole career. And what's with not retiring numbers? It's not even going to have 100 guys in the Hall of Fame. I doubt that he's one of those guys that his number should have been retired and should have been a Raider. What do you think?
Are you a Raider fan, Mitch?
Yeah, I like a few teams. Kind of strange.
You're a good man. Hey, Mitch, that's really cool. You know why? Because, I mean, Mark, your guy.
Yeah.
We don't forget. We don't forgive and we don't forget.
Yeah, there's some weeds you can get into with Al Davis and Marcus Allen.
Everyone is listening 10 to 2 and talk to G-Pop about that. He has all the details on that, doesn't he?
Oh, that's the guy you want to talk to.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I would say Brent Burns. People asking here, 650 says Farhan just gave Giants fans the middle finger. That's an interesting take right there. 209 says, off the playing note, George Seifert as a Carolina Panther was weird. Very weird. Especially when he went 1-15. That was no good. 310 says, how about Matt Duffy as a Tampa Bay Ray?
Oh, that's your boy Duffy.
I know. Who's now, by the way, in Rangers camp.
Wow.
With Boch.
Back with Boch.
Yeah, Boch is giving him a chance.
And speaking, just because we just had that great interaction with Pablo Sandoval and Bruce Bochy this past weekend, I was so pissed off when Pablo Sandoval signed with the Red Sox. And then, obviously, it was a disaster, but it made me even like Pablo even more as a player because I hate the Red Sox so much.
Another funny story about writing books. That day I had the 2014 World Series book. I had to get Bruce Bochy for the foreword. And, of course, they just won the World Series. He was in high demand, but Boch, being Boch, agreed to do a phone call with me, even though he was, under high demand and he was gone underground. And it was the day of the Pablo Sandoval free agency decision. And we were supposed to talk. We had set it up weeks in advance. And I was like, geez, Bruce. I texted him. I was like, I know it's a busy day. And he goes, no, Murph, give me a call. So I called him and I said, hey, I know it's busy. Thanks for taking the call. He goes, yeah. I said, what are you doing? He goes, well, I'm just sitting around here waiting for Pablo to call. And he goes, I don't think he's going to call, so let's just do this interview. That was so funny. Remember Bobby Evans came on our show that morning and said, we still haven't been told we haven't gotten a rose. That's what he said. He went bachelor on
I was
it.
going to say, what is this, a bachelor?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Shout out to your Pebble Beach interview with Chris Hansen.
Yep, Chris Harrison. That was that was a pretty tough one for me, man. Hey, somebody brings up a really good 707 says, forget sports. How about David Letterman going to CBS? That's pretty good. That was really weird, and it never really felt right. 916 says, how about Charles Haley as a Cowboy? 415, Mitch Richmond as a Sacramento King. That's a good one. 916, Juan Marichal as a Dodger. Yes, for sure. And 707 says, us trifecta, Jeff Kent, Jason Schmidt, and Brian Wilson, all Dodgers. I'll throw in Sergio Romo to make it a foursome. Yeah. Throw in Sergio Romo to make it a foursome.
I mean, I know how much Giants fans hate the Dodgers, but it's what we were talking about earlier. You heard Mike Krukow talk about how hard it's going to see Brandon Crawford in a Cardinals uniform. Like, I think we're all glad that Crawford's still playing baseball, but the fact that he's going to be doing it with that bat and those birds on his chest is going to feel weird.
707 and 650 say, guys, I know it's not your sport and it's not your market, but maybe the number one is Wayne Gretzky as an LA King. That's pretty good. That was a huge deal when he got traded from Edmonton to the LA Kings. It was like the LA Kings. You got to be kidding me. Rick Barry to the Rockets says 415. By the way, Rick Barry coming on tomorrow to talk about the Warriors.
Hell yeah.
Who still believes. Yeah, still believes that he's going to do his thing, that the Warriors can still do their thing. And yes, 408 saying, did I miss it? Montana as a Chief. Yes, we opened with Montana as a Chief. I think it's Mays. I think you opened with Mays as a Met and Montana as a Chief. And by the way, as we wrap up here, we'll get a couple more calls in here, but that's instructive now. You always have to remember that about trading somebody. You know, like, could you trade Brandon Ayuk? Pfft. You traded Joe Montana and Willie Mays, okay? Yeah. You can trade anybody.
Nobody's safe, Murph.
I mean, like Steph Curry one day.
I mean, think about us talking about the future of the big three here in San Francisco with the Dubs. Steph, hopefully he ends his career here. He should. Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. How's it all going to end here in San Francisco?
Dude, if Joe Montana and Willie Mays didn't end their career in San Francisco, then Steph Curry can very well not end his career as a Warrior. I've always thought that he might want to end as in Charlotte.
Go back to Carolina,
just for like 1 year. You know, like I'll let you go for 1 year. You have to come back after. Do your thing. 707 says T.O. as a Cowboy and an Eagle. That was pretty good. That was because he was sure. 917 says Will Clark as a Ranger. I did mention that, Brady. That was a really, really tough one. Huh. And who was it? Jason Richardson as a Charlotte Bobcat. Was that it? Was that the one that was brought up?
Oh, I think you're right on that.
Yeah, was that
I
where
saw
you
that on the text line? Sorry, I got distracted. 831 said Arnold Schwarzenegger as a governor.
Some people would take him back. John in Discovery Bay is checking in on the big hit here. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, you guys. How you doing?
What's up, John?
Good. Actually, you guys say Rangers, but the first thing I think about is Will Clark and Jack Clark both wearing 22 for the St. Louis Cardinals. That always looked really weird to me.
Yeah, Jack Clark. You know what? That's good when you brought up. Jack Clark was traded by the Giants to the Cardinals. Will got to the Cardinals after stopping with the Rangers and the Orioles. Don't forget that.
Right.
Yeah.
And one more, which is probably not like high on a lot of people's radar, but for me it was Landon Donovan going from the Earthquakes to the LA Galaxy.
Oh.
That was weird.
Kind of like that one. I forgot that Donovan was I associate him with the Galaxy. He was a Quake. Landon Donovan.
That's right.
Yeah, good call. Nice, John. Nice pull. Yes, Jason.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, man. Jason Richardson did leave for the Charlotte Bobcats in 2007, 2008. He also wound up as a Phoenix Sun, Orlando Magic, and Philadelphia 76er at the end of his run. So anyway, well, listen, it's been fun, and it's all inspired by Brandon Crawford doing his move to St. Louis. And if you guys missed it, on his Instagram story, he posted a shot from an airplane. And ever the DJ, he found the perfect song, the current banger by Doja Cat, Paint the Town Red. Shout out Burt Bacharach and Dionne Warwick's Walk On By. And obviously painting the town Cardinal red.
Brandon Crawford, shortstop of the Cardinals. How about that infield, by the way? Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, and Brandon Crawford. That's some damn defense right there.
Oh, man. By the way, 925, Frank Gore is a Colt. Don't forget.
Oh,
Come on now.
Frank Gore is a Jet. Frank Gore is a Bill.
Yeah, that's
what
a
do you
tough
want?
one.
Frank went a lot of places.
831 comes for you. Marcus says it was not fun to see Charles Woodson as a Packer.
See, but that's where I kind of related to what you were saying about Willie McCovey, because Charles Woodson went out, won a Super Bowl ring, won a defensive MVP, and then came back to the Raiders.
Yes, came back. And yeah, for sure. All right, guys, here's the deal. That was fun. And Brandon Crawford, we all agree. Listen, we wish you well. And the Cardinal uniform, at least, is a handsome uniform. And as Marcus has pointed out, the Cardinals finished their season in San Francisco. What kind of year is he going to have? Is he going to, first of all, is he going to make the team?
I mean, you would think so. You look at who they have on the roster right now. It's a rookie. Brandon Donovan got some time last year. He's injured right now. I think there's a path for Crawford to actually get some playing time this year.
Tommy Edmond is also banged up, who was a guy that was going to play for them, too. And they have a kid named Mason Wynn that they want him to mentor for sure. So, all right, guys, that was fun. Big hit. Here's the deal. Cooler content on the other side. Later on, we, of course, have Marcus Thompson going to join us about 9:15. But the three threads today, he's driving the story. The return of the Warriors and Jordan Poole tonight, 4 o'clock in Washington. John Lynch talking at the Combine at Indy today at 11 a.m. and Brandon Crawford leaving. We did the emotion. We can get into the politics of it a little bit later, and did Farhan make the right move? But cooler content, couple chuckles, and information coming your way next on The Sports Leader.
I'm doing well, guys. Happy opening day.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Athletic's Tim Kawakami stopped by the Papa and Lynch show yesterday morning to talk about his expectations for the Dubs post-All-Star break and also when we can expect for the news to drop on the 49ers' new defensive coordinator. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the text line darn near melted down during the Bay Area Icons in Other Uniforms segment as Brandon Crawford descends on the Grapefruit League and wears his Cardinal uni. He won't wear the true Cardinal uni because the spring training uniforms are different. I've never liked the Giants' black jerseys down there, by the way. Never liked them. Yeah.
I love the Giants' black jerseys.
Really?
I'm a big fan of black jerseys.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, I'd rather go Black Friday than Orange Friday.
Man, oh man. I don't like them either. Just wear the damn home creams, all right?
You're a City Connect guy, though, right? Listen.
The hat was okay. Actually, I like their spring training hats this year. I got one. I got one.
I know, you were rocking it, too.
Yeah. I like it.
We went out to Eggs for breakfast, and I didn't even recognize you.
I got Declan one of the fit. He likes to wear his. Now, what do you guys call the snapback? The snapback has the.
It's a snapback. What else would you call it?
Well, what do you guys call the fitted ones? If you wear like a 7.5 fitted Giants hat,
you call it a fitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So which is cooler, a fitted or a snapback?
Oh, so that's the thing. I've always been more of a fitted backwards hat kind of guy, inspired by Ken Griffey Jr. Yeah. But now, since I've grown out my hair a little bit, I do like rocking the snapbacks as well.
Why? Because it lets your hair breathe a little?
Well, I can also adjust it based on the length of my hair if I get a haircut or not.
Look at
like when I was getting old buzz cut in the fade, like my head size was the same every single day. But
sorry, he goes with the fitted. Is that all right?
That's perfectly fine. I'm a fitted guy too.
I go with the dad hat. The one that has the stretchy back.
Oh, is that the one that's pre-bent already?
Yeah.
I'm not a big bender of
I
the
know,
bill.
right? That's the dad hat,
Yeah,
right? Exactly.
That's the dad
You got to
hat.
play your role.
I'm more of a California flat brim kind of guy.
So is the 16-year-old.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. That's the California style right there.
All right. Out to the cooler content. So this actually annoys me. I saw on social media that the golf match was on with Rory McIlroy on TNT. I couldn't find it. I was on my TV guide going up and down, looking for it. I couldn't find it.
You just said it was on TNT.
Well, that's why it didn't appear on my TNT guide. What time was it on?
That's a great question.
Did you watch it?
No, you're the golf guy. You're supposed to know
I
this
know.
stuff.
I kept looking. Was it on like tape delay or something? Was it on early?
Oh, I don't know. I can tell you I watched Monday Night Raw last night because it was in San Jose down at SAP.
You know what? I got how was it?
Oh, it was pretty cool.
You know what? I got a large. You had time, even though you're moving into the house to watch Monday Night Raw?
Well, because I saw my guy Baby Huey posting stories about it. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool.
Your cable's up already? Or are you watching your phone?
No. I was just watching on my phone through a stream. And you know who was there last night in San Jose?
Get out of here.
Not Brock Purdy. Paul Heyman was there, though.
Oh, darn it.
The guy who said Brock Purdy's name, Paul Heyman. I should have set
Brock
that up.
Purdy
Sorry.
had a tractor up on Bernal Heights, we heard. He's doing a John Deere ad. And somebody wrote in yesterday and said that he actually alerted a dog walker that there was a coyote near the person. I wonder if that's true or not. Anyway.
Oh, 100% true. I see coyotes all the time in the
city. I know. You think Brock alerted the dog walker? There's a coyote near you?
You think he's at the line of scrimmage? Coyote. Omaha.
You know what I got a big chunk of yesterday? Because I was looking for the darn match and I couldn't find it. So I settled on, Rudy. When's the last time you got a good chunk of Rudy?
Oh, it's been a while, Murph.
And I remember seeing it in the theater with my dear buddy, my long-lost pal Harmsy, and I remember leaning over to him halfway through when Rudy was breaking in. Remember when he scaled the fence and broke in through the window? And I said to my buddy Harmsy in the theater, I said, Rudy, inspirational story or total psychopath? My God, dude, he does not check the mental wellness check in that movie. It's the behavior of a guy who's off his rocker. It really is. I'm like, it's hard for me to rally behind this kid. He's got several screws loose.
I was going to say, and the fact that he was breaking in, too. I know they did a whole 30 for 30 on the Catholics versus the convicts. I didn't know it was about Rudy.
Ah, nice, man. Very good. Anyway, it's just like, I was like, no, my memory is correct. He's a psychopath. So anyway, it was hard to really fire up for that. Anyway, so I couldn't find the match.
I'm sorry. I wanted to get this right from real quick. What do you give me for the delusional confidence of a Rudy and a William Hung?
That's pretty darn good.
I had to get it in.
Somebody wrote in yesterday and said, if William Hung had that much confidence, do you think there was a source?
Hey now.
Anyway, the match. Here's Chuck. I guess I missed it. Chuck and Shaq, and they were all doing it. I wasn't there, but this is Chuck insulting Shaq here.
Aline Croucher also plays on the LPGA Tour from Germany. Has taught me my favorite German word, Niedpferd. Mine's a bit off.
Do I want to know what that is?
It's hippopotamus. It means the horse of the Nile.
Oh, I know a
Literal
hippopotamus.
translation.
He works on TNT on Thursday nights.
All right, so there it is.
Just taking stray shots at my guy Shaq.
Did Chuck have a cold? He didn't sound right there. He sounded like he was a little nasally.
I know a hippopotamus. He works on TNT on Thursday nights.
Yeah, he says a little bit different nasal
A little
tone.
stuffed up. By the way, since you have so much experience in golf, have you ever seen Charles Barkley swing a golf club live in person?
Not live, no, sadly. And we've been up in Tahoe. I don't know why I've missed it. I was too busy playing with your guy Marcus Allen in a Pro-Am, buddy.
That's Kansas City Chief Marcus Allen.
Yeah, there you go. This was the big story last night nationally. It was the Knicks-Pistons game. The Pistons have 8 wins this year. They're trying to, get to 10. They really are. And they were going to beat the Knicks. They were up 1 with 10 seconds to go. The Knicks missed a shot. The ball got loose. Asar Thompson, Bay Area's own rookie for the Pistons, corralled the ball. Dante DiVincenzo, forever warrior, crashes into him like a crash test dummy. No call. Steals the ball. Knicks score and win. Monty Williams not happy. Even the ref after the game said, yeah, we completely blew that one. Monty Williams, does this count as a rant? Check it out.
Where's the New York media now? The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
Up he went and out. Take that for data. Maybe not quite as memorable as our guy from Toronto, our favorite coach from the Raptors.
Complete trash.
Darko was his name. Listen, good rant by Monty, composed. I love the where's the New York media now shot to start. And he's 100% right. There's really it's just hilarious. It's just one of the most botched calls you'll see, and it happens at the climax of the game, too.
And that's the thing. Think about if the roles were reversed and it was Asar taking out Dante DiVincenzo. Then the New York media would have really blown up, but the Knicks won the game, so that's why the New York media ain't saying nothing.
So the Monty Williams Pistons sad tour continues. 8 wins. They can't get an obvious call. They still have to win, too, to avoid that 9-win Sixers thing. Do we have Darko? Did you find the Raptor? See, there's 2 different ways. Monty was very calm and composed, or you could go this way in Toronto.
You shot with 23 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you?
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all of that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back, it's a complete crap.
Yeah, Darko.
I mean, that's got to be the rant of the year.
It is awesome. And the accent is so charming.
I mean,
really is,
Murph,
yes.
I was just walking around my house watching the All-Star game, dropping Scotty Barnes. There's Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
He was at the All-Star game.
Yeah,
yes,
he was an All-Star.
Yes,
Scotty Barnes.
So Monty Williams' rant versus Darko's rant in Toronto. We'll give Darko's style points, but Monty was just as pissed. Where's the New York media now? All right, guys, we probably break there at that? Yeah, okay, we got a couple in there. And that was a fun little cooler of content. We'll, of course, continue to build that during the week. Hey, here's the deal. We got to talk about the basketball game tonight. The Warriors are going to see an old friend. How you feeling about Jordan Poole? We checked in with a reporter from Washington, D.C. about Jordan Poole's status and how you feeling about the Warriors' chances tonight to stick one in their old pal, Jordan Poole, who, by the way, we talked about the Pistons with 8 wins. The Wizards have 9. 4 o'clock tip.
Yeah, trouble in paradise for James Wiseman and Jordan Poole.
That's right. The Jordan Poole, that was actually a thing Colin Cummey brought up in his interview yesterday with with Johnny and Greg, that the record of the Warriors of sending away young players is pretty good. They do not flourish elsewhere. It's not like there's not like when Bobby Evans traded Brian Reynolds to the Pirates and he wound up being an all-star outfielder.
Yeah.
Like Scotty Barnes.
Or Zach Wheeler, who we hear about every postseason.
That one we knew, though. We wanted Beltran. It didn't work out.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, Jordan Poole revenge game next on the Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
Lucky you get me back to back, because I'm going to talk about Zero Res right now and the flash sale that ends today. Okay, that big tile sale. We told you guys it was 2 days only. Today's the last day. Monday and Tuesday, $43 per room of carpet or tile cleaned today only. Okay, today only. It's the Zero Res flash sale. It's just $43 per room of carpet or tile cleaned. But you got to call today and ask for the KNBR special, 877-321-0739, or book online at zeroresbayarea.com. Use KNBR special online to get $43 per room clean. Today only. Do not miss out. It's the flash sale, the big tile sale, $43 per room cleaned of carpet or tile. Once again, call 877-321-0739 or go to zeroresbayarea.com. This is a beautiful opportunity. Use the KNBR special to get $43 per room. Once again, 877-321-0739 or zeroresbayarea.com.
Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All righty. We got Warrior basketball tonight in Washington, D.C., nation's capital. Warriors, Wizards. You got to go get this one, right?
I mean,
you got to go get this
Wizards are one of the worst teams in basketball.
Well, and defensively, they are the worst team in basketball, yes.
So the answer is yes. The Warriors should win tonight. Now, it is going to be an interesting interaction between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole squaring off for the first time, but this is a game the Warriors should win.
They played together all last year. Is it any different now that he's gone? I mean, like, is there extra tension or
I
less
think so.
tension?
I think there's a different relationship when you're going through a divorce versus post-divorce.
I think you're right about that. I think that's a good call.
Like, you're trying to make it work for the kids. Jordan Poole and Draymond were trying to make it work for Steph and Clay.
That's a good call. And then you get the divorce. Then you guys move out. Then you wind up seeing your ex at some function. And there's definite tension in the air, right? Yeah, there's definite tension in the air.
100%.
So Draymond last time was not around. December 22, the Wizards came to town. Draymond was suspended.
Yeah.
I mean, Jordan Poole's like, you see?
Yeah. This is why the hell I got out of town. Yeah.
Jordan's like, this is what I was talking about.
I tried telling you guys. I tried telling you.
But anyway, he will face him tonight. And we will see face to face. I'm not anticipating any fireworks per se.
But I want Draymond to go one-on-one with Jordan Poole tonight. Because we know Draymond can guard all 5 positions. I want Draymond to be looking for that smoke.
I mean, is Poole go? He didn't go off on the Giants on the Warriors last time he came through here.
No, I think he shot 3 for 12, 3-point range, around like 25 points or something like that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going good. But listen, guys, here's the deal. We're just catching up on him and how you're feeling about this now. I think it's undeniable. The Warriors made a great trade. Right? It's undeniable. They were able to acquire Chris Paul's expiring contract, add to their second unit. Oh, by the way, Chris Paul comes back tonight. How about that?
It's the CP3 reunion in Washington, D.C.
So we have that going on. And the fact that Jordan Poole seems, I don't want to say regressing, but regressing. He's playing poorly.
Without a doubt.
So we actually talked to a reporter from Washington, D.C. early this morning, Chase Hughes. He does their Wizards reporting for Monumental Sports Network, which is their equivalent of NBC Sports Bay Area. Get it? Monumental for the Washington Monument?
Ooh,
get it?
Nice.
All right, there
Good
you go.
dad joke. Good dad joke.
By the way, Poole scored 25 in that game, 7 of 21 from the field.
Yeah, I think it was 3. I think Tony just confirmed, though, 3 for 12 from 3-point range. Did not shoot well from behind the arc.
Warriors won that game 129-118. Remember, it was a little bit closer than they wanted it to be. Remember that? It was like a kind of a mucky game. We were like, God, you couldn't even put the Warriors away. Back then, they were 14-14. Now the Warriors are what, 27-26? Is that what they are now, or 27-25?
Yeah, Murph, they're somewhat breaking even.
Somewhat very good. 29-27. So since that game, they've gone 15-13. We're expecting them to go on a run, but it's going to be a tough little roadie. I mean, at New York Thursday, and you know you're not getting any calls at Madison Square Garden based on Monty Williams' experience last night.
Dante DiVincenzo's taking out legs. But
exactly.
You say that we're looking for the Warriors to go on a bit of a run. Aren't they technically on a run right now since the return of Draymond Green?
Yes, they are.
11-4 in the last 15 games?
I guess I was slowed by the Nuggets game.
Yeah. And, of course, the All-Star break kind of separated that timeline.
But no, they're right. They're playing much, much better. And, in fact, 8-2. They're 10 and, let's see, so they were 8-2 coming out of the break, and then they went to 10-2. 10-3 in the last 13. I mean, that's really, really good. So, anyway, Chase Hughes of the Monumental Sports Network talked to us about the Jordan Poole situation. Guy got benched. And he responded by scoring 31 on Sunday, which was a season high. So we asked him, what's the deal? Why did Jordan Poole get benched?
Yeah, so it happened at the All-Star break. Coming out of the All-Star break, I'd kind of heard that they were considering putting him from the starting lineup to the bench in the second half of the year. I didn't think it would happen so soon, but that's the move they made coming out of it. And the reasoning is obviously a change of scenery is something that could help him. He hasn't had the best season offensively, but also the way they've explained it is that they want him to play more point guard. They want him to play more on the ball. And I didn't realize how much point guard he played in Golden State. I knew he was a combo guard there, but Basketball Reference has this position estimate where they have a percentage of a player's minutes at each position. And he's played by far the largest percentage of minutes at the 2-guard spot this year than he has his entire career. Usually it's been like 40% point guard, 60% 2-guard. This year it's been like up close to 85% at shooting guard. So he's talked about how that could help. So we'll see how it plays out over a large period of time.
Yeah, listen, the guy's getting paid no matter what. 4 years, 140, right? So it's not like he's crying poor, but it has gone poorly. They're a 9-win team, and across the board, his numbers are down. His field goal percentage right now is 39.9, lowest in his career. I mean, except for his rookie year when he barely played. But he was at 43.44 as a Warrior, 39.9 now as a Wizard. From the stripe, from the three-point line, I should say, from the arc, I should say, he's at 30.9, markedly down from a high of 36.4 during the NBA championship season of 2022. So he's shooting it poorly. He's shooting it. Funny enough, you'd think he'd be gunning and shooting it more often. He actually is averaging fewer attempts this year than last year, believe it or not.
Wow.
He's averaging 14.3 attempts this year. He averaged 15.6 last year, which was a lot last year.
And I know we talked to guys like Mark Spears when this trade happened. He talked about maybe the idea of Jordan Poole leading the NBA in scoring.
It sounded kind of like yeah. But,
it did, but to be honest with you.
67th in the league in scoring.
Yeah, exactly. But Murph, if I can call up to our friends up in the 209.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
I'm really not surprised because this is Jordan Poole realizing how much harder it is to play in the NBA when you don't have Steph Curry as the gravitational pull pulling all the defenders to you. Yeah. And also for the anti-Steve Kerr crowd out there that thinks he just shows up, rolls out of bed, and wins championship because he's got Steph and Clay and Draymond. This goes back to the Steve Kerr system, the ticky-tacky Barcelona Spanish-inspired offense where they move the ball around so much that it creates easy shots and easy opportunities, which is one of the reasons why Jordan Poole didn't really fit into well because he tried to dribble and make so many plays by himself. Now he's doing that in Washington, and he's not getting those same looks.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, becoming a meme a lot, too, with a lot of his silly antics on the court.
He's memeable.
We did ask Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports Network how the fans have reacted. By the way, when we asked him, I was like, are there Wizards fans? Are there? I mean, seriously. I told you, I have my nieces and nephews out there in D.C. They're big sports fans. They never talk Wizards, ever.
Why would they?
I mean, listen, the Nats won it in 2019. The Caps won it in 2018. The NFL's the NFL, so the Commanders will always have some degree of interest. But just the Wizards right now, low profile. By the way, shout out Washington having to change 2 franchise names. You had to go from the Redskins to the Commanders and the Bullets to the Wizards.
Wow.
They got to bone up on their nicknames here. But anyway, here's Chase Hughes on how the fans have reacted.
Well, certainly, it hasn't lived up to the expectation, but I saw something really interesting just on social media after his last game because it was the first time that he kind of experienced a breakthrough playing off the bench. He had 11 points in 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. They ended up losing to the Cavaliers, but there was a timeout where he was interacting with the fans. The place was going nuts. They took the lead after he made a big shot. And after the game, he spoke kind of honestly about how he really wants to play well in front of the fans. And there was a lot of support coming out on Twitter from Wizards fans towards him. And obviously, he takes a lot of heat after losses sometimes. He's a very memeable guy, as you guys know very well. But I think Wizards fans, at least there's a good portion of them that have his back and know that it would be really fun if he was playing well because he's got a great personality that has always been able to connect with fans.
All right, good stuff from Chase Hughes of Washington, D.C. about Jordan Poole, who they will play tonight. Now, Chris in Richmond called in earlier today with the Jordan Poole story, but his line crapped out. He gets another chance at glory. Chris in Richmond, not many people get another chance, like the Niners getting another chance at the Chiefs. Oh. What do you got, Chris?
Too soon. Ouch. No, man, thanks for taking my call. Thanks for being patient. I was just going to say thank you from the bottom of my heart earlier because you guys always put on a killer show, Papa, Lon, everybody, the whole crew. And I always say to myself, it's so easy. I could do their job. You talk sports, and then the Niners lose, and then I find myself not being able to touch a radio or touch a TV for like a week and a half. So thank you for what you do because I know you guys are taking it off the chin and still being good sports.
Yeah,
so.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And then to get on the Jordan Poole thing, very, very funny story. It's the last time he was playing with us in the championship, and was sitting with my homegirl watching the game, and she's watching. She doesn't really watch a whole lot of basketball. She's like, that guy's cute. I like his haircut. Those uniform colors are cool, right? And she's sitting there going, why is that guy playing like that? And I looked at her, and I was like, who? And she pointed to Jordan Poole. And this dude, I swear to you, man, he's got wide open looks, and he's kicking his leg out trying to draw contact with no one 6 feet around him. And I look at her, and I'm like watching him closer, and she's like, well, is he doing that on purpose?
Oh, jeez.
And I'm like, you're right. You don't even watch basketball. Yeah. Like, that's how bad it was. That's when I knew Jordan Poole, like, it's time to go. That's when I knew for sure. I mean, like, you got this chick who's like just all about the colors and haircuts and the cuteness. And then she's like, that guy's selling. I'm like, thank you.
That's pretty funny, Chris, because there's that test, like, not to be sexist and say it's your mom or your grandma, but a non-sports fan, when they notice something, then you know it's seeped into the culture. That's pretty funny. She's like, this guy's shacked in a fool out here, is what she said. That's pretty funny, Chris. Appreciate the call, man. Appreciate you. And by the way, 209 with the text of the day on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line says, you noted that Poole has fewer field goal attempts. That's because he loses the ball before approaching the basket.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty funny.
It's a pool party. But shout out to Chris calling in. We know that was a big story with Jordan Poole and the courtside baddies. Looks like he got Chris's girlfriend's or his homegirl's attention also.
That's pretty good, man. It was like when Rory looked up at the All-Star game. He goes, why are they playing so light? That's what he kept saying. Hey, former A's broadcaster Glenn Kuiper joins Papa and Lund today at 10:30 to discuss sitting in with Joe Rizzo on the Giants audiocast yesterday. So Glenn Kuiper is a voice you will hear on some of these Giants games this spring. And he'll join Papa and Lund about that. Okay, so there you go. Getting you guys ready for Jordan Poole tonight. Anticipating a Warrior. Are the Warriors favored in that game, by the way?
Murph, come on. They got to be double-digit favorites out.
Do you touch NBA regular season?
Not too much. I hate spreads in NBAs. If anything, I'm more of a live bettor on NBA games.
Warriors 11.5-point favorites.
There it is. I knew it. Double digits.
Okay, guys, here's the deal. 49ers. John Lynch is going to speak today at Indianapolis at 11 a.m. We got questions. We'll lay them out next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Homegirl watching the game, and why is that guy playing like that?
Talk about the beauty of Marin County and the beauty of Marin Health, a world-class healthcare right there in the North Bay. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With the cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's got a little bright sunshine out there, although you know it's supposed to be more rain at the end of this week. How about that? Not over yet, buddy. Marcus moving into San Francisco. It's great to have this guy in the city. You think the commute was 10 minutes today?
Yeah, I got in right around 10 minutes.
Start a stopwatch and get that thing on. I'm looking for under 10.
I mean, Murph, I hit a string of green lights up the Embarcadero. I'll get here in less than 10.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
Oh, it's fantastic.
All right.
Life-changing.
Multiple stories that have grabbed our attention today. Obviously, Jordan Poole going against the Warriors tonight. Should be a fun little reunion. See if he goes for 50 in a losing effort. Obviously, the Giants and Brandon Crawford, a huge story, and we've been talking about that all morning long, and we'll return to that around 9:30. Guys, by the way, some news here. Can I get a little sad breaking news here? This one you do not want to hear at all, that Giant pitcher Tristan Beck, who is going to be a starter and pitched pretty decently last year and was kind of the prize pickup from Farhan in the Mark Melanson trade, according to Andy Bagley, this hour is returning to San Francisco here because he has right hand discomfort.
Uh-oh.
Bro, I don't like that.
Yeah,
at all.
I don't like hearing anything about discomfort, whether it's the hand of a Tristan Beck or an elbow of a Keaton Wynn, Murph.
Dude, that's 2 of the 5 starters now are somewhat sidelined. Now, Keaton Wynn was supposed to be minor, and he was supposed to be back maybe later this week, but not yet. And now we got this.
I mean, that's what we talked to Farhan about last Friday, is the confidence going into the season when, of course, you have Logan Webb as your ace, who led Major League Baseball in innings pitched last year. But outside of him, you don't have a single guy that's ever thrown 100 innings at the Major League level.
Wow. All right. World Series bound? What do you think? Speaking of World Series bound, a team that was in the Super Bowl just a month ago was the 49ers, and that's what we're talking about. As John Lynch will meet the media today at 11 a.m., number one question is D coordinator. Number one, Niners have not hired a defensive coordinator. What is taking so long? You would think this would be kind of priority 1A for Kyle Shanahan to get going, yeah.
And especially if we are talking about an internal hire of someone like Nick Sorensen, Johnny Holland, or even a Chris Kasarik, it seems to me that they would have made that announcement by now. So this is just me maybe reading the tea leaves. Who knows if I'm right or wrong, but since they haven't announced an internal candidate yet, I would lean more towards them going outside of the building to bring somebody in.
Well, there is the Rooney rule. You have to interview at least 2 minorities and or women for all coordinator positions. So you can't just say, hey, Brandon Staley, you're hired. Nick Sorensen is not a minority. They have other options in building. Johnny Holland's African-American. We know he's battling multiple myeloma, which is a tough deal. And there's a rumor that Jeff Ulbrich is interested or would be poachable. Now, that's a lateral move. Would the Jets let him go? I don't know. Especially, would you want to let a personality like Jeff Ulbrich go? Earlier today, we were saying how, they say in U.S. presidential elections, if you look at the history, the person who succeeds a previous president generally is opposite of that person. So they say because people after 4 years or 8 years of a certain style, they're like, I need something different. So it's always like from a Republican to a Democrat, from a loud guy to a quiet guy or whatever. And it's kind of like if that applies to D coordinator, Steve Wilkes was kind of a calm, stately guy. He didn't flip out. Well, Jeff Ulbrich might bring back the fire. As we heard on Hard Knocks last summer when he was mic'd up with the Jets, getting ready for a joint practice against, I think it was who was it against? The Panthers or somebody? He was all fired up, though. Check it out.
Hey, sometimes you just got to lift your leg and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying?
No, not the kids.
Not the kids' toys.
Not the kids.
I know. You on their toys.
No, we need the longer cut, buddy. That was an abbreviated cut. You got to get the whole concept.
Murph wants the full Ulbrich experience.
So much so that I had taken a bite of a Pop-Tart. I was eating it. So play the longer one here, buddy.
Hey, Q. Hey, sometimes you just got to lift your leg and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're in their backyard going on the corner, on the tree, on the porch, on the kids' toys.
No, not the kids.
Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
What the hell is he talking about?
The back and forth interaction with him and Quinnen Williams, too. Hey, Q, this is what we're going to do. We're going to mark our territory.
The innocence of a Quinnen Williams. No, not the kids.
Not the kids, Murph.
Not the kids.
Not the kids.
By the way, don't let Jeff Ulbrich near your backyard. I'll say that right now.
My backyard. I don't want him to go around my house. He's going to mark the territory everywhere.
Don't let him near your kids' toys.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Another one. We had a second one where he was in the film room. Just fathering the bejesus out of the film room here, yeah.
It's the mantra of our defense. Make a motherfucker earn every yard. Do my job. Is that good enough? No. That's the rest of the NFL, isn't it? Do your job. Do your job. That. Do your job. Then now what? If we all do our job and a little bit more, that's 22 playing. Do you guys feel it? Guys, think about this. That's 22 on the field. So then the question goes to the offense. Now what?
Now what?
Okay, man, he's on fire.
Now, like, he was almost going full Marshawn Lynch. Like, I'm going to run through an MFer's face.
By the way, I'm looking at the stats last year. The Jets were a top 10 defense, points-wise, at least if you go by that stat. They were top 10 in defense, points per game. They only allowed 15. Let's see. Actually, they were third in the league in points per game, 15.8. So, I mean, maybe he is the guy that you need on your porch, peeing on somebody's toys.
Well, that's the thing, too, especially with the ties to Robert Saleh.
Yes.
Who, of course.
And they were number one in third down percentage.
Everybody knows his ties to San Francisco. You look at a guy like D'Amico Ryans. Now, D'Amico and Robert were more of those rah, hyper guys up on the sideline. Going back to Steve Wilkes, he started off the season up in the booth.
Yeah.
And didn't have that same kind of mentality. So the connections are there, whether we're talking about Ulbrich, whether we're talking about Nick Sorensen being an in-house candidate with his experience, not only with D'Amico Ryans, but with Pete Carroll and that Seattle Seahawks defense. The one name that puzzles me, Murph, to be honest with you, has to be Brandon Staley in this conversation.
Yeah. Well, he interviewed, apparently, according to Matt Mayoko, we do have Mayoko sound yesterday with Tolbert and Copes saying that this thing is picking up. Although, again, why isn't it settled by the time they get to Indianapolis? John Lynch is going to talk at 11 a.m. today, and they don't have a D coordinator when they're getting ready to do this.
Oh, and Murph,
what's going on? Yeah.
Today, and actually yesterday, it started with defensive linemen and linebackers having team meetings with franchises. So you would assume with defensive linemen, linebackers, and DBs having their team meetings today that they would want to have this DC search figured out by now.
Yeah, as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, here's Mayoko yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan told me that he figures to have the process wrapped up by the end of the week. So I don't know if that just means concluding all the interviews and having someone hired. That's kind of the way I took it. He and the staff are not in Indianapolis. It's General Manager John Lynch and the personnel department's here.
Okay. Well, that's, again, I feel like they're sort of behind the curve on this one. I don't know. Are they still in mourning after the loss? I don't know. But that's not the only issue we got to talk about. Good piece in The Athletic today by David Lombardi and Matt Barrows about all the things that John Lynch is going to have to talk about. One of the things is injuries. I didn't realize this, that Charvarius Ward just posted on social media that he had surgery. And he didn't say what it was. He wrote surgery was a breeze. But the wall behind where his picture is the Vincera Institute. That's a Philadelphia orthopedic center that specializes in treatment for core injuries. So listen to the amount of injuries they got to deal with there. Armstead, meniscus, knee. Javon Hargrave, torn thumb ligament. Charvarius Ward, perhaps core surgery. Talanoa Hufanga, the ACL. Drake Jackson, the knee surgery. George Kittle, that mysterious upper body injury. And Dre Greenlaw's Achilles tear.
Mm-hmm. And even Deebo Samuel ended the season kind of banged up with that shoulder injury.
Yeah. Did he?
Well, he was out for a little bit, and he was nursing. I mean, he got knocked out of the Packers game first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. Wow. Then, of course, the big one, Ayuk, and what they're going to do with Ayuk. And we had Dan Graziano yesterday talking about how the salary cap rise is, at first blush, that's a great idea. It's a great thing. The Niners are in good shape, except for the fact that all agents say, oh, you got more money? Then pay me more money, right? Pay me my money down, as the great Bruce Springsteen would sing. So here was Dan Graziano from the NFL Network yesterday talking about, is this first cut about Deebo and Ayuk, or is it just about Ayuk's salary cap situation? So do you have to make a decision on Deebo or Ayuk? We thought the rise in the salary cap means you don't have to make a decision, that they can keep the band together. Even before the salary cap news came out, there were indications from people like Lombardi and some of Lynch's early quotes that they were going to keep the band together for one more year, but then they were going to have to pay the piper at some point.
You got to pay Brock Purdy.
Now, and we know what they've done in 2019 when they traded DeForest Buckner to try to get ahead of the curve and get that first-round draft pick and draft his replacement, and they drafted Javon Kinlaw, and, He played better, probably his best year as a Niner this past year, but it still was not a dominant year by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, he never got to that DeForest Buckner level.
He played okay in the Super Bowl, but okay.
Yeah.
He didn't even come close to the DeForest Buckner level. No. Not even the same area code. So that was a miss. So if you go ahead and trade Ayuk or Debo and try to draft their replacement, that's something that's on the table. Here was Graziano's take on it. Dan Graziano, ESPN.
Very difficult and interesting question because of how different they are as players, right?
Yeah.
Like our advanced metrics, I think I saw show Ayuk as one of the highest open scores of any receiver in the league, right? Whereas Debo is one of the best yards after catch receivers in the so maybe number one for both. So which guy would you rather have? Which guy is more important in that offense that they run? It's easy to look at what they've done since Kyle's been there and say, well, the yards after catch is more important. But it's also a lot harder to rely on, especially as guys get older. You'd much rather be the guy that gets open, right? So I think Ayuk, you can make the case that he's the more valuable guy, and yet Debo does so many things, and the way they perceive their offense, the way they imagine themselves to be as an offense, I know from talking to people there that they see if Debo and McCaffrey are on the field at the same time, there's so much we could do because they're both Swiss Army knife types, and you can line them up anywhere and all that kind of stuff.
So he's right. If you do have to make a choice, I voted for Ayuk. You voted for Debo, didn't you?
No, I voted to keep Brandon Ayuk over
I'm
Debo.
Sorry. I was confused with my kid who voted for Debo.
He wants to keep Debo. And it is an interesting question if you have to choose one or the other. But I think I agree with Dan's breakdown that in Kyle Shanahan's offense, he's so good at designing plays to get guys open over the middle in that 10 to 15, 20-yard range. So I think, I don't want to say regardless of who the wide receiver running those routes is, you're going to get those open opportunities. Now, what's the biggest difference that we've seen in this 49er Kyle Shanahan system over the last couple of years is the explosiveness, and all that is circled around Brandon Ayuk. We talk to Tim Ryan all the time about playground Purdy. Well, how often is he directing traffic downfield to Brandon Ayuk getting open because of that separation in his route running?
Yeah, it's going to be wild. By the way, so you're already talking about Barrows and Lombardi in this piece. Start identifying Debo-like players in the draft. I mean, could you start? I mean, it's going to be tough to wave a wand and find a Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
He's so unique. There is a guy they projected at the end of round one and beginning of round two. Texas's Adonai Mitchell, big wideout. And then a kid, Troy Franklin, out of Menlo Atherton, kid from the Bay Area, from the peninsula, who was up in Oregon. That's a kid that could fit in the Shanahan system.
And that's another thing, too, to remind ourselves is that Christian McCaffrey can do a lot of what Debo does. There's not another route runner like Brandon Ayuk on this roster.
They've knocked the wood on Christian McCaffrey. He stayed miraculously healthy with that odometer racking up miles.
And that's something that we should also bring up. I don't want to hit Debo Samuel with the injury-prone kind of status, but he has dealt with numerous injuries throughout his career here in San Francisco. And with his style of play, how he wants to embrace contact so much, I don't know how long Debo's going to last, to be honest.
Barrows and Lombardi identify another guy named Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky. He's a receiver who runs like a running back 215. They say he's like a second-round type guy. So, I mean, but we're doing that. But you need O-line, and you need edge rushers. And
you need another corner.
I keep going back to what Graziano said at the start of our conversation yesterday when he goes, we were like, yeah, we're not over it yet. He goes, yeah, you lost the Super Bowl in overtime. He's like, doesn't get much harder. I was like, no, dude.
Thanks for the reminder, Dan.
It's just like sometimes when you just lay it out like that, it's like, thanks for the sledgehammer right to the stomach. Here's Debo and Ayuk, a blueprint for a trade from Dan Graziano, ESPN.
My guess would be the Niners would probably value Debo more because he's that unique player that fits what they're doing. But I don't think there's any question that they would lose a lot and find it hard to replace a Brandon Ayuk. Now, ideally, what you want to do is what the Vikings did once upon a time, right? They trade Stephon Diggs for a first-round pick that they used to draft Justin Jefferson. That's the blueprint. But, easier said than done.
Yeah, so that's what all these things John Lynch will address. And as the beat writers have noted, watch what Lynch says about Ayuk. Like the way he just shut it down on Nick Bosa. He ain't going anywhere. We're not touching it. He hasn't been that definitive about Ayuk. Maybe they'll look into something, see what his value is. It's a very intriguing situation. I mean, you'd love to keep the band together, but this past year was the year to keep the band together. This 2020, the season that ended in overtime in Vegas, was the band staying together.
And that's why it's so interesting with the Brandon Ayuk storylines, because this could really go in almost 3 different directions. They could let his contract play out this year, then maybe sign him to extension or even franchise tag him, or with the salary cap increase, they can restructure his contract and give him a contract extension this offseason so that they're not on the books for $14 million guaranteed next season, or they go route number 3 towards a trade to try to acquire some of the assets instead of letting Brandon Ayuk walk away for free.
Again, Graciano brought up the salary cap increase sounds great on paper, but these guys are going to be like, yeah, just give me more money then. I'm not going to give you a discount because of that, for sure. 650 says you're totally wrong. Ayuk can't do half the things that Debo can do.
Well, that's why I said Christian McCaffrey can do some of those things, and I don't think Debo can have the route running ability and separation, which we saw in the Super Bowl, that Brandon Ayuk has.
No, but the idea of having McCaffrey and Ayuk creates one of them being open. Yeah. And if you have only one of them, then you can kind of focus more on that guy, too.
Of course, because we know the Kyle Shanahan pre-snap motion, sending Debo, how much attention he gets. You get George Kittle breaking the brackets, going across the middle.
One of the things,
it's a tough decision.
It's a really good piece by Barrows and Lombardi, because one of the things too is that they're going to do a little psychological probing on the human fallout of this. How are they going to pick themselves up? The old fall down 9 times, get up 10. Easier said than done when you lose the Super Bowl in the overtime, and you've now had 2 bites at the apple and missed both bites for sure. Hey, let's squeeze in Dwayne in Stockton before we get to Marcus Thompson. Dwayne, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
What's up, Dwayne?
Couple things, man. You know what? I think Kansas City proved that Debo can be defended. He didn't get a lot of space. He didn't really get open in the Super Bowl. I feel like, he doesn't get separation like Ayuk, and Ayuk make plays. He's a playmaker. Nobody's mentioning Jawan Jennings and how he's playing. Maybe get that guy a bigger role. Maybe you already have it. As far as Wilkes, man, I mean, every day that goes by, it seems like it's looking more and more like a scapegoat that the Niners, Shanahan, that was a knee-jerk feelings type decision because it had been brewing, obviously, but they didn't have no plan. And now they're just, I don't know what they're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. When they ask Shanahan, he kind of brushes you off and buys himself like another week. I'm not sure what's going on in San Francisco, fellas. I just want to know what you think about that.
Yeah.
But Shanahan, day by day, it's looking worse.
I would agree with you, Dwayne, on this point. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you. Interesting point about Debo. You have that image of him being guarded by Trent McDuffie in the end zone, right?
I mean, you're paying a guy over $20 million as a wide receiver. He was targeted 11 times, had 3 catches for 33 yards.
Wow. And then my kid goes back to that Purdy missed him in the end zone that one time when on the blitz. But Dwayne is kind of right. That's been one of my big things in sports forever is that if you fire somebody, do you have a plan in place? And Dwayne is correct in that it doesn't appear they had a plan in place, defensive coordinator-wise.
I mean, we both thought that we were going to get the DC news over the weekend pre-combine. And here we are on Tuesday. John Lynch, as you said, speaking to the media at 11 a.m. today. Still haven't heard anything.
Yeah. 4 and 5 says, you guys are dim. You got to go O-line, lockdown corner, and that's it. He doesn't want any more weapons.
I'm fine with that.
And 925
Get some more bodies on the O-line.
Debo all day over Ayuk. Ayuk is a great player, but there's a ton of receivers that can do what he does, and his athleticism.
I don't know. Brandon Ayuk was second-team All-Pro this year.
Yeah, and also his measurables are incredible. His wingspan, his vertical. I mean, he's a tremendous athlete. He was very coveted coming out of the draft. I read how many other teams really wanted a piece of him in the first round and were jealous when Kyle snagged him up.
Oh, I mean, I'll go back to this year at training camp out in Henderson. Me and Marcus Thompson, our guest coming up next, was watching Brandon Ayuk break off Raiders defensive backs. Like, when he runs routes, he almost looks like Steph Curry hitting you with a crossover. Like, his footwork is just so slick.
Love it, love it. All right, man, listen, leads us up to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We can talk to Marcus about anything. Talking about the 49ers, talk to him about, of course, the Warriors and Jordan Poole. Always a great conversation with Marcus. MT2 next on The Sports Leader.
Debo. Whoa.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NBC Sports Bay Area's 49er insider Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about his latest conversation with Kyle Shanahan and how he expects the defensive coordinator hired to be announced sometime this week. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Marcus Thompson, we love doing it. MT2, our guy, Of course, talking about anything Niners, anything Warriors mostly. Stuff Giants to him if you want. Brandon Crawford, if he has a Brandon Crawford take. Does Marcus Thompson have a Brandon Crawford take? Is it an outrage that Brandon Crawford's going to be wearing Cardinal red? Should he stay black and orange, Marcus? Good morning, brother.
What's up, Marcus?
Nah, he got to get up out of here for his own sake. Yeah, okay. I like that, man. You feel like you can still play. Somebody want to pay you? Go take that money. You gotta remember, I covered Brandon Crawford in high school, so we go way back to the days at Foothill High.
There's some bona fides there, right there, baby.
Yeah. So, I'm with Crawford. I ride with Crawford. He can do what he want to do.
He was a outstanding high school football quarterback, the word is.
Yeah, he was. He outstanding. Let's pause on that. He was pretty good.
Yeah, and Marcus, we're talking about a Bay Area icon, obviously, a guy that used Andre Nicotina as his welcome music. It doesn't get more Bay Area than Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, now he's so St. Louis, you can ask his tattooist. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be stomping in his Air Force Ones pretty soon here, listening to Nelly. It's all good.
That's right. He's going with the Lou, as they call it. All right, let's start with the immediate thing on our schedule, and that's Jordan Poole tonight at 4 o'clock. We interviewed a guy named Chase Hughes who covers the Wizards there, and he was just like trying to spin positive, saying like, he's going to the bench, he's positive about it, blah, blah, blah. Dude, the Wizards have 8 wins. They're third to last in the league in attendance. His shooting percentages are down across the board. I know he scored 31 on Sunday. But is this just as somebody wrote in on the text line, they said, we've gone from a pool party to a pool pity party. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, it's rough. And especially when you consider, like, just like 2 years ago at this time, he was a significant player on a champion, right? Like, so that context of where he is now based on where he was is crazy. I mean, he's got to be looking like, man, what has become of my career? Not only are they not good, you would think that even if they aren't good, this will be a situation where it's his team and he's out there taking over. And, he's like the good player on a bad team who's getting all the points and putting up all the numbers, but they're not winning. You would think that would be the case with Poole, but it's not. He hasn't even been that. He hasn't been the best player on that team. It's not his team. It's a weirdly constructed team, and he just hasn't been playing well. It began poorly with, Denny Advija. I don't know how to say his last name.
I know, right.
He, throwing shots at, making these little gestures because Poole doesn't pass him the ball, and it's been all downhill ever since. Like, this is not what it was supposed to be for Jordan Poole. And to think, he was the heir apparent. He was supposed to be the replacement to Steph Curry.
Man.
And now he's at D.C. Yeah, that's a bummer.
And Marcus, it's funny because in football we talk so much about Kyle Shanahan, the system, and his quarterbacks having success. I'm curious to see your breakdown on how much of an impact the Steve Kerr tiki-taki Barcelona style of play impacted Jordan Poole's success, and if the failure is due in part of him not playing in that system.
I mean, it's very clear when you watch people come to the Warriors succeed and then leave, that the Warriors' style of play and primarily playing next to Steph Curry just literally changes your everything, right? Like, that's the big deal. How they play and the fact that Steph makes defenses go crazy opens up so much for everybody else that when you leave and you don't have those luxuries, like, it's difficult. It's hard. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's a different life. Jordan Poole started to see a bit of that when he was with the Warriors, when everybody started saying, all right, let's give him a little bit of the Steph treatment, and it got hard. It's tough. I mean, look, Otto Porter, you haven't even heard his name since he's left, right? He won a championship. He was critical. He's been nowhere, and now he's a free agent, and people are hoping the Warriors bring him back. Like, the way Steve Kerr sets this thing up, based on Steph, it allows for everybody to kind of eat. Like, that's his whole ethos. So when you leave and you don't have the system or Steph to kind of prop you up, life is a whole lot harder. So I thought Poole's talent would help him survive because he's super talented, but clearly it's a struggle. He's going to have to learn how to just survive in this league, really.
Bro, I didn't even realize that Porter Jr. was a Raptor this year until I just looked at it. I played 15 games for the Raptors.
Then he got traded to the Jazz, and then I think he just got.
He hasn't played a game for him.
Something?
Yeah, he hasn't played a game for him. Yeah, crazy, man. Bring back Otto. Okay, a little bit on the big picture on the Warriors. So there's like two narratives, right? Like they're playing much better, man. 10-2. Draymond's back. Directing traffic. Kuminga and Wiggins are coexisting. Pajemski's found his incredible rookie season. And then that Nuggets game Sunday night is the other narrative. Bam! Ran into a brick wall. That's a reality check. If you're ever going to aspire to be anything in the West, a team like the Nuggets will just slap you down. So which is it? Are they the team that's playing much better and is a threat, or the team that if they play a real team with bigs, forget it?
I mean, both are true. I just wouldn't say forget it. I mean, they are not the best team in the league, right? We could say that definitively, which means there are better teams than them. And Denver is one of those teams. There's probably some others, right? You could go down the list and say Minnesota's better, Oklahoma City's better, the Clippers are better, right? You could make a case that Phoenix is better. Right, so that's part of it. Like, they're just better teams in the NBA. Boston is better. Milwaukee's better. So the fact that they lost to a better team, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Except the only thing is that was a window into, all right, if they want to win a championship, there's levels to this. They're still playing well. They're still in good shape. I mean, really, they just got to beat the bad teams and win a few of the games against the good ones, and they'll be in good shape. That's what everybody else in the West is doing. But in a playoff series, to win a championship, like, there's levels. They need some other things, and that's what Denver exposed. You need some other things. You can't just have your one thing. Jokic is going to break that up, and then what you got next? And that's what the Warriors did to everybody else for years. Like, yeah, you can have your little one thing. Remember the Houston Rockets? They were like, oh, we're going to shoot a bunch of threes. It was like, all right, we're going to take that away. What you got next? And that's what the Warriors don't have. They don't have that other thing. But, with that said, they've played Denver pretty close. They've had leads on Denver. They need everything to go perfect. I still think if you're Denver, you don't want to see the Warriors.
Interesting.
Denver might win that series, but you don't want to see the Warriors. Okay. Keep in mind, Steph did not play well in that at all. That's true. Steph still is a problem for them when he's going. And they have some of the pieces. Really, they just don't have, like, they don't have, like, the Jamal Murray answer. Like, Denver has Jokic, and Jokic is a monster. The Warriors have Steph. Steph is a monster. They've got Jamal Murray, and the Warriors have question marks. So, to me, if you could get guys playing at that other level, like Wiggins did in 2022, I feel like it's the same thing we thought all along. Those better teams, they don't want to see the Warriors, even though they probably would beat the Warriors in a series.
Marcus Thompson is, of course, the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning, getting ready for the Warriors and Wizards facing off tonight. And Marcus, it's kind of the lead that we've buried so far. The main story is Draymond Green facing off against Jordan Poole for the first time in a Wizards jersey. Of course, Draymond was suspended when Jordan came to San Francisco earlier this year. Is there still beef between Draymond and Jordan Poole? And do you think Draymond's going to be looking for that smoke tonight?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, right? Jordan Poole's been in D.C. So I don't think that there hasn't been this grand reconciliation, right? There isn't that. I mean, the real question is, how does Jordan Poole feel? And if we had to bet on it, he still don't like Draymond. It still ain't cool. So, the last time we talked to Jordan Poole was in Summer League, and he was not trying to answer Draymond Green questions. And I imagine with the way things are going now, he's not answering Draymond Green questions. I think the last time we heard about this was Jordan Poole's dad, right?
Yeah.
Going in on Draymond online. Yeah. I don't think there's any love lost. I don't think Jordan Poole is over it, and where he is and how his career is gone, you cannot take Draymond Green's punch out of the mix as like part of the reason for it. So I don't think it's going to be a love fest. I think the other guys will be happy to see him, but now Draymond is in the mix, so it'll probably just be a little bit more business as usual, and we'll watch for all the little signs, right? Let's see, do they dap? Do they shake hands? How does this work? This is all week, though. Let me tell you, the greatest return matchup of all time, the most dramatic, was when KD went to OKC.
Yeah,
There was nothing ever like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Ever. So this is. I mean, they're gonna have to do a lot to top this.
Oh man,
I don't know.
16,000 people chanting the odd phrase "cupcake." Remember that? Cupcake, cupcake. There was
Twitter posts and all kind of stuff, man. It was insane.
Weren't they bringing boxes of cupcakes too and everything?
Yeah,
like, no.
Yeah, they had kids dressed in like cupcake costumes. Like it was crazy.
You're absolutely right.
Wild.
If that was a 10, this is a 1. You know what I mean, or a 0. You know.
I mean, the only thing is like if Draymond gets switched on to Jordan Poole, right, and it's like, oh, let's see what Jordan does, right?
Yeah,
does
man.
Draymond like clamp him up just because he can't let Poole get one up on him, or does Poole take his revenge with the crossover? Like. It's about the best we're going to get, I think.
No, you're right about that. Nothing will match. Not even close. Not even close. Hey, before I let you go, we haven't talked to you about Clay, and we haven't talked to you since it's kind of became official. Guy's a bench player now, man. Listen, you have a PhD in Clay psychology and body language and verbiage and lifestyle and attitude and family history, all that goes into Clay. So he's 34. He's had the ACL. He's had the Achilles, and now he's been told to come off the bench. He appears to be okay with it, at peace with it. Your feeling on this? Your Clay PhD at work. Is he in a good spot, or is there still rivers to cross here?
I mean, I think both are true. I think he's in a good spot, but I also think Clay is like on some, let me show you why I should be a starter tip. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? When this happened, Steve was like, it's not permanent. We're going to see how it goes. That felt like a little bit of let's make sure Clay has a little hope, right? And the odd part is the better he plays, the more he justifies the move. Whereas in his mind, he's probably thinking the better he plays, the more likely he gets into the starting lineup.
Catch 22, right? Baby. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. But we're seeing the reason why this is an effective move because, like, he doesn't have it for the whole game. Like it comes and goes with him. The problem with Clay has just been this consistent like level, and he scored 21 points in the first 9 minutes and didn't do much else the rest of the game. So, but that's kind of Clay. That's who he is now. So I do think this is going to be permanent. I think he finds his groove into it, and it becomes a thing. You know, maybe he wants to become sixth man of the year or something like that. But this is who he is, at least this year. This is Clay. He's going to come in. If he gets hot, the other team's in trouble, but he may go cold real quick, right? And he's got to figure out other ways to impact the game. But most importantly, during this whole stretch, he's just been fine, right? He isn't getting down on himself. He isn't falling apart. He isn't so frustrated. Like he's getting cold and he's doing other things. He's messing with the youngsters, right? He's dealing with TJD. So as this space, he could just get comfortable. I really do think Manu Ginobili is the perfect model for him. Like the next several years or whatever he's got left, this will be his role, and he could be really good at it if he wants to.
Last one for me, Marcus. I wanted to ask you about Chris Paul, who's scheduled to make his return tonight in D.C. Do you envision him joining the second unit with Klay Thompson, or how do you think he rejoins the Warriors rotation?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to mess up the starting group just because of how well they've played, but I do think Steve Kerr is really looking forward to putting him with that second unit. Like Brandon Podziemski's playing a lot of minutes, too many minutes, and that's a tough thing to ask a rookie to do in this league. And he's been great, but at some point, as Keith Smart used to always say, at some point the scout's going to get you, right? And you're starting to see teams starting to say, all right, let me take this away. And it's going to take time for him to develop those counters. I do think they need to cut his minutes down some, and Chris Paul is like the perfect way to handle that. Like he's going to play with Clay. Dario is just not even like, he's just unplayable without Chris Paul. It's really tough. He's tough out there with Chris Paul. Chris Paul gets him the three-pointers that are so vital to his contribution. If he's not making threes, he should not be on the court. So perhaps Chris Paul unlocks that. The biggest question is going to be what happens at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. Chris Paul is a Hall of Famer. Like if anybody could be that number two guy, I guess, you know, he got to throw his hat in the ring, you know, go get you a mid-range bucket or two or something, you know, playmaker or something. They need another ball handler, which is why Podziemski plays too much. But who do you sit? Steve is going to have it rough towards them down the stretch because these games are going to be critical and somebody who's going to the Hall of Fame will be on the bench.
It's a great,
right? Like, that's crazy.
It's a great call. By the way, Steph's going to go off Thursday night in New York at the Garden. That's what he does, right?
I don't know. He goes off at Toronto. The Garden is pretty big. He didn't play well, so I figure, he loves D.C. He always goes off at D.C.
Okay, that's low key. It's underrated.
That was when it was John Wall there. He used to love them John Wall matchups. Remember, he dropped 50 and they go see the president, right? Like that was his thing. Go play golf with Obama. So I don't know. He played poorly. I think he's gonna go off at D.C. I don't know about New York, and he loves playing in Toronto. Those are my two.
Okay, all right. And don't forget Boston on the back end too. All right, man. Awesome, great, wide-ranging chat, and we will check it out. This will be an interesting week, and we'll keep reading you, buddy.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
There
Thank
he
you.
is. Yeah, Marcus with a strong connection today, too. The landline was very good.
Sounded good.
Yeah, I want to look up Steph in the, I keep going back to that 2013 game when he had that breakout performance there.
You're right. He usually does ball out at the Garden.
Does Basketball Reference go by arena?
Well, that's a good question.
I'm on it right now. I'm looking right now. Because, Baseball Reference, you can go by stadium, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, did I tell you I caught some Dodgers last night? Changing topics for real quick.
Yeah. Do we want to talk Dodgers?
When I came on, when I turned in, they had runners at second and third, and Freddie Freeman was up. Freddie worked a 3-1 count and then roped a 2-run single to right.
Stop, Murph. Why are you doing this, Murph?
Anyway, but their numbers on the names on the back of their jerseys are really small. Okay, guys. Hey, we started the show talking Brandon Crawford. We're ending the show talking Brandon Crawford. And 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the text line. Where is this putting you in mind? Is it Tim Lincecum, the Angel? Is it Joe Montana, the Chief? Is it Willie Mays, the Met? Is it Ronnie Lott, the Raider? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now he's so St. Louis, you can ask his tattooist. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be stomping in his Air Force Ones pretty soon here, listening to Nelly.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a swing and a drive to deep right field. Goodman back, looking up, gone! Into the Rockies bullpen, Brandon Crawford. A 3-run homer, his 7th of the year, and it's 8-0 Giants here in Colorado.
Oh, man, we're going to end the show the way we started it, and that's talking about Brandon Crawford, who caused a lot of reaction yesterday, a lot of reaction with the news that he was joining the Cardinals. And it's interesting, Marcus Boucher, because it's not like it's a total, absolute flabbergasting shock that he's not a Giant. Like, we knew this was a possibility, right? We certainly knew that it was a long shot that he would return to the Giants. Mm-hmm. I think most people thought if you had to lay out the possibilities for Crawford, the number one would be that he retires.
Yes.
Right? That'd be number one.
And that's the route I thought he was going to go. After last year, ending the season at Oracle Park, Friend Appreciation Day, he addresses the crowd. That seemed like it was a good way to go out, kind of saying goodbye and retiring as a forever Giant.
In fact, we actually have that. If you forget, the Niners were playing that day, so a lot of people didn't pay attention. By the way, Giants lost to the Dodgers that day.
And by the way, I want to throw out my trivia question for everybody who missed it in the 6 a.m. hour. Who was the final manager of Brandon Crawford's career as a San Francisco Giant? Drum roll, please. Kai Correa.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Here's my hot take. Kai, I kind of liked the way Kai handled himself the final 3 games. It was like refreshing. His pre and post stuff was like good. He's like, oh, that was nice. I'm kind of connected with the Giants manager again. It was a brief stay, but well done, Kai. But yeah, he was the guy. Remember, they did a special thing where he went out in the 9th inning to make a mound visit, and then they brought Crawford into the mound, and then from there allowed him to jog into the dugout for the overwhelming cheers. And then after the game, he grabs the mic. This is all leading us to believe that it's, he's not coming back and it's over. But this is what he said, if you forgot.
On behalf of the team, I just want to thank you guys for this season, for showing up through the ups and the downs. You guys continue to show support and show up, and we just really appreciate it. And then personally, from the Grand Slam in Milwaukee to the World Series wins to today, you guys always showed me love. My family and I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
That guy in the back. Yeah!
Brandon!
Yeah! So good. It probably would have been me if I was at that game. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, man. So that definitely sure sounded like I ain't coming back. However, after the game, he would say, I don't know. I haven't made a decision. I don't know. I haven't made a decision. Then we actually asked Farhan at his end-of-year presser about the possibility of him coming back. So this was October 3rd, and that was 4.5 months ago is what he said.
No, I wouldn't say that. But again, it's a challenging fit. I mean, we view Marco as our shortstop next year. I know that's been Kraw's position. I don't want to speak for him, or I don't know that it's appropriate to say anything beyond that publicly. But I know he hasn't decided himself what he wants to do. So I think that's kind of the big takeaway right now.
Okay, so now we know he decided he wanted to play. And we know that the Giants chose to go in another direction. They went with Nick Ahmed, former Gold Glove winner, who the Diamondbacks, he was like Brandon Crawford of the Diamondbacks. I mean, not to, they didn't win World Series championships, although they went to a World Series right after they released him in September. But they went with Nick Ahmed, and we saw Brandon Crawford then moments later agree to a deal with the Cardinals, which means he wanted to play, which means he had a chance to come back to the Giants, which means Farhan made a decision right there to say no to Brandon Crawford. Now, the overwhelming sentiment, we know, the landslide majority came in. Giants fans are mostly pissed. They would have loved to have seen him back one more time. Of course, when you survey an entire fan base, there's some that say no. And two arguments, Marcus, we'll throw at you, and I don't know which one you want to buy. There's one, bring him back. Mentor Luciano, he can play backup third, backup second. Hell, I even throw him I'll throw him the first baseman's mitt.
I'll throw him on the bumper.
He can go pick it over there at first base. So that's one way to go. Two is you go with Nick Ahmed, because this was the theory. If you keep Crawford around, Grant Bisbee wrote about this in The Athletic, he's a threat. and that whenever Luciano goes 0 for 15, we flip on the mics and say, play Crawford, play Crawford. That would be the only slightly legitimate excuse to sort of banish the specter of Crawford so it's not looking over Luciano's shoulder.
See, but that's why I don't buy that argument, because coming off the season that Brandon Crawford had last year, and look, we don't got to dive into the numbers. You can look up his baseball reference page. It's not like he's coming off the 2021 season where he was a top 5 MVP candidate. And he talked about accepting a lesser role as a backup as his veteran presence. And I don't think it was a distraction last year when Casey Schmidt was getting playing time at shortstop. So me, I don't really buy too much into that argument. The interesting thing for me, going back to what you were saying about the offseason, is Farhan publicly stated that they were looking for a veteran shortstop.
Yeah.
And when you look at the dynamics between the Giants right now with Marco Luciano taking over the position, you look at the Cardinals with Mason Wynn, another rookie shortstop. They're essentially in the same spot of developing their young shortstop, and the Cardinals wanted Crawford, and it sounded like the Giants did not.
Is there something, too, that he goes to St. Louis, he has no history there, no pull, no energy towards, like, if Mason Wynn struggles, there wouldn't be a movement to play Crawford. There would be here. I mean, I understand it. Yeah. And Grant Brisbee's a reasonable guy, and he's a good writer, and he wrote that. But what if you knew that Crawford went to Farhan and said, I'll take very little money. I'll be a utility guy. I'll be a mentor guy. I'm not agitating to start. You guys use me as you want. What if I told you Bob Melvin wanted him too? Mm-hmm. How about that? I mean, these are all possibilities, guys. These are whispers you hear.
And Murph, we can take a step back just a couple years ago, when the Giants were scheduling interviews with Carlos Correa. And we were talking about Brandon Crawford maybe moving away from shortstop for the first time in his career, whether it be at third base or at second base. But we know the glove plays everywhere on that infield. I thought Crawford would have been a great backup option and a mentor for some of these young guys.
Okay, text line's blowing up. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I'll read some of these guys for you, though. 408 says, somewhere Creative Tony is rejoicing. That's for all of us who know that we have our guy in our midst who, for some bizarre, unknown reason, had a jihad against one of the greatest Giants of all time, Brandon Crawford. We have the actual sound? Oh, you do. Look at young Tony. Not this Tony. We want to make sure there's two Tonys now. Mm-hmm. We go with young Tony. That's the guy you see in the rectangle there. The handsome kid right there, the youngster. Then you got Creative Tony.
Let's just call him Old Tony.
Or as they called him, Cue Ball back in the day because of the bald head. Mm-hmm. He had a jihad against Brandon Crawford.
I hate Brandon Crawford. He's the worst. Okay. He sucks. He's awful.
That was a little copes now.
Yeah, I think I took that out of context a little bit.
Because what happened was we had Tony call in and explain his position on Crawford. He goes, you guys are making it out to sound like I say Brandon Crawford sucks. He's off. And we cut it.
I hate Brandon Crawford. He's the worst. He sucks. He's awful.
Now, if you're just tuning in, that was out of context. We dogged him.
The power of radio, baby.
That
the power of
good,
radio.
Man. That was pretty good. 559 says, you guys are, this is Michelle in Fresno. You're breaking my heart over Craw. I was there last year at the last game, and I wasn't ready. 925 says, yes, I am pissed. Why didn't we keep Crawford, but instead get another older player? I don't understand that text at all. 415 says, Farhan's failure is now complete. Wow, how about that?
Well, I do want to take a quick second to address Michelle's text for anybody who wasn't able to be at the last game of the season last year against the Dodgers. Guess what? This year, the final series at Oracle Park, Brandon Crawford and the St. Louis Cardinals are coming to town. So you'll have one last chance to maybe say goodbye to Brandon Crawford, who could be playing his last game of his career in a Cardinals jersey in San Francisco.
Will he be on the squad in late September? It's up in the air, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Here's other people defending Farhan. 925 says they're going to cut Ahmed, and he didn't want to cut Crawford. 4 and 5. Farhan did not want to be in a position where he'd have to cut Crawford because he wasn't performing. Well, you can. You can do that for sure. 415 says blank Creative Tony. 831 says the Farhan hot seat just went nuclear. You can make that move with Crawford, but if 2024 looks like 2023, he gone. I don't think so, bro. He got a 2-year extension. He's with Melvin. They have 3 years through 2026. 415 says, guys, Crawford to the Cardinals is not the same as Mays to the Mets or Montana to the Chiefs. He was never the best player on the team. It's more like Roger Craig going to the Raiders and Vikings. It's not a terrible analogy. There is something different, though, about Crawford being the local kid, the NorCal kid, born a Giant. All you have to do is look at that KNBR Instagram post from yesterday. Yeah. And then look at the comments underneath, by the way. Oh, my God. That picture really gets it's his 4-year-old Brandon Crawford at the last game at Candlestick in 92, where we thought they were going to move to freaking Tampa St. Pete. By the way, I've thought, with you being a Vegas Raiders fan.
Oh, get careful. I'm an Oakland Raider fan. Don't tell me I'm a Vegas Raider fan.
What do you mean? You're a Vegas Raider fan?
No, I'm an Oakland Raider fan, not a Vegas Raider fan.
I'm confused right now. They're in Vegas. You root for them.
Yeah, but they're also the team formerly known as the Oakland Raiders.
That's a hell of a semantic pretzel you're pulling
I
off
don't
here.
own a single piece of fan gear that says Las Vegas on it.
Well, I mean, are you a Raider fan or not?
I'm a Raider fan. Well, don't call me a Las Vegas Raider
There's
fan.
some semantic.
Oh, dude, trust me.
On.
Inside the Raider world, there's a difference whether or not you're an Oakland Raider fan, an LA Raider fan, and a Las Vegas Raider fan.
That's definitely a topic for another day because we're at the clock. Is up against it.
Yeah.
My question was going to be: I was wondering myself as I drove one early dark morning into work, if the Giants had moved to Tampa St. Pete, how I would have handled that. I don't know. I truly don't know the answer. I probably would have drifted. What am I going to do, though? I got no ball team.
You're going to be an A's fan?
We're taking down that Rooted in Oakland sign over in Oakland right there.
Uprooted in Oakland.
More text pouring in. 650 says, if Crawford played terribly, people would have lost their S if he got DFA'd. 408 says, don't forget, Crawford batted 194, but also blank you, Tony. There you go. 408 says, okay, 408 with a pretty good one here. Says, Farhan read Moneyball when he was in college. Now he's a GM. Hey, I read Playboy when I was a teenager, and I'm not running the mansion. That's one of the more creative texts I've seen.
That's a great point. I'm not Hugh Hefner. I read those magazines.
Anyway, guys.
I didn't read them. I just looked at them.
It's a tough deal. It's a hard one. And Farhan's going to have to wear this one because signing Ahmed when you knew Crawford wanted to play is a statement.
Yeah.
It's definitely a statement. And you can say he didn't want to have to release him, but, great players have gotten released. They really have. It just happened in sports history where great players from their own team get released. And it happens. So
there's a scenario. I don't really want to put that out there, but we could be talking about Farhan releasing Pablo Sandoval in a couple weeks.
Exactly. For sure. All right, guys, we wanted to touch on that because it was a big story today, and you guys have a lot of reaction. Text line blowing up, guys. So we're sorry if we didn't get to your text, but we sure do appreciate you guys sending them in. And we'll be here tomorrow to read more of them. All right? Okay, we'll hand it over to Johnny and Papa on the other side, Tuesday morning style on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Brandon Crawford saying farewell.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered. Deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie, in his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam. The Giants lead 5-3. And what a moment for the kid.
Well, there it is. That's a Brandon Crawford special, not just his first big league hit, a grand slam in Milwaukee when he had short hair and no facial hair, but the post that he put up last night on Instagram, and you know the tune, Doja Cat, Paint the Town Red. Uh-oh, that's Cardinal red.
Yeah, you think he's going to throw that into the rotation? Because Brandon Crawford's big on his music rotator like we have at the station, but he has it for his welcome music. You think Doja Cat cracks the rotation?
Absolutely. And does he have, I wonder how soon before like the Nolan Arenados and those guys give him the keys to the tape deck, you know what I mean, where he gets to play. Because he ran the show in San Francisco for years. He ran the clubhouse tunes. That was it. He controlled it, and they all willing. The guy had great taste in music. He really did. It was varied, too. I wonder how soon before they're like, yeah, this is my guy, DJ BC Raw.
Yeah, I wonder if Paul Goldschmidt's giving up that boombox.
All right, so it was just kind of a classic Crawford post, though. You know what I mean? Because he didn't have any caption, no nothing. It was like, oh, man, he's wearing Cardinal red. So we'll see. I mean, listen, how's he going to play? Does he crack with does he make the big club? I mean, he signed a major league deal, though, with them, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So anyway, obviously it was the controlling story today, along with Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards, and we'll see how that goes tonight. And we should probably tell you guys maybe the most immediate of them all, John Lynch, is going to speak at 11 a.m. today in Indianapolis. Lots of questions, starting with the defensive coordinator, moving on to the mental well check on the Niners, moving on to all the injuries and the surgeries, moving on to the draft, too. And, of course, I did mention the defensive coordinator, yes.
Yeah, and you mentioned Brandon Ayuk also, correct?
Yes, I did not, so there you go.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk, Debo, we could talk about all that with John Lynch today.
So that means Papa and Lund got a full plate. We may hand him that plate, brother.
A whole smorgasbord.
You ready for your full plate, bro?
I'm ready.
All right.
Quick story, 5 seconds.
Yes, please.
You just said tape deck. So one time we were doing Fan Fest, and I was somebody asked Brandon Crawford about it, and I said to Brandon Crawford, I said, so do you have control of the boombox? He goes, boombox. He goes, bro, how old are you? You just called it a tape deck. He just got on me about calling it a boombox. He goes, boombox. He goes, bro, how old are you?
Ask him, have you ever been to a Niner game?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But those boomboxes are Bluetooth now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's still a boombox.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I was in high school, it was big on passing the aux cord. You would just plug it into your iPhone, but everything's Bluetooth now.
But Brandon Crawford was looking at me like, this was like 2 years ago. And he goes, boombox? He goes, bro, how old are you?
He's like, I got an 8-track, bro.
Oh, man. Hey, there was something about making a mixtape for somebody. It meant you were going the extra mile.
It did.
You were going the extra mile.
Something special, Murph.
All right. Young Tony, Curly, we'll see you tomorrow. Marcus, hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Where's the New York media now?
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
3-1 pitch. Fitzgerald swings and lines one out to deep left. Flint's going back. He's at the wall. It's a grand slam. Tyler Fitzgerald on one swing of the bat has tied this game 7-7. A grand slam here in the bottom of the fifth.
For sure. You know, those guys, obviously Chris will play, when he comes back, he'll play all of the non-Steph minutes. And then he'll be out there with Steph as well, and it's easier for us to put Steph off the ball and take some of the wear and tear off of him, when Chris is out there, because he doesn't have to bring it up and battle pressure and all that.
I'm excited about it. Just when he got hurt, we were not in a great place, and trying to again establish our identity. We've had a pretty good run, built some momentum since he's been out, but he's such a connector and a floor general and a guy that gets everybody in the right spot. So whether it's when I'm on the bench or the rotations where we're on the court at the same time, it'll hopefully elevate us to another level where he gets comfortable, gets his legs underneath him, again, just does what he does. That on top of how we've been playing, hopefully allow us to keep building.
Oh, yes. Thanks for joining us. Tuesday edition of the show. Poole and Paul. You just heard Steph Curry talking about the return of Chris Paul, but no Andrew Wiggins tonight for the Warriors. We'll get into that conversation. We got a ton to get to as far as the 49ers are concerned. John Lynch is going to speak in an hour from the podium in Indianapolis. We'll get into that as well. Finish our conversation about Brandon Crawford going to the Cardinals. If you missed that late in the show yesterday, and our thoughts on it, plus a great guest list, as we always have, including Mark Spears in that whole thing. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
How are you, Johnny? A lot to get to. We'll hear John Lynch live from Indy at 11 o'clock. A lot to get to as they have a first-round pick for the first time since Trey Lance draft, obviously. And what do they do out of St. Peters? And Kyle and the staff are still in Santa Clara. They're going to have a defensive coordinator interview or two this week. Maybe John will enlighten us on that. So we'll have you covered. And no Andrew Wiggins tonight for the Warriors. He's out with personal reasons, which means how do they change the starting lineup? Might one of those two Hall of Famers who we presume to come off the bench start tonight? Chris Paul at his return game against Jordan Poole is also playing off the bench for the 9-48 Washington Wizards. Had a great game his last game off the bench, went for 31 and made some incredible step-back threes. Do you go to Trace Jackson Davis? Marvin Bagley III is a true center for Washington. They have Kyle Kuzma, so 6'11", 6'10", along their front line. So we'll see. And then, obviously, with the Giants, and Glenn Kuiper is going to join us at 10:30, today is going to be the debut of grandson of the win. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to make his Giant debut today, John, and he will lead off. And you're also going to have Jordan Hicks take the baseball today, so a couple of big debuts. So we, no matter what shape of your balls, John, the big orange ones, the small white ones, the oblong one, maybe we'll talk hockey, but probably not. We got you covered. All sizes of balls today over the next 4 hours.
Which we normally do anyway, yeah. So that's what we got
we like
going
our
on.
varying ball sizes.
Yes,
we do.
very much so.
Yeah.
And we don't do as much on the history, but it is 8 years, bang, 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 Steph Curry against OKC, so that big one as well.
Was it on this date?
Yeah, 8 years ago today. 8 years ago today.
Steph,
so.
we have to go in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
Some of Steph's best games ever, now that you prompt my memory, have come on February the 27th.
That is true.
Not just the bang, bang game. He's had a series of games, which
Knicks,
we'll get into.
Right? Knicks as well. So
was that on February 27th?
Absolutely.
There were a bunch of them we went through. I'll text David Tedla. We used to do this on Warriors pregame live, so we'll see just which ones. But yeah, that was how many years ago?
The OKC one was
2016.
How about that? Isn't that crazy?
8 years ago.
Man, that time is flying.
That regular season, I watched that game at the Stadium Pub or Club, whatever it's called, Stadium Pub in Walnut Creek. It was a Saturday night game. Obviously, Mike Breen didn't have the call, so I wasn't working. And people picked me up and lifted me like I had made the shot. Well, actually, remember Andre made those 2 free throws at the end of the game to force overtime? And Kevin Durant fouled out of the game. That was one of the best, probably the one that comes to mind most readily for me during the Steve Kerr era as the best regular season game the Warriors have ever played, as far as excitement level.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. That was very cool. And one last thing that I forgot as I'm perusing my notes going through, it was when, now it's Beck. The Giants say that Tristan Beck went to San Francisco to see doctors because of right hand discomfort. So is that going to prompt anything for Farhan? What are we going to do here as the back end of the rotation is having some issues in spring? Does that mean they might revisit one of those Boris free agent pitchers? We shall see.
I think so. Glenn Kuiper is going to join us, and I saw Glenn and Dwayne and obviously Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Pat the Bat. We visited with all of them, Marty, and but mainly it was good to catch up with Glenn because we haven't seen him in so long, and he's trying to come back in his own regard. I don't know if he wants to get into that today, but that was just a terrible misspeak on his part. It's not what's in his heart. So we're going to welcome Glenn back. And he does know Bob Melvin well. One thing I want to get into with Kipe when he joins us, Kipe, at 10:30, John, is just the relationship Bob Melvin has with Matt Chapman. I didn't realize it was that strong. It's almost like a father's son. It's almost like Ron Washington, Eric Chavez, with the fungos and the pregame work. And he was already, can you imagine it in fungos and ground balls to Matt Chapman? A little different than what Wash had to do with a guy who had to learn to be a great defender. But, Chavy won 6 Gold Gloves and gave 1 to Wash. So just the relationship they have, and I think Glenn is bracing for the Giants to do more. Did watch the Giant game back from this morning, John, and Mason Black wasn't. His second inning was much better. Logan Webb went out to talk to him after the first inning. But as far as the front of the rotation guy, there are guys out there, Jordan Montgomery being one, but Blake Snell, who Kipe knows as well from his days in the American League with Tampa and all those matchups with the A's and Rays, knows him well. So I think are we going to have some resolution here in the next week now that the buggy whipper Bellinger signed on Saturday? Might the other Boris 4, and you got to obviously remove J.D. Martinez from that. The Giants are not going to be in play for the DH. And Jorge Soler had a couple of impressive base hits yesterday, and got down a couple of strikes the first at bat and pulled a breaking ball to left field and went up the middle right away to bring in a runner from third in the second at bat. And Bob Melvin was talking about what I saw when I was there on Friday. When you watch his batting practice, and it was one of the first ones of the spring, so I wasn't impressed. He was on his front foot. He was lunging constantly. But one thing that Bob said, if you watch his BP, and I came away from it right away, he's not just trying to buggy whip in batting practice. He's just not trying to lift and separate as a power hitter. He takes the ball the other way and up the middle, not quite like Wade Boggs going around the world, but I was like, wow, is that Jorge Soler? That's his body. That's the Bonds earring dangling down from the earlobe. But interesting guy. So we'll get into it all with Kipe on what's going on, John. But I think without question, I'm almost expecting them to go get Matt Chapman. I mean, who else is out there to get Matt Chapman? Would the Blue Jays bring him back? If not Toronto, what other teams are courting Matt Chapman?
John Paul Morosi, our good friend from MLB Network, basically just said it's a one-man race. And he thinks that they're just
Giants and nobody?
Yeah,
really?
Because the Cubs were in on it early with Bellinger now, and they picked up Michael Busch in the offseason from the Dodgers. He's their first baseman. Wisdom's their third baseman, so he doesn't think that they're a team. Like you said, Toronto, if it dropped far enough, but he said basically it's the Giants. And so hopefully that's the case, but as they keep losing pitchers, I'm just wondering how they're going to field a competent five-man rotation. So I hope that it's one of those guys. I hope it's Snell, because we keep hearing, like out of New York today, the Yankees are out, which means probably the Yankees are in, because the Yankees are the other team in on Snell. They need one more. And they've talked about it. So hopefully, I'd like to see them both. We went over the numbers yesterday. Not sure they could fit them both. They could trade somebody. A guy like Conforto was making $20 million or something like that. But we'll see. But I agree with you. I think Chapman's a guy, but I think they need pitching. All of a sudden, back into that rotation, you're going, okay, what do you got? And there's already question marks about the rotation. So we shall see. But, Jung-Hoo Lee today. We're going to talk at the bottom of the hour with Glenn Kuiper. It's going to be great to have him back on the air. So we'll get into some Giants. Ton of great stuff today. Do not miss. John Lynch is going to be at 11 o'clock, so some of the strategy possibly, and a lot of coaches and stuff don't go to the combine, but we'll get into all those conversations as well, plus tons of stuff on the Warriors. Chris Paul coming back. Jordan Poole having a chance to go up against the Warriors as well. Of course, did the home version of that back in December, but we'll get into all those conversations. So a ton going on today. We'll start it up all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Marcus Thompson, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Chris Paul's return to the rotation tonight, I should say, against the Wizards. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's the 2-1. Munguia swings. There's a high, deep drive right field. Marisnik back. He's looking up. It is gone. Ishmael Munguia hammers one out into the Giants bullpen and straightaway right. And how about that? The Giants have the lead. They've come back from a 7-run deficit, and a 2-run shot here in the bottom of the 6th has given the Giants a 9-7 advantage.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. By the way, I don't know what's going on with my voice. It's just all of a sudden we got on the air and it's leaving me. So I'll do the best I can.
Patrick Mahomes in there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Goggle Patrick Mahomes out of there, John. We don't want him.
All of a sudden. But lineup today should be great. Jung-Hoo Lee makes his spring debut. Tyro Estrada, Lamont Wade Jr., Jorge Soler, Wilmer Flores, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Elio Ramos, and Luis Matos, with Jordan Hicks going to the hill, trying to make that transformation from reliever to starter. He has 7 career starts. So, I mean, there's 6 or 7 guys there they're going to be regulars on this team there, and a majority of this lineup is going to be there on opening day. So this is going to be a one to watch against the Mariners today.
And the two priciest free agent signings by far are making their Giants debut today, starting with the grandson of the wind, J.H. Lee, as he will have on the back of his 51 jersey, Jung-Hoo Lee, who they gave a huge contract to, 6 years, $113 million. He can opt out after the 2027 year. He wears 51 because he idolized the great Ichiro Suzuki. And we'll see if his game translates. Ichiro had the greatest hand-eye bat-to-ball skill I think there's ever been in the game. I mean, that guy was just incredible. What I've heard talking to Pat the Bat about Jung-Hoo Lee, Ichiro did not like to drive the ball. He would in batting practice when Lou Piniella, kind of go to them into it. You ever got to hit a home run, and then in BP turn like the next 5 over the wall and right. But Ichiro was the two-handed backhand going the other way in the hole. He couldn't throw him out. Obliterated the all-time hits record. So I asked Pat the Bat, can J.H. Lee turn the ball? He said he hits bombs, one after the other. Now, the bat-to-ball skill, will it translate right away at top of the world pitching? He didn't quite see that in the KBO. But we'll see how long it takes him, and then just watching him track the balls in the outfield. He'll have the 2 young guys, Matos and Ramos, on each side. But Jung-Hoo Lee's got to learn to, track him down in the outfield. And, Oracle Park, we know how challenging right field is. I do wonder if you want to eventually, with Slater, it's better in center. Would Lee ever play right field in the ballpark at home? Probably not the first year. They want to get him acclimated. So just good to have him over the injury that kept him out. And then the other guy's Jordan Hicks. He got a 4-year, $44 million deal. He's making an interesting conversion from being one of the hardest throwers, if not the hardest thrower in baseball, from the the short reliever standpoint, 105, and what will he? It's going to be a spring outing, so he's probably going to have one up and down, start the game, get through the first, and hopefully begin the second, and then see where he goes. But and they don't have always radar gun readings, John, in spring games. You have to kind of search for him, but I'm sure we'll get some reading on him. But it's not just how hard he throws. 105, Aroldis Chapman had 105. And then he'd give you that wipeout slider at 95, and you couldn't hit it. So what does he have behind that? So a lot of intrigue. We're not still no Marco Luciano at shortstop today. He's not played. It's been Casey Schmidt will be in there today. Started Saturday, then Tyler Fitzgerald on Sunday and yesterday. And watching the game back, that 3-1 fastball that he rode out of the ballpark for a grand slam, he pulled it over the left field wall, was really impressive. Just watching the whole game with him, he had a couple of plays defensively. Now, Tyler Fitzgerald, and I remember watching him play in Vegas last year when Marcus and I, Boucher, went to, Aviator Stadium, whatever it is in Vegas, and watched the Rivercats play. He played second that night, and a little bit of center. He can play second, he can play center. But they're going to give him a long look at shortstop here. He's incredibly fast. That's why he made the conversion to center, and he really never had a misstep out there. Second seems like an easy position for him. Shortstop, there were a couple of plays in the hole yesterday against the Angels. One, he went to his backhand side, planted strongly, and threw on to first base. He did pull Wilmer Flores off the bag. Wilmer went up and down. The first base umpire actually called the runner. I think it was Adrianza's save. He was out. Wilmer got back on the bag. And, It was a little bit of a high throw, but it was the way he got to the ball on the backhand side, planted, and threw. The ball came out of his hand a little funky, a lot on it, but it pulled Wilmer. But Wilmer made a nice play, but it was incorrectly called. It should have been out at first base. Then later in the game, he dove for a ball more directly in the hole. He couldn't quite get to it. I think it glanced off his glove as he dove that way. And on a day that Brandon Crawford signs with the St. Louis Cardinals and leaves, the greatest defensive shortstop in Giant history to be sure, you keep a keen eye on Tyler Fitzgerald. But today, neither one, Luciano nor Tyler Fitzgerald, at least in the starting lineup, John. It's going to be, again, Casey Schmidt.
And again, if you missed the beginning of the show, Tristan Beck goes back to San Francisco to see doctors because of right hand discomfort. So this start today for Jordan Hicks at spring training. So I'm not going to call it huge, but I'm looking at FanGraphs right now. They've got him projected at 19 starts in 122 innings and 390 innings pitched. We just don't know what Jordan Hicks is going to give you. And if you look at Beck and Wynn at the bottom, we don't know what they're going to give you. Kyle Harrison is projected, according to FanGraphs, at 137 innings, and then you got Logan Webb at 202 is what they're projecting. Again, it could be who the hell knows. I mean, guys could get hurt and things like that. But Jordan Hicks, this is big because if he can't, 4-44, I don't love the contract. Now, if he falls back and he becomes a high-priced reliever throwing 102, I guess you could live with that. But they really need him in the rotation, given the fact that, you've already got some potential small, it looks like a couple of injuries in spring training with the back end of your rotation. Harrison is not going to just jump up to 200 innings. He's probably, again, they're projecting him at 137, so maybe he's in that range. And Webb, hopefully he can stay healthy. And that's why, like I said, I'm looking at these two guys that Boris has, and you got to think that they're going to go after one of these guys and try to be aggressive. But this is as far as big spring training starts can be, I think it's big for Hicks because they need him in this rotation. They need him to eat some innings.
Well, he's in. I mean, it's going to be Webb, it's going to be Kyle Harrison, and then Hicks slots number 3. I mean, it's just how many innings can he pitch, making the conversion from short reliever to starter. Can they get him? I'm sure they're going to stretch him out and get him up to 100 pitches by the end of spring training, but is he a guy that can, get into the 6th inning at all, or is he strictly going to be a shorter guy? And then with the injuries you're talking about, and Keaton Wynn, they haven't pitched him all spring. He came in elbow discomfort, and now what's going on with Tristan Beck on top of what's going on with Alex Cobb, who had left hip surgery, and Robbie Ray, who had the left elbow UCL surgery. They're going to be out for a month to start the year in the first half of the year. You do have some other people, obviously, in the mix. So we've talked incessantly about the big-name people out there, and, you've still got some starters that are out there, Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell being the guys, John. There are also cheaper guys out there. If you go out and get Matt Chapman and you want to stay under the tax line, the CBT, the competitive balance tax, would you go out and get Michael Lorenzen or Mike Clevenger, who I believe Bo Mel knows from San Diego? I mean, what are you looking at here if you just priced out of Blake Snell? If you add Matt Chapman, it may be hard to add Chapman and Blake Snell. What's the number on Jordan Montgomery? Obviously less expensive than Blake, but would you be in the market for one of the Mikes, Lorenzen or Clevenger?
I think I don't know that they would have a choice. Again, it's not that I'm down on any of these young guys, and we were joking yesterday about Mason Black or Birdsong or any of these different guys that they're talking about. It's just that I wouldn't want to rush them through the system. Last year they had to rush guys through, and nothing against Casey Schmidt or any of these different guys, Matos. They got a taste of everything, and we all get excited. You and I have talked about this for years, from Joey Bart to, you hear these guys' names, so Luciano, but it takes guys time to get adjusted to this stuff. Kyle Harrison, we've been hearing Harrison's name forever, and you went and you saw him, and it's going to take him a minute. I expect him to be a much better pitcher than he was a year ago, but to expect one of these young rookie guys to assume, a spot in the starting rotation and to all of a sudden throw, 120, 130, it just doesn't, that's not realistic to think. So you just mentioned a couple of guys that maybe don't get Giants fans overly excited, but they may have to do that just to eat, 100 innings, 120 innings this year, because as much as I don't like the guys they left, those guys who are, a couple of them now with the A's, were here last year, at least they ate some innings. And there's 1,458 innings in a given season. And you got to get an average of 6 innings you'd like out of your starter. So, you're looking at 700 innings there. Where are you going to get them from? Okay, Logan Webb's got 200. Now you've got a bunch of question marks right after that. And they don't have a lot of depth on this team.
Speaking of Joey Bart, he looks like a different player to me. First of all, physically, he looks incredible. If that guy could hit and play, he would be I assume he's a bachelor, Joey? He would take over from Jimmy. Who's the Bay Area's most eligible bachelor as an athlete? Joey Bart looks amazing. And yesterday he got on base all 3 times. Now, we'll talk to Kuip. Glenn Kuiper is going to join us in a few minutes here. And he knows Tom Murphy from his American League stay with the A's, watching him against Seattle. I mean, barring an injury, your 2 catchers are going to be obviously Patrick Bailey, who's catching today. And he even started yesterday, and Joey came in behind. So Joey may play today or Murphy. But Bailey and Murphy are going to be your combination. I don't know what they're going to do with Blake Sable. I think he'd be someone to keep an eye on. You don't have to keep him on the roster the whole way through this year because of the Rule 5, but I think he does factor in as a kind of a 2.5 catcher. But Joey looks good, which means other people are watching what I'm seeing. Could you trade? I mean, you could, obviously, but what could you get back for Joey Bart, John? Could you get either a starting pitcher we're talking about, or if you don't want to give Matt Chapman the money that Boros is demanding, you want to go somewhere else, a starting caliber shortstop? What could Joey Bart fetch you if he continues this spring? It's very early, but he looks good. The little bit I've seen, he was on base all 3 times yesterday.
All right, let's get into it. Little Giant spring training. Let's go down to Scottsdale, the Mariners, and a lot of the lineup that is going to be there on opening day. Let's discuss it with Glenn Kuiper next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and you've heard Papa and Lon talk incessantly about our successful custom lens replacement surgery at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. If you want to know more, they're going to have a webinar, a live webinar this Friday at noon. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have. What's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Are you a candidate for either, and in particular CLR? What's the cost? Can you finance it? How long does the procedure take? And you're never going to get a cataract after CLR. I wish I asked, why can't you get a cataract after CLR? Unintended successful consequence there. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution for you to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That's this Friday at noon. I love saying webinar. Space is limited. Register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Hey everybody, it's John Dickinson. Join me for Dubs OT with JD coming up tonight. Warriors and the Wizards. As soon as the final horn hits, we are going live. YouTube and Twitch. We're taking your calls, your text messages, reacting to the Warriors' first of 4 on the road from the nation's capital. It's Dubs OT with JD. Look for us around 6:30 on KNBR, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, we got another guest. Just walking in.
I got to tell you something. Since 1963, I haven't been able to dodge this guy at all. Every time I turn around, I think he's going to run into me. But anyway, it's my little brother, Glenn. So we'd like to welcome him, Glenn. He throws right-handed, he hits left-handed, just like I did. He went to college, didn't go to class, just like I did.
All true.
Played all 3 sports in high school, just like I did. But to give you a difference in the age gap, when I started college, he started kindergarten. Wow. And by the way, when he was in college and he needed money, he didn't call my dad.
I did.
He called the big leaguer, right? Because he thought I had cash laying all over the place.
63, huh?
Yes.
Now we know how old he is.
Glenn Kuiper, he'll be doing a lot of the Giants games with our good friend Joe Rizzo on the stream all spring, so it's going to be very cool to hear him. And, of course, the Giants. And they got a lot of guys in the lineup today against the Mariners. Of course, going to be cool to see Jung-Hoo Lee in his debut, Jordan Hicks as a starter. He's going to make his Giants debut today. Tyro Estrada, Lamont Wade Jr., Jorge Soler had a couple of hits yesterday. Wilmer Flores, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos, and Luis Matos today against the Mariners. And Glenn Kuiper joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line from Scottsdale. Hi, Glenn. Great to talk to you. How are you?
Hey, you guys. It's great to be on. I appreciate you guys having me.
Of course. Give us a little scene setter from Scottsdale. How are things?
Beautiful day again. If you're a baseball fan and if you're a Giants fan, Scottsdale Stadium is sort of like paradise, and it's a beautiful day, lots of sunshine, and yeah, like you guys said, Jung-Hoo Lee in the lineup today, which is a big deal. Jordan Hicks, his first start, that's a big deal. So every day in spring training, there's something to look forward to, and those are certainly two of the things today.
Yeah, it was great seeing you on Friday when I got to Scottsdale Stadium, went to the cage right away, and they were the Kuiper brothers. I'm looking for Jeff, the most attractive of all three of you and the youngest. But we obviously know you followed me in the Ace TV booth in 2004. But before that, you worked for a long time with the Giants when I was doing the Ace game. So just go back, your history with Giants baseball, and what's it like to work with your brothers again a little bit, being around the ballpark, and your third brother, Mike Krukow, Glenn?
Well, listen, I'm not going to make anything up, you guys. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful feeling to be, doing some stuff for the Giants and for KNBR this year. It's great. It started way back in 1992. I was doing some pregame shows for the Giants, and that lasted pregame, postgame. Got to open the new ballpark, Pac Bell Park back then, which was awesome. And then after the 2003 season, I went over to the A's for a long time and, had a great 20 years there. And now it's just, it feels sort of like going back home, I guess, a little bit. And it helps when, your brothers are there. But you know so many people over here, and I've always been a Giants fan. I've always watched them and, was excited when they won the 3 World Series, and, I hope there's more. So it's good to be here, and it kind of feels like it's good to be back.
That's great stuff, and a great game against the Mariners. A lot of starters today. Let's start with Jung-Hoo Lee. I know that he was banged up a little bit, and they were just kind of keeping him out for precautionary reasons, but he's the big free agent signing in the offseason, and just from what you can gather and watching and hearing the buzz, he's going to lead off today wearing 51. What are your thoughts on him?
Well, he's important. I mean, you give a guy that much money and you say, you're my leadoff hitter and you're my center fielder, that's a lot. So, he's got to go. I mean, there may be a little bit of an adjustment period for him. I mean, that's not uncommon. But he's very important, and he knows that. He's not here to platoon. He's not here to bat ninth. He's here to lead off, play every day, and play center field. So there's a lot riding on Lee, and let's hope that everything works out there, because he's going to be here for a while. So that's exciting to see. I've seen him running around outfield taking some BP, but
we're looking forward to see him in a game. So that's important. And, Solaire's in there today again. He looks great. He's just a monster of a human being. He's huge. So he's fun to watch as well. So, but yeah, all eyes will be on Lee and Hicks today.
Yeah, you mentioned Jordan Hicks. So Lee was the big money signing. He can opt out after 2027, but it's a 6-year deal for $113 million. And then they went out and got Jordan Hicks, 4 years for $44 million. He was a Blue Jay last year, Kipe. You may have seen him a little bit. Obviously, you saw him in St. Louis throughout the years when he was the hardest thrower post Aroldis Chapman or with Aroldis Chapman. I mean, he pops 105 on the gun. What does he have besides that overpowering, overwhelming four-seam fastball? And what do they expect from Jordan Hicks today, making his Giants spring debut, Kipe?
Well, it's funny, Greg. Everybody goes with the 102, 103, 104, which is legit, but he can, two-seam it a little bit and sink it, and he gets actually a fair amount of ground balls if you look at, some of those extended stats that people look at. So there's some ground ball there, believe it or not. It's just high velocity, sinking life, and that's pretty good, and that's why there's, the Giants' infield defense is important. But, I've thought a lot about Jordan Hicks. Is it a risk? Well, sure, a little bit. There's a lot of money involved there. Is he going to throw 190 innings? No, that's not going to happen. But, what if you get a real good 125, 130 innings out of him as a starter? Is that enough? Are you happy with that? I probably would be, because, listen, it's not going to be 7-8 innings to start with this guy. That's not where he's at. But he could be dominant for 5. And then you got a deep bullpen, and you got 8 guys in the bullpen to go from there. Maybe that's a best case scenario this year for Jordan Hicks as he sort of makes that adjustment into being a starter. But boy, the stuff is there, and it's fun to watch. But it's all going to be about how many innings is he going to give us, and maybe 125, 130 is a goal, and make those 125 or 130 be dominant.
Glenn Kuiper's joining us, of course. Great game today against the Mariners, and Jordan Hicks is going to make his debut. Like you said, only 8 career starts as a starter, throwing triple digits as a reliever. Let's look at the rotation. As now we're hearing today, maybe Tristan Beck has an issue. We've heard an issue. Hicks is going to make that conversion. We know what Logan Webb is, and Kyle Harrison is trying to make that next jump. What's the concern level as far as the depth in the rotation?
Well, I think probably the youth of that. You're going to have injuries. Wynn should be fine. I think he's going to start throwing here soon. Guys get a little, some tweaks down here, and at this point in spring training, you're going to be real careful. But, John, I think you just have to look at the youth. I mean, can these guys? It's a good group of young prospects, but they're prospects, right? I mean, I think Harrison's fine. He's going to settle in nicely. I think he's the real deal. But yeah, you're going to have a group of young pitchers, and down in the minor leagues, some guys that are getting close to being ready. So there's a lot there, but a lot of that is real young guys who, how close are they to the big leagues? I think, a lot of talk about Carson Wisenhunt, a left-hander who's probably going to start AA or AAA. He's probably the best one of all these minor league kids that we talk about. But luckily they have a lot of prospect depth and real good prospects. I mean, we're talking high-end prospects. But like they say, they are prospects, and they haven't got to the big leagues yet. So I would say the youth and how quickly can these guys settle in as big league starters is going to be something to watch very closely, because they need these young guys they need them to be good and healthy quickly.
With Cody Bellinger signing over the weekend, finally one of the Scott Boras free agents signing, we're wondering about who's going to be next. And Blake Snell is a guy, obviously, that Bo Mel and, Brian Price know well from San Diego the last couple of years, and last year under their leadership, he broke through and won a second Cy. You saw him as a younger pitcher in the American League, Glenn, with Tampa Bay win his first Cy in 2018 when he was 21-5 with a sub-2 ERA. I think he's a better pitcher now as far as getting deeper into games. How would you gauge the Giants and possibly bringing in Blake Snell this late in spring training?
Yeah, I don't hear a lot about that down here. Now, obviously, if there was anything going on, it would probably be kept pretty much under wraps. Listen, anybody would like to have him. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think he would fit financially into the Giants' numbers, I think, without going over, that 237 number. Maybe there's some concern about, is $150 million too much for a guy who has had 2 great years, 2 Cy Young years, but the other years have been a little bit so-so. That's speculation, but I would guess that is something that comes up with these teams and with the Giants looking at Blake Snell and what he's asking for. Maybe the agent needs to come down. Maybe there's, in their mind they're overvalued, because I think teams going after these free agents like the Giants are, I think sometimes you draw a little line in the sand and say, this is where we're at in our evaluation of this guy. We'll go up a little bit, but we're not going way up crazy where you're asking. And that could very easily be the situation with Snell. Would we take him? Oh, absolutely. But, is he a $150 million guy? That I'm not sure about, but he's certainly quality. But, I think there's a little hesitation about, what he's asking for. And that could be the holdup with not just the Giants, but with any of these teams that are looking at him.
Glenn Kuiper joining us from Scottsdale. Again, Giants and Mariners today on the stream, and then we'll have Giants baseball tomorrow. We'll be on the air only until about 11:50, and then Giants baseball right here on the leader. Another guy that you're very familiar with out there is part of the Boris crew, and we keep hearing just because of his relationship with Bob Melvin so much, and anybody could use Matt Chapman at third, but what are your thoughts on a potential reunion, Bob and Matt Chapman?
Well, it's hard not to kind of envision that, because we've all heard so much about it, and almost to the point where there are times where you just think it's a foregone conclusion that at some point Chapman's going to sign with the Giants and he'll be here. But that's also been going on now for a couple months. Listen, I love Matt Chapman. I'm a huge fan. Great guy, terrific player. The defense is real. So would I like to see Matt Chapman in a Giants uniform? Absolutely. And I think, guys, looking at it from a Giants perspective, J.D. Davis is a pretty good player, but Matt Chapman is a premier third baseman. So you would be better defensively at third. He would make your shortstop, whoever it is, a better player, because he takes away the ball in the hole that the shortstop has to make, right? So now you've improved in 2 spots defensively. And maybe something that goes unnoticed a little bit is Matt Chapman's a really strong clubhouse guy. I saw it in Oakland, second year that he was in the big leagues. He was the clubhouse leader, which doesn't always happen that quickly. But by year 2, he was the guy. Veteran players were going to him. So he has the ability to be a real strong clubhouse presence. That is a thing at the major league level. That is an important thing. And, there was a few things that went on in the clubhouse last year that, probably should have been policed but weren't. That will not happen if Matt Chapman was in your clubhouse. That will not happen with Bob Melvin as the manager either. But I know Bob looks at Matt Chapman as somebody that could run the clubhouse and not do it in a rah-rah kind of way. That's not it. But just a leader, a go-to guy, and that's important at this level. So those are your 3 positives. We'll just see. I hope it happens. I think we all do, because he's a gamer. He plays hard. He stays on the field. And I think he would make the Giants better. If you could find a way to do that and keep J.D. Davis somehow, because he can swing it a little bit, that would be even better. But I don't know whether that would be able to happen.
Yeah, you're kind of reading my mind here. When I was with you guys watching the workout, on Friday. And then I know JD fell off last year, but at the beginning of the year, defensively, he was one of the most improved defenders at third base I had seen. A rocket arm. He does not have great range. He's one step and dive. Let me throw this out. I'm talking to John about this. I doubt Matt Chapman would do this, that he would sign anywhere to play anything but third base. But you were there when the exaggerated overshift was allowed, and there were a lot of days where he played the left side of the infield all by himself. And I think he could play that kind of range. And with JD's lack of range, is there any way that the Giants would sign Matt Chapman and ask him to play shortstop and leave J.D. Davis at third base, Kite?
I think it's a good question, and I ran it by a couple of Giants people, and the feeling I got was, could he do it? Yes, but would they want him to do that, and would that be a thing if they signed him? The answer was no. Now, if you needed a guy for a game or something, yeah, absolutely, he could play. He'd be good there. But just on a regular basis, we're going to sign him to be our shortstop. I don't see that happening. I don't. He could do it, but if he signs here, he will play third base, and I don't think they would ask him to do that. But Greg, you and I kicked it around the day you were here, and he could absolutely do it, but I just don't see it happening. I don't see that.
Could you pay him more money, John, if he played shortstop?
They might need him.
Show him what the shortstops got last year.
Yeah, they get a little more.
Obviously,
Glenn, the reason we're asking about shortstop, Brandon Crawford's no longer around, and he's officially going to the Cardinals. Has there been any buzz down there about 35 going to Red now?
Yeah, a little bit. I think everybody loves Brandon Crawford. How can you not? And I think people are happy for him. And any thought about, well, what about him going back to the Giants? I don't. I think the difference there, guys, is if you're Brandon Crawford, you're saying, listen, if I'm going to come back, or if I'm going to play another year, I need to sign a major league contract. I'm not going to do a minor league contract. And once you sign a major league contract, well, you're in. You're going to be on the team, and that's what the Cardinals gave him. I don't know that the Giants, just from a full 40-man roster situation, were they going to give Brandon Crawford a major league deal, guarantee him a spot? I don't know that they were ready to do that. And I think with the shortstop situation, it's a competition now, guys. I mean, it's Nick Ahmed, Luciano, and Tyler Fitzgerald is going to get a long look there. And that's just the situation now. I think they wanted to bring in a veteran guy like an Ahmed. I think they knew they could do that in spring training because there's veteran shortstops out there. But I just don't know that Crawford was ever a serious option to come back because he was going to want a major league deal, and he got one. Man, we wish him luck. I mean, he's going to get an opportunity in St. Louis, to play some, and I'm sure that's what he wanted. So we wish him luck, but I don't know that it was going to happen here, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. Glenn, great to hear your voice again. Great to hear on the call, and enjoy. We'll talk to you again real soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Great being on, and let's do it again soon.
You got it.
Welcome back, brother.
Yeah, there is Glenn Kuiper again. He's going to be doing Select Giants broadcast. He'll be doing spring training with the Giants as well. You'll hear his voice. And again, lots of people are going, hey, how can we hear the Giants games? They're going to be streaming the game today. A lot of the games will be streamed throughout spring training. There will be a game, though, tomorrow on KNBR. We'll have a short
against the Oakland A's.
Yeah, against the Oakland A's. So we'll be very sad tomorrow as we leave you short right around noon. What, around 11:50? Shh. Around 11:50, we'll be very sad that we will leave you, but you will have Giants baseball, and then you and I will, go to the library or church or something like that, and then we'll be back on Thursday. But that's.
I'm going on holiday.
Are you going on holiday?
I am. Madonna. Yeah. She's in town tonight, and she's at Chase tomorrow, so we'll go see.
Very nice.
Seeking Susan. I'll be desperately seeking Susan tomorrow, John.
All right, we're going to be trying to get a hold of John Lynch. I know he's going to be speaking at the Combine. Whether we get him right at 11 o'clock or right there afterwards, we will let you know. Mark Spears is going to join us at 12:30. We'll get a ton into the Wiz and the Warriors as Chris Paul returns, and, of course, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, all that kind of stuff together again. Matt Barros is going to join us at 1:15. We'll fit some John Lynch in there as well. A ton to get to. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyle Shanahan told me that he figures to have the process wrapped up by the end of the week. So I don't know if that just means concluding all the interviews and having someone hired. That's kind of the way I took it. He and the staff are not in Indianapolis. It's General Manager John Lynch and the personnel department's here.
That's Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider. He is in Indianapolis, and that's the defensive coordinator position. So we'll get you John Lynch, 20, 30 minutes. As soon as he is done, though, we'll replay it for you. And he is in Indianapolis taking all sorts of questions in the 49ers. In the meantime, again, your thoughts. You want to talk about 49ers offseason? We can do that, certainly at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. So things to do, the offseason to-do list, a defensive coordinator, obviously. Defensive line, you and I talked about this yesterday. Free agent-wise, doesn't mean they can't bring any of these guys back, but Kinlaw, Givens, Furl, Young, Sebastian Joseph Day, Gregory, so a ton of depth off there. Right side of the offensive line, that corner opposite Mooney, finding cheaper talent in the draft, which they've done a great job of on this team in the middle rounds, finding those kind of things. So, again, those kind of things. And then, of course, Dre Greenlaw. You need to have something. D'Amico Ryans, actually, I saw him speak this morning, and he said that he had that injury. It took him about 6 months to recover, and he said he felt like himself after about 9 or 10 months. So what's that going to be on Dre Greenlaw? Do you need more depth because Oren Burks is a free agent, so you got some issues there. So a lot of things for the 49ers to look at in this offseason, and, of course, the NFL never stops just because the games do.
Without a doubt, and I'm scrambling around here trying to figure out a way. So John's going to start talking at the podium in Indianapolis in about a minute. NFL Plus is streaming them kind of live, but not really as live as we thought. And so the 49ers are going to post it a little bit later on. David Lombardi is there. It's typically David will put it on his YouTube channel, but the reception from where they are in Indy is a little sketchy right now, so he's going to post it right after. So we may not hear John promptly in 1 minute at 11 o'clock, but we'll get it to you as soon as we can. The bottom line is that this is a combine to get ready for the NFL draft. So I'm sure John will touch a little bit on, what's going on with free agency and such. But today it's to talk about the combine and the Niners having a first-round draft pick for the first time since they moved up from 12-3 and took Trey Lance. So just to be that high in the draft. And I saw Adam Peters. They were streaming all the other GMs and head coaches, those that are there, or whatever availability they had this morning. And I saw Adam wearing, burgundy and gold, the colors of the Washington Commanders, which is kind of odd. So I'm sure, the reporters all have a long laundry list of questions they're going to ask John. But I think first and foremost, just, how does the draft get run? This is the first time John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will run a draft without Adam Peters at their side. They lost Rand Carthon last year, and he's now the GM in Tennessee. That they've lost various people. Martin Mayhew left, and he was right there with John and Adam when he went on to Washington, John. But Adam really was the guy. John Lynch likes to be around the team, and Adam does as well. I can't think of a Saturday walkthrough that Adam wasn't at, even when we were on the road, and then he would travel somewhere after that to go watch college football. But his main emphasis, pro personnel certainly, but also running the draft. And how the Niners have been able to find all those gold mines later in the draft. Can they hit a first-rounder this year? We'll see with pick number 31. But he'll get into some of that. But really, you don't. What this does is give you a handle on where the draft is at. And the strength of this draft, obviously, is wide receiver. What are they going to do with Jawan Jennings as a restricted free agent? I'm sure there'll be some IU questions. But we'll see if he's definitive and just comes right out and says that we want to bring Ayuk back the way he did about Nick Bosa. He was pretty clear about there's nothing to talk about with Bosa. You're not going to be able to get him. But I think some of the free agent questions they'll probably dodge. But I think the interesting thing is just having John at the draft with a number one pick. And there is a quote already. Matt Barrows and Mascado Jonas in the 1 o'clock hour on Brandon Ayuk, one of my favorite guys around the building. Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time. So the first question out of the gate regarded BA.
Well, I think it's great. And I think there was while you were gone, there was kind of a national narrative And I think it started because DeForest Buckner was traded after a Super Bowl loss. People said, well, they can't afford all these guys. And I know what Debo's number is, but I just kind of laughed at it for a couple of different reasons. First of all, you're down there more than I am, but I think we all know that they love Brandon Ayuk. And from what he was, and I don't even know that I'd ever call it a doghouse that he was in, but there needed to be a way that it was like, look, you run routes at a certain level, the details of what this position is, you got to become a dog. Like, he did all those things perfectly. They traded up to get this guy. They love what he has done for this organization. Brock Purdy loves him. So if you're developing Brock Purdy, this is their best wide receiver in getting open against man coverage. All these different things that he brings to the table. And that assumption that they would trade because they traded again, that trade worked out as horribly as it possibly could. So why would they be wanting to do something like that again? And then you pointed this out yesterday. The cap went up over $30 million. So all of a sudden, I'm not saying they're flush with cash here, but if they want to keep Brandon Ayuk, and oh, by the way, they are as desperate as ever to win a Super Bowl. So resetting at the position while financially making sense from a football standpoint does not make sense. And the only reason I think that you'd want that Ayuk, that your ears would be perking up is I've heard Justin Jefferson, they may trade him. They were talking about possibly trading him because he wants so much money. Okay, I'll give you Ayuk and a 1 for Justin Jefferson. Outside of that, I'm not moving Brandon Ayuk. I want him here.
Well, then you got to pay Justin Jefferson.
Right.
So,
you got to pay somebody.
I mean, the one thing is, and we'll get into it more, this is one of the strongest wide receiver draft classes in a long time. And I don't think it pertains to Ayuk this year. I think it's more Debo Samuel and what they would look at next year, having to pay Brock, and we'll see where the cap goes. But the reason they didn't want to trade DeForest Buckner, they were forced to. They had a log jam there, not only with Eric Armstead, but also with Dee Ford, with Emmanuel Sanders, with Jimmy Ward. There was like 3 or 4 guys that impacted being able to bring DeForest Buckner back, and they chose to move on, and they took the draft capital. And they also got to make a call on Javon Kinlaw. They didn't pick up his fifth-year option, so he's a free agent, and he had his best year this year. You don't want to lose Kevin Givens in the middle. But as far as Ayuk goes, he was drafted during the pandemic, and it was a weird time. They had meetings via Zoom. It just wasn't the same. So I think he got into some bad habits. And Brandon's a quiet guy. You know, he's difficult to reach at times. And, you know, when you're doing it on a Zoom, even in the same building, that first year he was really productive. He came out right away, and he missed a couple of games that year. I remember he missed the Thursday night game against Green Bay because of COVID. But he still had a very productive year. And right away, that first training camp, I was blown away by his route running ability. It was far superior to everybody else on the roster, including Debo Samuel, as a pure route runner. When 21 came around, for whatever reason, he wasn't as locked in. The route running wasn't as strong. And it wasn't just Kyle. It was Wes Welker that climbed up his butt, and he got demoted. Sherfield wound up taking snaps over him. But middle of that year, that Halloween game at Soldier Field, Chicago, he turned it around, as did Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy was not playing well. Jimmy had a big game there. They won that game, and Ayuk took off from there. And the numbers have been better for Ayuk. He did have a slight setback because 21, the first half of the year, he didn't play as many snaps early, so the receptions went from 60 to 56. But every other category, his yardage total has gone up and up and up. All 4 years of his career as a rookie, 748, 826, over 1,000, 22. And then last year, he becomes an all-pro second-teamer and goes for 1,342 yards. The reception total down a little bit from 78 to 75, but the yards per catch went up to the very top of the league at almost 18 yards a catch as opposed to 13. And beyond the numbers, because you're not targeted all that much. And, he was targeted 114 times in 2022, and last year 105, and we're talking 16 games. So, but, the other snaps, you got to block. And he is a tremendous blocker. He's gotten better and better. He and Juwan are the two best blocking wide receivers on the team. I think if Conley played more, and I think it'll be intriguing to see if they can bring him back, John, he would be right there as well. But they love Brandon Ayuk. He's the quintessential ex-wide receiver. He's become obsessed with football. He's gotten better and better every year. And honestly, if you pay him, and I think they will this year, He's one of those guys like Bosa, like McCaffrey, like Kittle, like Fred Warner. You just don't worry about. Some guys, when you give them the bag, you think they're going to act like they won the lottery and they're not going to work as hard. He's not. He is highly motivated. He has goals every year. He reached some of them this year. Others he did not. Ultimately, he wants to win the Super Bowl. I think that's why people misread his exit press conferences, though. He was just despondent they lost. He broke down and cried after that game. So there's going to be a time to do the contract, and they're working on it now, but it'll take months. It's not going to be done before the draft. It's going to be something that's going to be done in July, August. You don't want to get it into September like Bosa's deal, but I think they're going to be able to keep the wide receiver group, John, but this is one of the great wide receiver draft classes, and we've had them since Ayuk's draft. That was a great draft class of wide receivers, and it seems like every year everybody's playing 7-on-7 football. It's all passing game at the lower level. Look at the way college plays. It's all spread formation, quarterback in the gun. They've got 4, sometimes 5 wide receivers on the field. The NFL, the supply chain from college football is wide receivers, and you're getting them in all shapes and sizes, whether it's an Ayuk or whether it's a Debo or a Jennings or a Ray McLeod. The college game is supplying a lot of them. So I'm sure the Niners will draft wide receivers, but I'm equally as certain as that they'll find the right number to re-sign Brandon Ayuk.
There's no question. Like you said, he's a culture fit. He's everything you want. He is developed under these guys. They love him, all these different things. What he said right after, not only was it a frustration thing, the agent gets to the player right away and says, you're not going to say anything about how much you love the team or that you'll do anything to stay or anything. It's all about negotiation. The minute that contract is up, and it was up the minute he walked off the field in the Super Bowl, everything just changes. That's just how it goes. And then it becomes a negotiation, and everybody understands that. So anyway, we will hear from John Lynch. We already have some cuts from John Lynch, so we'll play some of the things he said today at the Combine coming up next. You got any questions, comments, thoughts about the 49ers offseason, whether it's the defensive coordinator, the depth at D-line that you talked about, bringing Brandon Ayuk back, corner spot, edge, who could come back for the 49ers. We'll open up the lines. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line is open at 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the call-in and the text line. Going crazy, as I can see on the YouTube and Twitch as well, so we'll check that line as well and take out the best ones. We'll do it next, and you'll hear from John Lynch. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Matt Mayoko, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the latest in the 49ers DC search. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. John Lynch is speaking. We'll get you the best stuff, and you can grab us your thoughts. 49ers offseason, what are the priorities? What do you think? Defensive coordinator, positions, who to re-sign, who should they target in the draft? Indianapolis is the first step to the offseason. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Here is John Lynch just moments ago talking about prioritizing Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I think that's, I think that was a welcome sight that that the cap was going up. I think the thing you have to understand, it went up for everyone, so it's not like unique to our team. But we have some challenges. We have a lot of good players who we've rewarded. Brandon's one that we think incredibly highly of. One of my favorite just guys around our building, the way he approaches the game. He's a competitor. He's a warrior. He plays with such a physicality, also with a grace, the way some of the positions his body can get into. And then he's got a flair for making plays when it mattered most, and he's served us very well as a franchise. And I think we've got a nice track record of extending the players that are important to us. And Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time.
The question I was asking last week when you were gone too is people were kind of panicking about Brandon and what he said, and people nationwide saying, well, maybe they would move him. Since John and Kyle got here, in players that they have drafted themselves, this regime has drafted, there is not a player that they have wanted that they did not keep. So whether it be Kittle, whether it be Warner, whether it be Greenlaw, whether it be Bosa, whether it be Debo, remember how contentious that one got. They've gotten every deal that they wanted done with a player that they drafted. Buckner, they did not draft. They would have liked to have kept him, but they've gotten every deal done. So for anybody who was panicked over Ayuk, they get deals done. Like he said, they have a history of doing it. They have drafted, developed, and re-signed. That's what they do.
And people panic. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
It's the nature of negotiation. I don't even know if they started the talk. I'm sure they have to some degree. Fundamentally, they just found out the cap went up to $255 plus and $30 million, as John said. So now you get into it. And don't read into what Brandon said. Brandon, a lot of times around a large group of people, gets very shy. He gets shy around a small group of people. I did a state of the franchise with him and Jawan years ago, and Brandon lit up. It was the off season where he and Trey Lance got the home together in Southern California. They worked together, and Brandon took off that year, I think more than ever, as a leader. But I've also been with him when he's been highly uncomfortable. And, he was still despondent over losing that game. So don't read into anything he says or doesn't do, either directly to the media or via social media. Debo went, taking everything down. And that got more contentious, obviously, with Debo. I don't think we're headed that way. But as far as Brandon Ayuk goes, you heard what John had to say. To me, he is the quintessential X wide receiver. When you got to throw a 3rd and 7 and run a powerful X route like DK Metcalf does in Seattle, and be able to run a power slant, you're going to Brandon Ayuk on the backside. And the chemistry with him and Brock Purdy, I think, was developed more than anybody. But then he's gotten to be such a better route runner, and he was a naturally gifted route runner when Herm Edwards had him at Arizona State. And John Lynch knows him from Herm and all that, and the way he just whips off routes, his change of direction. Here, John talking about his body. He's got long legs. He's got long arms. He's 6 feet, 6'1", but he's got an 81-inch wingspan, which translates to 6 feet 9. That's why he can go up and get the B.A. ricochet, the alley-oop, and catch the ball out of the air and contort his body. There are things he does is amazing, and then that body can block. And if you don't block for Kyle Shanahan, you're not playing here. That's just a big part of what they do. It goes back to Christian's dad, Ed McCaffrey in Denver, and Rod Smith. Those guys were great players. They didn't block for Mike Shanahan. They weren't playing. And it goes on and on and on. So I think, Ayuk's going to be an order of business, but I think the more pressing one also, and Matt Barrows will join us a little bit later on, John, in the 1 o'clock hour, is the the defensive coordinator position. And Matt did ask John Lynch a question about the DC, and he said, John suggests that there won't be any major changes as far as philosophy. So we know from Matt Mayoko yesterday, talking to Kyle directly, that they interviewed Brandon Staley and in-house Nick Sorensen. The question would be, if you were impressed with Brandon Staley and wanted to hire him as the coach, would that also require a major change in philosophy? Maybe. Maybe it would. I mean, from Lord Fangio, and that's where he was with the Bears, to his run with the Chargers, it's a 3-4 base. Think of Nick's older brother, Joey, buzzing out into coverage. Does he want to run a 34 and a cover 4 as opposed to a 4-3 with a cover 3? So if you hired Brandon Staley, would that be categorized as a major change in philosophy? I think it would be. Would Brandon Staley come here and run more of the Pete Carroll defense than the Vic Fangio defense? But when we talk to Matt Barrows, we'll get his thoughts on what that means. But the quote from John Lynch, and just indirectly, he suggests that there's not going to be a major change as far as philosophy. So of the two that they've interviewed so far, and there will be more, including Daniel Bullock's later in the week and a couple outside the building, Nick Sorensen would be no change in philosophy. Brandon Staley would be a change.
He says, we like who we are and what we are as a defense, and I don't want to a wholesale departure from that, quote unquote. And that's fine. All I want out of this whole thing, and look, they've had success in-house, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, those kind of things, they know best, is I have to assume until further notice that Kansas City's at the end of the rainbow. So it's Kyle versus Steve Spagnuolo, and it's Andy Reid versus blank. And I want to make sure that you have the best possible defensive coordinator you can. That's all. So they're doing that, but you're going to go up against Andy Reid if you want to win a Super Bowl, and you're that close. And can you get a defensive coordinator who can get as close as someone can to figuring out Andy Reid, because he's signing a contract extension? So that's who it is. It's Andy Reid and Patrick
You told
Mahomes.
me the Chiefs were dead last year. Now
I must have been drunk.
reincarnated. They're going to win the Super Bowl every year?
I'm just
I
saying.
don't forget that day. It was a Monday night game. I was in studio on Tuesday, and you said they
looked
can't
terrible.
win again. And I said, what are you saying?
Terrible. They look terrible.
Now you're staring at the boogeyman for the next 15 years?
I just think that because of Mahomes and who he is, I think, and Andy Reid and who he is that you got to match up. And look,
how about Sean McVay and who he is? And
I'll go for I'm for
the
that.
Offensive coordinator in Detroit didn't leave.
Sure.
Ben Johnson, he's still there.
But they've shown they can figure that out. I mean, they've gotten there, but they've twice
those teams are going to get better as they
are,
go.
But they've twice been denied under Kyle Shanahan by those guys. And so Andy Reid is going to be there for the foreseeable future. So if you want to beat 15 and you want to beat Andy Reid, and that's what I'm thinking about as Kyle. And I look, Belichick ain't coming. Any of those big name guys ain't coming. I would do that. I'd do it in a second. If I was those guys, I'd sit down in a room and I'd say, I don't care what Belichick wants. We're this
that would
close.
be a major change in philosophy.
That's okay.
Belichick.
He can figure out. He played Kansas City in 15 a lot. That's what I would do. But I understand why they're not going to do it. But I think they need a veteran guy, because I don't want some young guy going against Andy Reid. Maybe somebody's super smart and they're going to figure it out. But I hope it's somebody with some experience who's played against Andy Reid in Kansas City. And I'm not, like you said, I'm not assuming they're going to win the NFC, because Detroit's going to be better. Green Bay is going to be better. Seattle, I think, is going to be better. The Rams are still sitting right there. I mean, you got to get through. Philly, I think, is going to bounce back. But those guys wearing red, man. I'm not gonna ever say that again, that they're done. They could be 3-11 next year at some point. I'm not gonna say
Okay.
it. I am not gonna say it.
You've made your statement.
I did my proclamation. It didn't work out so well.
So obviously he brought in Staley, and the guy's a head coach in the NFL. And I remember going to Costa Mesa to scrimmage with those guys and seeing Kyle and Staley standing side by side, and I was right there. I'm thinking, wow. And this was Staley's first year in the NFL as a head coach, and he's mismanaged the game management part of it. But he's a smart young guy. He was a quarterback and then got converted to the defensive side. But outside of the building, they're going to bring in Daniel Bullock. So I think Sorensen has a great chance, and I do have a lot of confidence in him. We'll get into it more if they do hire him. But he also ran the special teams in Jacksonville one year, which are tied to defense as well. So he does fill a lot of categories for me, and I'm impressed by him. Anyway, The two candidates that they want to bring in from outside the building, who might they be? And one thing that Tim Kawakami mentioned yesterday is Jeff Ulbrich. And nosing around a little bit, I think there was some interest, certainly from Ulbrich, to come back to the Bay Area. I don't want to get him in trouble at Florham Park, but he's probably made that statement clear to Robert Saleh and the Jets people, Joe Douglas. But who are the people they're going to bring in from outside? They may be in the building right now as we speak, maybe after the Combine, Mikhail thought by the end of the week. So who are the names of the two people that, I mean, Belichick and Pete Carroll are such great, they're Hall of Fame head coaches. Where's Mike Vrabel at? Would he be in the mix at all? That would be a change in philosophy as well. But the one that would not be a change in philosophy at all would be Jeff Ulbrich. So just following up on what Matt was told by Kyle, he wants to bring in two more from outside the building this week. What are those names?
Yeah, somebody obviously with that kind of Pete Carroll philosophy, right? Because if John is saying right there they don't want to deviate from that, then it's going to be somebody with that kind of a background. So anyway, that's the latest on the 49ers as more comes from John Lynch. Again, the first two we've heard so far. They want to keep Brandon Ayuk in the building, and they're not going to stray much from their philosophy as far as their defense is concerned. We'll keep you up to date on more from John Lynch and the Combine, but let's get into the Warriors and the Wizards. It's Jordan Poole. It's Chris Paul coming back. It's a start of a 4-game set. We'll get into that conversation and everything it means next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. Sorry, I got caught in the bullpen watching spring training baseball. Got a little Warriors and Wiz tonight, and we have the entire John Lynch for you, which we'll play at about 11:50. But we must go back and we must review of Jordan Poole, of course, is a member of the Wiz, and I don't think he'd be a member of the Wiz if it wasn't for Draymond Green and the situation that happened last year. And just ironically enough, Chris Paul comes back for the Warriors tonight in Washington. And I'm going to be nice when I say this. Jordan Poole is not having a good year in Washington, and where I wouldn't say that Clay got benched. I think maybe he got reassigned, but Jordan Poole was playing so poorly he did get benched. Now, the other night he did have 31, 5, and 5, so maybe he'll be better tonight against the Warriors. But I know you've been outspoken. You wouldn't have made this deal. Do you still feel that same way after seeing Jordan Poole this year in Washington?
I one thing people have to explain to me, I don't know the inner workings of the locker room, and all I know is they don't win the fourth championship without the Poole party and everything he did. At the end of quarters and halves, he was taking the last shot over Steph Curry and making them in playoff games, and he became a go-to guy, and he was a combo guard. Obviously we've seen his entire career, and the numbers this year are just, they're hideous. There's no other way to say it. I mean, he's shooting below 31% of the three ball, and overall he's at 40% from the floor. I know you thought that he was going to lead the league in scoring this year, playing for a bad Washington team. They do have Kyle Kuzma. They got a couple of young pieces, but they're one of the worst. They got 9 wins. They're not quite at the 9-73, 72-73 Sixers, but they're bad. They're not quite the Washington Generals, the Red Clots, but they're not good. And he's just, maybe it's the better players around him, but he's scoring 16 a game. He did have the 31 against Cleveland. I watched some of that game. He made 6 threes and made an incredible step back daddy. But it's just, and it's interesting. That Chris Paul's coming off the injured list to play with a fractured left hand tonight, so we'll watch it. The way Poole's playing right now, he doesn't fit, but I think if you put him around better players, I just have not seen a guy regress. I mean, I probably have. I got to think about it more, but he became a 20-point consistent scorer. Even last year he averaged 20 a game. He had some 40-point games. So was it the single punch in that October the 7th practice, not this year but last year, that completely derailed his career? Or we thought getting away from the Warriors and Draymond, and we didn't even know the full extent of what was going on last year. But now we found out after they lost to the Lakers in the sweep in the second round, or in 6. But in any event, I'm a fan of Jordan Poole's. We saw him as a young player coming in. And I remember watching him warm up before games, and I thought, I haven't seen a guy shoot the ball like this since Steph. He was incredible. But then he got into games, and his legs were weak. He just wobbled. He couldn't shoot it the same way in the game. He had to go down to the G League, not once but twice. He went down there and got stronger and put together an offensive game, and he got to the point where he could play him defensively. He was always a guy they would pick on, like a young Steph Curry, but he was playable, and he made up for it on the other end. His in-and-out dribble is one of the best in basketball with Kyrie or anybody you want to put out there, Steph. I mean, his in-and-out dribble is mesmerizing, and he's got long range, and he's bold, and I don't know what happened to him. He just got cold-cocked by a teammate in practice, and the video went viral, and TMZ got it, and that was it. And all of a sudden he just lost his confidence. I don't know. It got to the point where they had to trade a young up-and-coming superstar at age 24 for an older future Hall of Famer. And then the other part of the story tonight, John, is Draymond. When he came back to Chase Center in December, Draymond Green was exiled from the team. He was gone. He was facing the indefinite suspension. So there'll be times tonight where Draymond switches on everybody, that he'll switch on to Jordan Poole. And I saw him play well last year. There was a lot of good, off-the-ball movement from both of them. And Draymond, once he plays with you, he's going to find you. But I thought their on-court chemistry was fine last year. Whatever was going on in the locker room, I'm not aware of, but we found out later. But what's that moment going to be like when Draymond gets switched on to Jordan Poole or vice versa? Jordan Poole has to drive and check Draymond Green.
I can't wait for the whole thing. Like you said, I went to the game in December. Warriors fans gave him a great ovation. He deserved it. I got nothing against Jordan Poole. In fact, I thought he was wild, out of control. I didn't think he was going to turn into anything. And then, like you said, you got to give him the credit because they don't win without him. And I have been completely shocked at what he's been. And whether that's, teams who, as they say, it's hard to go from the first page of the scouting report to the second because everybody's looking at Clay, everybody's looking at Steph, and so therefore you're able to do things. But still, they're ready to defend you. And so, I don't know what it's been because I thought he'd go over to the Wizards with Kyle Kuzma. Somebody's got to score on a team, and I thought he'd be a consistent 25-a-night scorer, and he's been anything but. He's been out of control. He's been laughable at times. He can't shoot it. He can't, he just seems completely out of control, and he's lost his confidence completely. I've watched, probably 6 or 7 of their games this year just to see what's going on with him, and it's unbelievable the type of player that he's become, and I'm shocked by it. Now, will he be motivated by the Warriors being in town? I don't think there's any question. Now, do I think he's going to go for 40? No. But, there was times where Steph was out, Pop, where, this guy's a 35, 40-point scorer, and he looks like, I'm not saying he's going to be Steph Curry, but he looked like he was going to be a linchpin member of that next group when they tried to be, we can do 2 things at once. We can be young and we can win. And I don't know what's happened to the guy. I don't know if he gets out of Washington. I don't know if it's a culture thing in Washington or what. But like you said, I thought he was going to be a 25-point scorer. I thought he was going to be a really good player in Washington. And he's been anything but. He's been one of the worst players in the league.
Yeah, well, now the contract's unwieldy. He has time to put it together there, but he was called, what did Steve call him, the foundational 6, whatever it was, and they paid him. Right after that October the 7th incident with Draymond, they had to pay him before opening night. Bob Myers paid him, and they were all on board with that, and I don't think any of us blinked that you had to give them the money. In retrospect, they should have waited a year and, let them ride it out. They were able to get Chris Paul back the other way. So, give me an example. He's in his age 24 year. He won them the 4th championship, with others involved, obviously, but I don't think they win without him. At age 22, the 22 playoffs, he was that good at age 22. And then last year, even though his numbers efficiency were way down, the turnovers were way up, the shooting numbers were down, he averaged over 20 points a game. Give me a comp for a guy this young and ascending that had his career completely nosedive when it wasn't related to injury. I'm sure there's been examples that I have to think about it more and circumstances, but was it singularly Draymond Green cold-cocking him October the 7th in a close practice? The video gets out to the 30-mile zone, and if there's no video of that, the Warriors keep it in-house and nobody knows. Is that the direct reason that Jordan Poole's career jumped off the high board right into the shallow end and fractured his head? Or what the hell happened to him?
Well, and you would think, okay, he gets away from the Warriors. He's I'm not going to say in control of the team, but him and Kyle Kuzma. I didn't think they were going to be good. I just thought somebody's got to score on a bad team, so he's going to do it with Kuzma. He's been terrible. I could see him staying around this team and having problems, but he was much better as a Warrior than he has been as a Wizard, and I just don't get it. Boneheaded play after boneheaded play, awful shot selection, can't hit the broadside of a barn. It's ridiculous. And a lot of times it's just getting out of a situation where a talented guy can be himself and be better. He's been anything but. And it's a mental block that he's going through, and he's completely nosedived. And as you said, a lot of times that's due to injury. But a guy who was not really good, remember the 15 and 50 season, not really good, then he's good, helps him win a championship. Last year struggles, and then this year absolutely nosedives. Honestly, I can't find a comp. 4-5, 808 KNBR, 4-5, 808 5627. I don't know that there is a comp in any sport like that. I mean, it's unreal.
Well, he actually, when they didn't even make the bubble coming out of COVID, he was down in the G League then, and he did put the work. He went down there twice and dominated, so he had to prove his way back on that roster. And then in the 21-22 year, the championship year, he led the NBA in free throw percentage. He was shooting technicals over Steph Curry. It was unbelievable, and I think the biggest problem he had. Development guys, Chris DeMarco and those guys, they worked with him and they developed him from a guy who was not playable, had to go to the G League, D League, then come back. It's just over dribbling. He would dribble into traffic all the time. He made very poor choices with the ball consistently, where if he just moved the ball, but he's so skilled, he could beat guys off the dribble with that in and out, or he was like Gumby. He reminded me of Sleepy Floyd a lot, where he'd come in and he just not only a long-range shooter, but he could finish around the goal. He just took the ball to traffic too much and got himself into situations where it's, what are you doing? You just drove right off a cliff. You can't make that play. You can't dribble into that mesh. You've got to move the ball and get it back on the back end. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but he'll play off the bench tonight. The other side of it is, Kevon Looney's a good friend of his. They both grew up in Milwaukee, had a real strong bond. Right. And then, Andrew Wiggins and him were really tight. They were locker mates in the locker room together, side by side. And although very different personalities, they were tight. Andrew Wiggins is not playing tonight. He's out due to personal reasons. So that starting lineup that has flipped this year around, and now it's Clay coming off the bench, Podziemski in with Steph, and then it was Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond. You can't obviously start that tonight. So what do you do with
Moody.
Chris Paul's first game back?
I think you take somebody out, because Kerr will do this. Take somebody who's not in the rotation, because you've talked so much about Clay and Paul coming off the bench. I'd want Clay and Paul coming off the bench, and I'd start somebody like Moody, just somebody who's not in the rotation, and I'd want those guys off the bench and start that sooner rather than later, right? Because they've sat and talked about how good that's going to be off the bench. Maybe that's not what they do.
I would agree with you, but Paul hasn't played yet.
Yeah.
So, is there an element to Paul's game where you want to just start him in his first game back since he's been out so long? He was coming off the bench when he fractured the left hand, but he's been a starter. I'd leave Clay where he is, but maybe you start Chris Paul. They're not a real big team. And the other thing, you could just I'd go to Trace Jackson Davis and move Draymond to 4 and match him up with Kuzma and go that way. I think the other part of it is going to be, John, when Andrew Wiggins does return, and you're going to need him later on the road trip. You got the Knicks, you got Toronto, you got Boston on Sunday. You got to guard those two forwards, so hopefully it's nothing too dramatic with Andrew Wiggins. It was personal reasons that took him out for the end of last year all the way into the playoffs, so we're hoping everything's okay in his family and they'll be able to play. But I think one thing, when you get to that second unit outside of tonight, and maybe they start TJD, maybe it's Moody, whatever they do, you want to get that second unit going. I think Trace Jackson Davis is a big part of that. Dario Saric, and I think Steve's proven that he'll play those two together. He'll play the rookie TJD and Saric together. With Paul back, you got to get Dario Saric going a little bit here. He's being overpowered defensively. They're going right through him. Watching him try to guard Nikola Jokic was not a good sight. He just went, and then Mark Jones even dropped. He took him right in the weight room. He just ran right into his chest and went right through him. So he's not a great defender, but he is a pick and pop player. So I think it'll be intriguing to obviously to watch Jordan come in off the bench. If it is Steph starting with Podziemski, we have to assume, would they keep Clay, coming off the bench with Chris Paul? And I've reached out to the Warriors to give me a research. Anybody know, have two future Hall of Famers ever played off the bench together as backcourt players? I reached out to the Spurs because Manu didn't start. Yeah. Did Tony Parker ever play off the bench? The word was no. Tony always started, a younger player he did, but he always started with Manu Ginobili. If they do play, even with Wiggins out of the starting lineup tonight, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson together, has any team in the history of the NBA ever brought 2 future Hall of Famers in to play both backcourt spots? Does that ever happen?
You got to check that out. It's had to have happened, but I mean, it's unbelievable that they would do that. So anyway, we'll get more into the Warriors. We'll talk more about it. And if you got any thoughts on Jordan Poole, the Warriors, Draymond Green didn't play in that first game, like I said, and here comes Chris Paul, Wiggins being out tonight. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. But John Lynch spoke at the podium today at the Combine in Indianapolis, and we gave you a couple of cuts, one on Brandon Ayuk, saying he wants to stay around. The D.C. position, he says they're not going to change as far as what they like to do defensively, but we'll let you hear a few minutes of John Lynch. We'll do that coming up next, and then we'll react off of it. And then we got our good friend Mark Spears coming up at 12:30, and Matt Barrows to react from what John Lynch said and the rest of things around the Combine at 1:15. So all that to come. But John Lynch next, only here on the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
That's billions with a B to you and me. John Lunt here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some they're not even based in the entire state? Wow. That's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, especially with the weather getting better, they're all around us, so please be careful. Let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. It's Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, get this, and this is where that billion comes in. You're like, why was that billion there? Because $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Would they be? But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lundy. Big offseason for the 49ers. A lot of things to discuss. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk, we have played a little bit for you from John Lynch at the Combine. Not going to change their philosophy defensively, but a lot of things to do, especially along the defensive line. A lot of free agents there. They got to get some draft picks to get going. The finances keep going up and up. Lots of questions after the Super Bowl loss to Kansas City. So here is John Lynch to essentially kick off the offseason direction for the 49ers. This is just a little while ago in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine with GM of the 49ers.
With the draft going on, obviously draft picks and roster construction is fluid. Would you consider that your draft strategy is more best player available or drafting for need in certain spots?
Yeah, I think it's unique to each year, each round. You obviously have an overall philosophy, but we just like drafting good players, and it doesn't matter when. And sometimes guys don't get drafted, become free agents. And I think, if anything, we've showed that it doesn't quite matter where in that process you become part of our team. You're going to have an opportunity, and if you can help us, you'll be a part of us. So that's what we look for. We've got a lot of characteristics that we've defined over time that we value, and we try to focus in on those, both in the talent of the player and their makeup. So that's what we found to be successful.
John, you've evaluated a lot of players in your career, more than a handful from Nick Saban's Alabama.
Yeah.
What about kind of his system just has guys that's coming out maybe an extra step quicker, or just understanding some more?
They've been challenged. They've been put in tough scenarios that test kind of who they are as competitors, as can they keep up with the information? He gives them a lot of information. He puts them in a lot of scenarios schematically, mentally, in terms of the mental toughness that it takes to play in our league. It's hard. Nick puts them in that environment, has for years. I guess I have to start talking in the past tense with him, but has put them in those positions. And so you're going to get a player who's tested. And then the thing I always appreciated him, if you took the time to talk with him, he'd always let you know who they are and who they might be as players and as human beings. And so a lot of gratitude for Nick and his contribution to football and college football, and to all the players that he produced that are shining in our league.
John, obviously, a lot of teams would like to get up high to get a premium quarterback, but obviously those picks don't always work out. Why is it so hard to pinpoint and project college talent to the NFL talent and hit on those high quarterbacks?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, but schematically, the college game continues to change. So much of it's based on tempo rather than some of the schematic things that you do at the next level. The hashes are different. There's a bunch of different things, but that's something that will be around. What you do know is that if you draft a good one or find a good one in some form, you got a lot better chance to be successful. So that can happen early. It can happen with the last pick in the draft, when you have one, your team's a lot better, and your opportunity to win goes up substantially.
Does the cap coming in higher than expected increase your confidence of extending a player like Brandon Ayuk?
Well, I think that's. That was a welcome sight that that the cap was going up. I think the thing you have to understand, it went up for everyone, so it's not like unique to our team. But we have some challenges. We have a lot of good players who we've rewarded. Brandon's one that we think incredibly highly of. One of my favorite just guys around our building, the way he approaches the game. He's a competitor. He's a warrior. He plays with such a physicality, also with the grace, the way some of the positions his body can get into. And then he's got a flair for making plays when it matters most, and he's served us very well as a franchise. And I think we've got a nice track record of extending the players that are important to us. And Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time.
John, as someone as an evaluator, when you're in the pre-draft process, how
much do you factor in maybe someone's body language in interviews or when you're watching them on tape or just kind of in those intangible moments?
You got to be careful. Now, I will say some of the time you could make excuses for these guys and saying, hey, they're being put through the ringer. So this is the end of a long day, so you got to be careful on that. That's also part of what our league is comprised. It's a marathon each year, and nothing about it is easy. So you need guys who can fight through. But I think you can make way too much out of a 15-minute interview at times. I think you get better at identifying a way to ask questions to know, is this guy, and sometimes it's never about this guy's not a good person, this guy's not a good guy. Does he fit with our organization? Does he are the things that are important to us, does he represent those? Are they important to him? Those are the type of things that probably you gain the most value. And sometimes it's just a feeling, man, that was a cool meeting, and but the meetings are one part of that. So body language, it could tell you something. I remember I had a habit as a player. After a play, I'd put my head down. People early in my career thought I had bad body language because I was down on myself. That's just how I thought. I put my head down and focus. People make me aware of it. Hey, to be a leader, you might want to change that, and I'm grateful that those people pointed that out. But thank God they didn't cut me because of it.
John, players got your Michigan. How's Michigan distinguished itself as obviously
the University of Michigan? Well, I think they have the most players in the combine this year. So I think their class this year is kind of representative of this draft to me, where there's some blue chip players, but this is a really deep draft at a lot of different positions. I think Michigan that was a team this year, and there was talent throughout at all levels on offense and defense. Are there going to be a ton of high top 15 picks? I'm not sure out of Michigan, but there's a lot of good football players that have been taught well, and man, they played well as a unit.
Given that complexion of the draft, are you happy with where your picks are at? It seems like you have 11 picks, right? And you just mentioned that it's deeper, maybe more than top heavy. Yeah, and we've got a first round pick for the first time in a long while. That's nice. But we really try to focus on making them all count, and they're all an opportunity to improve your organization, and we look at each one of those as such. And we pride ourselves on putting as much into the late rounds as we do into the early, and so we'll take them where they come, and we'll try to make the most of them. Hey John, going back to Michigan, will you talk to their coach of last season to get information about those?
I don't know how much he'll talk to me, but I always have fun talking to Jim. I think it's great he's back in our league. He's fun. I get great. I learn from the things he says, and I get great entertainment out of watching the way. I mean, I told him I saw him at the Super Bowl at the commissioner's party, I believe, and his Rockford Files deal in his camper. I mean, that speaks to me. That's when I grew up watching that show, and stuff like that. I kind of relate to, and so I think he's a character. I think he's awesome for football, and I'm glad he's back in our league. Until we're playing him.
What did Jair Brown show you?
What's that?
What did Jair Brown show you?
I was real proud of Jair. You talk about interviews. We were just talking about him earlier. He made a tremendous impression, not only on the tape, but his interview was one that grabbed us. And, I think when it's unanimous and everyone's got that feeling, Jair's a special human being, special young man, but then he went and showed that. And, nothing's just given in our league. And Jair didn't pout early on when he wasn't playing. He went and excelled at special teams. And, we had two guys in Huff and Gipp that were pretty good players. And what he did is sit back and never wasted a day lamenting the fact that he wasn't starting. He picked their brain, he learned from them such that when he got his opportunity, he could shine, and that's exactly what he did. We're really encouraged about Jair moving forward. Had a pick in the Super Bowl, but it's a lot more than just the picks. The guy's a stud, and we're fortunate to have him.
Jeremy, what does Jeff add to differentiate the Packers?
No, I love Half. We had an opportunity. I forget how many years was I around him. Just one? But Haf's a special dude. He's got a lot of knowledge about football. I've known about Haf for a long time. He coached my good buddy and former teammate, Rondé Barber. Rondé, first started telling me about Haf, and he's hit all the steps, being a secondary coach, being a coordinator at Ohio State, going and being a head coach at Boston College. For him to come back, I think part of that is what's going on in college football. Part of that, the guy loves coaching defense, and I think it brings him back to his roots. I know he's excited. I'm really happy for him. We communicated via text, and nice move for the Packers.
During your time as the 49ers GM, you guys haven't drafted an interior offensive lineman in the first round. With the talent in this year's class at that spot, do you think this year is a possible position for you guys to target early?
I'll tune in and watch.
John, kind of similar to that, what do you think the Saints are getting Clint Kubiak? I know you only spent a year with San Francisco.
Yeah. They're getting a first-class individual. I think a guy with a lot of experience. And I know Clint not only was contributing all year to our game plans each and every week and a trusted advisor to Kyle and to our team, but he also was a sponge on what he could learn because he hadn't been around. There's a connection with the dads and all that, and Kyle had worked for his dad. But I think I watched Clint really take it all in. I don't think, I know not to just come in and, hey, I'm going to be here for a year, then I'm going to take it all. I think he just was, his feet were where they were, and he made the most of it. Clint's going to be a really good coach for the Saints. I'm excited for his opportunity.
I think just when you look at a mission, how much easier is it to sync up with a player to look like in the next level? Things that based on what they want philosophically.
They're a team that's done to me a nice job of blending both. You see them, using the clapping cadence and stuff, but then you're seeing power under quarterbacks under center, or if they're under gun, still principles that you see in our league. So they play a physical brand of football. They get in multiple personnel groups, and so I think they're a group where you get a lot of value out of watching their film because of how they play.
Hey, John, we've heard from a lot of head coaches and GMs today, and when you look at where they came from, a lot of them have come from your organization. How much pride do you take in being able to turn out future head coaches, future GMs? Obviously, the goal is to win, but how does it feel to be able to see that imprint in the league?
Well, it is a source of pride. It gets annoying at times, like, leave us alone, but you know what? There is a source of pride, and that's part of it. I think that's paying it back to the league. I care greatly about this game, and so, identifying good people, having systems in place that train them to get better throughout the process, being demanding on them, but also having fun in doing so, knowing who you are as a football team, all those things I think contribute. We give people opportunities to express their opinions at things like draft meetings, and so I think people come out ready, and people have identified that. Like I did say, it is a challenge to try to survive the constant the brain drain, really, but fortunately a lot of people want to be with us, and so we've been able to identify good people to bring in their stead. So it's something that you just have to deal with, and we have.
John, in the tight end position, you drafted 2 last year, even with George, in his prime and whatnot. Is there something about that position where maybe it's overlooked at times, or depending on what scheme you run, and some teams don't favor it as much? How do you view it, and how is it kind of?
I think that goes in and out. I remember when I was playing, that position, tight end and safety, were probably always undervalued in terms of compensation, and I always thought really integral to the success of teams because they're asked to do a little bit of everything and asked to do a lot. They're very involved in everything that you do. You can't hide them, those type things. You can't get away from them if you're trying to. So I think there's great value in football when I played, and I think we're a team that shows that there's tremendous value. A lot of teams. Green Bay did a great job last year of identifying young guys and playing with them, and it added a lot to who they were as a team, as an offense, and so I think it can really make your team better when you find, and it's not just one anymore. You need a couple, and it's a real critical position. Guy I played against for a long time, and someone asked me today, were there any omissions in the Hall of Fame? And real personal one for me was Antonio Gates. That guy was a tremendous player. And when I played against him, I said that's a Hall of Fame football player. And so, he's got to wait like a lot of us did and have to. But, man, I knew when I played against that guy was special, was different, and contributed to his team winning at a great rate. So.
John, leading up to the draft, how important is it for you as an organization to know what other teams are thinking, which guys they have valued, and have you gotten better at, through the years, of kind of being able to differentiate fact from fiction?
I think you can drive yourself crazy trying to do that. Now, having said that, you want to always be aware of things that are said, in the media, at podiums like this, things that are said locally in their media, reports on who's coming in for 30 visits and things like that. People have gotten pretty good at identifying those things. They can give you some clues, or they could be pulling your leg. So you can't totally focus. We try to focus on us, but it is important to know, what's your competition. I would say probably when we've picked real early, that's probably when it's most important to try to gauge. Once the draft starts, it's on and it's kind of moving.
With you still looking to hire your defensive coordinator, does that change the way you evaluate defensive players in this upcoming class?
No, because I think we have a great idea who we're going to be and continue to be and the things we believe in. So is it important? Sure. And we're working towards that. Kyle's working towards that. And that will come in due time here, but we want to be true to the process and learn a lot from it, identify, some of the changes and tweaks we want to make while still staying kind of to our core.
All right, guys, this is the first time seemingly in a while that your quarterback situation is settled going into the offseason. What effect, if any, does that have on the evaluation and the offseason process you have?
It's a nice feeling. I know that, having stability at that position. People forget last year was Brock's first full year as a starter. So I think that leaves you feeling pretty good about his opportunity to, with what we've already seen in his couple of years, in particular last year, the first full year as a starter, coming off the injury, we're past that. And just gives you a lot of confidence going in. And now it's like kind of building around him. And that's it gives you a foundation to build off of. And that is a really good feeling, a settling feeling.
There's John Lynch, general manager of the 49ers Pop in London. We'll come back. We'll talk about some of the things he said there. Draft, evaluating QBs, the cap, Brandon Ayuk, 11 picks, Jared Brown, interior offensive line, Clint Kubiak, tight ends, knowing what other teams are thinking, defensive coordinator, having stability at the quarterback position. We'll answer all those questions. Then Mark Spears is going to join us. We'll get more into the Warriors and the Wiz and more on the Warriors and how they stand in the West. We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
DC reporter Chase Hughes, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to gauge how the Wizards feel about Jordan Poole. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Yes. If you would like to go to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and see, as well as Papa and I do, and Dr. Craig Bindi and Joseph Ling, who did our procedures, and they were awesome, then what you need to do is Friday, go to lasericlr.com. That's lasericlr.com, because there's a free, I tell you, webinar this Friday at noon. Space is limited, doesn't cost you anything, but you just have to sign up. So again, lasericlr.com. And it's about CLR, the procedure that Papa and I both had to see better. So they're going to answer all your questions. Am I a good candidate? I think you are. You look beautiful. What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? Well, I can take that one. Thank you. The guy in the third row that's very strangely unattractive. Yeah, that's me. It just takes minutes, and it's very simple. But you can ask for yourself. And what's great also about CLR, custom lens replacement at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, it is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and no cataracts, ever. So what are you waiting for? It's this Friday at noon. Space is limited. Register to answer all your questions. Those are just a sampling of questions. There are all sorts of other questions. You know, we do Ask Papa anything at all. It's kind of like Ask Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling anything at all. So sign up today. LaserEyeCLR.com. That is coming up this Friday at noon. LaserEyeCLR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Well, this really figures to be the first extended opportunity for Jordan Hicks to work as a starting pitcher. Here's the 2-1, a swing. There's a high, deep drive out to left field. This one is on its way. It is long gone. Up over the Seattle bullpen and more than halfway up the grassy berm here at Scottsdale Stadium.
I will not overreact. That is Jordan Hicks, 2-run shot, but we were all in the bullpen watching Ohtani strike out, left on left.
Looking.
That was, is that Garrett Crochet? That dude throws like 102 left on left, so that's not an easy at bat, but that's what we did during the break. So Jordan Hicks gives up a home run. He's trying to make the conversion to a starter, and Shohei Ohtani in his first at bat as a Dodger takes one looking against the White Sox. That was our break. We're going to talk about John Lynch and what he just said at the Combine. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Mark Spears is going to join us. We got the Wiz and the Warriors, start of a 4-game set, and, of course, Jordan Poole against the Warriors, and Chris Paul comes back. No Wiggins tonight. Andrew Wiggins, so who is Steve Kerr going to start tonight? So we'll get into all those conversations. But, again, we did hear about the D.C. position. We did hear about Brandon Ayuk wanting to keep him around. So other things that you heard, evaluating QBs, the draft, the cap, the picks, J.R. Brown, interior offensive line play, the tree for coaches, which he kind of joked like, hey, would people leave us alone now? Talking about the tight ends, and Antonio Gates, Hall of Famer, of course. Mayoko asked an interesting question. Knowing what other teams are thinking, talked about the DC a little bit, and nice to have stability at the quarterback position in the offseason. Anything jump out there of things that John said?
Well, he went on for about 16 minutes. Yeah. A lot of things were very interesting, and he's always engaging. I mean, the first thing is it's a national scouting combine, so you get a lot of questions from national writers, not just the Matts, and Matt Barrows will join us later on, or David Lombardi and the guys that covers the Niners on the Daily Beat. So some curious questions about Alabama football and Michigan football and assessing them. Beyond the stuff we already talked about, he did, when they asked him about Isaiah Oliver, and the 49ers did release the nickelback when I was gone, John, not a huge surprise, is he lost his job, during the bye week. Everyone made a big deal about Steve Wilkes coming down from the box to call the defense. I thought it was more significant that they essentially benched Isaiah Oliver, put him in a backup role, and eventually moved him to safety. And they moved Ambry Thomas to outside corner, Diamador Lenore inside and outside, and obviously Charvarius Ward. And then later, and in particular the playoff game against Green Bay, Ambry got picked on for the Super Bowl. Logan Ryan wound up your nickelback, and Diamador Lenore and Ward were the outside corners. So we talked about D-line, O-line, all the areas they need to upgrade. I think that third cornerback position is going to be big. And can Ambry Thomas reassert himself? One thing he did mention was Darrell Luter. Relatively unprompted, he talked about Darrell Luter. And Luter is a big guy. To me, he's strictly an outside corner, just his body build. He's 6 feet, 190 pounds. He's a guy they got in the 5th round last year at South Alabama. Began the year.
You mean the guy who's a foot the punt hit? That guy?
Yeah, on special teams.
That's who people would know him as.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than that. And it's watching him in practice. He has a body, a big, long, outside body, who I think he got hurt last year. We saw him in OTAs and mini camps, and then he got hurt right when training camp started. It was unfortunate. The punt by Tommy Townsend did hit him in the foot and then flipped the Super Bowl, but that was really not his mistake. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. In any event, he would be a guy I think could mix in next year. As guys go from their rookie years to second years. And then Diamador Lenore made a really big transformation to go inside and play in the nickel. So as you begin the offseason, you start to look at, who do you have in-house? And Sam Womack III would be in the mix as well. There are a few other guys, but I think Darrell Luter is a guy you look at as well. Xavier Howard got released by Miami, which was interesting to me. Now, before we enter, and the Combine's around the time where it happens, then you get in the new league year in March, middle March. But right now, you get into cutting season and they start to cut guys right off the roster. Xavier Howard, and I reached out to people who watched a lot of them and actually connected with Mike McDaniel's staff, and I was rather surprised he was let go, and I asked, can he play anymore? You could sign Xavier Howard after the Dolphins cut him and bring him in on the cheap, and then he could be an outside corner and move Demo inside with Ward, and the word I got is he's almost done. For a game or two, depending on his mood, he could do it. So then Laken Tomlinson got cut by the Jets, and I actually looked at some of his video because the Niners had him, obviously, before. He just did not play well, and I'm being kind. Last year, the whole Jets' offensive line crumbled, but he was not very good. So I don't think Laken's an option, even to move Banks to right guard and play Lincoln at left guard next to Trent again. But in any event, I think the one interesting thing to me was him going out of his way to praise Darrell Luter as a guy who could be in the mix in that trio of cornerbacks next year.
Yeah, look, defensively, and this is going to be the big thing of the offseason, is the right side of the offensive line has to be looked at. But as we pointed out before, with Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Givens, and Kinlaw, they have a major issue when it comes to depth along the defensive line. So maybe they can deal with that in the draft, or maybe that's something they look at in free agency. And then that corner position opposite Ward, and like you said, they've got either a slot guy or an outside guy, and then you can either do one or the other. But they're going to get attacked, and Ambry Thomas has been given the opportunity many times to try to do that, and he just can't do it. And to me, as I look at free agency, Kenny Moore was a guy they looked at. He could go into the slot. He's a free agent. I love that guy. There's a lot of guys. Jalen Johnson is from Fresno. I don't know that they could afford him, but it was somebody they were looking at the trade deadline last year. That's somebody at the linebacker position. You mentioned this the other day. Azeez Al-Shire, who's a guy that went to Tennessee for a year with Greenlaw being out. So to me, there's a lot of guys that could potentially fit, and then they got to figure out what's going on the defensive line, a combination of either the draft and or finding some free agent guys that they can fit under the cap, because that's a lot of guys to lose who are free agents along that defensive line, especially for a defense at the end of the year that I don't know if they were gassed or what was going on, but they just could not stop the run. So they got to get some depth there.
Update from Scottsdale Stadium. Jung-Hoo Lee. First at bat is a Giant. John! Base hit. Singles on a ground ball to right field.
I like it.
Now steals second base.
I like it.
Did
he steal second base?
No. I'm just encouraging you. No.
I'm like, all right.
But J.H. Lee in his first at bat with a base hit.
You know what? I have
pitchers we're seeing in the spring.
Yeah.
Mason Black yesterday, and Logan Webb was fine. He got hit around in the second inning.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
Kind of a seeing on ground ball. Kyle Harrison was really good on Sunday. But the hitters, Jorge Soler went 2 for 2 yesterday with a couple of singles. And now J.H. Lee with a single and his first at-bat as a Giant.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll be solid. People have kind of mixed thoughts on him. I mean, he's not going to hit 25 home runs. It doesn't look like. Maybe he's going to be a 10 to 12 home run guy. But, I mean, if he's getting on base on the regular basis, like you said, and he steals 25 bases and he solidifies center field defensively, which has been a long time coming, which they have, I think that he is going to be huge. And I think we're going to see a lot of his jerseys around. There was a kid that called last week, a young kid that called the show, and I said, well, whose jersey would you go get? And he was like, I don't know. I mean, Webb is one. But Lee has got a great personality, and he could be a guy that people will kind of gravitate towards as long as he can play a pretty solid center field. They need that so bad, this team.
Well, I was in the team store in Scottsdale, and this NBC Korea came in and used us as props to talk about how the citizens of San Francisco are buying J.H. Lee, and that's what he's going to have on his back, J.H. Lee. Not just Lee, but this whole, Jung-Ho, J.H. They're buying them off the shelves, right off the racks. But I didn't buy any jersey.
You didn't buy one?
I don't know what they're talking about. By the way, Tyro Estrada reaches on a fielding error. J.H. Lee to second base. Lamont Wade Jr. singles on a line drive to center field. J.H. Lee, he's saved!
So you got bases loaded?
He scores.
Right, he scored.
He just scored. He scored.
Really?
He scored from
a little speed.
You're kidding me? He is the grandson of the Wind. He's not going to score from second base on a base hit.
Very nice.
He better do it backpedaling.
Very nice.
So what a trip for J.H. Lee. Single, advances to second on an air, and scores in a base hit by early afternoon Lamont.
Very nice. Very nice. So there you go. Very good. Hey, look, I'm encouraged, man. I'm trying to stay positive. Yesterday, people were saying I was being too negative, so I'm trying to be positive. So I like that. I'm first on record. Last year was about the defense for me. I bitched and moaned about the defense. I'm nervous about the pitching depth. We've already got another injury in the back end. Hicks gives up a home run. I am absolutely nervous about the pitching depth, but I'll give it time. I'm not going to overreact.
What's going to be the slogan this year? And last year was Giants baseball. Nothing like it. What is it this year?
Oh, boy. This year it's going to be, can you pitch? Did you pitch in high school? I don't know who's going to pitch.
Giants baseball, a return to real ball.
Is that what it is? Do we know what it's going to be yet?
I haven't heard yet. I'm just wondering. I was wondering that.
Yeah, I hope it's not hanging there. Remember that when they did that? Frank Robinson was the manager. I think it was Kipe in the commercial, right? It was Kipe in that commercial?
I loved Giants baseball, nothing like it. And then on opening day, they get shut out by Garrett Cole. Oh, boy.
Yeah, nothing like it is kind of a versatile term. It could be negative or positive.
I think it went from Giants baseball, nothing, and you'll like it.
Is that Rodney Dangerfield?
This year? I don't know.
Grandpa, I want a hot dog and a hamburger. You'll have nothing like it. I think that's what it is. Yeah. So, all right. Let's get to Mark Spears coming up next. The Warriors start a 4-game trip with Jordan Poole and the Wiz. What is the reaction going to be there? Draymond Green, of course, did not play against Jordan Poole. Are they going to embrace? I do remember that Steph and Jordan Poole did embrace before that game. Will Draymond Green and Jordan Poole do a little embrace? I doubt it, but let's ask Mark Spears about it. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Buildup Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Klay Thompson's always been one of my favorite players. What an incredible shooter. I see him here in Indianapolis score 60 points in, I think it was 30 minutes. I mean,
yeah, he did. Yeah,
unbelievable. Took 8 dribbles. How do you do that, Bob?
Well,
how do you do that?
If they're doubling Curry, you might be open. You might just catch and shoot, right?
Why would they leave him open?
Well, that's a good question.
But he also scored like 39 points in the quarter.
Yeah.
Bob, how do you do that?
Unless you're Wilt Chamberlain in 1962.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible to me, a jump shooter.
That's Bob Costas and Larry Bird, and Klay saying that's his inspiration about how Larry Bird talked about him in glowing terms, with now Klay coming off the bench. They're in Washington taking on the Wizards and Jordan Poole. And, of course, Draymond Green wasn't there that night. He was away from the team. So are they going to have a warm embrace in Washington tonight? Probably not. Let's talk to Mark Spears about everything NBA at Mark J. Spears, of course, Anscaped and ESPN. And he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
That's funny. I was actually talking to some of the Warriors writers the other day. It's funny. We're like thinking like, oh yeah, they play Washington, not a big game. Then it just dawned on us, Jordan Poole.
Exactly. Man,
it's like we totally forgot about that. It's going to be the first time they're playing against each other, and Chris Paul's a big story too. But in this game that otherwise would mean nothing to the world, right? There certainly is going to be a camera on both of those two guys. But you know what? I'll say this, and I do get the sense, though, Draymond had some strong guilt in terms of that. Like, anytime you talk to him about that, it's almost kind of like, when my wife brings some old stuff up, man. Like, yeah, I feel bad about it, man. Like,
that's a good comp, by the way.
Sorry,
that's
right?
a good comp.
Should have taken the trash out, man. Like, I get it. I know. You know what I'm saying? He just has this, like, look of exasperation. So I could see maybe on his side him being cool and trying to kumbaya and dap him up and everything. I just don't know how Jordan Poole feels about it post,
So Hall of Famer,
so quiet about it.
Give me a little perspective here, because I'm at a loss to see a guy who, remember, he went down to the D League, the G League twice. Once when the Warriors were in the bubble, and the Warriors weren't even in the bubble then, and he was down there anyway. He really became, his career started slowly. He became an integral member, foundational piece of the championship team. Even last year, he averaged over 20 a game, but his numbers were really down. And this year, wow, his numbers in Washington are hideous. Have you ever seen a young guy that was ascending early in his career? He's only age 24 right now, Mark, and he's going the other way. Was it the single training camp punch, October the 7th of not this past year, the year before, that derailed it? I mean, what happened to Jordan Poole? And what's a comp for the way his career is completely fallen off? He got paid after leading the Warriors or being a part of a Warrior championship run number 4. What happened to this guy?
Well, I do think you're kind of wind-aided, right, when you're playing next to Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. Like, who's centering on you? Who's trying to stop you? Right? Like, go for it. Stop Steph. Washington is worried about him. Defenses are catering towards him, and obviously Kyle Kuzma as well. And I think we all recall that Jordan Poole wasn't exactly an all-defensive player. So it is quite intriguing now that he's coming off the bench for Washington. I'm very surprised by that. I can't say I'm watching the Wizards every game to know what their mindset is. But how odd is it going to be to see him and Klay guarding each other off the bench tonight, right? Like, very strange. I saw that, Washington actually gave Kuzma the opportunity to go to Dallas in a trade, and he declined, which was stunning to me that he would prefer to still rebuild in the longest rebuild in sports right now in Washington rather than go to Dallas. But my guess is I assume Washington tried to or was open to moving Poole if they're interested in moving Kuzma, but my guess is there were no buyers for him if such was the case.
Mark Spears is joining us. A big story, of course, Jordan Poole, Washington. Draymond Green wasn't there last time, and Chris Paul coming back for the Warriors tonight as well. Let me dive a little bit deeper into this thing, the Draymond Green part of this whole thing, because I remember in December I went to that game, and it wasn't a surprise. A lot of Warriors came up to him. I went to the game very early, and Steph went up to him, and a lot of players did, and everything, and so forth. And obviously Draymond Green wasn't there, but do you expect that? Do you expect Draymond to reach out an olive branch to maybe before the game, anything like that? Have they done that? Have they done anything like that, or?
I mean, they.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to remember they played together for a whole season, right? Like after that happened, so I don't know. I think we are probably going to make a bigger deal about it than them two.
Mm-hmm.
They just changed uniforms, but they continue to work together for an entire season and a postseason. And there wasn't any incident after that, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're cordial. It's not like it just happened, right? Like, a lot of time has passed since then. The cameras are going to be on it, but I could see them being cool. I don't sense that, Draymond is mad at him. If I'm not, maybe there was some stuff said after the fact from his dad and everything.
Yeah.
I think from Jordan Poole's father. And I'm trying to remember when exactly that was. Was that after he left? But I really think for Jordan Poole, man, he got bigger problems than Draymond Green stopping in town for 24 hours. He's got to try to find some kind of get it. I mean, he got paid, so he got his money. Just like getting Washington is just not beloved by the people there at all. You got to fix that. You got to change that. That, to me, is much more of a pressing issue, trying to get his career right in Washington than worrying about whether he gets dapped up by Draymond.
And he lost his spot in their starting lineup. He's playing off the bench. He had a big game the other night with 31 off the bench.
Yeah.
So some of the best players in the game are going to play off the bench, obviously. Even with Wiggins out, we'll see what Steve does, but you assume Chris Paul and Clay will play off the bench. Which leads to, we heard the Larry Bird sound coming in, and that was at the All-Star game in Indianapolis, and Bob Costas interviewing Larry, and unprompted, he was asked about players he loves to see play, and Larry mentioned Clay. He got some of his facts wrong. The game was not in Indy. It was in Oakland. Not 8 dribbles, 11 dribbles. And he scored 37 points in a quarter,
man. He could do
not
that.
39. Yeah, Larry never forgot one of his bad. Anyway, one time we could pick on Larry. But the Klay Thompson saga, now that Steve Kerr has got his contract extension on Friday night, and it was a great one, 2 years, $35 million. The next order of business is Klay, and he seems cool playing off the bench. Where do you see this going with Klay Thompson long term? I mean, did you ever see him? Orlando's out there a little bit. Did you ever see him putting on another uniform other than the Warriors blue and gold, Mark?
Well, on Steve, that's a heck of a bag, right?
Yeah.
$35 million to coach 2 seasons. And he's certainly worthy of it, man. I asked him if I could borrow $5. He told me he'd give me 10.
With interest, though. With interest, yeah.
I should have asked for more than that. Under the circumstances of his check right now. But Klay seems to be, like, surprisingly and accepting of this. And, I was telling Tolbert last week, I remember Allen Iverson not accepting coming off the bench, and that probably cut his career by like 3 to 5 years. But then you see guys like Vince Carter and Grant Hill and Chauncey Billups, like them being accepting of it, and Klay cited Manu Ginobili, right? So just the fact that he has embraced it. Like, I didn't expect him to embrace it. I expected him to bristle, to maybe clap back. Because, Clay's not shy of saying things when he's not happy. But I think, as Steve mentioned, he's starting to understand his basketball mortality, right? And what do I need to do to survive? And I just think, maybe I'm wrong, but he's going to play like for Mike Brown in Sacramento. To me, seems like a creature of habit, somebody that's very comfortable where he is. Like, for him to start from scratch somewhere else, coming off the bench. I just remember Tony Parker going to Charlotte and getting a 2-year deal, and he hated losing, hated being in a place where they didn't have a chance to do anything. He's the only player I ever knew that retired healthy with another year left on his deal. He didn't like the environment. And you guys know this, like Pop, like every place ain't the Warriors. So like I talked to Chris Paul's wife about it, and she talked about how they've made their stop as the Paul family, like how great they treat people here. How not only just the players, but their families. And, Clay's brother works for the franchise too. Like, if you go somewhere else from scratch, it's not the same. If I'm a betting man, I think Clay figures out a way to finish it here. I just can't see him starting over.
I guess the thing I see is we were talking about this the other day. It's really hard for one guy to do it, and Steph's definitely going to do it. Draymond may do it, and then Clay would do it. I mean, how amazing would it be if all three guys played for just the one franchise?
And I wouldn't be surprised if this extension is it for Draymond Green, too. He's got a job waiting on him. I think he is very in tune with, walking away when it's a good time to walk away. I kind of feel like that from Draymond. I don't think he's obsessed with trying to play as long as possible. I think he knows that coming from the second round and coming off the bench in summer league to being an all-star and a gold medalist, like, hey man, he's up. His hand has went really, really well for him. I could see Draymond going into the sunset when his contract is up. I actually wouldn't be surprised if all three guys finish here. Now, the big question mark probably is how long has Steph got in him? How much has he got in him? Could he be attracted to going somewhere else if this team is spiraling, if they're not winning? That, to me, is the bigger question. It'd be really odd to see him somewhere else. Be odd to see him kind of be desperate to try something else, but he's the one that's going to be attracted to having. So I'm actually most curious to how long he plays and if he finishes here.
Well, he's got 2 more years on his contract. That's why re-signing Steve to the 2-year extension has them be concurrent contracts. And Steph does want to play longer. He wants to play till age 45. So they basically have 3 more cracks at a playoff run, 2 more beyond this, and then this one. And they, obviously lost to Denver on Sunday night and blowing another lead. The road trip starts tonight in Washington in a few hours against Jordan Poole and the Wiz. But the rest of it at New York on Thursday night at the world's most famous arena, Toronto on Friday, and then Boston on Sunday. And they are just running away with the Eastern Conference. So what do you think? Can they, can they get 3 on this trip or 2 and 2 on the trip?
I've been really encouraged about how they were playing late. I also was reminded how good Denver is. They're good, man.
Yeah,
and I don't even fault the Warriors for losing that game. I respect the fact that they were competitive against the world champs. They're a franchise we don't talk about enough. They are the champs. They got the best player in the world. And watching him is absolutely, his numbers are absolutely ridiculous, the stuff that he's doing. To have the assists and the steals that he has, and Joker's incredible, man. So I actually think, even though they lost, face right there now, and New York is reeling. They're hurt. I expect the Warriors that they need to go in New York and win. They need to beat Washington. I could see them getting 3 out of 4. Toronto's playing better basketball. Boston, I expect them to lose, but they always play Boston tough, and Boston lives and dies with the outside shot. So if the Warriors are rolling that night, they got a shot, even though Boston at home is pretty much unbeatable right now. So I could on my seat too, but I could see them getting worse a 2-2 trip, possibly 3-1, because I do think they're playing good basketball right now, and you're adding Chris Paul, who averages 7 assists in 27 minutes, so he's only going to make their team better.
How about just get off the bench? We were debating this before. You got 2 Hall of Famers in Chris Paul and Klay Thompson coming off the bench. Can you ever recall anything like that? Hall of Famers off the bench like this?
In a single backcourt.
Probably the 60s Celtics, Havlicek and somebody else. Had 8 Hall of Famers on that team.
Yeah.
Casey Jones, maybe? Yeah.
Well,
Havlicek was the original 6th man before Kevin McHale. It was Frank Ramsey but Hondo was right after that.
Not like these 2 guys are in their prime.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I'm sure stuff has happened in other places too.
Yeah, weird. It's weird. But I don't know. How do you think it's going to work out?
Hey, man, it's reality, right?
Yep.
We're not going to be superheroes forever.
No. We all get older, except for you.
Be able to dunk, and now if you ask me to look at that court, it seems like it's like 5 miles long to me, and the rim seems about 40 feet high.
That's true, man.
Mother Nature, your body, all that comes in. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah. How do you think? I mean, this is the way they're set now. How do you think the Warriors do down the stretch with Paul and Klay coming off the bench and everything? How do you think they're set for the stretch run?
Well, I mean, I think Pods is going to be solid now. He's gained a lot of confidence. So I'll be intrigued to see how much the rookie plays the rest of the way. I see them being a solid team. 6 is ambitious. I don't know that they could. I'm convinced that they'll at minimum get a playing game, and they got an outside shot for 6. So, maybe Chris Paul could get them there, but I get the sense that there'll be a playing game, and if they could pick it up a little bit, at least they could make it at Chase Center.
Good stuff, man. Always great to catch up with you. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas. Take care.
You too.
Thank you, Hall of Famer.
That is the great Mark Spears. We have our first, by the way, one piece of good news, one piece of weird news. Patrick Bailey, Grand Slam.
Salami!
Grand Slam.
2 in 2 days, John.
So that's nice because they
Giants have the lead,
Yeah.
5-2. Tyler Fitzgerald yesterday, Grand Slam. Patrick Bailey today. What's the weird news?
Just saw a picture of Brandon Crawford in a Cardinals uniform.
Yeah.
It's not Joe Montana as a Chief. It's not Willie Mays as a Met. It's not.
Is it Will Clark as a Cardinal? Will Clark did go there.
It kind of is
Will
like
Clark
that.
did
maybe
do that after going to Texas to buddy up
weird.
with Rafael Palmeiro. He got $2 million.
It's not Jerry Rice in a Steve Largent number 80, but it's weird.
Is he wearing 35?
Yeah, they said. This morning I read a piece that said they're holding 35 for him. So it's just a front picture of him. So I don't know what number, but they said they're holding 35 for him. So he is going to wear 35, I think. But it is weird. It is weird because he's got the headband on. He does his big headband and everything.
Yeah.
Because he's probably got a little receding hairline. But
Susan Slusser saying he got $2 million, which is more money than I thought. It's way more than Nick Ahmed got.
Yeah.
Do you know when the St. Louis Cardinals are coming to Oracle Park this year?
Yeah, I do. But I'll let you say it.
Will he be on the roster at that point? It's the last 3 games of the year. Will Brandon Crawford still be a Cardinal or be active and not on the IL when they come at the very end of the year?
Sure.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
and maybe those will be his last games.
Could be.
Unless the Cardinals make the playoffs, which they almost every year do, except for last year when they were horrible. So
that is weird, though. It is. I'm not going to lie to you. It's taken a second to register the brain on Brandon Crawford in red. It is a little weird, though. All right, we got your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour in about 8 minutes. The 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, including if you missed some John Lynch today. We'll play a couple of key pieces of that. And then 1:15, Matt Barros is going to join us from The Athletic to recap it all and to start talking some 49ers offseason priorities. That at 1:15. It's Pop and London on your Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential, and I do have this message for professionals working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. My message? Be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning. They provide a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials and are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. Check. James Hardie provides a durable, lower-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Check. Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim, they offer phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials and environmental leaders. So that's a checkmate. So talk with your client about double and triple pane windows as well that offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include the very best, Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com and go from there. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, top of the hour in about 2 minutes. A little John Lynch on Brandon Ayuk. He's staying around, we think. John Lynch on the DC search. Jung-Hoo Lee's first at bat as a Giant. And somebody who covers the whiz on how fans have reacted to Jordan Poole. Probably not well, I would imagine. So we will get that for you at the top of the hour. By the way, as I'm looking at Brandon, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Dominic Canzoni. Who the hell's that?
I don't know. Who is
Just
that?
hit a 3-run homer in the top of the second.
Sounds like a pizza joint.
And the Mariners tie the game. I'm looking for a Calzone.
His name is Dominic
Calzone.
That's his name?
Carzoni.
Oh,
Carzoni.
Carzoni?
Did he hit it off of Jordan Hicks, though?
Oh, boy.
Damn.
If he did.
Here's the good news.
I'm not going to
Shohei Ohtani struck out looking at his first at-bat.
Yeah.
He hit into a double play in his
that's
second
right.
at-bat.
That's right. That's right.
3 outs in 2 ABs.
Overrated. No, probably not. Yeah. By the way, top 5 weirdest former Bay Area athletes in another uniform. How about Joe Montana, Willie Mays, Tim Lincecum, Jerry Rice, Willie McCovey? What, those 5?
Yeah,
those
with
weird
the Padres.
ones. I remember when Willie McCovey was a Padre. That was weird. Lincecum I saw in person. That was weird. Mays is a Met against the A's. Montana, nobody will top Montana. I remember watching that for the first time, just going 19 in a Chiefs uniform. That's weird.
They were good.
They were good.
They went all the way to the AFC Championship game and got buffaloed. They were good.
They did get. Yeah, there you go.
It was Joe Montana handing off to Marcus Allen. Wow.
Yeah, it was that was weird. That was really weird.
That was a great backfield.
Yeah.
There's been a lot. There's been a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking at Brandon Crawford. That's going to take a second in Cardinal red. It could be worse, by the way. Everyone was freaking out. I mean, look, they have a rivalry with the Cardinals, but it ain't the Dodgers. You know, it's.
How about Juan Marichal as a Dodger?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was ever so briefly.
Yeah, that was brief.
And people forget, Will Clark was a Cardinal.
Yeah.
At the end of his career.
Again, ever so briefly, but still, yeah, not great. And that was really when there was a rivalry there, because that was still like they had that fight.
Will started it all.
Exactly.
Will started it.
Right.
He and
That
Ozzie
was still,
Smith.
Yeah, so that was still kind
87, 89, and then Bochy's teams had some legendary
big
rundowns
time.
with that.
Matt Holliday, remember that
Matt
old deal?
Holliday to Marco Scutero.
Yeah, so there was still a bunch of stuff going on. All right, let's get to it. John Lynch spoke a little bit earlier. We got some baseball to get you caught up, and the Wiz and the Warriors tonight. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mitch Richmond is a king? I'm trying to think of a Warrior weird one.
That was a bad night.
That was not a good one.
The first game
that was not
he
a
was
good
the
one.
Sacramento King was against the Warriors.
That was not
What was
good.
the final, like 153 to 90? It was an annihilation. Poor Mitch.
Yeah, that was not good. All right, let's start at number 1, John Lynch. And there was all that talk about Brandon Ayuk, and we told you it's not going anywhere and the way things go. But here's John Lynch. Now, anything can happen. We know that. But he's at the Combine today in Indianapolis, and he does not want to lose Brandon Ayuk.
That was a welcome sight that the cap was going up. I think the thing you have to understand, it went up for everyone, so it's not like unique to our team. But we have some challenges. We have a lot of good players who we've rewarded. Brandon's one that we think incredibly highly of. One of my favorite just guys around our building, the way he approaches the game. He's a competitor. He's a warrior. He plays with such a physicality, also with the grace, the way some of the positions his body can get into. And then he's got a flair for making plays when it matters most. And he's served us very well as a franchise. And, I think we've got a nice track record of extending the players that are important to us. And Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time.
There you go. So, let's go. It'll get done late like they all do.
Yeah, not a shock. So how much are we talking about to re-sign Brandon Ayuk? The wide receiver position has just exploded as far as, salaries and where it's gone. I was a little surprised that, Mike Brown's cheap in Cincinnati, but T. Higgins is a really good player. But they got Boyd. They obviously got, the star of their wide receiver core. They went ahead and, they're going to say they already franchise tagged him at 21.8. You can't do that with Ayuk. Ayuk has a year left on his contract. It's just a fifth-year option, which in both teams, interest is to change that. So what are we talking about annually? I mean, he's not going to get Tyreek Hill money, John, but you're so good at this. They want to re-sign him. They're going to re-sign him. What's it going to cost to re-sign Brandon Ayuk off an all-pro second-team season?
Well, I would think in the $25 million range. I mean, I don't know what overall value, but just I looked it up as you were saying that, and I was thinking 25 off the top of my head. Tyreek's at 30, Devontae's at 28, Cooper Kupp's at 27, A.J. Brown's at 25, DK's at 24, Diggs is at 24, Debo's at 23.8. I mean, we're talking McLaurin's at 23. T. Higgins just got franchised at just over 21.8. So, 25.
Will he get more or less or right around the same as Debo got? Very different players.
Right. And
that's another thing you want to do because they're so tight. I imagine you want to come in with virtually the same contract for each guy.
Yeah.
And not have now Ayuk's got leverage, obviously being more recent, but I think it'd be in all parties' best interest if they came in right around the same number.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you're probably looking at. And again, total guarantee. What it matters is, and you and I talk about this all the time, is, total guaranteed money, those kind of things. How is it paid out? Is it going to be up front? Is it going to be pushed back? I mean, given the Niners situation, they're probably going to try to push it. So who knows? But the one thing that's interesting is both DK Metcalf and Debo signed shorter deals. So is it going to be a shorter deal? Anyway. You're looking at 20, probably in the AAV of probably 25 in that range with guarantees over 50. So, yeah.
The one thing is, though, they'll probably backload it, and it won't hit as much on the cap this coming year. I know you were on this before, as far as cap hit going from 23 to 24. Mm-hmm. Trent Williams goes from 12.5 to 31.6. Debo goes from 8.6 to 28.5. Armstead, keep an eye on that one, 11.9 to 28.5. Fred goes from 9 to 24. Kittle from 9 to 22. Charvarius from 6 to 18. The Gravedigger from 6.5 to 15.5. Christian McCaffrey, remember they reworked his deal. He goes from 3.2 to 14.1. So all those guys at the top, whoever gets redone as far as a restructure this time of the year. And you're not going to cut these guys, but before you get to the start of the new league year in mid-March, you either restructure or release guys. You try to do something with it. So I imagine and even though the cap went up, a lot of the guys, as far as cap hits, are going up this year. So they've restructured some of these guys already, like Trent and Armstead and Kittle. Do you want Charvarius Ward, maybe one you can do again, the Gravedigger? You're going to have to restructure some of these contracts, I think, John, to sign Brandon.
I agree with you 100%, and you nailed it right on the head. Armstead's had a lot of injury issues. He's the Walter Payton Man of the Year for this team. He's an awesome dude, but he's going into the last year of his deal at over $28 million on the cap, and I just don't know if they can do that. I mean, a lot of people focused on Ayuk because he was a free agent. They're going to redo, and they're going to keep kicking this can down the road. They're going to keep putting this thing on a credit card as long as they possibly can because they want to win a Super Bowl. But Armstead is the guy that I would look at, which is ironic because they wanted him and Jimmy Ward, and they traded Buckner. Those are the two guys they kept in lieu of keeping Buckner, and his contract kind of sticks out right now. And I love the guy, and obviously when he wasn't here, they struggled, and they've got really no depth right now on the defensive line, so I don't know how they could let Armstead go. They really can't. But he's got a great big number right now in his production.
Restructure.
Yeah, they got to do a restructure on him. So anyway, that's what's going to be happening. Here's John Lynch, more from the Combine today in Indianapolis on the DC, the defensive coordinator search.
No, because I think we have a great idea who we're going to be and continue to be and the things we believe in. So, Is it important? Sure, and we're working towards that. Kyle's working towards that, and that will come in due time here. But we want to be true to the process and learn a lot from it. Identify, some of the changes and tweaks we want to make while still staying kind of to our core.
So basically says we're going to run the same defense, and whoever's of that philosophy we're going to do. And I think they probably learned their lesson with Steve Wilks. It's not that Steve Wilks isn't a good defensive coordinator. It's just that he didn't fit what they were trying to do.
Well, he did run their system, and it was different than what he's run. But he had to come in and learn the 49er terminology, not, bring his terminology in and make the players adjust. And defensive play calls are much more simple than Kyle's play calls. You can call, one word like Anaheim and call the coverage, which is cover 3. So, I don't know. We'll get Matt Barrow's thoughts. Do you read into that and think they're going to just elevate Nick Sorensen? The one name that's intriguing is Jeff Ulbrich, because Jeff could be brought in from outside the building. He would keep the philosophical structure of the defense intact with a Robert Saleh defense there. Would the Jets let him out? Would his personality fit in the Niner building? I don't know, but I think Matt Barrows will have some thoughts coming up in a little bit, John, at 1:15 on where they go with the D.C. search.
Let's go baseball-wise. Jung-Hoo Lee, he makes his spring training debut. This was his first at-bat.
0-2 the count. Lee, who wears the number 51, grew up admiring Ichiro Suzuki, his favorite player, the number he also wore in the KBO. As he swings, grounds one sharply right side and through, past the diving Locklear at first. Jung-Hoo Lee, as that helmet goes flying off again as he rounds the bag at first. As a base hit in his first spring at-bat as a member of the San Francisco Giants.
And it gets better. Joe Rizzo on the call on the stream, and he would come around to score. And that's what the Giants are looking for, man. Get him on base, get the speed on base, and come around to score as the leadoff hitter.
J.H. Lee.
Let's go.
J.H. Lee. And it was he scored on a base hit by Lamont Wade Jr. and then Patrick Bailey. That guy comes up with big hits. He had a grand slam, and now the game has been tied 5-5. So J.H. Lee 1 for 2 today. Estrada 1 for 2. Lamont's 1 for 2. Wilmer Flores 1 for 1. Bailey with the grand slam. So wild score. 5 hits, 5 runs for each team, with the Mariners still batting at the top of the third. Typical Arizona spring game.
All right, we'll save this Chase Hughes for you at the bottom of the hour. He covers the Wizards. A couple of things on Jordan Poole. We'll do that for you at 1:30. But let's get to Matt Barrows from Indianapolis coming up next. His impressions of what John said. What are the 49ers looking for? Let's get a off-season preview, I should say, with Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Does a great job covering the Niners. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Marcus Thompson. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Chris Paul's return to the rotation tonight, I should say, against the Wizards. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. They have the answers to all your tax issues, including, Steve, this is a big one, unfiled tax returns. What do people do with that?
Paul, this is a real big one. A lot of people just don't file a tax return. A year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and more. Why? Number one reason is people owed money and they didn't have it. So they made a mistake and then file the return. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they haven't filed year 1 and they still don't have the money? And it becomes a lifestyle.
a criminal-like lifestyle. And the bottom line is, right now, the IRS is on maximum enforcement during traditional tax season. It's like you should never drink and drive, but Highway Patrol is on maximum enforcement on New Year's Eve. And if you don't have the money, that's okay. We want to cut a sweetheart deal for you. If you don't have your records, we'll get all the records that the IRS and state has on you. What we want to do is file all the returns you need to file, cut your sweetheart deal, and let you have a normal life. Don't wait till one of these new IRS agents does something bad to you. Let us just take care of you, and you can enjoy a normal life.
Unfiled tax returns. Call Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP today at 1-888-TAX-DIAL. That's 888-TAX-DIAL. Or simply go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Well, certainly, it hasn't lived up to the expectation, but I saw something really interesting just on social media after his last game, because it was the first time that he kind of experienced a breakthrough playing off the bench. He had 11 points in 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. They ended up losing to the Cavaliers, but there was a timeout where, he was interacting with the fans. The place was going nuts. They took the lead after he made a big shot. And after the game, he spoke kind of honestly about how he really wants to play well in front of the fans. And there was a lot of support coming out on Twitter from Wizards fans towards him. And obviously, he takes a lot of heat after losses sometimes. He's a very memeable guy, as you guys know very well. But I think Wizards fans, at least there's a good portion of them that have his back and know that it would be really fun if he was playing well, because he's got a great personality that has always been able to connect with fans.
We'll talk more about Jordan Poole, the Wizards, and the Warriors tonight. Chris Paul returns, and, of course, Jordan Poole will do that at 1:30. Matt Barrows is going to join us momentarily from the Combine in Indianapolis and recap what John Lynch said. Kyle Shanahan is not there. In fact, I think the NFC West might be the only division where none of the coaches go. McVay doesn't go. Mike McDonald, the Seahawks, isn't going to go. So, anyway, some coaches do not go, but John Lynch, of course, is there evaluating, interviewing, and the such. And what are the offseason priorities for the 49ers after the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs? Let's talk to Matt Barrows, at Matt Barrows, and make sure that you are following him and reading him. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I think Papa is, it took him a minute, but I think he's...
Speak for yourself,
recovered,
John.
right? You're
Speak
recovered,
for yourself.
right?
We're not. No, we're not.
No, he's not recovered.
Morning,
I guess he's not recovered. Yeah, I thought he might be.
We're moving on to the start of with the Combine going on. So we heard all of John's 16-minute presser. Could you tell our audience the moment that John Lynch climbed up on the podium, he gave a big hug to a guy that we spent some time with at the Super Bowl, John Lund's favorite. Who did he hug it out with, Matt Barrows, before he took the podium?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a scene, because on the podium next to John's, they had the Eagles GM going, and then the Eagles head coach. And of course, if the Eagles head coach is in the vicinity, that means that Big Dom is in the vicinity. So Dom was sort of hanging out at John Lynch's podium, and we were all wondering, okay, what's going to happen when Lynch walks up? And we actually talked to Big Dom for a little while, introduced ourselves, said, hey, we're with the San Francisco 49ers media, and that produced some chuckles and some tales and stuff like that. But when John Lynch arrived, there was a handshake and a hug, and apparently those guys have known each other for a while. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of bad blood between Big Dom and the 49ers, although I should know that Dre Greenlaw was not in the vicinity. And, had he been there, it might have been a different story.
Exactly. Matt Barrows is in Indianapolis, and you do have the 6 questions to answer as the 49ers turn the page at the NFL Combine. And one of the things he addressed, and it seems to be the thing right now that is the biggest story, is Brandon Ayuk. And it never made sense to me, this national narrative that they were going to move on. I guess what he said at his locker, but that's what everybody says who doesn't have a contract, and their agent runs to them and says, don't say anything nice about the team that you play for. People put 2 and 2 together and said, okay, they traded Buckner after Super Bowl loss, they're going to trade Ayuk. It doesn't make any sense to me. And John Lynch reiterated that from the podium. Now, could they change? Sure they could, but it seems like right now one of their priorities is to sign Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and I think part of that narrative stemmed from not just Ayuk speaking, but when Lynch and Shanahan spoke, we didn't get the sort of effusive sentences that we got, say, when we were talking about Nick Bosa in recent years. Remember, Lynch said something like, the Bosa hotline is over. Don't even bother picking up the phone. We're going to take care of Bosa. And he was adamant about that for a long time. The rhetoric about Ayuk wasn't quite as forceful, and that was 2 weeks ago, or whenever he had the end of the season press conference. Today, the phrases were like that. Brandon Ayuk is a homegrown guy. He's done everything right. We like to reward the homegrown guys. He's a guy that we want to have around for a long time. So I think the verbiage that may have been missing a little bit 2 weeks ago was definitely there today. So I think people should feel a little bit better about Ayuk's future with the 49ers than perhaps they did in early February.
Yeah, that obviously was one of your main top 6 questions you and David Lombardi posed in your piece this morning. The other one, and it was interesting to see Adam Peters at his podium with the Washington Commanders meet their media, the new GM of the Washington team. So your question is, who's running the draft? So with Adam Peters gone, Matt, the 49ers have made a couple of promotions with their personnel department to assist John Lynch.
Yeah, and I think Tariq Ahmad will be the guy who sort of steps into the Peters role as far as the draft. He and R.J. Gillen have the same title. They're kind of equal level in the 49ers front office. They're the next 2 guys after John Lynch, sort of the way that Peters and Martin Mayhew were several years ago. But it was Peters that had sort of the lead in the draft. And I would expect Ahmad to have that this year, given that his previous job was director of college scouting. So he's going to be familiar with all the prospects. Everybody will be by the time that the draft rolls around. But this is his bailiwick. When a guy leaves, like at the time period that Peters did, late January or late December, early January, the 49ers pretty much had their draft board set at that point, or at least they had a good idea of what it's going to look like. So this really won't technically be or I guess technically it will be the first draft that they run without Adam Peters, but I think Adam Peters' fingerprints are going to be on this draft, but not the one next year.
Matt Barros is joining us from Indianapolis and the Combine where John Lynch spoke today. So as far as the offseason and the priorities, it would sure seem like right out of the gate, the depth along the defensive line and really the front seven, especially with Dre Greenlaw hurt. But as you look at this thing, Burks is a free agent. Free agents: Burks, Farrell, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, Kevin Givens, Javon Kinlaw, Chase Young. I mean, it would just seem that defensive line, especially interior of the defensive line, and then given where Greenlaw is in terms of his rehabilitation, they got a couple more linebackers that are free agents there. It would seem like that's where they would start in terms of looking for depth in this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would think that defensive line, just given how important it is to this team, how they had to, trade twice during the season to really kind of fill it out the way that they wanted to. That to me kind of screams like it's the first pick or the top priority for this team. Now, whether it's number 31 or they take somebody in the second round, I'm not sure. But to me, that stands out. Linebacker is interesting because I do think that they feel as if Greenlaw is going to be back or close to 100% by the time the season starts in early September. So, and they also, used 2 draft picks on linebackers, D. Winters and Jalen Graham, this past year. And both of those guys, I think, show a lot of promise. So you can sort of see them slipping into that Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, Oren Burks role in the future. That doesn't mean that they won't draft a linebacker. I just don't think it's quite as high on the priority list as defensive line.
All right, so it's with John and the members of the front office there getting ready for the Combine. Kyle and the coaching staff are back here in the Bay Area, and Kyle's actually conducting interviews this week. It was reported by Matt Mayoko yesterday, right when he landed at Indy, that they've interviewed Nick Sorensen internally and Brandon Staley externally, and John did talk about keeping the same philosophical structure. So just based on what John said and you being on the ground in Indy, do you have any thoughts on where they're going to go with the D.C. position, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, everything that he said seemed to suggest that they weren't going to go outside the building and bring in somebody that is drastically different or runs a different system. So I actually asked Lynch that. We had a sort of a behind the scenes session with him after he came off the podium, and I said, everything you said seems to suggest that it's not going to be Brandon Staley, and he kind of stopped me right there. He said, no, that's not what I'm saying. Brandon Staley is diverse enough, versatile enough that he can do a lot of things. He's somebody that could adjust to this system. I will tell you that league-wide, talking to different people, agents, et cetera, when they kind of look at the situation, they agree with my sentiment that Staley, of all the candidates out there, he's so different. Not just the fact that he has run a 3-4 defense in the past, but his defense is, I don't want to say it, I'll say it's complex. It's got an answer for everything. It's involved. There are a lot of variables that players have to take into account. It's been very successful in the past. The Rams basically won a Super Bowl on it. But it is different as far as the principles of it than the 49ers system, which is all about simplicity and playing fast, et cetera, et cetera. To me, that's a tough fit. I'm not exactly sure why Shanahan went with Brandon Staley. He's a bright coach who's available. He's young. They run in the same circles. There are certainly things that Shanahan can learn from Staley that whoever the DC becomes can incorporate into his system. Again, though, it just seems like it's such a polar opposite system from what the 49ers have run in the past. I'd be surprised if it is Staley at the end of the day.
One of the things you mentioned in here, too, is just kind of the way they're approaching this, or you call it a gut-wrenching Super Bowl defeat, and it is. Pop took time off. I mean, it was gut-wrenching for you. The players, and it felt different. The one in Miami was like, okay, they're going to do this. This one just felt different. What has been your feel of the way that the players have reacted, and do you think it will be easy for them, given some time, to bounce back from this one?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. To me, I go back to 2019, and obviously 4 years ago, all of these guys, the core players were 4 years younger. George Kittle was 4 years younger. Fred Warner was coming off his second season. Debo Samuel, Dre Greenlaw were rookies. You thought that everything was in front of this team. Like they were going to be back into it next year. Their theme going into 2020 was finish the job. And obviously things happened early in 2020 where it just didn't happen. And that was largely beyond their control. I get the same sense about this group that, okay, the idea is, okay, let's just keep the core together. Let's keep Ayuk. Let's keep Debo. Let's keep George Kittle. Let's keep that group together for one more season, and let's finish the job. And I think it's absolutely feasible. I think about guys like Bosa and Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey, and just how professional they are. They're not going to change their approaches at all. It's going to be the same group of guys, the same sort of tent poles supporting this team in 24 as it did in 23. That's what gives me encouragement that this team is going to be back playing for the Super Bowl next year. You're going to have Brock Purdy not dealing with an elbow injury this offseason. He's going to be in a better place going into 2024 than he was in 2023, and he played very well in 23. So, I mean, all those things together, logically, it makes sense. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, though. I mean, I do think that they had good injury luck for the most part. I realize that wasn't uniform, but for the most part, it was the core group who went from start to finish, and they were well rested. They had the number one seed. A lot of things went in their favor, and they still couldn't pull it off. So it's daunting, but I do think that they're in a great position to go back. Where is it? New Orleans next year, to be in New Orleans.
Yeah, Super Bowl 59.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. Manny, just one more on the DC. We had Kawakami on yesterday, and he keeps texting me and writing, and he even said it on the air about Jeff Ulbrich, who was out of the building, but he is closely tied to Kyle. They were together on Dan Quinn's staff in Atlanta. He was there when Pete Carroll put in the cover 3 base 4-3 defense. He's a former 49er. He's from the South Bay. We're hearing the Jets would like to keep him, but he would like to come back home, and he obviously runs Robert Sala's defense. If they don't go Nick Sorensen or Daniel Bullocks, Kyle is going to interview a couple of people outside of the building. Is Jeff Ulbrich one of those guys, do you think, man?
I don't think that there's been a formal interview. I'll tell you that the scuttlebutt in Indianapolis is saying exactly those things. I mean, I think if Kyle had his druthers and could bring in anybody to be his DC, I think Ulbrich would be atop the list because of what you just mentioned. There's familiarity with the system. He's a former linebacker who's coached linebackers. That seems to be very important to Kyle Shanahan. Like you said, I mean, there's the guy who's from the area. Jeff Ulbrich has a tremendous personality. He's very magnetic. People like him. People want to play for him. And so it would be just a perfect fit in every regard. The only issue is that he's under contract with the Jets. So I did ask John Lynch that today. I said, I keep hearing about Ulbrich. What's going on with Ulbrich? And he was very clear that Ulbrich is under contract. There's been no formal request for him. They have to fill out a slip in order to interview assistants on other teams. No slip has been filled out. Have there been informal discussions, back channel things? I wouldn't be surprised if the answer to that is yes, but formally on the record, all that stuff, the 49ers are not looking at Jeff Ulbrich right now.
So do you like the Combine? Because I love it. Do you go out and watch all the stuff? Do you hang out the whole time, or do you leave after, interviews? What do you do?
I used to love the Combine because our access to the players used to be a lot better. I'm only talking about 20 years ago.
Right, and the Niners picked a lot higher, too, back in the day.
Right, it's gotten less and less. Kyle Shanahan doesn't come anymore. None of the coaches are here. So, I mean, it's definitely lost its luster for me. But I'll tell you, I'm going to be like John Lund. I'm going to be watching those defensive linemen and those linebackers. See who has the
Thursday at noon our time.
That's right, baby.
We're
Let's
ready.
go.
I'm going to be scouting alongside John Lund later in this week, but I'm going to be doing it from home.
Oh, that's not bad. There's something.
Oh, you're leaving? You're going home?
Oh yeah. I mean, what's the point of staying? They don't let us in the building.
St. Elmo's. Did you go to St. Elmo's one time?
Done that.
John,
honestly, the best way to watch it, you DVR the whole thing, and then you watch what you want to watch. You watch the 40-yard dash. You zip through a bunch of offensive line drills that you don't need to watch. That's that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, you got to watch the offensive line drills. You got to watch how they move the sled.
Yeah, sure.
10-yard split for the offensive line is pretty important too, John.
Yeah, it's very big, very big. Hey, thanks as always for the insight. We'll be reading you throughout the entire offseason, of course. You guys do a great job. We appreciate it.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Man. That is the great Matt Barrows. Yeah,
he's flying home.
He's out of here. Man, a lot of things happened during that interview. First of all, Shohei Ohtani struck out his first at bat, hits into another play, second at bat, then hits an Oppo Taco.
On a pitch on his hands.
Yeah, he's amazing.
The pitch was going to hit him, and he pulled his hands
I don't want to hate him.
And hit it out the other way.
I have to hate him, but I don't want to hate him. I love watching him play.
Even
so I gotta hate him.
Even though that's Arizona in the daytime.
No, I have to hate him.
That was an impressive. That was an impressive.
It was.
Run.
And then really former Giants legend Paul DeJong in the same game hit a 3-run shot. So they probably should have kept Paul DeJong. He just hit a 3-run shot for the White Sox. So there you go. A lot happening. And did I mention that Patrick Bailey hit a grand salami?
We did.
Grand salami.
But I want to hear Joe Rizzo. I'm not going to believe it till I hear Joe Rizzo call it, John.
Okay.
So
we'll play that next. But anyway, it is hard to hate Ohtani, but he is wearing blue, so it makes it a lot easier. But, man, that was That was an amazing home
Wow.
run, man.
Pulled his hands in. Wow. And then Freddie Freeman almost went back-to-back on the same swing. How many opposite field home runs are those
just
two
not
guys?
even going to watch them. Just not. Okay, they won the West. Okay,
Enjoy the sport, folks.
Yeah.
They have those two guys at the top of the lineup going 1, 2, 3 is like the big red machine of the mid-'70s, or when Peter Edward Rose went to Philadelphia in the early '80s. It's impressive to watch those three guys.
By the way, I did not see it because we were doing that interview. KG on the stream on YouTube says Bailey caught somebody stealing today too, so he's having an afternoon. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, keep it going. All right, we'll update on everything. We got some remnants before we get out of here, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
That's billions with a B to you and me. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some they're not even based in the entire state? Wow. That's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, especially with the weather getting better, they're all around us, so please be careful. Let's work together and make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. It's Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, get this, and this is where that billion comes in. You're like, why was that billion there? Because $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Would they be? But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7½ minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
Yes. Welcome in. Tuesday edition of the show. That will be tomorrow because we've got Giants baseball on the air. So it's on the stream right now. People were asking, sfgiants.com. It's on the stream. And Patrick Bailey's got a grand slam today. Then we're in the bullpen and we're watching White Sox and Dodgers. Ohtani strikeout, hit into a double play, and then a ridiculous Oppo Taco for the Dodgers in 3 at-bats. He's going to hit like 100 home runs just being able to focus on hitting. So we got that going on. And then tomorrow at 11:50, A's and Giants. Do they still have that trophy? A's and Giants.
The
tomorrow.
bridge, John, but not for spring training.
Oh, okay. That doesn't go. That doesn't
it's
go for
also
spring
known
training.
as the Brody Brazil.
Yeah, the Brody Brazilian. 11:50.
That's going to be a
tomorrow.
long bridge when they're playing in Vegas, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to change that trophy, aren't they?
What bridge is that going to be?
Yeah, they're going to have to change that trophy.
Wow.
So anyway, we got that going on. By the way, I stayed at the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas. They have the best IV place ever. I went there twice.
When you went to see U2 at the Sphere, you stayed there. That is the chic place to be.
Awesome place. It is.
What's that like?
Awesome. You know, I can't. I'm not getting paid for this. I know we promoted it during the Super Bowl, and they're probably keeping the prices down early so that to have people sample it. So probably in a year I won't be able to afford to stay there. But I mean, you don't have to leave. I mean, they have like 27 restaurants. Like you walk out, they have every possible thing you could need. And so we go walking downstairs, and the Saturday morning we didn't feel so hot. And then this IV place, which I've told you about before, but this was like a whole nother level. They even they stick. It's called the hangover cure or whatever, and they'll even put Toradol. I was like, that's an NFL painkiller. They're like
Toradol.
Yeah, they're like, do you
They'll
want
give you a shot of Toradol?
So within your bag that they give you, so you're sitting there and they put the IV in your arm. And they're like, well, what kind of pain medication would you like? And I'm like, what is there? And when they got to Toradol, I said, yeah, I'll do Toradol. So they have anti-nausea and all this. It felt like cheating because my wife and I went to breakfast, and then they put one of those things in me. And then by the time, they're like, give it like a half hour, walk around a little bit. It was unbelievable. It was the best I've ever felt in my adult life. It was unbelievable. Anyway.
So you didn't have to go Bloody Mary here on
nothing. It was like, this is unbelievable.
They shot you with Toradol? What part of your body did you need Toradol?
Everywhere.
I needed it in my back.
It was incredible. It was like, it was just, wow. I felt like they say, well, is there a hangover cure? Well, yeah, if you have somebody that, knows what they're doing, if you have a nurse that will shoot all that stuff into you, then there's a hangover cure. But my goodness, man. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, it's a great hotel and casino.
I drove by at Super Bowl week, but it was so slammed you couldn't get near it.
It was cool, and you could walk to the Sphere from it, and it was cool. It was very cool. So anyway, what do you expect tonight between the Wiz and the Warriors? You expect a big Jordan Poole night?
I expect the Warriors to win the game.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
one thing.
They got to win this.
And this is a hard road trip. You got to go to New York after that, and then Toronto at a back-to-back. Hopefully Steph Curry finds his legs. This is February 27th when he's had some of his biggest games of his career. The Studio 54 game was on this date. The Bang Bang game in Oklahoma City was on this date. And we'll see what they do with the starting lineup. But because Andrew Wiggins is not going to play tonight due to personal reasons, so hopefully he's okay. Usually when you have personal reasons, you're not on the trip. So is he going to be able to join them before they go to New York and Toronto? Then Sunday, you want him, obviously, in New York, and you really need him against Boston with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. But assuming that they do play off the bench tonight, this will be interesting. And when you think about during his career, the quintessential purest point guard in the NBA is Chris Paul. And the quintessential purest two guard, just coming off floppies and pin downs and curls and cocked and loaded to shoot, is Klay Thompson. I mean, you have the ultimate one and the ultimate two, and to play them both off the bench is going to be amazing. We've been searching all day for, as an NBA team, and obviously if you're still playing, you're not in the Hall of Fame, but guys that became Hall of Famers, did they ever play off the bench together? And Mark Spears mentioned Havlicek, but I'm thinking strictly backcourt. There's been a lot of guys. Bob McAdoo played off the bench later in his career when he was a Laker that have made the transition to being a bench player or started that way. Kevin McHale, obviously, I'm just talking guards. So David Tedla from NBC Sports Bay Area, thank you to David, because I reached out to everybody. And what team has ever had two backcourt players play off the bench that later became Hall of Famers? Well, here's a pretty good one. 85-86 Bulls. Iceman George Gervin off the bench with Michael Jordan.
Wow.
And then the 96-97 Suns. Jason Kidd and a guy named Steve Nash, both from the Bay Area, from Cal and Santa Clara, played off the bench. I asked the Spurs directly, and they lied to me, because I thought Manu Ginobili played most of his career off the bench, that Tony Parker ever did it. Tony did do it a couple of times. In 27-18, they really did it a lot. Primary backcourt, two Hall of Famers off the bench. So it would be the Iceman and Michael Jordan, Jason Kidd and Steve Nash, and Manu and Tony Parker. And then tonight we'll see if they join the list. But at some point it's going to be Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, John. But it is a short list, and obviously talking about Hall of Famers, a distinguished list. But that's some list when you have the Iceman and MJ, J. Kidd and Steve Nash, two-time MVP, and Tony and Manu. Wow, that is a class there.
That is awesome. All right, before we get out of here at the top of the hour, it's funny. I asked the question. I was just doing this on Twitter. I posted that picture of Brandon Crawford as a Cardinal, and I put the 5 weirdest looking Bay Area athletes in another uniform, like Joe Montana as a Chief. I got a bunch of good ones. So we'll go over that list before we get out of here at the top of the hour. I got a couple more things, remnants that we forgot as well. Plus, we got to hit a couple of more things that John Lynch said, 1 or 2 more things that I had on my list here. So we'll do that before the top of the hour in the next 10 minutes. And then we've got Tolbert and Copes coming up at 2 only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and you've heard Papa and Lon talk incessantly about our successful custom lens replacement surgery at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. If you want to know more, they're going to have a webinar, a live webinar this Friday at noon. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have. What's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Are you a candidate for either, and in particular CLR? What's the cost? Can you finance it? How long does the procedure take? And you're never going to get a cataract after CLR. I wish I asked, why can't you get a cataract after CLR? Unintended successful consequence there. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution for you to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That's this Friday at noon. I love saying webinar. Space is limited. Register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Tuesday. You got your A's hat and your Giants.
Because I have a response to your weirdest jersey swap of all time.
Yeah, because I got this. I got tons of response to this.
Braden Crawford in a Cardinal logo and a hat, and we got quite a few.
Weird.
How about Ronnie Lott joining the Raiders? That wasn't great.
That was weird.
How about Charles Haley going from the Niners to the Cowboys?
That was painful. Is what that was.
And how about our great late friend that we miss every day, the great Vida Blue, going from the Oakland A's to the San Francisco Giants?
Oh, he was the best. Man,
what do you have?
It's a bummer. Well, Montana's the top one. The weird one to me that's underrated, and we had him on from the Super Bowl, is Jerry Rice took Steve Largent's 80 and wore it as a Seahawk. Now, the Seahawks and Niners.
First, he went to the Raiders.
Yeah, that was weird.
And then he was a Bronco ever so
for like a minute,
briefly.
Right? So that was all weird.
Yeah.
I had forgotten. I was thinking McCovey as a Padre because I think I have that card, but wasn't he an A for
he
like
was
a
an
minute?
A.
Yeah, that was.
He was
weird.
an A.
That was super weird.
How about the Dominican dandy Juan Marichel's a Dodger?
Really weird.
Mays is a Met.
Mays is a Met was super weird.
Nate Thurman went to the Chicago Bulls,
that was
which
weird.
was odd. Rick Barry to Houston.
By the way, Rick Barry to Houston, very underrated because he had this big comb over. He's just like,
Rick
so
comb over.
bad.
He was comb overing his wig. It wasn't even his own hair. You know what's great about Rick? He wore 24 to honor Willie Mays throughout his career.
Yeah.
But when he went to Houston, there was a guy named Moses Malone.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
That had number 24. So Rick wore, forget what it was. He wore number 2
I think he wore
for
2,
home
didn't he?
games and 4
That's
for
right.
road games. No, he would switch back and forth to get the 24 in. So that was weird. Jason Giambi is a Yankee.
That might have been the weirdest.
Will Clark is a Cardinal. We forget about Nuschler.
You know, this is a good
Brandon
one.
Crawford becoming a Cardinal.
This is a pretty good one on Twitter. Brian Wilson is a Dodger took a minute, didn't it? Right? That was so weird.
Jeff Kent is a Dodger.
Yeah. From the Raiders side of things, when Stabler went to Houston, Dave Casper is an Oiler. Remember that? That was
how many interceptions did Snake throw to
oh my God.
Lester Hayes in that playoff? They played the same playoff game.
Yeah.
It was Snake and Dave Casper against Jim Plunkett and Lester Hayes. They got bombed in that game.
People were talking about Brett Butler as a Dodger. That's a pretty good one. Our good friend.
How about Oral Hershiser becoming a Giant?
That was weird.
You forget about that one.
Yeah, because he was such a Dodger. I mean, he was such a Dodger. Like, he was steeped in Dodger blue. And so for him to be, to come here, that was just really weird. Anyway, those are some good
How about
ones.
Jordan Poole as a Wizard? Really weird.
We're going to see that tonight. Quit sending me the Ohtani home run. I saw it, okay? I saw the Ohtani
How impressive was that home run?
I don't want to hate Ohtani. It really sucks that he plays for the Dodgers because he's so amazing. And I don't want to hate him, but I
gushed over him all last year.
I did because he's
appreciate
amazing.
the ability. By the way, Mariners 9, Giants 5. It is home run derby at Scottsdale Stadium. What's going on?
Wow. Hey, get this. So this apparently the Yankees offered Blake Snell a 6-year, $168 million deal in January. This was in January.
6 years, 168.
And Boris rejected it. And now
is it still on the table?
And apparently they pulled it. And now, Boris does not look good.
Well,
6-168, and they pulled it off the table. So, wow, that is interesting, man. So I don't know what's going to happen.
That's not 30 a year. That's not 30 a year.
What is 168 and 6? What is that?
Well, it'd be 180 would be, so it's less than that.
Yeah,
25,
180
27
would be,
a year, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I can see that. What about?
Would you give him 6 years though? That's a lot.
That's no. I'm not giving Blake Snell 6 years.
That's 28 a year for 6.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Chiefs planning to franchise L'Jarius Sneed.
Damn, I thought about him.
Yeah, that would be a nice one.
Not as obviously they would do that.
Yeah, you figure. Man, that is going to be tough. Although I did hear that possibly, I guess he has a bunch of former teammates, and they were trying to get him to Philly, so that'd even be worse. So I guess I can live with that. Let's see, what else do we got? I think we covered about everything. And again, tomorrow, one of the reasons you got A's and Giants too is we got baseball tomorrow on the radio. We had A's and Giants, so make sure that you tune in tomorrow. We'll be here until about 11:50. We'll review all the stuff with Jordan Poole, and then we'll get you over to baseball tomorrow. No Andrew Wiggins, so who starts is going to be an interesting question today or tonight for that game. And again, Tristan Beck went back to San Francisco to see doctors, so it's there. Blake Snell, we need you, so let's go. Come on, Farhan. Close that deal. What's it going to take? 30 a year?
I'll tell you
35?
exactly what it would take. 6 years at 170 million. What? It's 28 million. I'm not giving Blake Snell 6 years. You giving him 6 years?
I can't do 6 years. Yeah, I can't do 6. No, you can't do 6 years. We had John Lynch on. If you missed that today, make sure that you go back. Laken Tomlinson. Yeah, a lot of people texting about Laken. He did not play well with the Jets last year. He's not coming back here, right?
He's done.
Yeah,
I actually looked at his tape a little bit for about 3 snaps and said, no way.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
He's done. He does not look good.
All right. That'll do it for us. We had a great time today. Glenn Kuiper joined the show. He's doing a Giants broadcasts now. Mark Spears was absolutely great. Matt Barrows from the Athletic joined us from the Combine, and you heard from John Lynch as well. Tolbert and Copes today. Jim Bowden's going to join the guys in about a half hour. Do not miss that. He is absolutely great. And our good friend Danny Everman, 3:30. He's doing Warriors now, 3:30 for Danny. So they got that and more. We'll see you tomorrow for a brief period of time, and then we'll get
A's Giants tomorrow, John, and under a Vita Blue. We'll
Very
see.
Nice. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. All right, they are right now. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What do you want, loser? I mean, yeah, I know. I hear the music. I hear Tool. I'm enjoying, okay? All right, Tool. What is shaking? We're just, John was in here, and this box is now sitting in front of me. I guess people got tired of it just sitting around and said, okay, we got 2 Pop-Tarts left. Let's just go ahead and get the box in there. It's like super old school, too. This has got to be like, what, 60s?
It's like vintage, yeah.
I mean, that is a vintage box.
Is it when you say 2 Pop-Tarts in that box, you mean 2 packs? Or one pack of Pop-Tarts?
That's it.
2 total tarts.
It's gone. So
there's 2 packs in there the other day, so somebody's been working.
Somebody's been, somebody crushed 3 of them. So the Pop-Tarts are...
where'd those come from?
Are gone. I don't know. They were in here like a week or 2 ago. I don't know I don't know where they came from, but...
Shout out the snacks around the office that you don't know where they come from. People just drop them off, and you're like, should I eat this?
Yeah, somebody must have... maybe somebody, like... who dropped this off, Tim? What's the story behind these Pop-Tarts? Okay.
They've been at least 2 weeks. They're probably good. Those things are fun.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Those things are lasting nuclear war.
I don't even.
That one's
yeah,
going through the nuclear.
Yeah, I don't think. I think this similar box was in the video game Fallout, in a shelter somewhere, like a box of Pop-Tarts. But they don't even. You know, when something doesn't have like an expiration date, you're good.
Yeah, it's because it doesn't expire.
Oh yeah, we're good. April
28
and April 27th, 2024.
Oh, it's this year that thing is wearing.
Yeah, so we're good.
Does it say made with
Yeah,
real
but they're
fruit?
from the 60s.
Yeah, oh, well.
So I mean, you had like what 60 years to eat these things.
This packaged like in January 1963,
and you're totally fine. So yeah, I'll take these home. You know what I'll do? I'll have them on the weekend. That's usually when I splurge a little bit. Then I'll have some like Cap'n Crunch berries, CTC. Have some of that. Maybe go out and have some pancakes, something like that. Maybe on the weekend, because during the week is generally a.
You're on the plan.
Those little oatmeal packets that you put in the milk, shake it up, and I'll drink one of those in the morning, or the Bobo bar too. Gotta love the Bobo bar, oat bar. So, and then this used to be every day for breakfast. Like that was just terrible. You go Pop-Tarts every day. Again, I used to eat them when I was playing. I used to bring them to practice. I'd stop by the store, grab some Pop-Tarts, grab a quart of milk, go in the locker room, hang out, and have breakfast.
Pop-Tarts and a quart of milk.
Yeah,
You're a psycho.
And then I was good. I'd
you can get some running in.
Then start breakfast.
Get some
practice. Yeah. Hello, I would eat them up. I'd eat them up on the training table while I was getting taped.
With a quart of milk, Tom is just sitting there.
Quart of milk.
Just a quart of milk and a box of Pop-Tarts.
Quart of milk, and I was good to go. I don't know if I'd finish the milk, but sometimes I would. It depends on how many Pop-Tarts I decided I wanted to eat that day. We didn't eat like the teams did. We didn't have a chef on site. You could like have him whip anything up you want to. It's like now. Like every once in a while, I'll go visit Steve at the end of the game. We'll be sitting there and go, "Hey, you guys want a panini or something?" Like, no, I'm good. Yeah, he just has his chef, has a team chef whip up a
what's the guy's name?
Whip up a panini. Oh God, what's his name? I'll remember the game.
Rocco's over there. Rocco can make it whatever you want, dude.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll come in there, have Steve a little dinner, a little margarita after the game, and there you go. And
Modelo.
You're good to go.
Like,
you know what? He said that he's been going, like Modelo is his definite beer of choice, but he's been going, I think, Margs lately to cut down on the carbs. So he's going, I don't know if that works. Or apparently, I'm
anyway, KNBR, are margaritas better for you than Modelo?
I don't know. And it's funny because I've never been a huge margarita guy unless I'm in a Mexican restaurant.
I love
a Mexican restaurant. I'll hit a marg, but I'm not just going to hit a marg like just fix me up a margarita. I don't. There's like certain things that are specific to certain ethnic restaurants or certain areas. Like I would never. I don't think I've ever had a Mai Tai in my life outside of Hawaii.
Oh, never.
You go to Hawaii, it's like, give me a Mai Tai.
Why not?
Oh yeah, I'm totally up for a Mai Tai.
Tim says you never go to like an Irish bar and you're like, can I get sake?
Guinness.
What do you got here? Yeah. Sake on the menu?
You go to I don't drink drink Sapporo outside of
totally with sushi or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Get a sushi, get a Sapporo.
Exactly. Or an Asahi maybe.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Go to a Chinese restaurant and get a Tsing Tao.
Perfect.
Unless Holler took them all. Noted Tsing Tao thief Mike Holler. That is one of my favorite stories. Stole the Tsing Tao, and then we had to hide his bike. We actually hid his bike in the roof,
ceiling, right?
In the ceiling, yeah. And had it sticking out just so he could see it. And
he was probably pissed too. Holler without his bike, he'd be so mad.
Stuck in the ceiling.
You guys got a rollerblade to work?
It was the best.
Yeah. It's not a good look.
But yeah, it's like I just, you go to a certain restaurant and it's like, okay, yeah, this sounds good with this. And you're right. You go to when I was at I haven't had one of these in years and years and years. And we went to I don't know what the name of it was. What was the name of that Irish bar when we were in Vegas?
It was just some Ireland's or some Irish pub like that.
Shout out to them too. Everybody had an Irish accent from Ireland that worked there.
Yeah, everybody was Irish.
I was like, where'd you get all these Irish people in Vegas? Where'd they come from?
It's a landmark, laddie. Welcome to the walkway between the Luxor and the Mandalay.
But I had a black and tan for the first time in forever. Which you got to be, of course, if you want the real black and tan. I believe you got to get the Bass and the Guinness, and they get it poured over the spoon.
What was it called, Derek?
Get it in there.
Rira?
Arira?
I think it's called Ari. I think it's Ari, and that's a different casino, Derek. Arira. I don't know.
But I did have one of those. I hadn't had a black and tan in years and years and years, and got one of those. So yeah, I mean, when in Rome, as they say.
Go on.
When in Rome.
Yes.
Go on.
Go on.
Yes.
Never heard that one.
All right. Moving on.
Warriors tonight, Jordan Poole and the Dubs. How about this? Going head-to-head in Washington. Andrew Wiggins will not be playing due to personal reasons. John Lynch spoke today at the Combine. Ready for some Combine talk, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
You always are.
You know me.
More importantly, he spoke about...
I'd rather talk Combines in the field than the actual Combine.
I'd rather talk about the Combine that Brock Purdy rode in his bye week.
I'd rather talk gears. Give me Combine gears.
Gears and combines.
We can go in the gear ratio.
By the way, we're going to be
for that.
Brock made a mistake because he's going to be under a microscope for every bye week for the rest of his career now. We're like, what'd you do this time? Why don't you go back and do what you did last time? Because then you came back good.
Yeah,
and
go do it.
He's like,
go do it again.
I could really rest this time. Like, we'd really want you on the combine.
Maybe the Niners can buy him a field out in the Central Valley, and he can go harvest out there. He doesn't have to go all the way back to Iowa.
Let's get him out to Coalinga somewhere. There's got to be some fields out there.
Got to be some fields out there. Get him out there.
There's that.
Get him a combine.
There's that Carl's Jr. that Tim loves. We also have the Giants. By the way, Giants right now are they play the A's tomorrow. Jung-Ho Lee. Are they playing a split squad today? It's not a split squad, right? They play the A's tomorrow. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR. They're taking on the Angels today. No, they played the Angels yesterday. Yeah. They're playing the Mariners today. Excuse me. Jung-Ho Lee is making his debut. Jordan Hicks started today, but he wasn't all that sharp. He had some of the same problems that have made Jordan Hicks a questionable option in the past. Control. Throws really hard and can't throw strikes. So we're going to do a lot of stuff today. Some Warriors, some Niners, and some Giants. Let's do some Giants first when we come on back. There are still available free agents out there that could help the Giants significantly on the pitching side of things, especially now that we find out Tristan Beck has been sent back to San Francisco now to be reevaluated on some discomfort in his right hand. He's a guy they were counting on this season to be potentially a starter at the back end of the rotation. Still got some guys out there, Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell. Jim Bowden's going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk to him about the names that are out there. And then our old pal Danny Emmerman, who's covering the Warriors for the San Jose Mercury News. He'll catch up with us at 3:30. But are there still players out there that could help the Giants? And how shallow are they at pitching if Tristan Beck is already not going to be available? We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's Sports Leader.
Andrew Wiggins will be out tonight due to personal reasons against the Washington Wizards. There's more on that story. It's trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are going to be joined in about 15 minutes by Jim Bowden and at 3:30 by Danny Emmerman of the San Jose Mercury News. Get a little baseball talk in and some Warrior talk with Danny. We will, of course, be diving into some Warrior talk in just a little bit as well. But there are free agents still available. And I know Giants fans for a few weeks, and I've been kind of, maybe it was the 49ers run to the Super Bowl and it lasted so long. Maybe it was my lack of confidence in the Giants going to add more big pieces after they basically have added to positions that they did not have something there in the past. But like they needed a defensive outfitter with some speed. They went and they got what they thought to be one of the best ones on the market in Jung-Ho Lee. Now, we don't know what he's going to end up being, but to me, that is a big free agent splash by any measure in the history of baseball. Based on what they spent, what they went out and they did, they got a guy, sure, there's no track record. I understand the frustration. They did not land Shohei Ohtani. They didn't land Yamamoto. Whether you thought they were coming, neither here nor there. When I look at the rest of the roster, I think, okay, the other big names out there, Matt Chapman, is there a belief that he would help you? I think he's an improvement over anybody they have at the position right now. I don't think there's any disputing that. But because they decided to stick with J.D. Davis and they liked what they saw in some capacities with Casey Schmidt last year, they believe he's got a future. Marco Luciano is a left side of the infield player. You've got Tyro Estrada already at second base. You've got, am I forgetting somebody else up the middle? You've got other outfielders in Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos, guys you saw last year. I just think that they looked at the roster and thought, we still don't have a good grasp of how much talent we have in a lot of these young guys. And so we don't want to go, I won't say waste money. We don't want to block any guy from having an opportunity to develop because that's been the problem. They haven't developed talent. That said, there are guys on the free agent pitching side of things that would greatly and vastly improve and give, I think, a lot more confidence to some of the bats in the lineup that they've added. I like the Soler ad. I just wanted that to be in addition with other things. If you went out and you went, I said this to you at the trade deadline last year, we kept saying, well, who's out there? Who's out there? Paul DeYoung. Who's out there? Who's out there to help them offensively? I said, there's nobody out there. You got to go all in on your strength. And right now, or at the time of the deadline, the strength was pitching. I went back again. We did this at the end of last season. When you look at the Giants starting pitching last year on Baseball Reference, there's only 3 guys listed, and only 2 of them crested 100 innings pitched. Esclafani went 99 2/3, 151 1/3 for Alex Cobb, and then 216 for Logan Webb. So if you run down the talent they have on the pitching staff now, and you say, we can get this many innings from this guy, this many innings from this guy, just projecting, do you have enough guys to get you through a season? Kyle Harrison didn't throw that much last year and is yet to be stretched out. He threw 34 2/3 total innings for the Giants last year. Keaton Wynn's already having arm problems. Tristan Beck's been sent back to San Francisco to get his hand reevaluated. Jacob Junis is gone. He threw 86 last year. Stripling gone, 89 last year. Alex Wood gone, 97 2/3 last year. You have nobody here to eat these innings. So I look around and I go, now that a guy like Cody Bellinger's off the market, is there, with some of these injuries and some of the major question marks already, is there a more pressing need for the Giants to get back into the market for Blake Snell or for Jordan Montgomery? Because Jordan Hicks today was not sharp. And that's somebody that they're either relying on for big starting innings or to be a fairly expensive back-end bullpen arm.
I mean, look, I think as much as, and I don't even know what it would cost anymore to get Montgomery or Snell.
Probably more expensive.
Or both of them. I don't know. But you need pitching. You absolutely need pitching. And maybe they feel like they have it in their youth, but it's an awful, like Kerry was saying, it's an awful big gamble. Like an awful big gamble. Because if it doesn't work, this offense isn't equipped to go out there and win games 6-5, 7-4. I mean, they're an offense that's equipped to go out there and win games 4-2 and score 4. And hopefully you get 5 innings, 6 innings, and the bullpen takes over after that. That's what this team is built to do right now. So if you're going to do that, and we talked about it a couple months ago, just go ahead, and if you think pitching and defense is going to be your strength, then double down on the pitching. Just double down on the pitching.
By strength, yeah.
Because right now you start looking at the offenses around the National League, they're not winning because their offense. They're going to have to win because their defense. Their best hope is to find a way into the playoffs somehow and have dominant pitching. Now, you probably wouldn't want to go get both. They wouldn't because they wouldn't spend the money, but you probably wouldn't want to go get Montgomery and Snell because then you have Montgomery, Snell, and Harrison. I don't know if they want 3 left-handed starters.
I don't know. The Dodgers are stacked with lefties.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a period of time where the Giants were building lefties to go get Dodger lefties.
Yeah. I mean, you think of the Dodgers, who are their lefties? Shohei, Muncy, Freeman. But I mean, that's
3 pretty good ones.
That's enough.
That's pretty good. It's enough
that's
for me.
enough. That's like 3 top 6 guys in your order.
And there's probably somebody else we're forgetting.
And hell, we might as well put Muncy ahead of Shohei when it comes to facing the Giants. Like he is Shohei when he's facing the Giants, basically. So I mean, maybe, but yeah, it's right now. You look and say, is pitching their strength anymore?
I can't imagine it. I think that's their hope.
Like, what is their strength? Bullpen?
Oh man, okay. I think back end of the bullpen is fairly good. The issue is getting guys from the starters to the back end of that bullpen. I mean, I joke a lot that one of my favorite situations in baseball history is like the 2007 Padres or the 08 Padres. They would make games like a 4-inning game or a 5-inning game because if you had, first of all, when it was Jake Peavy, it was like, fine, he's going 6, he's going 7, 8, whatever. He's a Cy Young candidate. But if they had a starter that could get him into like the 5th, they would hand it to like Rudy Seanyes, Akinori Otsuka, Scott Lineberg, Heath Bell, and Trevor Hoffman. It was like they could do that like 2 out of 3 days. And if they had a pitcher who could get him, remember that it used to be the 5th starter. If he can just get us to the 5th, get us to the 6th inning. If you can give me 5 or 4 and change, the 5th starter consistently can help you win as long as your bullpen is saved enough because you're banking on the fact that your frontline starters like Logan Webb, who threw 216 innings last year. Now I'm like, if he doesn't throw 200 this year, what happens? I'm banking on that from this guy. You know, they need that from him. And so where else do those innings come from? There's nowhere proven on the roster that tells you it's coming. Somebody on the text line here, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415 says, can the Giants please sign Blake Snell? At this point, it's a no-brainer. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm of the mindset that this team is better on paper than last year's, but when you start to break it down and you get into the granular details of the pitching, it's tough to find that to be true. I think the roster lineup-wise is probably better. I think there's more consistent or proven talent. You've got some guys who you can say, all right, he can thump, right? I think J.D. Davis in the right situation can hit a little bit. I think Conforto, if healthy, can do some damage. We know what Soler is capable of. Tyro Estrada's fairly exciting. You have some major league players in the lineup. But do you think they're better than the 79 wins they got last year?
No, I don't. And the problem is, because you said it's okay if if your 5th starter is getting you 5 innings, then but that's 3, 4, 5 for them.
Yeah.
It's not just a 5th starter. Hell, they didn't have a 5th starter last year. They just threw somebody in the 5-hole. Let him open for a game. I mean, that was...
Or 3 in a row.
It got to the point where 2 times through the rotation was an opener. I mean, that's just a joke.
They have 3 listed starters.
I'm sorry.
That's insane.
That's no way to go through life. Fat, drunk, and stupid. Fat, drunk, and without pitching.
Yeah, no.
That's no way to go through life. And that's no way to go through a baseball season. So I don't want to see that again. I don't want to see a damn opener again. Like, if you're going to have an opener like once or twice a month, okay, I get it. But not twice through the 5-man rotation. Like, just have a sign outside your stadium saying, can you pitch? Anybody, we help wanted pitching. We only have 3 of them. So that's where right now, and even before guys got hurt, we were wondering if those guys were going to be able to give them 130 innings. Like, we didn't know because they haven't done it before. So then that's why, Kerry was saying This is a massive, massive roll of the dice right here. You have one guy, two, when Cobb's healthy. I mean, he gives you innings. But you have two guys who give you innings. After that, you're hoping that you got some guys that can give you innings. Because we've seen it where the bullpen just starts taking a beating by about July. And unfortunately, you have about 2.5 months left of the season, and you're just kind of working on fumes. So, yeah. I could make a case to go out and get both those guys if you think they're worth it and plug those guys into the rotation and let the young guys kind of, fit in here and there. But right now, it's if you're a Giants fan, it's a little scary looking at that rotation and thinking, okay, wow.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Well, hey, here's the thing. I think
how many times going to play that this year, brother?
We've been hanging for a while.
I mean, it's right on the front page for
I'm
Tim.
hanging,
It's just like, hey, give click, got it.
Tim's top left, number one, page one drop. Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and Robbie Ray. On paper, I think that's what they hope to be their rotation by midseason. Where are you at midseason? And it's a lot of plans working out.
Yeah.
It's 2 injuries, it's a rookie, and it's a guy who's never been a starter before behind a guy who's a Cy Young
Threading
candidate.
that needle.
Got to thread that needle.
Thread that needle.
Sometimes better to be lucky than good. We'll see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of unexpected, but I don't anticipate a big name free agent pitcher being added. Don't hit it again, Tim. We are going to catch up with Jim Bowden after I tell you that you should join us for Giants and KNBR Fan Fest final stop Saturday, March 9th at Oracle Park from 10 to 3, featuring alumni, broadcasters, Lucille photo opportunities. While you're there, watch the March 9th spring training game on the scoreboard during the event. Fans will be able to interact with players who are in Scottsdale using a brand new technology. Get the details, knbr.com/fanfesttour to claim your free tickets now. Jim Bowden joins us talking about some of these free agents yet. Next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We were all smiles earlier today, Giants fans were, when Shohei Ohtani struck out in his first at-bat, and then we were all frowns when he homered the other way. Full count in his second at-bat. Here to talk a little baseball and some Giants offseason. Jim Bowden joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Jim? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. How you doing, man?
Tom, Adam, great to be back with you guys. How are you?
Great to have you, man. It's the weather's starting to turn here in San Francisco. The sun's out today. It was, I think we had the most beautiful day of the year on Saturday when spring training for the Giants kicked off, and so it's nice to have baseball back in our ears and on our TVs. What is weird is at this point in spring training where games have started that there are this many big-name free agents still out there, man. I know that's the number one story.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's amazing. Obviously, the market didn't play out the way Scott Boras and the Boras Corporation thought it was going to. And so, to your point, we had Cody Bellinger sign on Sunday, a 3-year, $80 million deal with opt-outs after each of the first 3 years. And now we still sit there with Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery, two good left-handed pitchers sitting on the open market, and an elite defensive third baseman and Matt Chapman, who's got some power, sitting there as well, and a great DH and J.D. Martinez sitting on the open market. So, to your point, we got 4 really good free agents that surprisingly are still sitting out there.
So I'm curious how you would evaluate Blake Snell, because we all know how dominant he can be, and he wants to get paid like an ace, but I would find it hard to pay someone like an ace that never goes past 6 innings. Like, an ace to me is a guy that if you need him, he can step up and give you 9. Or if you need him in Game 5, Game 7 of the playoffs, you can hand him the ball, and he could be one of those guys that goes to the bullpen and says, you guys go ahead and watch the game today. He's not that guy, yet when he's out there, he's dominant, but he has limitations. How do you view that as a GM? You're like, I really like him, but...
Yeah, so when I look at Blake Snell, I look at the last 6 years, and I say to myself, how many good years did he have out of 6? And he had 2. That's it. Mm-hmm. 2 good years, 4 bad years.
Yep.
When he has a good year, he wins the Cy Young Award, and he's won one in the American League, and he's won one in the National League. So what Blake Snell am I getting? One of the things that I've always believed, and this is only from the GM angle, not from reality, but from the GM angle, is I'm only willing to guarantee a free agent the number of years that's equal to the number of good years he's had in his career. Mm-hmm. So Snell's had 2 good years. So on a short-term deal like Bellinger just took, I'm okay. I'm okay with giving Snell a 3-year deal and giving him opt-outs after each year, kind of like what Farhan Zaidi did with Carlos Rodon, right? And he didn't give Rodon a long-term deal, but it worked out for the Giants, and then Farhan said goodbye, and he went to the Yankees and was horrible. I think under that structure, I'll take a chance on Snell. Now, in terms of the 2 innings you talked about, I mean, how many guys do that now anyway? 10? Right? out of the 30 teams, 10 total pitchers. Like, it's not something we're going to see much going forward. So, you give me 5 or 6 Cy Young Award kind of innings, I want you on my team. The thing I don't know about Snell is, can he deliver that? Can he give me 30 starts? Can he give me 160 to 180 innings? I'll take that from Blake Snell if I can get that, but his history tells me 2 out of 6, that's not a very good number. So that's kind of how I view Blake. Yeah. I'd love to have him, but I'm not giving him a 6-year deal or a 7-year deal or even a 5-year deal for that matter.
Jim, don't ask me to give up on my 80s and 90s baseball, okay?
I don't want to.
I want my pitchers going 8.
Yeah, no. Those days, unfortunately, are over.
I want them back. Bring them back.
Jim, I was just saying to Tom, I was like, remember when it used to be like, man, if our 5th starter can get us into the 6th, we got a damn good shot of winning a couple of these ball games with these guys at the back end. Now it's like, can my 1 get me through 4 or 5? Blake Snell, how many times did he get through 6? Was it once last year? Twice, where he went more than 6 innings?
Yeah, but it speaks to how many bullpen guys can throw 100.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I first started as a GM, if you threw 100, you were special. Rob Dibble was special. Mark Wohlers was special. Nowadays, you throw 100 and guys can hit 100 if you don't have life on the 100. So, I mean, yeah, the game has changed a lot since the 80s and 90s when you and I left the game.
No, I totally get it. And like that's something I could talk about for hours, just like why it evolved that way. Is it better that it evolved that way? All that kind of stuff I think is really fascinating. But did Bellinger's contract inform us of what Snell, Montgomery, and Chapman may be looking at as far as like a structure of a contract?
I don't necessarily think so.
Okay.
I think what Bellinger's contract screamed was from 2020 through 2022, a 3-year period leading up to last year, he hit 220.
Yeah.
And he had one great year. It was comeback player of the year. And because he'd already won an MVP, the Cubs weren't willing to give him 6 years after 3 bad and 1 good. It just didn't make sense. So I think that structure had more to do with how can we make it work for both parties. And for Bellinger, he's worth $24-25 million a year, and he's going to get $30 the first 2 years. And by the way, if he can repeat what he did last year, he'll walk back on the free agent market a year from now and probably get 6 years because he'll have done it 2 years in a row, or take his next year at 30, which is it's the maximum he's going to get anyway, and then walk after 2026 and then go get a long-term deal because you'll have done it 3 years in a row. So it's just a perfect setup for Cody, and it's a perfect setup for the Cubs. Now, I can see Chapman taking a deal like that because Chapman's numbers were down last year's home run numbers were down. I know the doubles were up. Still a great defensive third baseman, but he's on the wrong side of 30. I can see a similar deal with Chapman. Now, if Boris gets his way, Jordan Montgomery's going to get a 5 or 6 year deal somewhere in the $120 to $140 million range. And I think Boston's going to go there. So I think there's a pretty good shot that Montgomery ends up in Boston on a longer-term deal. And, of course, Scott will try to get opt-outs on that deal too. In terms of Blake Snell, I don't think Blake is going to get what he's looking for. And so I think it's going to be a really good opportunity for a club to get a shorter-term deal. And that could end up being structured like Bellinger's deal as well.
Got it.
Talking to Jim Bowden here, the Athletic, Sirius XM, and MLB Network Radio. Do you see Blake Snell or Matt Chapman as still potential fits for the Giants?
I mean, I've heard them linked. I don't know. I know the Giants have been through a lot with the Boris Corporation and the Carlos Correa attempted signing, which was a total nightmare from everybody. So I really don't know. I mean, I keep hearing the Giants linked and I hear the Angels linked, but we all know how this process works, right? I mean, the process works because if you call and inquire, the people representing the players want it out there that they're in, so the teams that they're going to go to are going to sign them. Now, the only 3 teams that I've heard Chapman for is Toronto, the Cubs, and the Giants. But I've also never heard any traction, and I've never talked to an executive who's ever said, yeah, we're close to signing him, or in Toronto's case, bringing him back. I just have never heard that. Montgomery, I heard a lot of teams were in on, from the Rangers to the Phillies to the Yankees having interest, even the Blue Jays touching base, the Red Sox. I mean, I've heard so many teams on Montgomery. But interestingly, Blake Snell's kind of been like Chapman. Like, we've heard the Yankees, the Giants, and the Angels, and that's kind of been it, which is kind of interesting as well.
Yeah.
So the Giants keep being linked, but being linked isn't coming from Farhan Zaidi or Pete Petula or Bob Melvin for that matter. So I don't know what's out there, what's true or what's not true. I just know watching the moves they have made, Young-Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler, Jordan Hicks, Robbie Ray, it looks like, hey, they never liked the price area and they just moved on and pivoted and went in the directions on moves they could make that made sense. I don't see Farhan overspending unless the owners tell him they have to overspend. I don't think he's going to give a bad contract to a free agent unless someone above him tells him he has to, because that's just not how Farhan operates.
Well, I should say this. As an Angel fan, I know they won't sign pitching because they never do when they should, and they just refuse to. But to the Giants, don't you have to overspend on some of these guys, Jim? I mean, I get it. You don't want to overspend. You don't want to give bad contracts, and you end up having basically what they have on their team right now, which is a bunch of really nice players. I always say they have a bunch of sprinkles. They don't have any ice cream on the team right now. And I give them credit. They did with Correa. They gave him the money. That was going to be a done deal, $315 million, and it didn't work out because of medicals. But, I mean, if you keep going, if you keep, saying, I'm not going to give anything over what we're supposed to give, aren't you always going to just have those type of players unless you get some homegrown players that become that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No doubt. And to your point also, remember the Giants offered Aaron Judge $360 million.
Yeah.
And the only reason the Yankees went from $325 to $360 is because the Giants had a $360 offer out there. So we got to give credit where credit's due here. Yeah, but I want to address your issue because I'll tell you a story. So
okay.
I don't want to mention the name, but Jim Leland, who is managing the Detroit Tigers, they signed a free agent, and they extremely overpaid. And I remember calling Jim Leland and talking to him and saying, look, I know you got the player, but why in the world did you guys pay 30% more than what the market had for him? No one is in that area. And he says to me, well, I have the player and you don't. and I was just silent.
Yeah, like
and
me.
He said, yeah. And he said, so I got a better chance of winning than you do right now because I got him and you don't. And by the way, when you're in your grave, you think anyone's going to care that we gave him 30% more than you did on an off? You think anybody cares? And then I remember Tony La Russa. I'm sitting with him at the winter meetings, and I'm asking him if he's going to play on a particular free agent. And he looked at me and he said, well, it's not my money. If my owner wants to spend $300 million, do you think that bothers me? No, I want the best players. I don't care what the cost is. Not my money. But it does remind you, right? So to your point, it's really an owner decision rather than a GM or a president decision, because every owner that's in this game is smart enough. They're not in this game, but they're not smart enough to have the wealth to run a team. And they understand what the price is. They understand these guys are all overpaid. All of them are.
Yeah.
But the question is, as an owner, are you willing to commit that much of your revenues for the particular player? Because you have a much better chance to win if you spend $1 billion on Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. You have a better chance to win. The Dodgers are going to win the West again. And I'm sorry, is the difference going to be the $1 billion they spent? Well, I can tell you it's going to be a huge part of it.
Well, I think here's the difference in my mind, because we have an owner here in Joe Lacob with the Warriors that spends almost $400 million, way over the tax, but he doesn't care because he wants to win, and he's going to pay to put a winner out there if they give him a chance to win. So in my mind, Jim, there's a difference between overpaying and a bad contract. Like, just because you overpay somebody doesn't mean it's a bad contract if your owner is willing to stomach that. I guess it just really depends on how badly your owner wants to win, and does he want a championship over profits? Obviously, he wants both. Or, like some owners, do they value profits? Like, if they win, that'd be great. They want to win, but they don't want to pay for winning. So I think owners have to differentiate between that sometimes, which is you can overpay somebody, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad contract.
Yeah, so my experience, and I was a GM for 16 years, and I worked for 4 different owners, and my experience has been most of them wanted to, at the very least, break even, and in most cases make enough money to put enough cushion away. But most of them wanted to win in that parameter.
Yeah.
In other words, I won't win, but here's the limit because I'm not losing money.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose money. But if I can break even, or if I can make X amount, which isn't a lot, but if I can make X amount, then in that range, that's what I want to do. Look, people are going to sign bad contracts. People are going to make bad trades. It doesn't matter if you're Theo Epstein and John Schuerholz or, whatever GM you want to pick. It's going to happen. Brian Sabian should be in the Hall of Fame for the 3 World Championships, and he had some bad signings too. That comes with the territory. The bottom line is just winning. At the end of the day, I don't care if I gave 5 bad contracts if I have a World Series ring.
Yeah.
You win a World Championship, I could care less if they're bad contracts. Because the whole goal is to win. And that takes good contracts, it takes bad contracts, and it takes fair contracts to do it.
You would know this because you know a lot of these owners. You work for, as you said, 4 of them. And I've always been curious about this. Because if you're an owner, haven't you already made your money before you buy a team? Like, are all these owners as fanatical about sports as I think they are? Because if I had that type of money, I'd want to just win. Even if I lost some money, I'd say, you know what, I want to win. People are not going to remember if I make money. They're going to remember me if I bring a trophy to this town. And that's ultimately what I want. Like, I feel like I'd be a fan of the sport and the history of the sport, and I'd love the sport. And I just, look, I obviously made my money. Now I can buy this team. I want to win, damn it. Do most owners not think that way?
Yeah, no, they don't.
Okay.
So the way billionaires think is winning first and foremost is when you're winning with your bank account.
Got it.
And your investments. That's how you're winning. and you're competing against the wealthiest people in the world, and the whole idea is I got to beat them first.
Yeah.
Baseball is just a hobby. That's just a sport. Now, I want to win in that too, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to sit there and lose $30-40 million trying to win, because that's not good business, and I won't be respected by my peers that I want to be respected by.
Interesting.
And there's very few owners that want to spend more than what makes sense. The interesting part is we do have Steve Cohen in New York with the Mets, who I promise you is willing to spend whatever it takes to win. And I find it fascinating this offseason, for the first time ever, Hal Steinbrenner seems to not care about how much tax he has to pay, or if he has to lose a second or fifth round pick. That's why I think the Yankees are going to end up with Blake Snell, because I think Hal Steinbrenner was embarrassed last year going 82-80. That was the closest Brian Cashman in his career has ever not had a winning record. He's always had a winning record, right? So I just kind of view that whole situation as fascinating. But to your point, look, most owners are going to measure winning and losing by how they do in business first and baseball second.
That's fascinating.
Voice here is Jim Bowden, a 16-year general manager in baseball, and with the Athletic Sirius XM and MLB Network Radio. Jim, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man. Always fun catching up.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jim.
Great stuff there from Jim Bowden. Man, I mean,
that's fascinating to think that that's how these guys think.
Well, it doesn't shock me, but you're right. It is fascinating that, we want to win because I bought this team, some of us, but what up is, but it's within the parameters. Clearly, they don't care about anything, so I'm not going to credit them at all in any of this. But he's right that owners will get to a point. But to what he's saying about bad contracts, and you are about bad contracts versus
overpaying,
you will never, ever, ever, till the day I die, convince me that the Barry Zito contract was a bad one.
I agree.
You spent $126 to make sure you got your guy, and then you won 2 World Series in the 6-year window that he was a Giant. Isn't that what you're paying for? Did anybody else do that in the time that they went out and they spent their hundreds of millions? So I don't think it's directly correlated to victories. We know that's not the case. Though we did say a ton when I was a kid, the Yankees are just buying titles. They also had a core of like 5 guys who were borderline Hall of Fame players.
That came from the minor league
system. That came from the system. The same we're talking about with the Giants. So when we go back to the conversation we were having early in the show where I say, yeah, I think there's talent out there that can help them, but I look at the players like a Matt Chapman and I say, what's the cost benefit of grabbing a guy like that who might help you more this year and next year, but does it hold up somebody's development? Does it give you an opportunity to say, hey, maybe Marco Luciano's a third baseman. Maybe Casey Schmidt's a shortstop. Maybe this guy figured it out after a year. Can you imagine if they didn't keep Matt Williams and they said, this guy can't hit a curveball, he's going back to the minors and we'll figure something else out in free agency? You'd never find anybody. It's just not how you develop players in baseball. So I understand the frustration. I also don't think Matt Chapman is the right fit for this team. I do think pitching can still help. I think that's probably where they need more. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. We're going to catch up with Danny Emmerman of the San Jose Mercury News. So, you can win some more tickets a little bit later, too, for a big old show that's coming this September. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll tell you about that. But when we come on back, how about this? Draymond Green is going to face Jordan Poole for the first time tonight. He was suspended the last time the Warriors played the Wizards. Do you anticipate civility between them? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Lynch spoke to reporters at the Combine and said Brandon Ayuk is a guy they'd like to keep around, and they'd like to have their new defensive coordinator keep the same philosophy. That story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Fun talking to Jim Bowden of The Athletic, Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio. Good wide-ranging talk on free agency, how the owners, and in his experience in his 16 years and the 4 owners that he worked with as a general manager, how they view winning. Check out that full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're also streaming on KNBR.com and the app, as well as twitch.tv/thesportsleader. And all the suckholes are up on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Warriors back in action today at the Wizards. We were talking about the 4-game road trip yesterday. This is one that it's important. They have to have this one. This is a key one on the road trip. Warriors and the Wiz today. First time they're going to see Jordan Poole with Draymond Green on the court, on opposite ends of the court, I should say. Matchup is even more interesting now, I guess, that Jordan Poole has been benched, right? Like, it's been a story for the fact that this is the story out of Washington is not a positive thing for the Wizards, who made this move thinking he would be a cornerstone piece. Averaging 16.1 points per game on 39.9% shooting. It's including 30.9% from deep. That's all the lowest shooting percentages since his rookie season with the Warriors. He's making regular appearances on Shaq and a Fool. That's tough. That's tough when you're a regular. We'll go back to our regular here on Shaq. It's kind of like when we did Who Stepped in It. It's like we're getting the same coaches week after week after week.
Yep.
Tolbert and Copes 1-0.
Who's Shaq and a Fool? And Bobby Marks recently called Jordan Poole, our guy Bobby Marks, quote, one of the worst deals in the NBA right now. Fair to say the Warriors won this contract or won this trade?
If they'd have got nothing back, they would have won the trade.
I mean, so far, they have Chris Paul back, but it's not like they actually haven't gotten huge returns on the trade.
Yeah, they won the trade.
It's still a win. Yeah, that's my point.
That was your classic addition by subtraction.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah.
We all kind of said that. It was about the contract movement, allowing them to keep Draymond, giving them more flexibility to get another piece here in Chris Paul. I think we all agreed at that point it didn't really matter what he was or became. It was about this team wasn't going to be at their best with him.
Yeah, no, look, I thought he would be better than this. I thought he would go there and average 20-plus points a game. Hasn't happened. And I've seen a couple Wizard games. I don't have any reason to watch more than that. And he just hasn't been good at all. I mean, like the worst stuff he did with the Warriors, he does a lot of that with the Wizards. And it's just, so far, no bueno.
Do you anticipate it'll be all civil, though, tonight?
Yeah. I mean, they played with each other for the
rest
entire
of the season. Yeah.
After Jordan Poole got his chiclets rattled.
Yeah, dude, I know where you're going.
Happened.
I know you're going with the mountain again, dude.
That's what happened.
Chiclets rattle was definitely a mountain reference against Oberyn Martell.
Where's that on the front page, Tim? Huh?
Yeah, why don't you have the Chiclets of Martell?
Your stupid Giants reference.
That's dumb.
That's there.
Come on.
But you don't have the mountain, the greatest sound in the history of television. Get over what? You get over it. Keep. There's three distinct pieces of sound in that sound that are just, they're just the best. One is the sound of the teeth hitting the cobblestone. The other is the head just being crushed. And then the third is the girl screaming right after the head gets. Play it one more time. Listen for the teeth.
Shout out Elliot
cobblestones.
Yeah. From the top.
Skull being caved in, and then woman screaming right after the skull gets scraped in.
Brains explode on the top of his head.
It's so good. Go ahead.
That bang is his head exploding, by the way. Yeah.
That's so good. I mean,
it's actual sound from
when
the
you're
Draymond
watching
and
that
live,
like you're like, oh my God, he just caved in his old head. Oh, I had the same reaction as that girl. I don't think I screamed, but I'm not positive I didn't.
She fell in hard times too. Remember how they got her, dude? Yeah. She's still in that cave.
Yeah, I wasn't good. That's to say, you don't want to be on the wrong side.
Change the torch so she gets to see her rot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They don't believe in woke back then. They're just like, nah, we're just going to do it our way. I don't care what you guys say. That's just the way it is. Sorry.
You win or you die. That's the rules. That's the rules of the game.
Cancel me. I'll crush your skull. Are you kidding me?
And if I do, I'll just turn you into a zombie monster who's going to handle business.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, you're right. Since he got his chiclets rattled, that's where that came from. Jordan Poole and Draymond. When asked about being benched, by the way, Jordan Poole has been moved to the bench, all for shooting lows percentage-wise in his career. When asked about being benched, he said, quote, "If there's any common sense with the situation, you should know how I feel. But I'm just going to come out, do what I can do to help the team, keep it moving." The Wizards with Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole right there have the worst record, the same record as the Pistons, the worst in basketball, second worst. They have 9, Pistons have 8 is where they're at right now. Looking back on the trade, do you think Chris Paul improved them as a team? We're saying it was an addition by subtraction, but does Chris Paul make them better than Jordan Poole did?
Yes. Absolutely. Stability, veteran leadership, doesn't turn the ball over, understands the league, understands basketball, super high basketball IQ. So, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to even be close to Chris Paul in his prime. They knew what they were getting. But again, it wasn't just because Jordan Poole had some really good moments for the Warriors. Helped him win a championship against the Celtics that year. He was really good that year, especially when either Clay or Steph were missing. He had some really good games for him. So it wasn't all bad. There was a lot of good here, but there was just an unease, I think, with the team all year long with that whole situation, and it just wasn't something that was going to work moving forward. So I always thought this was best for both parties. And this isn't the end for Jordan Poole. Like, he's still got years left on that contract, so he's still got a few. He's going to keep getting more chances and more chances
to change what he is, the air around him at this point.
He's got to understand, like, what winning basketball plays are. It's not just about the cute stuff. It's not about the cool moves. It's not about the 35-foot bombs. It's about efficiency. And right now, he is anything but efficient. Now, did I expect him to be as efficient as he was here? No, because it's a different team. That team's not built to win. They don't have all the veteran leadership. They don't have all the veteran stars on that team. This team is just like, again, I'm not sure what direction they're going, but I'd much rather be a Piston fan than a Wizards fan right now because I think they have a better direction. They at least got a few players you look at and say, okay, if we put some pieces around them, we might be decent. But he's got to figure it out. It can't just be, hey, I got my bag of money, I'm good, let's just go have fun and, jack up some shots and do some stupid stuff and be on Shaq than a fool and then do more stupid stuff and not hustle getting back on defense. Just this dumb stuff like that he does. That was the part of Jordan Poole where I saw many times with the Warriors, I'm like, hey, you can't do that. Like, even Andre Iguodala mentioned, how many times this guy fall down during a game? Like, you just fall down. Even Iguodala goes, Jordan, it takes more energy to fall down and get back up than just to stay up and actually play defense. Like, this guy was...
KNBR, who fell more, Reuben Foster or Jordan Poole? Who was having to get peeled off the mat more often?
I mean...
Foster was like 5 times a game, it seemed like.
Yeah, this guy was whatever it was way too much. It was like Jordan Poole on the ground again. Fantastic. So, yeah, the Warriors are definitely better off. And again, I don't want to make it seem like he was terrible when he was here. He wasn't. Absolutely. Helped him win games. No doubt about it.
Helped him win a title.
But there was enough of that you just said, you know what, we don't want this for $30 million a year for the next 4 years.
More of an update here from, the funny thing is he was traded for Chris Paul. And Chris Paul now returns tonight to the court. Steve Kerr, this is per Kendra Andrews. Steve Kerr says Chris Paul will not have a minutes restriction tonight and could play half the game. Won't be under any minutes restriction tonight. Kerr says he could play half of the game, Chris Paul. And then he goes on to say, or Kendra Andrews goes on to say, he will play minutes. He'll play the minutes Lester Quinones had, like you were saying yesterday. You said that's not that big of a deal. Playing all of the non-Steph minutes. Also will spend some time on the court with Steph Curry. The other news tonight is that Andrew Wiggins has been ruled out for personal reasons. They've announced a starter already. And it is not Klay Thompson.
Probably Moody.
Moses Moody is going to start.
Yeah.
So with Wiggins out for a personal family matter.
Moses Moody. I mean, just stop. At some point, just stop.
Why did he say it so many times?
Collect your thoughts and go,
do it so much?
Let me just stop and enunciate. Let me make sure I get this one right.
I didn't just say I didn't say Jorge Cedeno like 40 times in a row when I botched it. I just went on with it.
You did butcher both names, though.
Don't you dare play it, Tim. Screw you both. Screw all you guys. Steve Kerr did have other options in Klay Thompson as a potential starter, but that would mess up the rotation more, wouldn't it?
That's exactly right. He likes to keep the bench intact.
Keep the bench.
So he'll move somebody from further down the bench into the starting lineup. That way he can keep the rotations the same. I think he wants to, have Chris Paul and Klay out there together and get them a feel because since Klay's moved to the bench, Chris Paul hasn't played. It's not like they haven't played together. They have, but they're going to be both coming off the bench. They'll probably be staggered because usually Klay will come on first. Brandon will come out. And then Steph will come out sometimes at the end of the first quarter, sometimes with about 2 minutes left, and then Chris Paul will come on, and they will play together. So yeah, he's done that for a long time now. That he doesn't want to mess up the rotations and the bench roles, so he'll just move somebody else into the starting lineup.
How about Steve Kerr for the first time has spoken about his new contract, 2 years, $35 million extension. I haven't heard this audio. I imagine it's just Steve lighting and then ripping a cigarette. But here's Steve Kerr, his first comments on his new extension.
I felt very comfortable, just making this, a 2-year extension. Joe felt comfortable doing it as well. I think we're in a really unique situation where, we have an era that's winding down and another era that's coming, and we're trying to make them merge and make the most of that, obviously this year and next year. And it's been really fun. I've really enjoyed this season, despite the fact that we've lost some really tough games. I love coaching this group, and it's been an exciting season, a challenge, but all enjoyable. So let's keep it rolling for another couple of years and then reassess at that point.
I thought he was going to say, I felt very comfortable taking $17.5 million a year. That was in my comfort zone. So
right, sweet spot, I thought.
I decided that was good for me.
Thanks, Tom.
And then that worked out well.
I'm leaving enough on the table for some of the other coaches, Good stuff from Steve Kerr. What did you think about his acknowledgement, though, of the bridging of one gap to the next? I thought that was an interesting, that was something that he brought up on his own, where he said, talking to Joe, and we're ending the near of one sort of generation and starting another one, and I thought that was interesting to say that, and acknowledging that he signed 2 years beyond this and saying we'll reevaluate then. But it's a pretty open comment, I thought.
Yeah, I think he wants to see where they're at, where the team is at, where Steph's at, maybe what kind of contract he signs. After that, where Clay is at, where Draymond's at. I think he'll have a player option after Steve is done with his 2 years. So I think he just values having the option at that point to kind of assess everything and not be locked in. And he understands right now they're trying to merge the two and trying to – they're not there yet. The old guard is still more important than the young guys, but the young guys are more important than maybe they ever have been in Steve Kerr's era. Because when you look at it, the youngest guys on the team, I don't know if they were at the point, but I think Steph was probably like 26 in 15, and Clay 25, maybe 24. So those were the young guys, but they were like the foundation of the team. So he's had the fortune to have those guys be the main guys on the team for 9 years. That just doesn't happen, where you catch guys kind of not peaking, but getting to that point, like they're on the ascent, and you get to keep them on the ascent at the peak for a number of years. And now, starting to head on the back nine, and some are further along in the back nine than others. But that's pretty good fortune to be able to have that and give him his due, because he helped him get to the peak. But he understands how fortunate he is. But now this is really the first time you've kind of had that merge of the main guys getting a little bit older on the backside and somebody kind of just starting their round. And, okay, how do we merge those two? And eventually the younger guys are going to be the guys. And what does the team look like at that point? It's still a few years away from that transition completely, but they're in the process of it right now. And this is really the first time they've ever been in the process. I think they wanted to be in the process of it when they had the whole 2 times line thing. That didn't work out. But this one, especially with, Pajemski and Kuminga, and we'll see where Moody fits in, see where Trace Jackson-Davis fits in. But you start to see some of the younger guys taking on a little bit bigger role on this team.
The 2015-16 season, Steph was 27 years old.
27, okay.
So 14-15, Steve's first year, he was 26, right, which would have meant as the younger guys, he was still one of the older younger guys, even back then. Because you figure Draymond at that point is only, I guess he's 3 years younger? Something like that, 2 years younger? Than Steph, he was only 2 years. He was only in his second season in the league, we can say that much, by Steve's first year, because he and Harrison Barnes came in together. So Barnes was a little bit younger. We apparently have one more piece of sound here. This is Steve talking to Joe Lacob.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah! Thank you. We got one more. Topper and Coast with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We have not done much NFL. We'll do a little bit more of that later. And at 3:30, we'll do a little bit more NBA with our guy, Danny Emmerman, former KNBR.com writer. Now he's covering the Warriors for the San Jose Mercury News. But before we do that, Tom, it's been a while, dude. I haven't seen you in person since we were in Vegas. And we haven't opened up a big, fat NBA grab bag in some time.
NBA grab bag!
NBA grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
John Kuiper joined Papa and Lund today to discuss joining the Giants broadcast team this spring training. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hello. I like most of the Sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better.
Oh, it sounds good, doesn't it? Sun's out. We always love the horns on a Ska Friday. We don't give a lot of credit to the horns of the NBA grab bag. Are these horns, technically?
I think it's more of a polka, like the.
Oh, it's like
that thing you accordion. Yeah.
Tim, you play accordion, don't you?
Oh yeah, I take it to parties.
Tim doesn't.
Can you even get accordion lessons?
Tim doesn't get invited to a lot.
I think when you take accordion lessons, you actually have to wear lederhosen.
I need friends.
I think
it's lederhosen.
NBA grab bag.
It's hard as an old
man. What would be better? Are they playing an accordion or playing bagpipes?
Well, when you do have to know when you play the bagpipes, you got to wear the attire.
You got to wear a kilt.
Plus, when I think bagpipes, I just think of like a funeral in NYPD Blue or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like very.
Bagpipes.
I don't know where we're going with the bagpipes here.
I don't know either.
NBA
Let's go.
Bag.
Played the hell out of those bagpipes, though. Shout out to Along Came Polly, dude. That's great. You played the hell out of those bagpipes. The NBA grab bag starts where else, guys? The NBA. The Clippers have a brand new logo, and it looks like something out of the Love Boat. Have you seen this, Tom?
Yes.
The new Clippers logo.
Yep.
They're trying to modernize it as they move to is it the Intuit Dome or the Intuit Center or wherever the hell they're moving? The name of their new arena next year.
Isn't that like an Eskimo or something?
I'm just not that into it.
That's in. Oh, my bad.
Just not that into it. We're falling flat here on some of these bits early in the grab bag.
Easy.
And did you know? I mean, I didn't know actually. I think I did know, and then I read this in the article that a clipper is a reference to it's a boat reference.
Yeah.
Clipper.
Nearly
killed her. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
By the way, whatever happened to the GTA Clipper uniforms? The gangbanger Clipper uniforms.
Dude, did they get rid of those?
They must have got rid of those.
Are those the City Connects?
I don't know what they are. Well, they're different every year.
Yeah,
they're different every year.
Okay.
But remember, those were like the Grand Theft Auto Clipper uniforms.
Yeah, dude. They look like it was written like the San Andreas script.
Those were classic. I was like, oh, no one's going to catch a beating in one of these.
I was like, I don't want to go play those. I don't want to go play.
I was like, wow.
They sell them as well?
Yeah.
Flew off the shelves?
The Los Angeles or the San Andreas Clippers is what they would be, I guess.
GTA 6 is coming, dude.
Exactly.
I cannot wait. It is on its way. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Bears general manager, that's right, Chicago Bears general manager Ryan Poles spoke at the NFL Combine, and when asked about whether they're more inclined to stay with Justin Fields or draft Caleb Williams, he said, quote, "If we decided to draft a QB, we will move as quickly as possible to make a move before free agency. We want to do right by Justin." That would mean he'd have to be cut by what, like March the 5th? Or March the 17th? It's in the first couple of weeks of March. I think they got to make that. March 11th is the date for Justin Fields. If you're Ryan Poles and you're the Bears, I mean, it's got to be Caleb Williams, right?
Well, here's the interesting part. It has to be if you think he's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's... But go ahead.
What if you don't think he's the guy and you're a young GM? Do you have the guts to trade down and either keep Fields or get Drake or get, what's the kid out of Daniels?
Daniels, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have the guts to do that and then risk missing on a guy like Caleb Williams, even though what you see, and maybe you get corroboration from people in the building, like, yeah, this guy's not as good as everybody makes him out to be. We don't think he's a generational talent. Do you have the guts to pull that trigger, knowing that if you miss on him, you're gone?
I was going to say there's only one guy who's got the guts to make a move like that. It ain't Poles. It's Mark Guthrie.
He didn't have the guts to call it.
Well, he didn't have the guts.
Guthrie didn't have the guts to call it. Yeah, it's a
David Guthrie is right there. He didn't have the guts to call it. Also, Ed Malone.
That will never not be funny.
It's a great question because this is a huge decision in Ryan Poles,
Yes.
not just future for the Bears, but what happens for him in his career, right? You've got to decide what. I don't know. If you don't believe Caleb Williams is the guy, you're probably got a lot more work to do with this roster. Look what one quarterback can do. Look what the Houston Texans had happen in a head coach and why am I blanking on his name?
Oh, Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I was thinking Caleb Williams. C.J. Stroud. But I'm thinking the way Caleb Williams played last year at SC, he looked like the most pro-ready quarterback in everybody's mind. And look at what's happened with the Jaguars. What's happened with young quarterbacks across football. In the NFC, you've got to get a guy like this, and you could be in charge for a long time. The North is, with what's happening right now with the Packers and Jordan Love and his emergence, I don't think the Lions have a long-term fit right there. The Lions have a window of time here with Jared Goff, right, where they're going to have to get another quarterback, figure something out there soon, and who knows how long that thing lasts. I think if you get Caleb Williams, you have a damn good shot of doing some damage. You think he's the guy?
I don't know. There are some times I look and go, God, he kind of holds on to the ball too long. He's not going to be able to do all this stuff in the NFL.
They drafted Justin Fields.
I mean, he's really good. Yeah. There's no doubt. But how many times have we seen a guy in college that looks really good and gets drafted number 1
every year,
and he's not really good? He's just okay. That happens every single year. Every single year.
We thought Goff was a flop.
Yeah,
and he's okay. He's pretty good.
But is he generational? No, not generational. Who went number 1? Jameis Winston went number 1, did he not? I think Mariota went number 2. I mean, none of those guys are not even close to generational, and they don't even start anymore. Wentz doesn't start. Jameis doesn't start. Mariota doesn't start. So what I'm saying is if the quarterback position is as it usually is, you don't know, and you got a bunch of needs, and you could go down and get one of those wide receivers, Harrison, Adunze, the kid from LSU. There's a bunch of receivers out there too. I don't know. I mean, unless you're certain he's better than the rest of them. Like that one year, Trevor Lawrence was better than the rest of them. Better than the rest of them. They took him, and they look fine for taking him, but I don't know. It's really, really, I think it's an interesting decision, because every time I hear people go, oh, this guy's can't miss, this guy does that, I'm like, you do realize you're talking about a quarterback in the NFL draft, right? A first-round guy? Go back and look over the last 15 drafts and see how all those have gone. And they've all looked great in college. Now, oh, yeah, this guy's definitely number 1. You got to take this guy. Do you, though? Do you? I don't know.
You know all the prospects, dude. You must be watching a lot. You're boning up for the combine?
Huh?
Boning up for the combine? Is that why you're watching all these, all these prospects?
No.
NBA grab bag.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag. In an interview with ESPN, John Rahm. How about this? John Rahm flaring up in the NBA grab bag. John Rahm discussed on ESPN how Tiger Woods, this is so lame. He says Tiger Woods hasn't texted him back since he joined the Live Golf Tour.
Hey, it's Tiger.
He has a voicemail. Tiger left.
You do me a huge favor.
No, stop it. Knock it off. He said, I texted him and the people that you try to reach out to, throughout, the process when I signed, and I just let him know, hey, this is a personal decision. I have nothing against anybody. Tiger won't get back to him. I'll tell you what. If there's one man in sports who has morals,
but
it's Tiger Woods. Thank you very much. I don't blame Tiger for that. He told you how he felt.
Yes,
he told you how he felt.
Yeah,
and then you leave. You're like, well, why won't he talk to me? He said, I'm not doing the stuff that he said I was going to do. Now he won't talk to you, and you're pissed about it?
Well, especially when John Rahm,
you got cashed
about a year before he signed, said,
I'm never doing that.
Look, I talked about it. What's the difference? $400 million or $500? You know what? And then he went and signed. I mean, I've always said, nobody cares. Just come out and say, I did it, just straight up. I did it for the money. I just flat out did it for the money. I didn't do it for the shorts. I didn't do it for the music. I didn't do it for the shotgun starts. I did it for the money. Period. If you have a problem with that, you got a problem with that. So what you're saying is it means more to you to make the money than it does to possibly compete for all the majors, which most of those guys will anyway. Oh, by the way, as an addendum to this piece on the fabulous NBA grab bag, did you hear the Taylor Gooch comments?
Did not.
Yeah, because nobody knows who Taylor Gooch is.
Oh, I do. I saw that name once. I was like, I'm keeping tabs.
I just call him the Gooch.
Yeah.
He's on the Live Tour. And I forget what the exact quote was, but he was talking about Rory and talking about playing in the majors and how if you win majors now, there's going to be an asterisk by it because all the best players. I'm like,
he's like, there's no validity to the Masters now.
No one knows who you are. No one cares what you say. There will not be an asterisk because you guys chose to go to Live. Fine, cool. That's where you went. And if you have to skip some majors, miss some majors, You knew what you were doing.
I'll read you the comment right here.
Yeah,
He
okay,
says, this
please.
is Taylor Gooch, by the way. No Y in Taylor. Taylor Gooch.
Nope.
Talor.
No Y.
Don't you learn to read? Read a book, Taylor. If Rory McIlroy goes
Well, in all fairness, that's his parents.
Read a book.
You gotta blame that.
Read a book, Mr. Gooch.
Wow.
Mr. and Mrs.
She got a
Gooch.
stray on the show today.
Mr. and Mrs. Gooch not making me happy today. If Rory McIlroy goes and completes his career Grand Slam without some of the best players in the world, there's just going to be an asterisk. It's the reality. I think everybody wins whenever the majors figure out the best way to get all the players in the world there. They did.
Yeah,
they had a system.
they had a way.
And you left the system. And now you're like, well, now the system's no good. You know what this is like? It's like Pablo Sandoval going to that league in Dubai.
Yep.
Hitting that 8 home run. Everybody saw that, right? He hit that home run. They're like the first ever 8-run Grand Slam. I was like, no, it's not. Unless you got 8 bases out there. There ain't no 8 runs coming in on this Grand Slam. And then like saying, well, I just don't think it's fair that they're winning and claiming World Series titles without players who hit the 8 home run Grand Slam, the 8-run Grand Slam out there. You left to go play a game that is not the way majors are decided. You're not even playing tournaments in the same rule set, in the same format and capacity at which golf tournaments have been decided for hundreds of years. So this is Taylor Gooch. As stupid as your name is, so is this take.
Yes.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
God, what a dumbass.
What a dumbass.
What an absolute dumbass.
Hey, go buy a Y.
I'd like to buy a Y. Oh, what an absolute dumbass. One more here in the NBA grab bag. Only a week after delivering groceries to make ends meet. You see this? This guy was delivering groceries to make ends meet. It's another golfer. He was ranked 2,930th in the world.
I didn't even know they went that high.
What are we ranking $3,000 for is my question.
Goodness.
Yeah, what do you
we had to have a show where we argue over 2,995 and 3,005. No, that guy's definitely 2,997.
I'm taking 2,930 over all day. His name is Joe Dean.
Joe Dean.
Joe Dean.
I wonder if he's brothers with the sausage guy.
Jimmy?
Yep.
James?
Why? I didn't know.
The 2,930th ranked golfer in the world, Joe Dean, he finished tied for second at the Kenya Open. He was delivering groceries to survive last week. He made himself $200,000 on a weekend. How about that? How much did he peel off for his caddy, you think? It's like a dude in Happy Gilmore.
They're probably giving Pop-Tart.
John Rahm checked. What was that? John Rahm checked in, you're saying? Go ahead, here's John Rahm.
You won't answer my calls. You changed your number. I mean, I'm not going to be ignored.
That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, February 27th, 2024.
Dude, I'm just laughing. I'm sorry. It's probably, I don't know why I thought that was funny. The Kenya Open. Just like, a golf course in Kenya?
That's what I'm saying.
Very prestigious tournament.
There's a golf course in Kenya. Wow. That's kind of wild.
Shout out all the African knowledge we're getting here on Tolbert & Coates in the last week.
No doubt.
The Zimbabwe $1 trillion bill.
Yep.
And the Kenya Open. Handing out $200,000. I wonder if you win the Zimbabwe Open, they pay it in $1 trillion bills.
They might.
There you go. Tolbert & Coates. We'll get to our buddy Danny Emmerman, who covers the Warriors for the San Jose Mercury News. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Fun doing a little NBA grab bag there, and we will jump back into some NBA. Warriors in action today against the Washington Wizards. How about this? Did not see Jordan Poole on the court at the same time as Draymond Green the last time they faced each other. Also, the return of Chris Paul tonight. And here to talk about it, Danny Emmerman of the San Jose Mercury News joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Danny? How are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. How's it going, dude? We saw Shayna Rubin has joined the Chronicle now as the Giants beat writer, and you've stepped over to now cover some Warriors. How's the Warriors beat treating you?
The Warriors beat's great. I'm really excited to get going. Hopefully tell some stories that are compelling and captivating for our audience. You know, the Warriors are a global brand, and it's a really, really exciting time to kind of parachute into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get the transition period this year and kind of next year as well, and it is an interesting time because you're kind of seeing like I said, the back nine of the core, some closer to 18 than others, and you're starting to see the young guys come up, and it'll be interesting to see how it all meshes together.
Yeah, totally. I like the way you put that, Tom. The back nine.
Yep.
You know, when you're playing golf, you know, there are various stages of the back nine.
Yep.
And I think these guys seem to be at the stage where you're kind of, you know, you need another beer. You're kind of running out of steam a little bit.
Well, I need that on the front nine. I always come carrying extra beverages. Well, it's funny because you get some that are further along the nine than others, and then like Brandon Pajemski's just starting the course, and Kuminga's maybe at hole 2, and it's and so far so good, I think. Now, what does that mean? I'm curious to get your thoughts on that, Danny, because I don't know what it means in terms of championships. Like, is that because we know that's what Lacob wants, and we know that's a standard that's been set there. Can they get back to that? I still think they can be a good team, put themselves in position to do something in the playoffs, but I guess that's the question. And we won't know that until we see what their roster is in the following years. But I guess that's always the question with the Warriors, isn't it? Are they a viable championship contender?
Yeah, they've earned the right for that to always be the question.
Yep.
That's what happens when you build a dynasty. And to extend the earlier metaphor, like, yeah, their legs are heavy, yeah, the back nine, they might need another beer, but sometimes that's when you shoot your best shot of the day. So you never know. And I think in terms of rings going forward and the championship window, I'm glad that you mentioned Joe Lacob, because a lot of fans kind of overlook ownership when it comes to their favorite teams and what they're watching on the television screen. But Joe Lacob might be like the best owner in sports. You know, he's committed to spending. You know, he loves basketball. He's courtside every game. He loves the team, and you know, I think I don't cape for owners ever.
Yeah,
this is one that, you know, he kind of deserves it. He kind of deserves the benefit of the doubt. He brought Kerr back on the extension that's gonna, you know, reset the market there. You know, he's committed to doing what he can to maintain the core and whatever that takes. But for rings, I don't think it's debatable that the West is Denver's to lose for this year and going forward. That team is a juggernaut, and Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world. They have the Warriors' number, and unless the Warriors can do anything to bridge that gap, they're not going to win any championships anymore.
Talking to Danny Emmerman here on the UMA guest line of San Jose Mercury News. Warriors and the Wizards in action today. Warriors starting a 4-game road trip, and this is one to kick off the road trip that they probably need to have. What do you make of the rotation with the return of Chris Paul, who we hear tonight is going to have no minutes restriction? This is going to be, I think, a big boost for them. You talk about Denver being the class of the Western Conference, and I think I would side with you on that. How far behind Denver are the Warriors with the return of Chris Paul?
I'm surprised that Steve Kerr went back to Moses Moody into the starting lineup. I wrote just a few days ago at Mercury News that he's kind of fallen out of the rotation again, and he's kind of having another redshirt year, which must be kind of a tough pill to swallow. But Kerr is bringing Moody into the starting lineup without Wiggins. to kind of maintain the first unit, second unit continuity, which I think is smart. And in terms of the gap between the Warriors and Denver, even with Chris Paul, the Nuggets have won 7 straight against the Warriors. And Draymond was just saying how Nikola Jokic gave him hell. And I think they've won 10 of 11. They are just playing a different sport than the Warriors, and then kind of a different sport when they're at their best than everyone else. And it starts with Jokic, but that roster is so well put together. I think the Nuggets and the Celtics are kind of on a collision course this year, and I think those two teams are very well positioned for the future as well, and it'll be really hard for the Warriors to bridge that gap.
Is there any intrigue in the Warriors facing the Wizards and Jordan Poole? I mean, they've done it once this year. I know Draymond didn't play, but they came to town here and the Warriors beat them. I don't know. I mean, it's not intriguing to me anymore, but I'm wondering for you, for fans, if they find this intriguing, or because Draymond's playing this time, or it's, he already came to the Bay, seen it, done it, just a game that we need to win.
I actually do think there's a lot of intrigue within the fan base. I think Jordan Poole meant a lot to a lot of fans. There were some moments with him where he just looked like the second coming, and he was huge in the 2022 finals, and he brought them another ring. Without him, they wouldn't have won in 2022. And that's important, and that'll never be forgotten. I was there when he came back the first time, and the ovation was legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that there is some intrigue with playing against Draymond, and there's some intrigue in the Wizards bringing him off the bench. That contract already looks terrible. He has not had a good season, and he's been coming off the bench for the past few games, and I'm sure he's not thrilled about it. I think there was a post-game quote where he, quoted a Bible verse about it. I'm sure he's going through it down there in Washington. He's probably not having a great time, and I think there's always intrigue when something like that happens to a young player. He's still in his early 20s, and I think Warriors fans will always be a little bit invested in how his career plays out.
Talking to Danny Emmerman here, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. Danny, he's covering the Warriors now for the Merc, but for many years covered the Giants here for us at KNBR. I wanted to ask you just your opinion on where the Giants are right now. We had Jim Bowden on earlier, and we were talking to him about how interesting it is that at February 27th here, we've got this many big-name free agents out there. And I said, I know Giants fans keep saying, bring this guy in, get Chapman, it would help you, all this stuff would be better. I know on the pitching side, some of those guys would help. I think Blake Snell would definitely be an addition. I mean, Jordan Hicks wasn't sharp today. We don't know much about the rotation. What's your feel on this Giants roster? Do you think they're better off now than they were last year, or are they taking a major risk here with the rotation?
How are you going to bring in Matt Chapman when you've got Pablo Sandoval blocking him?
Okay, Danny. All right. Thank you. Well, he's a left-handed bat. Chapman's a righty. Okay? He's got to play some first. It's a much different situation.
I get the sense, from afar now, and I still follow the team pretty closely, but I get the sense that they definitely need some more help on the pitching staff. They have really high hopes for Kyle Harrison this year, but just a 1-2 punch of Logan and Kyle at the top, that might leave a lot to be desired, with 3, 4, 5. I've liked their offseason moves when you consider, what they subtracted and what they're trying to bring in. I think they've cleared the deck a little bit. They've got a little bit more flexibility. But obviously, it doesn't really matter if you keep missing on stars, and they missed on stars again. That could change. I don't know if you would consider Matt Chapman a star. I don't know if Blake Snell's contract is going to age well. I kind of do know, and it won't be good. But
yeah, sounds like an angel to me, right, Tom?
Yeah. Perfect angel. Perfect angel.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you want to compete this year, and if you want to get back to the playoffs, which they should, like the Warriors, they have earned the right to try to be playoff contenders every year. They should definitely sign another one of those pitchers, be it Snell or Montgomery. Those guys can help you win 85 to 87 games. They are, they're not going to make or break your World Series hopes, but if your goal is to try to get back to the postseason, those guys are going to help.
Well, let's be honest. The Giants ownership, unlike the Warriors ownership, isn't solely committed to winning. They want to win, but at a cost. They don't want to lose too much money, and it's funny. We talked to Jim Bowden of The Athletic, and he goes, owners compete with other owners, not in wins, but in how much money they make. That's how they compete. And that's the one thing I think about Lacob is he just wants to win. He's a fan. He wants to win. And even if he were to lose a little bit of money, which they haven't, as long as they're winning, he's willing to pay for it. I don't think most owners are willing to pay for winning if they're going to lose, which is mind-boggling to me, but that's a massive difference between the two. And I knowing that they signed Correa, didn't get it done, that was $300 million. They offered Judge a bunch of money. They offered Harper a bunch of money. But, I mean, what does that get you? Nothing. I mean, I can't give you too much of a slap on the back for signing guys that don't actually play for your team. I mean, the idea is to sign them to get them to play here and put on a Giants uniform. But the crazy thing is they have the money. They have the money to do whatever they want with that money, yet they've, they've gone by their models and their algorithms and don't want to overspend too much on certain players. So that gets you where it gets you, and that's where it got them right now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that being the difference between the Giants and Warriors ownership. They do have the money, at Third and King. They've decided to put it in real estate development instead of payroll.
Yep.
And that's a huge deal.
One more thought from you on the Warriors before I let you go, Danny. This road trip, how many do they got to win on this? What we were saying, Washington's a must-have. The Knicks and Toronto are kind of tosses to us. They're both on a back-to-back. You'd love to win the first two here, right, to give yourself a split. But this is an important one, especially with Boston at the end and what you have when you come on home. What do you need to see on the road trip for the Warriors to keep, legitimate playoff out of the two road play-in games alive?
Yes, they've been playing as well as, the teams that they need to pass, but it's tough because they've spotted all those teams 3 wins in the standings. So you need to play really well and continue that, and you need to get a little bit luck. And I think the thing that I'm going to be watching on this road trip most is how Steph looks, which, it all starts with him. And he has looked a little bit tired in the past few games. I don't know exactly why that might be. This part of the season, it tends to be a patch where players get a little bit fatigued. He's denied that, but if he can get going, and I think that game in New York is a place that he really likes to play in MSG. So I think that's a game where if he doesn't have a Steph Curry-like game, that might, be a little bit of an issue.
Danny Emmerman, the voice you hear, covers the Warriors for the San Jose Mercury News. Danny, always a pleasure to catch up, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Danny.
Great stuff, dude. Missed any of that? All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app, where we are streaming as well, as you can check us out on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We've been talking about how March 9th, we do still have the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest. The final stop on the Fan Fest tour is at Oracle Park. Make sure you come by Oracle Park. You can get free tickets to this thing, 10 to 3 p.m. Giants alumni, broadcasters, Lucille will be there, photo opportunities. When you're there, we'll have the spring training game up on the scoreboard. You'll be able to interact with players who are in Scottsdale using that new technology. You can get more details at knbr.com/fanfesttour to claim your free ticket. So good deal there. Some Warrior talk and some baseball talk with Danny Emmerman. When we come on back, how about this? John Lynch today was at the Combine, and he spoke to the media, spoke about Brandon Ayuk, spoke about the defensive coordinator positioning. We've also got Matt Barrows is alluding to who he thinks may be the decision for the 49ers at defensive coordinator. And I'll put this out to the callers and the texters as well. Is it a good thing that the Niners don't have a DC or a head coach at the Combine? We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Brandon Crawford's moving on from the Giants to join the St. Louis Cardinals. That podcast trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. The Combine getting underway. I got a text from Mike Silver the other day. I just read his text in his voice now. He's like, hey, I'm going to the Combine. We should get lunch when I get back. I was like, all right, bro. Sounds good. Sounds good if you make it back from the Combine. Enjoy the long jump. Enjoy the bench press. What 808 KNBR, your favorite Combine event?
3-cone.
Yeah, the 3-cone.
3-cone.
By the way, I was watching, if you haven't seen it yet,
Yes.
I've been watching that, and we'll get into this John Lynch stuff, the Patriots Dynasty documentary. Have you watched any of this yet?
I watched the first 2. I didn't go last Friday.
Did you not enjoy it?
No, it was okay.
We're
It was okay.
I think are we 4 episodes
You know what I've
in?
been watching, though, on Apple is when I go to Apple, Masters of the Air. Very
I
good.
haven't seen that. We got to get into that because we got to talk about this
Very
other one,
good.
too, the space show I've been watching. It's great.
What Space Shuttle one?
The one that's like a fictional, it's like historical fiction. I forget what it's called.
Oh,
it's incredible.
All of Mankind?
Yeah, For All
Awesome.
Mankind. Dude, are you
It.
watching it?
Oh, I'm done.
Dude, I'm almost okay.
I'm
We'll
waiting
get into this
I'm
later.
waiting for the next
Dude,
season.
we'll get
I
into
love
this later
that
because
show.
dude, I found
it.
I found it on accident when I was sick last week, and I have been peeling episodes. It's historical fiction.
I love
it's
when
great.
they mess with fiction, like
it's
this
so
happened
cool.
and that happened.
It's so cool.
It's the best.
So Apple and all these places are putting out these other documentaries now on sports. What they're doing, Netflix is doing like a Boston Red Sox one, I guess, this year.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, but they have one out now. They're doing 2 episodes every Friday. They're about 45, 50 minutes on the Patriots Dynasty.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a tell-all. It's kind of cool. Like, you're getting guys in it from, like, basically everybody who's been involved.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to watch it.
There's some great stuff in there. Anyway, we'll get some good sound of it tomorrow. But they got 2 more episodes coming out on Friday because they do it 2 episodes every Friday. Can you hit the button there, Derek? I can't hear myself in my ear. Thank you. I can hear you guys talking back there, but I can't hear me. Thank you.
It works out well
I'm getting
for the
Greg
show.
Silver takes back here. I'm like, I'd like to know what I'm saying. I'm the important one here. I don't know why we even brought up the Patriots documentary thing.
I don't know.
Getting into it. I lost it.
You got sidetracked.
I got sidetracked by For All Mankind.
You did.
So no Kyle Shanahan at the Combine. I guess this is a normal thing. He just doesn't go, which to me, based on the success the Niners have had, just kind of tells me it's not important for Kyle Shanahan to be there.
Yeah, I never thought it was.
I've never thought that. The Combine to me, and maybe this is where we're at, because we have a series of coaches now. Like the NFC West is not representing themselves with head coaches. Sean McVay not going. No. Kyle Shanahan not going. Michael McDonald, Yamo be there, the new head coach of the... Yamo be there one more time. Up in Seattle with the Seahawks. He's not going. Matt LaFleur, Robert Saleh, Mike McCarthy, also all not going. You find it interesting that Kyle's chosen not to go for some time now? Is this just, like, are we trending away from the Combine? I've always thought the Combine was insignificant across the board.
Yep.
I thought all it tells you is maybe some guy's level of preparation, or maybe it's, you know how that you do an interview and sometimes, I did an interview one time with a guy for a job at a catering company like 10 years ago, and I did the interview on the phone, and he said, can you come meet me at a coffee shop the next day? I walked in, I talked to him for like 45 seconds. He said, I just need to make sure you didn't have any tattoos on your face. That's what he said to me about he's like, you're going to be serving like people at this office. You can't be. We need you to look a certain way. I was
What
like,
do you think? Like Tech 9 was going to come work for his catering
maybe.
business?
Shout out Tech 9. We saw him at the Super Bowl. They were hanging out. Dude. They were dressed to the Tech 9s every day.
Working for a little.
Carrot Top is not. By the way, Jimmy Kimmel the next week riffed on Carrot Top heavily on
Did
his
he
show
really?
because he was sitting. Remember, he was like 2 people over from him at the Super Bowl. They showed him and Katy Perry in the booth and Carrot Top. Everyone's like, "What the hell's Carrot Top doing there?" Like he climbed out of a hole.
He was just chilling.
Just dirt. Just you can smell. I can smell him from here. Anyway, I've never thought the Combine was that big of a deal. I've always thought it was maybe like a job interview type way for them to get a look at somebody, and it can help a guy who's maybe not a top prospect. But I always thought it was odd that it was almost a mandatory thing. Like you got to go to the Combine to help your draft status. And if you didn't go, maybe it said something negative about you, and guys could fall out of favor there. It's ridiculous to me, and always has been, that it's the only sport that I know of in professional sports in North America that uses another sport, track and field, to gauge the talent of its incoming prospects. And we know factually it is indicative of nothing. Yet every year we do it, and like, look at this guy's Combine number. Look at what this guy's doing at the Combine. I think we're getting into a generation where the coaches, at least of this era, are like, it's not important for a coach to be there. Maybe a player personnel guy, maybe a GM, but what am I going to gain from watching a guy do a high jump?
It's not just what are you going to gain, it's what is more important to me. Spending my time there or breaking down film.
Exactly.
That's what I want to see. What's the guy's 40 time? I don't know. Is he fast on film? Do guys catch him on film? Does he have short burst acceleration? Like, I can see that. I don't need the 3-cone. I can see what I need to see right here. So I think a lot of coaches, because I think a lot of it was, well, I probably should go because it looks bad if I don't go. And maybe my owner will be ask me why I'm not there because everybody else is there. And maybe you're missing out. Now, a lot of them want to go to network. You meet other coaches there. How many times over the course of the years do not just head coaches but staffs get fired? You go to the combine, you meet people. Maybe you hit it off with somebody or a few people. Maybe they need a D-backs coach or a special, whatever. You know that guy. You have a relationship with that guy now. And maybe you can go get a job somewhere else. I think a lot of it is about networking. The one thing I would say that maybe you can get something out of is the interview. Interview. Like you get a chance to go face-to-face with somebody and sit down and talk to them, and you have a bunch of them there. So you can knock a bunch of those out at once. And that would seemingly be worthwhile. I don't know if the head coach needs to do that, but that would be worthwhile. But as far as all the other stuff, I'd rather watch them on film. I'd rather watch them play because I think I can judge more by a person playing than I can in shorts running a 40 or 3-cone or whatever the hell they're doing. I don't really care about that. I care about how that translates to you playing. How do I see that? Well, I stay in my office and watch you on film to see what I think about you. So yeah, I always thought that whole thing was overrated. But let's also not forget, it's a moneymaker now for the NFL. People watch this.
Yeah,
they're like watching the combine.
It's a conference.
I mean,
it's an
sickos.
Event. Right.
I mean, it's amazing. So combine isn't going anywhere as long as the NFL can make money off of it. So it is a television event. They're going to make money off of it. So it'll stick around. But as far as its usefulness, I think you're better off spending your time at home in your own office breaking down film. That's just me.
Yeah.
And
so,
Kyle.
I don't know about breaking. And Kyle and Mike McDaniel and Mike McDaniel and Yamo be there. Mike McDonald and Matt LaFleur, Sala, Mike McCarthy, Sean McVay.
If I hear Yamo be there one more time, I'm going to Yamo burn this place to the ground.
One of my all-time favorite movie lines, dude. Paul Rudd. One of my all-time favorite movie lines.
That one's hysterical.
If I hear Yamo be there one more time. So funny. There's like 400 TVs playing it, dude. It's like Jane Lynch. Oh man,
my
God. It's crazy. He's coaching the Seahawks now, Michael McDonald. Anyway, John Lynch showed up and addressed Brandon Ayuk's future. This is going to be the focal point, I think.
By the way, before we go to this, doesn't he also sing Aruba, Jamaica?
That's
was it the Beach Boys? See, I don't know that. I'm sorry, I don't know that music.
The Beach Boys, dude.
What? Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with screwing that up.
You're thinking of another athlete, Brian Wilson. That's
I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking of. You know why I was thinking about that? I'm going to be completely honest with you guys because I'm going to tell you I can't do it now because I've told you this so many times. The guy for the words has only played like 3 or 4 times Garuba. He never shoots the ball, and I want him to make one shot, just one shot. So I go Garuba. I can't.
No, you got to go Garuba Jamaica.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jamaica.
But he never shoots.
Bad news, Tom. He's inactive tonight.
I can't even do it. Well, I can't do it. I'm not calling the game tonight, so I don't even care. If he scores tonight, I'll be bitter. I'm like, score at home. So, God, I really screwed that up. That's okay.
Well,
I don't really know either of those acts, to be honest with you. I mean, I know of them, of course.
Apparently, it's your second mess up of the segment on music.
Wow.
Somebody texted in True Blue on our True Blue Forever on our True Blue on YouTube.
I'm killing it.
He goes, I said, that guy who interviewed me said, I just wanted to make sure you don't have tattoos on your face. You said like Tech 9.
Yeah.
So he says, I think you meant Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know that either. What, is there a Tech 9?
Yes, but I don't think he might be right. I don't think there's tats on the face.
Okay, my bad then.
I mean, Tekashi 6ix9ine. Take your pick of the tats.
I think that's probably who I meant.
I think that's probably.
Man. Well, so you can just tell in the last minute and 45 seconds what music I'm a little stronger in than others. You're like the picture is starting to clarify for you now.
I don't think we were confused before the segment. I think we knew.
Well, now I've cemented it now.
Listen to KNBR from San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. John Lynch, you addressed the future of Brandon Ayuk. Do you plan on keeping this guy around?
That was a welcome sight that, that the cap was going up. I think the thing you have to understand, it went up for everyone, so it's not like unique to our team. Really? But we have some challenges. We have a lot of good players who we've rewarded. Brandon's one that we think incredibly highly of. One of my favorite just guys around our building, the way he approaches the game. He's a competitor. He's a warrior. He plays with such a physicality, also with the grace, the way some of the positions his body can get into. And then he's got a flair for making plays when it matters most. And he's served us very well as a franchise. And, I think we've got a nice track record of extending the players that are important to us. And Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time.
I was misinformed again. I thought they were the only ones who got the extra $30 million.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody gets it? Oh, that sucks.
Well, then how's that help?
That's weak. That is weak. I'm out.
The Niners got awarded in $30 million because of Taylor Swift's showing up.
They'd have a big lottery wheel and have like a team on it. Just like, okay, for $42 million.
If we did the NFL lottery like the NBA draft, what we do. And the Bengals get $6 million.
Oh, no. I guarantee that show had said record
Could you
ratings.
Imagine? We're watching the combine.
Ratings.
Watching guys do cone drills. Can you imagine if we're spending?
What's my team gonna get?
Yeah, dude. And we have somebody represent, just like we do at the who's the guy of the Cavs? Always his kid up there.
Oh yeah. Gilbert.
Dan Gilbert. Yeah. Who's the Gilbert? He's gonna spin the wheel. Everybody's just crushing some kid from Dallas who gets some $4 million or something.
Oh God.
In cap space.
That is so stupid.
I mean, so here's the situation with wide receiver too. It is definitely giving the 49ers more wiggle room. T. Higgins just got franchise tagged by the Bengals.
Funny T.
Higgins. He was just franchise
T.
I should just quit.
So when you get franchise, what's that about? Came out of nowhere. Tim says literally your best segment so far this week. So he gets franchise. They're going to give him 1 season now. He's going to pay he's going to make an average of what the top 5 receivers in the league make. It's how the franchise tag works. So $21.8 million is what he's going to make this year. Okay. Yeah. The Bengals, however, would prefer to pay Jamar Chase long term probably than have to franchise him or have to go through the same deal. They have that situation next offseason for him. Debo is due to make close to 21 this year. Okay. The question is, would Ayuk want to make more than Debo, you think? You think that's where we are? I mean, that's kind of...
he wants to.
Of course he wants to. Do you think that's the baseline for him? Like Debo was clear he wanted to be in the same market as those other 3 receivers, the other 2 guys who got paid that same offseason. Who was it, Derek? It was A.J. Brown, and who was the other receiver with Debo who got paid? Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
DK Metcalf. They were all like in the same window. Right?
Okay.
So
I don't know.
It's all about setting the market, but where does Brandon Ayuk fall in that market?
I don't know.
It's probably in the T. Higgins realm.
Probably. Yeah, I would say so. Low 20s, somewhere around there,
yeah.
I'm guessing. But John Lynch is right in one regard. Not that he's not right in other regards. I'm just saying in that soundbite, he's right in that if they want somebody, they get it done. Like if they feel like they're important to them, they find a way to get it done.
Yeah.
Like if they want to be here and they want to work out how to be here, then they find a way to get it done. You remember there were reports, are they going to trade Debo? Does Debo want to be here? The whole social media stuff. Oh, he's not following this. He's not following that. I don't know. Does Debo? And then all of a sudden, they get Debo because they wanted to get Debo. They wanted to get Bosa. Took them a while. They got Bosa. Wanted to get Kittle. Got Kittle. I mean, the guys like they want Warner, that they feel like are important to this team, the core of this team, they figure out a way to get it done. So until they don't get it done, unless there's somebody that I'm forgetting about that they really wanted that they didn't keep, I got to believe they're going to get it done because that's just been their track record. So, and like I've said the past couple days, look, you don't draft guys to develop them into being one of the best players at their position and then let them go. That's not how good teams operate. Good teams operate by finding those guys and keeping those guys. That's what they do. So I fully expect that Brandon Ayuk will be in a 49er uniform at the start of next year. I'd be surprised, very surprised if he wasn't.
More from John Lynch here. He also addressed the search for the new defensive coordinator. Here's what John Lynch had to say to the media today at the Combine.
No, because I think we have a great idea who we're going to be and continue to be and the things we believe in. So is it important? Sure. And we're working towards that. Kyle's working towards that. And that will come in due time here. But we want to be true to the process and learn a lot from it, identify some of the changes and tweaks we want to make while still staying kind of to our core.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty generic, but
all kind of boilerplate stuff.
It's fairly boilerplate. I guess what the question is does that mean more when he's saying that? Are you hearing more about an internal hire or somebody externally? That doesn't really matter to me there, because you can get somebody philosophically that fits your mold. What's interesting to me and intriguing to me is that people are talking about a new guy coming in and having to learn the system. It's why I don't think having a coordinator there, Matt Mayoko said yesterday, it's not crucial to have a coordinator at the Combine. And people are going, I saw people tweeting at us yesterday going, that's ridiculous. You have to have them there. They need to learn the organization, understand this isn't the organization. So prospects you may or may not draft or end up with. It's more about what's the philosophy of the team and the tape and what we're talking about when we get to the draft prospects you need. When Steve Wilkes came in, he came in by himself. He didn't come in and bring a whole slew of guys with him that he was going to revamp the entire defensive side of things. Whoever comes in, if it is in fact Brandon Staley, is going to plug into that spot and have to do things in the mold of the 49ers organization. I think that's the point here. I think you get Brandon Staley, and Matt Barrows, by the way, has a piece out now on The Athletic, says, don't rule out Brandon Staley as the 49ers defensive coordinator for that opening. He seems to believe that that's where the 49ers are leaning and he could be the guy. I think if you get Staley, you've got him at least for 2 years. In my mind, there's no way, even if he's taking interviews next offseason, that after the tenure he just had, that he's getting a new job. And if he does, it means he had an out-of-this-world season in D.C.
Yeah, you should hope.
You should hope that he's
taking interviews. For those people that think you need a defensive coordinator at the Combine, I'd like to ask them why. They're not drafting anybody. Think someone's going to take over a defensive coordinator and then have an influence on the draft?
I didn't have to him.
These guys have been doing this all year. This is what they do. This is their job, is the draft and scouting. And I assume at a much larger scale, it's similar to what Steve does with the Warriors. Like, Steve has a say-so and everything, but he tells me, he goes, I don't watch this stuff. He goes, I'm not going to come in and say we have to have this guy. He goes, I'm busy coaching a team. Like, that's my job, is to coach this team, not get us ready for the draft. So I have to trust the people that watch this all year long, the GMs, all the scouts, sectionals, all that stuff. He goes, I'll watch them, and I'll have an idea of what I want, what I don't want, and I may have a say-so when it comes down to like 4 or 5 players, but ultimately, I'm going to trust those guys a lot too, because I spent the whole year coaching the NBA team. So I would assume like Kyle Shanahan's very involved in the draft, but not from a watching everything, breaking everything down. When it comes to quarterback, I'm sure he's very involved. Like, he watches a lot of tape, and he knows what he wants, and what he sees, when he sees it, he's probably pretty convicted in, like, this is the guy we need to get because of this. But, like, linebackers, I mean, again, the defensive coordinator doesn't need to be there because he's not going to have a say. They may ask him what he thinks, but this is their job. This is what they do. This is what they get paid to do. So I do not believe you need a defensive coordinator there at all. If you had one, fine. If you wanted to be there, fine. But is it a detriment to not have one? I just can't see why it would be.
So here's what else was said by Matt Barrows. So obviously Kyle Shanahan has stayed here. John Lynch is out there. There's apparently buzz. One other note here. They're still going to interview Randy Bullock's the safeties coach. They also are going to have to comply with the Rooney Rule. They must interview 2 minority candidates from outside the organization. Matt Barrows says they still have not done that yet. So these are all processes that are still to come. But apparently there's noise in Indianapolis this week that the 49ers had been keen on Jeff Ulbrich, who is the defensive coordinator of the Jets, who's from the South Bay and coached alongside Shanahan. And in the past, he played for the 49ers for, 10 years or something in the early parts of the 2000s. But Lynch noted that Ulbrich is under contract with New York and that no formal request has been made to interview him. So we may still be getting a couple other candidates. But the sentiment here from Matt Barrows is don't rule out Brandon Staley. He may, in fact, be the leader in the clubhouse for the Niners DC job. And Matt Mayoko, if you want to check out the interview with him from yesterday, told us that that they should have a decision. Kyle Shanahan told him they should have a decision made by the end of the week. So
who was the Bullocks guy?
Randy Bullocks.
Where's he from?
He's the 49ers safeties coach.
Oh, okay.
He would be an internal hire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no, I don't know. I mean, never mind the Bullocks.
Don't just stop it. Stop it. When I say Randy Bullocks, Daniel Bullocks. I said Randy Bullocks.
Like I said, never mind the Bullocks.
He was a kicker, right, Randy Bullock? Thank you. Never knows Bullocks.
Don't gong me again.
Daniel Bullocks has safety.
3 time in one segment?
Yeah, no. This is my screw up here. Don't worry about this. We're going to get back into some baseball stuff after we do a sound soiree, but we want to hear from you. We haven't taken calls from Giants fans yet this season as we shift into some Giants baseball. Had a game today. Do we know what the final was? I saw it was 10-10. Did we tie at 10 after 9 innings in Cactus
10's
League
wild.
play? We've been talking a lot about the Giants roster, and Tristan Beck has been sent back to San Francisco to get his hand evaluated. You've got Keaton Wynn dealing with more arm soreness. The Giants have a lot of question marks at starting rotation. Do you want to see more moves? If so, who? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Who else do you want to see the Giants add? If you say Trevor Bauer, I will hang up on you on the spot. 808-KNBR is the number to call. Who else do you want to see the Giants add? We will get to that after the Sounds Soiree next. Don't do that on the Sports Leader.
If I hear Yamo be there one more time, I'm going to Yamo burn this place to the ground.
Warriors' Andrew Wiggins will be out tonight due to personal reasons against the Washington Wizards. There's more on that story. It's trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you on a Tuesday afternoon. You might have to bring that to the air at some point. Tom was just telling me a wild stat.
Tim made fun of it, though.
Tim made fun of it. No, Tim, it was not an ACC stat. Stop it. Sound Soiree, and we are going to get to your calls at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, going heavy Giants. Getting your thoughts on what you want to see the Giants do, if anything. Tom doesn't think they're better off than they were last year. I think they've got more big league players, but I want to get your thoughts on this. Should they be out there aggressively pursuing a Jordan Montgomery or a Blake Snell? And maybe you think Matt Chapman. I don't think there's much of a case for Chapman, but 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. What's the high watermark for the Giants? Do you think they can win 79 or more this year?
79.
It's a 79. It's a tough...
69.
That's a tough bar considering it's where they were last year. But if you win 79, much like 2 years ago when they went 500, we're like, that wasn't true. That was intellectually fraudulent to say they were actually a 500 team. So 808-KNBR is the number to call and to text. What do you want to see the Giants do after we get you a Sound Soiree? And you can always check in, by the way, on the text line, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube at KNBR1045, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, where we are streaming live. The Sound Soiree kicks off today. It will kick off today with Monty Williams.
What are we doing here?
I knew that's where we were starting. Monty Williams, the head coach of the Detroit Pistons.
Where's our music?
I don't think it plays the whole segment. Monty, did you see this last night, the Detroit Pistons?
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
Oscar, did you see this? Monty Williams of the Detroit Pistons.
I don't know. I'm disoriented right now. What? No,
he went off on the officials after the game. There's a play at the end of the game.
Okay.
A player dives at one of his players' legs.
Okay.
No call happens. They end up losing the game. He's irate. And he decides at this point, we've taken up the officiating with the league so many times, I'm done with this. I'm taking it upon myself. He doesn't really do much of a press conference. It's more of a statement and then a leave.
I like these.
Here's Monty Williams of the Pistons.
Where's the New York media now? The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is Exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
So they lost to the Knicks 113-111, and the final seconds of the game were pretty chaotic. The finish was hectic. It was last night. Pistons are up by 1 down the stretch. Both teams are struggling to maintain possession. Knicks keep missing shots. After multiple missed shots and turnovers, Oscar Thompson manages to grab the ball, and that's what he's saying. He dives at Oscar's legs. It was actually former Warrior Dante DiVincenzo who dove down at his legs for the ball and ended up taking out Oscar Thompson. No call. Like, it's an absolute dive at the legs. Nothing happens. Then Jalen Brunson grabs the loose ball, finds Josh Hart, who makes a layup, eventually a free throw to convert the three-point play. Knicks end up getting the win, and then he loses his mind after the game. He's got a gripe about what had happened. Later on, the official admitted fault, admitted that he missed the call. But that doesn't help you. It doesn't save the game. And he goes and say, my guys are asking me, what else can I do?
Doesn't help you at all.
Doesn't make anybody feel any better. He's going to go. He's going to do his job.
Yeah.
He's going to continue to. I mean, it's the league is never going to admit that fault to that extent of there was an egregious. You know what I mean? Because then you're putting they're exposing their own ass if they do that. The league is going to defend the shield first and foremost.
I feel him. It's so frustrating when it happens. I'm sure the Pistons. I mean, it's not like the Pistons have a whole lot of respect around the league, so they're getting these calls. And I know the officials will tell you, well, we don't officiate by, who we're, as the Warriors get a lot of calls and Pistons. But if you're a coach and your team's losing, you feel that way sometimes. The one thing I was focusing on, though, I mean, it stinks that he had to deal with that, but what I was focusing on is, like, that was a pretty decent rant. Yeah. Can we bring back the, 80s when Tom Lasorda used to rant? Earl Weaver?
Yeah.
Billy Martin?
Old school ones.
Lee Elia? God, I miss those. Think about it. Like, that was it. That's about, as good as it gets right there, like a coach, getting mad. We just don't get coaches being mad like they used to anymore.
It's because of those guys.
I really miss that.
It's because of those guys in media that this whole thing has changed, though, right? It's because they know we're going to clip this and we're going to play this 400 times. They know that they'll be fined insane amounts of money for speaking about the league and the officiating. And sometimes it gets to a point where a guy who makes so much money and is losing so bad just doesn't give a damn. The way Monty Williams, he's going to get fined for that if he hasn't been already.
Absolutely.
Without question. And he'll get fined a hefty penny.
At least 50,
But he said, what else am I going to do? And to that point, he's like, we've gone about this the right way.
Yep.
I've handled it. We've sent videos. We've done all this, and they just don't care.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to say something publicly that's going to shed some light on it.
Yeah.
Which, whether this changes anything, probably not.
Probably not.
But he had to get it out there.
I just miss the old rants. I want the coaches to drop some F-bombs in there. How many coaches in the last 5 years can anybody remember, whether it's, call or text or whatever, where he had to beep them? They're just so gentle. Even when they're angry, they're not super angry. I want a coach to just lose his S.
Yeah.
On the team, on the officiating, whatever. Just go bananas. When's the last coach that just went bananas? No, but Pitino, when people say that was a rant by Pitino, that wasn't a rant. He just kind of ripped his team. That's not super cool. But that wasn't even he wasn't even angry when he was doing it. It was matter-of-factly. And I heard somebody call that a rant. I go, oh, Pitino had a rant, huh? And I go, looked it up. I go, that's not a rant. I was like, because that, in today's standard, by today's standards, that is a rant.
Mike Gundy's one of the last great rants.
That was a great rant.
That was 20 years ago.
Great rant.
Right?
Didn't curse.
The Raptors coach that happened a couple of years ago, the Raptors one that we had.
Casey?
No, Dwayne Casey. No, the...
It's a complete crap.
That guy.
That guy. I can't remember. What's his last name?
We didn't remember his name.
I can't even pronounce it, though, anyway.
It's a complete crap.
It's a complete crap. But... Again,
but that it wasn't.
That's kind of weak.
Rajokovic.
Yeah. I told Steve, I go, come on. I go, give me one Lasorda rant before you retire. Just one.
Tom, thanks.
Of course, I asked him to get a technical in the All-Star game, and he wouldn't do it.
No, come on.
I'm like, bro, get a technical in the All-Star game. Nobody gets a tech in the All-Star game. That'd be awesome.
Please play your four guys in Durant.
That'd be awesome.
And Russ Westbrook.
Yeah.
Please, Steve, come on. Just play your four guys and Russ. See what happens. Come on.
Get a T. I want a T. Just one T. Tell the officials go sit on a popsicle stick.
It's a complete crap.
Yes. So the magic word. Give me one Crash Davis magic word, dude. I didn't say that. I said that was a blank second call. I didn't say you were that. Let's go more to the Sound Soiree. Mike Krukow. Mike Krukow was on Murph and Marcus this morning, and he talked about Brandon Crawford. Crawford puts on I saw it today. It looked weird. Crawford in a car, and he had the red headband on. I was like, what's that? You know what I mean? He had the red headband and the red shirt with the birds on the bat. I was like, this is weird. Here's Mike Krukow talking Brandon Crawford, the Cardinal.
Well, I think it got down to economics. I mean, I think he made something like 17, 18 million last year. And if you were going to have him stay in that uniform, I mean, you'd have to pay him probably twice what the Cardinals are paying him. I have no idea what the Cardinals have. Did you see the terms of the agreement?
No. It was my understanding that Brandon would take a low rent deal here in San Francisco.
Well, he wasn't going to take $5 million from the Giants, but he would from the Cardinals. And I also do believe in the back of his mind, he wants to know if anything really is greener on the other side. I think it's all about proving that he is not done, and I think he assumes a role that is going to be able to accommodate his effectiveness. He doesn't have to worry about playing every day. They can use him, they can save him, and I think at this point in his career, I think that's the best thing for him. But I expect him to have a great year for him. And as hard as it is for all of us to see him in a different uniform, and it is, because of what he's meant to us, I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
I get the logic that maybe he wouldn't take $5 million from the Giants, but he would from the Cardinals, except now we know the details.
What is it?
$2 million from the Cardinals. I think he would have taken $5 from the Giants.
Yeah, I think he would have. They weren't offering.
I think it's found February 26th. He probably would have taken the $5. Look, he gets a 1-year contract for $2 million to be the backup to a guy who's going to be a star. They believe he's a great defensive shortstop in Mason Wynn. He's 21 years old. Also, and people are going, I heard Murph and Marcus talking about it this morning, and I said it's apples and oranges. Murph was saying this is Farhan saying something, making a statement here that when Nick Ahmed is brought in, and a 2-time Gold Glover, and Crawford's not, I said, Nick Ahmed's 33. Crawford's not. Crawford's like 37.
And didn't Ahmed sign a minor league deal?
Ahmed signed a minor league deal. He's also a right-handed bat. It's a much different situation.
So it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not a statement.
And it's not a statement. And it's also not ridiculous to say Brandon Crawford is not the same defensive shortstop that he had been 3 years ago or 2 years ago even. Nick Ahmed, at a little bit younger, maybe still provides some of that as a backup up the middle. Crawford, guys, boy, Tim, why did you say that on the air, Tim? Not me.
I mean,
he hit 194 last year.
Yeah.
Tim said that, not me.
And, well, I mean, anybody who wants to go look it up can see it on Baseball Reference.
It's averages. What was the comment we had from Steph yesterday?
That's
what they call them, averages.
That's why they're called averages.
Such a great. I love that one.
That's a great point.
I love that one. But I also think sometimes for someone that's been with a team for so long, meant so much to that team, accomplished so much with that team, it's easier for them to go somewhere else and take a backup role than it is a backup role with that team.
Yeah.
It's just it's the dynamics are weird because you've always been that guy in that uniform, and now to take a step back and sit on the bench, it's probably a little bit tougher than going somewhere else and sitting on the bench. So, look, I mean, again, I don't know what statement you're making. Brandon Crawford wasn't going to be a big part. If this team wins this year, he wouldn't be a big part of it. If it loses, it's not going to be because of Brandon Crawford. So, to me, it's not a huge deal. I don't get sentimental with players.
Doesn't bother. I just don't like that it's a Cardinal uniform, but I'm just being a Giants fan.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying is I want him to be able to play if he wants to play and he can help somebody. I also didn't think here was the best fit.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean anything other than I want to win too. 808 KNBR is the number 2 call for Giants fans. Does the Brandon Crawford signing of the Cardinals and then Nick Ahmed coming here, does that bother you? Do you see that as a statement by the Giants? 415-808 KNBR. And what moves do you want to see them make? Colin is in Sunnyvale. Colin, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader. What moves do you want to see the Giants make now?
Well, thanks for taking my call, first of all. And I don't think that they can make any moves that are going to make any difference this year, and I think that is squarely on Farhan. I'm calling for him to be removed.
He was extended.
From that
Stop,
position.
dude. Stop, Colin. He's already been extended. Stop calling with
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm saying.
No, Colin. I didn't ask you what they should have done this offseason. I said, what do you think they should do now? And your answer is they should have fired Farhan. That's not an answer. What should they do now? This is the guy. He's been extended. Where are they going?
They should load up on every pitcher that's left.
There we go.
And pray that they get above 70 wins. Because that's where I think it's going to go. And if they extend
Damn, man, you got me.
then I don't think that they're actually going to be good for the next 3 to 4 years. I don't think that they have enough pitching to really compete with even the likes of the Rockies.
I agree with you on
that. That's how bad I think they are.
How many wins do you think they'll get this year?
I think at best 69.
69.
No, you did not.
You did. I think you did that on purpose.
Come on, Colin.
69.
I'll tell you what, Colin. You come up with a number that you're willing to wager, and I'll take over 69, and you can have under 69.
Oh, done.
Done. Okay.
What's the number?
Okay. I'll tell you what. You come up with a number
100.
that you. How much?
$100.
$100. Okay, $100.
Hang
on the line.
Derek,
give Derek your information and $100. Done deal.
Absolutely.
Done deal. Okay, very good. So we'll at least have some fun during
Colin, I'm sorry I
during
yelled
the
at you.
season.
I'm sorry I yelled at you.
You can call and check in every couple of weeks for how the wager's going.
I like that.
So call Derek. Give me your info. $100. Not even sure if that's legal. And thank you, Colin, for picking the number 69. That'll give Tim more reason to play 69 throughout the course
also, Colin
of the
saying
year.
69. We're going to need that drop, too.
And then I hope you don't mind, Colin, but I'm already going to pick up beer I'm going to buy with your $100 toward the end.
We'll start making some picks.
I'm going to say I'll have that one by, I would say
hopefully
first week, second week of September. Oh, come on. They're going to win 70 games.
I was going to say, you better be first week of September. They're
going to win. They're going to win 70 games. If they don't win 70 games, I'll gladly give Colin that $100.
Yeah, dude. We'll drink the beer out of Colin's navel if they don't win 100.
I'm going to drink out of
70.
a boot.
Look, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Colin says they better go all in on pitching, and he might make some money off of Tom in the process.
That's right.
415-808 KNBR.
I'll sign that bill for you. You can have it and frame it. Suitable for framing.
Is there a move you want to see the Giants make on February 27th? See, I'm already thinking about the 70 wins we're going to get to in September. 808 KNBR is the number to call. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
I think at best 69.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place with basketball underway to be playing fantasy sports this hoop season. You can make some money tonight. Why don't you get in on Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em game? It's where you pick between 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. You select higher or lower than their stat total. If the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. Legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch the Warriors who are playing tonight. Underdog is super easy to play. It's even easier to get started. Just go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special mystery pick to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He approaches every swing, every pitch the same way.
1-2, strike 3. And that's how it begins today, and what we expect to be the first of perhaps 3 at-bats for Shohei Ohtani.
Well, that's how the first at-bat went for Shohei Ohtani today. We're not going to play the second at-bat from Shohei Ohtani today. There was a 3-2 opposite field tank job, a moonshot in his debut, his Cactus League debut as a member of the Dodgers. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call as the weather's starting to turn a little bit here in San Francisco. Had a beautiful day last Saturday. We got baseball on the radio right here on KNBR tomorrow afternoon. Giants and the A's, a 12:05 first pitch, and Tom and I will be on after the game, and you can hear all that right here on The Sports Leader. We're streaming on twitch.tv/The Sports Leader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the app, Twitch, Twitter, all that good stuff. And we're going to be giving away some concert tickets coming up pretty soon. We will tell you how you can win those here as soon as I find my sheet. I'll wait for Tom, actually. I want Tom to be involved in the ticket giveaway. So we'll hit the phone lines here, 808-KNBR, and then we'll tell you how you can win a couple of good concert tickets. Let's go out to Dave. Dave is in Vallejo. The question is, what do you want to see the Giants add? I think they need a little bit more than what they've got right now. The question is, where do they add it? Dave's in Vallejo. Dave, you're on The Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Spring baseball's in the air. I want the Giants to add another starting arm, at least one, maybe 2, but a good starting arm. And my expectations are Giants win the World Series, baby.
All right, all right, Dave. How did they get to the World? Do you think this is a World Series caliber roster right now? You think it's better than it was last year?
I believe. I got faith. You know, we got we got some players who, have been underperforming last year. And I just, Lee, I like Lee in the leadoff. I like Soler hitting dingers in the 4 spot. Guys like Yaz going to have a better year this year. And the Young Bucks, I still haven't counted out, a guy like Elliot Ramos, who still hasn't been able to stick at the big league level. Matos is there. Look, I have faith, fellas, and I don't care about the overpriced guys down there in Southern California. We're coming for them. We're not scared, and I'm thinking 94 wins. That may not be enough to win the West, but hey, we get in the dance, and you got Webb. You got Robbie Ray coming back in the second half. That's why I'm thinking that third arm. I'll take a Snell of Montgomery. 3 top line starting pitchers. Let's do it.
How many wins do you got the Giants at this year?
You didn't hear that word? He gave you a total.
94?
94, baby.
Okay, I'll take under 93. Give Derek your info.
Dave,
I got a 14-game middle there. I can hit. This is going to work out beautiful for me. I may retire in September.
I bet with my heart, not with money.
Okay, very good. I'm with you.
And I drink Coors Banquet if you want to buy it.
Yeah, that ain't happening, pal. That ain't happening.
One banquet in Hennessy, I think Dave was saying. Appreciate the call, Dave.
That ain't happening.
I think on the fade anyone. One banquet in Hennessy.
Oh, my God. My dad used to drink that Coors, just straight Coors. Not even Coors Light, Coors. I was like, oh, my God.
All right, so we got one caller.
Never invite me to this banquet.
We got one caller, Colin, who said 69 wins. And our next caller, Dave, at 94. See if we can find us a middle in this in here.
Oh, that's a massive middle.
Well, he did say you missed it, Tom. He popped on and he said my expectation is to win the World Series, and I said you think this team has enough to win the World Series? Now again, baseball is the most.
I love it though.
It's why you have to have the hope in the spring. I get it, and I err more with that guy than I do with the guy who's like, I can't believe it. I'm so angry on September 27th.
That's no way to go into a season.
That's no way to live your life, bro. Come on, what are we doing? You're gonna lose opening day and be like, I'm done with this thing for the night.
It's a complete crap.
Be pissed off for 6 months, like. Here's my thing. I don't know that this team is better. I do think they're more interesting. And I do think that when we see them win, it will feel more tangible. And what that means is that when we joke about the 81 season a couple of years ago, and we go, dude, there was Jarrell Cotton was like throwing it. There's guys on that roster in September that you have nobody would remember any of these guys or San Francisco Giants. And they puttered their way to a weird 81 and 81 at the end of the season. None of that was like holdover talent that you go, okay, cool, we've got stuff here that we can build on. The 88-win Giants team in 2009, that was all guys who had gotten here in 05 and 06 and 07 and 08. It was your Brian Wilsons and your Tim Lincecums and Madison Bumgarner and Matt Cain and Pablo came up in 08. Like, you started to put together the makings of what was a core of players. That's what I'm looking for this team. Last year was a bunch of those guys just got here. They were too young. Now we can see, okay, let's take some inventory. Do we actually have pieces here? And then you start to plug and play because then you can chase an individual free agent for what your need is.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. Let's go back into the phone lines. Joe is in Brisbane. Joe in Brisbane, or Brisbane if he's in Australia, if it's a transcontinental call. Joe, you're on the Sports Leader.
Gentlemen, how are we?
How you doing, man?
Doing great. Driving home from work. It's a beautiful day on the peninsula. Just listening in, I think we saw today, right, kind of Hicks lead things off. Granted, look, it's spring training, but I think giving up 15-plus hits to the Mariners in spring training, I don't want to be ditto with everyone else, but guys, we need another arm, right? That would be great. I think, to switch over to hitting real quick, I think seeing Lee, lead off like that, get a couple of hits, Pat Bailey with a salami. I think the bats are going to roll this year, gents. I just think we got to hold them. We got to hold some runs, and I think that's how we win games. So, not to preach to the choir, and I think we all can agree, pitching is going to be the maker or breaker this year. I think the bats live this year.
I love the optimism. I don't quite share it.
You gave me a long all there.
What's that?
You gave me a long all there.
Well, I'm not quite there with you, but I do like the optimism. I'm not with you on the bats. I don't know what the bats are going to be this year. Although I do like you saying the bats will roll because it made me think of the bats will roll in the light. Anyway, what?
I might be too young for that one.
Well, Garth Brooks?
Yeah, well, that's good for
Let's
us.
go.
I'm good with you then, Joe. That's me and you. Joe,
Garth Brooks.
Joe,
Let's go, Tim.
I didn't know what the hell he was talking about either, Joe. Appreciate the call, brother.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on today, to be honest with you. But at least I got that one.
You're in a goofy mood.
I got that one right. You get the audio of the pause?
Why are you called Beaverman?
Well, I used to do.
That's not his pause. Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to go.
Well, how do you not see that one coming?
Mike is
right.
Mike's in Pebble Beach. Mike, you're on the Sports Leader, man. Mike, just this year, Mike's got a proposition for Tom. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hey, guys.
What's up, bro?
Up?
What's up?
Not a whole lot. Hey, long-time listener to your show.
Thank you.
Long-time Giants fan since back in 1964.
Okay. Oh, nice.
And have played golf at the Celebrity Pro-Am up there in Lake Tahoe every single year since.
Oh, cool.
I remember you.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so here's my proposition.
Okay, what's your proposition?
He stole my thunder, the last guy. I was going to give you the middle, Tom.
Okay.
I would take over 82 wins with the Giants. You take under 81.5 wins, I guess, for the Giants. But instead of betting you $100, how about I bet you $100 in craft beer because I know you like it.
I do like craft beer.
And winner chooses the location to drink the draft beer at your draft beery place at choice. Mine would be 805 down in Middle Southern California.
Yeah, I know where it is. You know what? I appreciate the offer, but 82 is about where I'm at. I don't feel. I don't feel like. I don't have a strong feeling one way or another on 82.
How about this? I'll go higher then. I'll give you a little bit more of a middle. I'll take. How about I take over 88.5?
Oh, okay. That's good.
88.5.
Yeah, that's good. Under 88.5. Yeah.
Okay, so Mike and Pebble
But here's
Beach.
the deal, though. There's no way I'm driving all the way down to 805. I mean, we got to get something closer than that. That's too far.
If the Giants win 90, you won't drive down to 805?
No, I won't. No, I don't. The Giants win 102. I'm not driving down to 805.
About 107.
Okay?
What about that?
No, not even 107. If the Giants break the all-time winning record, then I'll drive down to 805.
117. That's all it's going to take?
That's about that. You know what, though?
How about this? I got an idea.
Okay.
How about up at Lake Tahoe at the club right there at Tahoe? Winner or loser?
But I'm not going. I won't be in Tahoe, though. I'll
Reno?
tell you what, though. I don't mind going a little south. How about Cellar Maker in Oakland? That one's.
Oh my goodness, that's scary. Okay, I'd meet you in Oakland.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, give Derek
the. Meet me if I win.
Okay,
I'm down here in Pebble Beach. So what's near me?
Alvarado Street.
How close is Oakland?
Oakland's about a 2-hour drive for me.
Yeah. That'd be
Oakland's
but I think. I can go out to Fieldwork, San Ramon. That's a little bit of a haul for me.
All right.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, let's call it if you. Shut up, Tim.
Such crap.
If you win Fieldwork in San Ramon, if I win Cellar Maker in Oakland.
Yeah.
Okay. So 88.
You bring your radio partner with you, too.
Okay, 88. Yeah, he'll come.
I go to San. My ass. I'm going to San Ramon.
So 88.5 under. So okay. Give Derek the info. And $100 worth of craft beer.
All righty, buddy.
Sounds good, man.
All right,
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate it, man. I'll tell you what, no matter what happens, Mike got host. Tom just swindled Mike. He said, "Oh yeah, I can make San Ramon, dude."
All right.
Come on, Mike.
Shut up, Tim. Tim's getting Tim's like, "What do you mean? Oh, 20 miles.
I can make the drive." Well, it might be more for you to get to here than it is to get to San Ramon. Let's go one more. We got Russ's.
Anybody else? Any other gamers? Any takers out there?
Unbelievable. Russ is in San Francisco.
I'll be drinking beer with listeners for like 2 weeks.
Russ, what do you have for Tom today, man?
Oh, God.
I got no bets. It seems like he's got a full plate already.
Oh, man.
Got a full glass, that's for sure.
I really do.
What do you want to see the Giants do, man? What's your take on this team?
Look, I don't think they need to do a whole lot. I don't know why everyone's just riding Farhan. Look, the Giants threw out
huge numbers to both of the Japanese imports. They said no, time to move on. He's improved the roster. I like the 80, 81, 82 range for wins.
So do I.
Let's play meaningful baseball in September. Let's let some of these young arms get out there and eat up some innings, and let's see what they got. Like, that's part about being a fan. We're not a juggernaut this year, but we got some young talent that we got to see what they're going to be. So let's show up to the ballpark. Let's root for these kids. They're fun. We got a fun group. And let's have some optimism, all right?
Yep. No, look, I'm with you on that. Like, I'm not that optimistic about what this team could become. And, yes, I do get a little frustrated sometimes with a team that has as much money as anybody. And either they're not able to spend it or they don't spend it. But, and I've said this over and over and over again, I want to see the young guys. I'm excited to see the young guys. And ultimately, it's going to come down to the young guys. Anybody that's ever, most teams, I shouldn't say everybody, but most teams that have won, it's because of the young core that they've come up with. The Astros are so good because of the young core they came up with. I mean, the Rangers are a little bit different. They have a young core, but they also went out and got some guys. I'm not saying there's one way to do it, but if you bring up a young core, that's kind of like the starting point of having, 6-7 really good years. So I know I'm with you. I'm with you. Let's see what all these young guys can do. Let's see what Harrison can do. Let's see what Luciano can do. Let's see what Schmidt can do. Let's see what Lee can do. He's not a farm guy, but they signed him. And so I know Bailey. I'm with you. I mean, I'm curious to see what these guys can do. And I'm hoping it's something reasonably good. Because if it's not, then I don't know where they're going to go from here. But no, I'm with you on that. Appreciate the
call, Russ. Yeah, thanks so much, man.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Quick check of the Golden State Lumber Building Materials.
Are we going to Mort?
No, Mort's still hanging there. We'll get to Mort when we come on back. Milt's not here today.
Milt not here either?
He hasn't called in yet. He's not a big Giants fan, Milt. Did we get Russ's information, Tom, for the bet? Nothing out there for you with him?
No bet.
707 on the text line. First Texas person's ever sent. He just says, what's Tom's Venmo? I'll just send him 100 of others. We got more of your texts and your calls, 415-808-KNBR. If you want to continue this, we'll continue some of the Giants conversation. We've talked about the team, and a lot of people are just furious about it and upset about it, but where do they legitimately stack up among the National League West opponents? We'll get into that after I tell you. Well, let me ask you this, Tom. When I say jelly, you say...
Sedano?
If it's not roll, you're wrong. Jelly Roll is coming back to SAP Center. I say, stop it. I say coming back like I remember he's been here before. Jelly Roll. Anyway, he's coming September 3rd, 2024 to SAP Center. Tune in all week long until 6 o'clock, between 2 and 6, and we'll give you the cue to call. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll be seeing Jelly Roll on September 3rd, 2024, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our Jelly Roll cue to call today?
Everything would be loaded up with the petroleum jelly.
When you hear Tim Ryan talking jelly, you know it's time to be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. 415-808-KNBR if you want to get back involved in the conversation. Join us on Twitch, YouTube, all that good stuff. How will the Giants stack up against the rest of the NL West? Somebody on one of the callers earlier said they won't be as good as the Rockies. I take so much exception with that. That infuriated me. We'll talk more about the West next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch spoke to reporters at the Combine and said Brandon Ayuk is a guy they'd like to keep around, and they'd like to have their new defensive coordinator keep the same philosophy. That story and more is trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. We are right around tax season, and this time of the year, it always comes up. You find unfiled tax returns. What do you do if you find those, Steve?
You call us and let us take care of it. This is a very common situation. People just don't file tax returns. Well, it's 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or more. And the number one reason people don't file tax returns is plain old simple. They didn't have the money in year one, and then year two rolls around, and they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. Another reason is something changed in your life. Your bookkeeper left, your spouse left, the person who did the return left, or you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you, and if you owe some money and can't pay it, no problem again. We want to make a sweetheart deal for you so you can live your life, have a normal life, and not always be looking over your shoulder. And especially now, it's like drunk driving. You should never drunk drive. But the highway patrol's on maximum enforcement on New Year's Eve. This is traditional tax time, tax season. This is when the IRS is most likely to make examples out of people. It's maximum enforcement. You don't want to be fooling with this. Just call us. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, anything to do with them. Let us give you your life back.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. If you find those unfiled tax returns or you have them, give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He approaches every swing, every pitch the same way.
1-2, strike three. And that's how it begins today, and what we expect to be the first of perhaps 3 at-bats for Shohei Ohtani. Swung out, hit high in the air to left and deep. This ball carrying. This ball is gone! It is Dodger debut! Shohei Ohtani brings them to their feet. A 2-run home run. That's what they've been waiting for.
This sucks. Shohei Ohtani's first at bat. He didn't seem quite as excited. He didn't say in his debut when he struck out in his first at bat.
Ohtani. I think, I'm not positive on this.
This is going to suck for a decade, huh?
But I think,
it's going to suck for like a decade.
Having listened and watched Ohtani play his entire career, many, many, many a times, if I were to just close my eyes and you were to play the sound of the home run,
you knew the sound of the bat.
I think I can pick up the sound of his bat.
It's so much louder than what other people. Just play the crack of the bat.
It's just different.
It is loud. Dude, did you hear that thing?
It's like I've heard that so many times over the course of the last 6 years. I'm pretty sure if you just said, "Here's," I'm not even going to tell you who's. I'm just going to play 7 or 10. I'm going to play 10 home runs, just sound, and you try to, or 20, pick out Ohtani. And I think I could listen to him and pick out Ohtani. It just sounds different than everybody else. It's like pop. Even Trout, who makes a sound, not like that though. The sound he makes is like, oh my gosh, that was like ESPN Sunday Night Baseball pumping it up sound, but it's normal with him.
My God.
Yeah, get used to that, Giant fans.
Yeah, well, 510 checks in on the text line just says Giants are doomed.
This sucks.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, dude. You know what? But this is what's funny about this, and this is what's crazy about baseball. How many World Series have the Dodgers won in the last decade?
Mm-hmm.
How many division titles have they won in the last decade, and how many World Series? And you want to count 2020, fine. That's one. Even if it's a real one and they believe that, and people go, title's a title, whatever. How many, 12 of the last 13 division titles or something they've won?
Yep.
And the one they did in the Giants won 107 and they won 106.
Yep.
Like they are an unreal team, and it's not about regular season play. It's about, can you win in the tournament? And do you have the best pieces to win in the tournament? They may, but they haven't shown it or proven it to this point. They haven't proven it in my lifetime. Coming up on 35 years.
Here's the thing. It's not about winning the division.
No.
And is that a bigger accomplishment? You could say so. I mean, it's 162 games. That tells you who the better team is.
It's a President's Trophy.
Exactly. But it's not the deal. The deal is winning the championship. So it doesn't really matter. Like this isn't about winning the division. Would the Giants love to win the division? Of course they would. But it's not about winning the division. It's about winning the World Series. How do you win the World Series? Get to the playoffs. That's what this is about. So if I'm a Giants fan, I look at the Dodgers and go, oh my gosh, look at the Dodgers. How are we going to compete with the Dodgers? Go grab a beer or water, lemonade, whatever you want, and tell yourself, it's not about beating the Dodgers. It's not about winning the division. It's about finding a way into the playoffs. Once you find a way into the playoffs, guess what? You may not even have to play the Dodgers. You may not. If you do, then you worry about the Dodgers. But this isn't about, hey, let's beat the Dodgers so we can win the division. That'd be great. But with the expanded playoffs now, it's just about getting to the playoffs. This isn't basketball.
It's the Dodgers.
Where you have a 7 or an 8 seed and you have literally no chance to win a championship. You don't. They don't do it in the NBA. This is baseball. If you just get there, you're going to have a chance to win the World Series. Giants have proven that before, going from playing game to winning a World Series. So that's all it's about right now. Find a way to get to the playoffs. That's it. Don't worry about 84 wins, 86 wins. As long as it lands between 88.5 and 69, we're all going to be happy. Well, I'm going to be happy. But if it lands at over 85, that might be good enough to make the playoffs. And that's all you want. Because then 85 means nothing. It starts. Everybody's 0-0 at that point. And it's not about winning the division at that point. It's not about beating the Dodgers at that point. It may be, but not at the moment. Look at it that way. Don't look at it as winning the division. Look at it as winning a championship. Are they going to win the championship this year? Hard to envision that. But first steps first. Find a way to get to the playoffs. And then you give yourself a shot.
Texas didn't make the playoffs 2 years ago, did they?
Not that I know of.
Last year. Now, again, they went out and they spent big money, of course, but it's not all about. I mean, you look at their rotation, they were one of the worst bullpens in baseball last year.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers. They had Jacob deGrom, and then they lost him. You know what I mean? They went on, they won the World Series. I'm not saying, again, that's I think it's intellectually fraudulent to say this team on paper is going to compete for that.
Yes.
But in the 107-win season, that was a laughable thought. That team would win 100 games or even be a playoff team and compete in the way that they competed. Baseball is a different beast. The way the playoffs shook out last year, the D-backs played Milwaukee in the first round, in the wild card round, and eliminated them. Philly took out Miami. Miami made the playoffs last year.
Yep.
Is that outrageous to think the Giants at 84 wins or 86 wins could make a playoff run?
No.
No. It's because of the expanded playoffs. You don't need what you used to think you need. And it's funny because fans are feeling now what we said was true about free agents when they expanded the postseason. We said all of the big name, this has become a thing and a trend in baseball in the last few years, right? In the last 10 years maybe, where we get into spring training and there's all these big name guys who haven't signed yet. And I'm not talking about the Manny Machado, Bryce Harper offseason.
Yep.
That was different. That was two $300+ million players sort of playing chicken as to when one guy signs, it's going to set the market for the other guy. Nobody really wanted to be the guy who signed first unless they got exactly what it was they wanted. But with Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery and Matt Chapman, that's nowhere near the same level of players. So when they expanded playoffs, we thought, is this a bad thing for the players and free agency, and that now general managers and teams can say, well, I don't need to spend as much. I only need 84 wins to get into the playoffs instead of 90 or 92. I only need 86. It's not going to take me nearly as many. The Giants missed the playoffs. Would the Phillies go to the LCS last year? 2 years ago, they went to the World Series. The Phillies went to the World Series 2 years ago with 5 more wins than the Giants had.
Yep.
At 86, and the Giants had 81, right? And the Giants were not a good 81-win team.
And didn't win their division either of those years.
No, it doesn't. The Diamondbacks went to the World Series. So the question is, where do the Giants stack up in the NL West on paper right now in your mind?
Boy.
Because the D-backs were a team that we thought, you and I both 2 years ago were all over them and thought, hey, next year they're going to be fun. This is going to be an exciting team to watch. And then last year, they were almost a year too early. They kind of made that run that we weren't anticipating. And Corbin Carroll's going to be a top 5 player in the game. Maybe
he's really good.
As soon as this year.
I like him.
They added Eduardo Rodriguez, who was our guy, Brendan Pfaadt, who pitched okay. Pretty darn good, actually, when he got to the postseason after a rough start to the year. So I think Arizona's above the Giants. They're more developed. They've got more success.
I agree.
The Dodgers. No,
I agree.
The Padres are the question for me. On paper, they're better. But they're the Padres.
I'm just looking at the rosters. Was Logan Allen the guy for the Indians last year? Lefty? Is he with the D-backs this year?
Yes, he's with the D-backs.
He was pretty good. I thought he was pretty good last year. I watched him.
Is he not a Rocky, Logan Allen?
Was he? I thought he was. I thought he was a
He was with Cleveland last year, and he was with Baltimore last year. You're right. And he was a Padre a couple of years ago.
I've seen him pitch. I thought he was okay. I thought he was pretty decent. Zach Gallen, of course. Woogie, Merrill Kelly. I like him. He was pretty good. That's a really good 1-2 punch. And we both fought. And then they got Eduardo Rodriguez, as you said. I mean, look, we both love their athleticism, their speed. The young catcher they have is fantastic. So yeah, you put those two ahead of the Giants, and you're right. The Padres, the Padres on paper have a better pitching staff than the Giants do. They just do. Is it going to continue to be better? Don't know, but it is better. They at least have some meat in the order with Machado and Tatis. You look at that and go, okay, they have some guys that have some thump, but they're the Padres. So I never can completely take the Padres seriously. It's hard for me to. So I don't know. I mean, look, could the Giants get to 84, 85, 86? Possibly get to a wild card? Yes. But the pitching is still, I look at the pitching and go, this has to break so right for him. Any little, bobble, it's just, what if, we're just assuming that Cobb will come back and pitch like he has. He'll be good to go. We're assuming that Ray's going to come back, in August sometime. What if he doesn't come back? What if he comes back and he has a setback, and then he's gone another month, and maybe he comes back in September? What if the 11 starts we're thinking Robbie Ray might get, or 4 starts that Robbie Ray gets? I mean, look, a lot of this stuff has to go according to plan. If it doesn't, then they might be screwed. And you're asking a lot. You really are, of this pitching staff right now. And Cope's mentioned it out of the get-go. Wynn dealing with stuff. Beck dealing with stuff. It's like, oh, man, already?
35 innings last year from Harrison, and I'm hyped on Harrison.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch him pitch.
But I'm not relying on him for 200.
No.
That'd be foolish.
No.
If they get that and he's that great.
If you want to take that as the over, I'll take the under.
I won't.
Okay. Can you get the center mode?
Dude, I'll set you at like 163.5 or something, and that'll be like that's a pretty good line, I think. That's a pretty damn good line. 163.5.
Off the top of your head, solid.
Yeah, off the top of my head.
I'd take the under on that, though.
On Harrison?
Yeah, 163.5.
Yeah, like 155 is probably where it's better at. 808 KNBR, not where you're setting the line on Kyle Harrison's numbers, but where do you have the Giants stacked up in the West? I'm not buying anybody who says they're worse than the Rockies. There's no chance. But I'm looking at some of the additions for the Diamondbacks. I've forgotten they added Eugenio Suarez.
That's right.
A third baseman with a lot of pop. Ketel Marte's still there at second. Christian Walker still at first. Gabe Moreno's the catcher you were talking about.
Gabe Moreno, yes.
They list Ryan Nelson as their 5th starter. It's Fott is their 4, and Ryan Nelson is their 5. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s in left, Alec Thomas in center, and then Carroll in right. And then they added your guy, Jock Peterson, as their designated hitter. Let's go out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR. Where do you have the Giants ranked right now on paper in the National League West? Let's go to Nick. Nick's in San Jose. Nick, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I just want to say, first of all, I really liked the Patrick Marleau interview you guys did, even though you're not really into hockey. It was pretty good for a newbie. But I think
what are you talking about? I love hockey.
You never talk about it.
No, because nobody wants to hear
Nobody wants to hear about it, brother.
Oh, well, then I don't believe you. Now, Giants, I think 70.
You said, hold on. You see the attendance at the tank last President's Day when everybody was off?
Well, you're not the Shark Station, so I'm not going to believe you.
I'll tell you what.
You came to my show throwing darts, my man.
I'll meet you at a park and we'll talk Shark hockey.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you in the parking lot.
Go ahead. You want to talk Giants? Go ahead, young man.
I think 70 wins. That's what I'm thinking.
70?
Yes.
Are you old enough to bet?
Nope.
Okay, that's too bad. Get your dad on the phone. See if he'll back you.
Nick, how you feeling about the Sharks, though?
I'll take your money, too.
How you feel about tonight?
Care.
We getting a Zetterlund goal tonight, huh?
I have no shame.
I dropped that on you, didn't I? You want to talk Granlund, Zetterlund, John Lund? I can do it all, Nick.
Oh, my. Thank you, Nick.
Appreciate the call, brother. No worries.
I don't believe you.
He's like, well, I don't
believe you.
By the way,
I don't believe you.
That's a long time listener. That Marleau interview was a while back.
It is a while back. Look, we appreciate it, young man. We appreciate it.
Oh, he was on last week, you mean? Oh, well, I didn't know that. Yeah, thanks you for doing that while I was out.
And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I'll see you in the parking lot.
If your dad wants to stake you, I'll take money from you, too. If you got a lunchbox you want to risk, we can do that, too.
5-8 some Pop-Tarts.
I'll take your Scooby-Doo lunchbox from you.
How about some Pop-Tarts? Yeah, get them more on the brown sugar and the cherry Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, give me that brown sugar cinnamon.
Ooh.
Load them up. Meet me in San Ramon.
808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. What? Where do the Giants rank in your mind in the National League West? I don't think they're as far down as people think, but I think they can compete with the Padres to be the number 3 team in the West. And again, that's not necessarily getting you into the playoffs, but if on paper right now you have them on par with the Padres, that means they've taken a step forward and the Padres have taken a step back.
Yeah, I'm thinking if they finish third, they'll have a shot. And I haven't looked at all the baseball teams yet, but if I remember like signing stuff like that, what you can't have is 2 teams out of the Central make the playoffs. The Central should be like 1 team and you're done. That's it. And then the East, what's the East going to look like? Is New York going to be solid this year? We know the Braves. I mean, just go pencil the Braves and Dodgers into the playoffs. Just go. In fact, you can use pen if you want to. Just put them in. And then start figuring out who the other teams are. Is Philly going to be good again this year? They had a decent offseason. You would look at the talent and go, they'll probably make the playoffs. What are the Mets going to look like this year? Or are they going to make the playoffs?
The Mets.
The Marlins. You mentioned last year. I mean, they got some really good young pitching.
Yep.
Really good young pitching. In fact, they had the Cy Young Award winner guy. What's his name? Why am I blanking on him?
Why am I blanking on him too? So we're not in baseball mode.
We're not in baseball mode at all.
Bad.
But he didn't have a good year. And they had good pitching. They had really good pitching last year. So that's the question.
Sandy Alcantara. Why am I blaming?
Thank you, Dan. Alcantara and Cantera. Sedano, one or the other.
So the whole thing off. Yes, tomato. 808 KNBR is the number to call us. You guys calling in. Jim, John, Mort, Milt. We'll get to all you guys when we come on back. Where do you have the Giants ranked in the National League West? We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
Kuiper joined Papa and Lund today to discuss joining the Giants broadcast team this spring training. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team, sftaxteam.com. It's tax season, so you know you're going to get the ads. Free taxes. Do your own taxes. We'll help you do your taxes. We'll meet you in San Ramon to do your taxes. Doesn't matter. We'll be good to go. We're not going to 805 to do your taxes, though. That's too far. Like all kinds of ads. The old adage, you get what you pay for, could come in handy here. You want someone who knows what they're doing, who's been doing this for a long time, transparent about what they're going to charge you, and once you get it done, you don't have to worry about the IRS. Nobody wants a knock on the door from Uncle Sammy. Nobody wants a letter from Uncle Sammy, although the letter isn't bad when you get a refund. Those are actually kind of nice. Not really a letter, though. Just like, hey, here's your money. You're lucky. Take it. So Alex Kugelman knows what he's doing. You set up a consultation. It'll be transparent. It'll let you know what the process is going to be like. And if you have issues, he can handle all those too. Cryptocurrency, can handle that. Criminal, can handle that. Late filing, can handle that. He can handle it all. Or, like me, you just get your taxes done, so you don't have to deal with any of that stuff. Like, here, get it done right, and we are good to go. Make sure you choose a partner with a proven track record. That's Kugelman Law. Visit sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Everything would be loaded up with the petroleum jelly.
streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday evening. Do got a soup du jour coming your way in about 10 minutes or so. And then at the top of the hour, Greg Silver. Our guy Greg Silver is going to take you up until Dubs OT starts after the Warriors and the Washington Wizards game. John Dickinson will be with you. We are getting to your calls at 808 KNBR. Will and Mort and Milt. I'll see you guys hanging out on the line. I'll get to you in just a moment here. The question is, where do you have the Giants stacked up in the National League West? And I know people are so negative and so down on the Giants that they're the worst team. Again, somebody earlier today said he thinks they're worse than the Colorado Rockies. You better be able to tell me if you think they're the last place team, what the Rockies finished last year, because it is way worse than where the Giants were at 79 and 83 last season. And by the way, those of you who think the Padres are so much better, do you know how many wins the Giants finished behind the Padres last year?
3.
Do you know how many they finished behind the Diamondbacks last year?
The Giants?
The National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks had 5 more wins than the Giants did last season. So everybody who's like, this is terrible, 162 are what the Dodgers won, and then 84 for the D-backs who won the damn pennant. You know what I mean? The Atlanta Braves win the division at 104. The Phillies made it at 90 and 72. And the Marlins got in as the third best team in the National League East at 84 and 78. Those two teams both made the playoffs last year at 5 wins better than the Giants. One of them won the pennant. Let's go out to the phone lines. Will is in Vacaville. Will, where do you have the Giants stacking up in the National League West this year? You're on KNBR.
You guys are making me laugh, but probably 6th. They have no pitching, no defense, and no speed.
Okay, all right. No, Will, I want you to tell me how many Colorado Rockies can you name right now? I want to know. You better be able to name 20 Rockies if you say they're that much worse than if they're that much better than the Giants. How much better? Who do you know on the Rockies? It doesn't matter. They play them 14 times. Will
Larry Walker.
It's what's on your roster. It doesn't matter what's on the other roster. What's on the Giants roster?
So nothing that you're saying has anything to do with what the Dodgers did this offseason, huh? It's all about the Giants. It's nothing to do with what anybody else did.
The Dodgers still have to play in October. Okay, so that doesn't. We don't
so
care
what's the
about
argument here? What's the debate? You just said the Giants were the 6th best team in the West. So you think they're the worst? You think they were the worst team in baseball then, or one of the worst?
They have 6
in the National League. You think so you think they're worse off than they were last year?
Yeah, they have less pitching, even though they had very little pitching last year. They get a guy like Hicks who can't even throw the ball over the plate. They lose guys that were basically marginal at best, and Minaya, Strickling, and whatever. Those guys were marginal.
Hold on, they were marginal at best. Then they're not losses. Then stop saying they lost guys who are marginal at best. Don't say they lost guys, Will, and then tell me that that they're worse off. That they lost guys who are marginal, but they're worse off makes no sense.
You're depending on an old pitcher who's coming back from surgery. You're depending on another guy that's thrown a ton of innings that might be available in August. And if he is halfway decent, which I doubt, because he walks a lot of guys as part of his career, the last 2 years he hasn't played much. And if he is halfway decent, he's going to leave just like the other pitchers that can opt out. The only players in the Giants that don't opt out
it's a good problem to have.
are the ones that are horrible and the ones that want to stay here because they can get the money. Minaya wasn't even that great of a pitcher, but he knew he could get more money than the Giants. The Giants don't want to pay anybody, or they would already had Bellinger.
Minaya opted out. That's not why Minaya opted out. That's incorrect. Minaya opted out because he's a lefty.
How are you feeling about this year?
Yeah, right.
Minaya opted out because he knows he can get more money because he's a lefty.
So tell me what he got.
Minaya?
Yeah, tell me what he got then.
He got what, two for 34 from somebody?
So he got $1 million. You got like $2 million more per year.
The Mets.
But he's going to get to start and pitch. He's going to go to a team that wants to win and will pay people.
But you just said he was marginal. Why do you care? He was marginal. What do you care? I thought he was terrible.
But Jordan Hicks is going to replace someone.
I didn't say Jordan Hicks was. I did not tell you Jordan Hicks was better. What I asked you is how are they worse off now? And you're saying they replaced 2 marginal guys with 1 guy who can't throw strikes who you've seen for 1 outing. Will, thank you for the call. The Rockies last year won 59 games. That's
69.
That's 20 fewer than the Giants won last year. The Giants did not diminish their record this year on paper by 20 wins, where the Rockies rose by 21. That is it's erroneous. Erroneous on both counts.
On all counts. I like the passion though.
I'm pissed.
More angry.
Will pissed me off. Connor, you're in Dublin. Connor, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for taking my call. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's an honor to talk to you guys. I always refer to you guys as the men, the myths, and the legends of sports radio. So it is truly an honor to get to talk to you.
You flatter me, Connor. You flatter me.
I know. I am an ass kisser, so beware. moving on.
Yes.
So here's what I got. I'm looking at the other young caller that had earlier, 70 wins. Yeah, that's a good number. I'm thinking more like 75 wins.
Okay.
And I think they'll probably end up like third NL West. I don't know if I highly doubt they stand a chance against the Dodgers. I mean, they have so many weapons. The Dodgers are stacked. But
that's okay.
That's all right.
That's okay. Again, they don't have to beat the Dodgers. They just need to make the playoffs. That's all they need to do.
Yes, but I think the Dodgers will probably prevent them from getting anywhere too far in the playoffs in the near future.
Well, again, you never know. Maybe the Dodgers could lose before they even get. I mean, the Dodgers lost to the Padres. Giants have lost before the World. So, I mean, again, you worry about that when you get there. It's just about building a team that can get you to the playoffs. The only problem is I don't see that team yet. Like that team, the pitching is a concern. And they're asking a lot of Cobb to come back and then be as good, and then Ray to come back and then have 10 starts and be as good. To me, they need a lot of stuff to go right to make the playoffs. I think if they were all healthy, give me a full season of Cobb, full season of Ray, then I would look at this team and go, you know what, maybe they have enough pitching to get it done. Right now they don't, and that concerns me.
I like how Kyle Harrison looks. He looks promising.
Yep.
And then I know this is going to sound bad, but I'm really glad my Angels beat the Giants. That instills high hopes into me. I'm an Angels fan.
You're an Angels? We suck. What are you talking about? We're terrible.
I know we suck, but I know you're an Angels fan too.
Yes.
And so I know that I'm definitely not doing too good right now.
No.
They don't look very promising at all.
No.
I'm still happy to see they beat the Giants, though.
All right, Connor. Enough out of you, bro.
Connor.
Thanks, Connor.
I wish I could be I wish I could have been happy when they beat the Giants. I got to give a rip about spring training.
We were having fun with that yesterday,
game.
though. I was like, stay tuned. Just see what happens.
I just want I want one of the teams that I followed to have over 81 wins this year. Those are the two games I watch. I know. I watch the Giants. I watch the Angels. It's not promising right now.
I'll tell you this. At 70, like the Giants, and we'd have to go back and look, but in 2000, I keep going with the 08 Giants or the 09 Giants, a team I would like to look at, because they made a huge jump to 88 wins, but I want to say they improved by like 11. They might have won like 72 or 77 the year before. There's a case for this team this year winning 75 games, like Colin said, and being in a better position to compete in 2025 than like winning 107 a couple of years ago and really not having much to build on because you were doing it with a core that was an aging group of veterans.
Yeah.
If this year, this group of young guys produces 3 to 4 guys who you go, hey, with Tyro Estrada and a few others, we can start to build around Casey Schmidt or Marco Luciano or Jung-Ho Lee, whoever it may be. If guys start to put something together that prove this is a foundation, then you know what you need. Right now, I still think the Giants are in the inventory phase. I think that's the problem. And I understand that's where people are upset with Farhan. The free agent stuff doesn't concern me as much. It's more about talent development. That's what they need. That's where teams find great success. No matter what you think of the Dodgers and what they've added, look at the pieces that they've developed that have allowed them to go and add those pieces. They had Corey Seager. They had Bellinger. They have Kershaw. They have Walker Buehler. They've got Will Smith. And then they were able to go out and add more pieces to help supplant things that they lost. 415 says, why does Cope sound so argumentative? Because Will from Vacaville came with a dog-ass take and couldn't back it up. Scarecrow, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader. We'll move on here. Juan is in Santa Rosa. Juan, what's going on, man? You're on KNBR.
How you guys doing? I'm a first-time caller.
What's up, Juan? How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. So I was just listening to that guy from Vacaville. Honestly, he's an idiot. But yeah, dude, honestly, I think the Giants are going to – a lot of people aren't having many high expectations this year, but I think they're going to – I say they get over 85 wins at least. And, I mean, the few pieces they have picked up, I feel they are going to contribute. I like the Jung-Ho Lee signing. I think that he could be a big impact. And, you know, I'd rather people underestimate him and then, you know, they show up. So.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the phone call.
Thanks, Juan. Chris is in Benicia. We'll get to Chris here in Benicia. Chris, where do you have the Giants stacking up in the NL West? You're on KNBR.
Yeah, definitely above Colorado, probably 75 wins or so. You were saying something about that 09 team, and the following year they won, 10 more games or so than the previous year. Would this roster be comparable to that 09 team? So should we expect whatever this team finishes this year to have another 10-plus wins in the 25 season. And I got it over under for Tom.
Yes.
The Giants led the league in MLB debuts last year, I think. Over under how many? I don't know. Say 5 MLB. No, it's too small. Let's do 10 MLB debuts this year. What do you think?
10 and wow. I mean, I would have no clue on that. I probably.
Yeah, I guess the idea is if they're doing more, then they're not doing that great, right?
Yeah.
You want all these young guys to play.
Yeah. I mean, we got a lot of injury. It could be injuries too. Ooh, man. I mean, I guess I would want to go under on that because they had so many last year that these guys will be playing in at least their second game, if not their 22nd or 32nd game. But that one, I would have no clue as to like why I would be taking the under. Like I have a pretty good idea why I'm taking under 88.5 and above 69. But the players, I guess I'd probably go like that seems like an under to me, but I got to be honest, that's a guess. Why? Do you want to bet?
Totally.
Are you looking to lose?
Sure.
You looking to lose some beer? So you want the over? You want the over 10? Is what you want?
Yeah. I'm super confident about that. By the way, yeah.
Are you? God, well then I don't want it. If you're super confident, you sound like you know a lot more than me about this. So I don't like that. I don't like feeling I'm on the short end of the knowledge straw.
Chris, why don't you get a different? Chris, you should get another number and come on back. We got to run, dude.
Chris, give me a call in a couple of weeks or so. Let me think about that one because I don't mind. It's kind of good for the show, kind of fun for the show, making kind of fun wagers, beer wagers, stuff like that. But yeah, let me give that some thought.
I got all hot.
You kind of ambushed. I was going to say ambushed me. I think I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable there. You kind of ambushed me on that one.
Tom, you going to remember any of these people in September?
Well, no, we got the info.
You got the
we got the other two people's info written down.
Go ahead and try to read Derek's chicken scratch handwriting. And see
Already lost it?
That phone number. Derek's writing 5.
You better not lose a $100 one.
Is that a 5 or a G? That's what you do with Derek. Is that a G in that phone number?
Chicken scratch.
Will in Vacaville. I'm sorry I'm so mean to you. I just didn't like the take. Appreciate the calls from everybody at 415-808-KNBR. You can always get involved in the conversation. And Derek spelled Benicia horribly, dude. You said Benicia.
Benicia? Fantastic.
Tim's hometown. Shout it out. 707. Say it backwards, Tim.
Eat shit, Derek.
Thank you. When we come on back, a nice big pot of poop du jour. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Tolbert comes back with you on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. At the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, Greg Silver is going to stop by. He's going to take you up until the end of the Warriors game at the start of Dubs OT, where John Dickinson will be with you for some live and local KNBR coverage following the Warriors and the Wiz this evening. Tom, you got a pot of soup over there? You got a ladle for me?
I got a little bit. Yeah, it's got a little bit. Florida Man games. Talked about it yesterday.
Oh, dude.
It's $55, and that's not to enter. That's to spectate. And people are paying $55 to watch. You get it. Everybody's heard of Florida Man. So you're wondering, what is Florida Man? What events could they have in the Florida Man contest? And by the way, you can get $5,000 winning this thing.
So this is a contest.
It's a
People
team.
sign up. It's a team event, and they do this in Florida annually?
Yes. It's I don't know if they keep the same exact events annually. Now, the guy that came up with the concept of Florida Man, this guy, Pete Melfi, former radio personality.
Dr. Melfi.
They're the worst radio personalities.
Can't stand them.
Current podcaster, shocker, based out of St. Augustine, came up with the Florida Man Games last year after organizing the laziest race. Now, this is right at my alley. The laziest race in the history of races, beer run. So it's a beer run that lasts half a kilometer. 1,640 feet.
That's just not doing anything.
You're just showing up. You
just show up.
Take about 12 strides and you're done.
You walk to the beer counter? Is that what you do? By the way, I've been to St. Augustine.
Have you really?
I have. The oldest town in America or something is what they call it. It's a little town, coastal town in Florida. And what is it, Tim? Go ahead. The oldest continuous settled place in the United States. Yeah, it used to be it was like a port town. I was standing there, dude. I was like it's kind of cool. It's like an old looking town. Like old school America, and they got like a big town square. It's like a big rectangle, and I was standing in the rectangle. I was like, dude, look at this gazebo. It's all cool, man. It's all bronzed out and everything. I was walking out, I was reading the plaque, and it's like, here stands this trading post. And I was like, oh, I'm going to get off of this thing.
Oh.
I'm not going to stand on this post in St. Augustine.
It's a good idea.
Looking out of where the ships come in. I was like, I think I'm good. I'm good off this thing.
Yeah.
Florida Man Games, dude. They got the beer crawl for 1,200 feet. What other events do we have?
Florida Man. Well, I'm going to find out in a minute because I just want to let you know that
there's an event where.
I had to go back on my phone because Tim said he printed all this out for me, and it's pretty cool because it goes all the stuff, and then it gets to the end of it, and that's second page.
Oh, nice, Tim.
That's second page. So,
Florida Man Games, the events is what we're looking for.
Let me find out. Here's what I have on here. I'm not sure if they're all of them. I'm going to find all of them here in a minute. But you get the mullet contest. Seems reasonable.
That's probably the toughest one to win down in Florida.
Weaponized pool noodle mud duel.
What?
Florida sumo.
Okay.
Florida sumo, where competitors try to spill one another's beer. So you're bumping up against each other, trying to spill one another's beer. I kind of like that. The mullet seems perfect. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Pork butt eating.
Eat the butt challenge is what they call it. They've got an official name. Eat the butt challenge. You got to eat a pork butt.
Oh, this ought to be interesting. Florida Ma'am, a beauty contest. Florida Ma'am. I'm trying to think. What do I picture when I think of Florida Ma'am? And this is really either ends of the spectrum.
Florida Ma'am.
Like Florida Ma'am, maybe like extremely hot. And then it's just extremely redneck.
Are you the most Florida woman ever? Yeah.
Yes.
What's the goal? What are you trying to win? How about this one? The evading arrest obstacle course.
I love that. It features competitors being pursued by actual police officers.
You have to jump over fences through backyards and get away from actual police to get your freedom, dude. The evading arrest obstacle, and it starts with you on like an inflatable alligator. It's like go down like a slip and slide first on an inflatable alligator. It's pretty good. Category 5 cash grab.
That's a good one.
Where they put you in like a booth and it's like a hurricane.
I do enjoy that one. So yes, I think $55. You're definitely getting your money's worth. You are definitely getting your money's worth in that one. 2 Las Vegas men arrested after nearly 73 pounds of marijuana found in their suitcases. So it said a couple Las Vegas men had 73 pounds in marijuana trying to get to Paris, France. Trying to go over to France and and spread a little Vegas love.
Maybe they went Paris the hotel was a better move.
Maybe you know what? Maybe you're right.
Meant to get to Paris.
No, it says Paris, France.
Okay.
It says Paris, France. So, but I thought about it for a second. I go, you actually could be right. While the luggage was being loaded, officer discovered full bags of, quote, green leafy substances. And were identified, taken off the 68 sealed bags.
69.
I knew he was going to do it.
No, Tim, 68 is what it was. 68. Okay, let's move on.
Really quick. I got to go back to the Florida Man games.
Yep.
Did you get down to the bottom and see who's reffing and officiating the event?
I'm only thinking of one guy.
There's two people. It's a man and a woman.
Okay, go ahead.
They're Dude, it's Nitro from American Gladiators.
That's right. It was the American Gladiators.
It's Ice and Nitro from American Gladiators are the official referees for the Florida Man games. That's incredible.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Clave's gone fire. Clave's gone nuclear in the third quarter against the Wizards. It was like a 2-point game at half. Now it's 22 with about a minute 40 left. Oh, Wizards. Candlelight Vigil being held ahead of the demolition of a West Virginian Hooters. The Candlelight Vigil.
Gotta be dry
So say this whole thing to me. It's a Candlelight Vigil where?
In West Virginia, being held because they're demolishing a Hooters.
Wow.
The Hooters is gone.
As you know, West Virginia, the fattest state in the union.
Is it really?
Yeah, without a question. Highest rate of obesity per capita in the union.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's not awesome, but Hooters is, baby.
Shout out Huggy Bear.
You think West Virginia has the fewest teeth in the nation, like per capita?
That I can't tell you. That I don't.
I think they don't have a lot of people anyway. Like they probably have fewer people per square mile than well, maybe not the Dakotas. Again, hell with the Dakotas.
In Maine, you've got more. Is it Maine? No, it's not Maine. It's maybe it's Maine. Somewhere you got more cows than people. Check back with me in a few minutes.
Maine?
They
probably have more lobsters, but I don't know if they have more cows.
It's on Maine.
Iowa, maybe?
Vermont. More cows than
cows?
people. Yeah. Or used to be a thing.
Wow.
Now I'm just saying crap on the air that might not be true. Who
and
knows?
maple syrup.
West Virginia,
great maple syrup.
41% of West Virginians are obese.
That's not awesome, but Hooters is, baby.
I thought you were going to hit me with the Steph Curry. It's finally called averages.
But Hooters is, baby. Now, I love this. It said the Hooters Eatery is in Kennesaw City, Charleston.
That's why they're called averages.
Closed during COVID-19 and then never reopened. The developers eventually announcing the building would be demolished to make way for a gas station. Now, I'm going to pronounce this the way I think it's pronounced, and then I'll pronounce it the way my dad would pronounce it. It's a Sheetz gas station, and my dad would pronounce it Sheetz.
Why did he say it like that?
I don't know. That's just the way he used to say it.
Was it funny? Or was he...
well, I mean, he wasn't trying to pronounce a gas station.
No, but he would say Sheetz like that.
It was like it was kind of like the guy on The Wire. Basically kind of like that. Yes, is where I'm going. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that.
That's it. Derek knew it. Derek knew The Wire. Tim doesn't know The Wire.
Candlelight Vigil?
It's not really up Tim's alley.
Candlelight Vigil? For Hooters? I wonder where they got the wax from.
Oh.
Maybe they just stuck the wick in. Anyway, moving on. Why do I get gone because of that? That just seems egregious on your part. Egregious.
Tim, you printed the story.
On your part.
You printed the story.
That's what happens. He prints the stories, and I just kind of put my twist on it, and then he gongs me. He thinks it's funny. Like, I'm going to give him this and just watch him, in his mind, hang himself, and then I'll just gong him while he's doing it. That'll be funny, is what it'll be. Be professional. These stories aren't professional. Are you kidding me?
You know what our job is?
You mongrel?
925 checks, and I did know this one as a former Colma resident myself, says, Colma, more dead people than living. True. In the city of Colma, right here in the Bay. The city motto, for those of you who know, it's good to be alive in Colma.
Really?
Yeah. How about that? 415 Jason says, used to live in Vermont and can confirm more cows and great maple syrup.
Dude, maple syrup's incredible from Vermont. You kidding me?
Yeah, that's like the place.
I mean, absolutely.
925
I love Vermont. I love Vermont more than any other state I've never been to.
Really?
Yes.
Why is it just because of the syrup?
I don't know. It just sounds super cool.
How many have you been to?
I don't know.
You better been to a lot of them.
I mean,
been to 30-something.
Every state that has a team.
Every team with
I've
a
been
team.
so that's probably at least 23, 24, because some teams have multiple multiple teams. But I guess the farthest I've been into the New England states would be Massachusetts. But I've always wanted to go up there and do the New England tour. Just it's got to be in fall.
Hit some more battlefields. Oh yeah,
it's got to be in fall. Yeah. Of course, Tim, go to Alchemist.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, get some Heady Topper. Yeah, of course, I would do that. That's a given. And that was one of the reasons I was kind of bummed I didn't go to Boston. Not because I was missing the Celtics-Warriors series that one year, but because they have a lot of cool breweries there. I was like, I can go to Trillium.
I might make that one, yeah.
I can go to this one. But yeah, I'm going to do that one of these days. Just go and maybe catch a Red Sox game and then just, hit Maine, hit New Hampshire, hit Vermont.
Hampshire.
That kind of, just hit them all.
707
up there.
Checks in, just says, by the way, Clay is 6 of 9 from 3.
Yes.
Tim.
He's on fire in the second
Clay
half.
is 6 of 9 from 3, Tim.
Yes, he is, Tim.
69.
Thank you.
Just right on top of it, aren't you?
When people request it,
Did you go get a donut?
You're Casey Kasem, Tim. Just give it to him.
Okay. Yeah,
you don't have the authority to decide whether you want to give it to him or not, okay?
Just read the damn stories.
Okay, I did. I read your stupid stories.
Now we're out.
I tried to add a little something extra, and when I do, I get gonged. Of course.
More about syrup.
Of course. Man 21 tried to buy a Porsche with a $78 million check. Where's he from? Zimbabwe?
Well, okay.
It's not even first I was reading this in the headlines.
He doesn't look African, but who knows? I'm not positive.
South African.
Could be definitely South African.
Man 21 tried to buy a Porsche with $78 million check. Can you guys break this? What the hell is he doing? Just keep the change, actually.
You got it. Go ahead.
Just take commission.
You know what? Give me all of them. Just give me all of them.
Give me 4 Porsches.
And give me the other ones next month, too. Give me those. How many can I get for $78 million? Just give me as much as I can get, and we'll call it even. I'll trust you.
Did you read the comments?
I didn't.
When told by employees at the Bluegrass Motorsport that they were not going to sell him the vehicle, his name is Litka. He allegedly walked to the parts department looking for the keys. He just was like, well, if you're not going to give it to me, I'll just go take it. He ignored the request of the dealership to leave until he got in his own vehicle, and then he tried to leave, and the police then showed up. A day before,
this is great.
A day before he got charged with criminal trespassing and disorderly conduct, but a day before trying to pass the $78 million check, he attempted to purchase a vehicle from a nearby Land Rover dealership. He was only carrying a check for $12 million that day.
Maybe they'll buy $12 million. Now the funny thing is, he went from 12 to 78. Let's just jump it up $66 million.
What was the logic in the race?
I have no idea. You know what? They weren't buying the $12 million check. Let me try 78. Let's see how that one works. That didn't work either. Oh my God!
By the way, he's a business student at at IU at the University.
Yeah. How did he not get arrested for the $12 million check? I mean, 78, but 12. You think 12 might, raise some red flags possibly?
No, we don't check it unless it's 15 or higher.
Oh my gosh! It said the citation lists Litka's residence as an apartment complex, Bloomington, Indiana, about 100 miles from Louisville, according to a LinkedIn page. Blah blah blah. Okay, that was stupid.
He's a student. He's just
a
student at IU.
Student at IU. Wonder if he knows. Wonder if he. You know who wouldn't be happy with him if he were still alive? Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight would not be happy with him. I'm heavy on the Mister.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm sick and tired of losing the $78 million checks. And Purdue. Greg Silver is going to take you from 6 o'clock up until the end of the Warriors game. Warriors taking on the Wiz right now. And then you'll have a little Dubs OT with John Dickinson and Greg Silver right here. We'll see what Greg's going on next. What he's got going on next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Brandon Crawford's moving on from the Giants to join the St. Louis Cardinals. That podcast trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland reminding you that the San Jose Earthquakes are back in action at PayPal Park for the first time this season, facing off against their Southern California rivals, the LA Galaxy. That's Saturday, this Saturday, March 2nd at 7:30, presented by PayPal. Be there for the energy, the drama, the mind-blowing last-minute mayhem. Join the excitement as they kick off their 50th anniversary season, and witness soccer history in the making as they leave it all on the pitch to beat LA. Get tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. This is 50. Don't miss it. Bigger pregame show, Lucci's squad ready to work, and an unforgettable giveaway. Quakes flags for everyone thanks to PayPal. Get in early. The parking lot's open on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Gates at 5:30. Kickoff at 7:30. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.